Call of Blood, Book 2 of the Unnatural Brethren series by USA Today. Best-selling author, Silvana G. Sanchez. Welcome back, dearest one. I knew the tale of my shadowed origins would not dissuade you from craving more. Perhaps you and I share the same shadows, as Juliet once said. We kindred spirits are drawn to darkness like moths to a flame, are we not? Let me forewarn you. The stories ahead will be told through the eyes of friends and foes. I shall resist interjecting my personal perspective, instead playing the role of your moonlit guide from afar. But fear not, my beloved darkling. I give you my word. Each chilling tale will be delivered exactly as the protagonists whispered them in my ear, their voices seared into my preternatural memory. All right, let's just get to it. I know I suggested you peep the content warnings in the description last time, but you didn't seem worried, so either you're brave or reckless. Maybe a bit of both, and that's what I love about you. Anyway, no need to delay things. I can tell you're ready to dive into the darkness, caution be damned. Let us leave the shadows of the past and take a leap into the modern age. Take my hand and dive into the blooming nightlife of beautiful San Francisco, where tension brews between vampire covens like a boiling cauldron. This ride is about to get wild, so buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go again. Dido and Aeneas. In great depths underground, a blazing hearth cracks the pitch darkness of the room. Within the licking flames, the memories of withered days breathe new life. Useless to precise the moment when her mortal eyes had cast their gaze upon him under a different light. A sharp sense of belonging had latched her to him from a tender age. True, but it was on the brim of losing him that she discovered how much those feelings had grown. Lying on the wooden bench next to the fireplace, his drenched clothing stuck to his shuddering body. At this sight, her heart shriveled in pain, and her deep blue eyes widened as they captured the frame of a young man who appeared much older than 16. Beautiful, even more so now that his short mane of black hair glistened and his full lips, pale, with a tinge of blue, quivered. A few drops of melting snow rolled down his flawless face, the face of an angel. He's dying. Father struck his cheek and got a few words out of him. With a low, jittery voice, he pointed them to the lake. But Alisa knew the futility of Ivan's message. Victor was dead. Their brother would never survive the freezing weather, much less if he'd drowned, as was her suspicion. Victor is gone. But you cannot leave me. You cannot die. I can't envision life without you. You will survive this, she told him in a low voice, thinking all the while that those words meant to soothe her anxiety, more than to comfort his. Ivan had survived. After a lifetime of success in avoiding death, he'd escaped it once more. And the frailty of life then convinced her, more than ever, that it was time to act upon her feelings. A trip to Europe would do. Ivan, she whispered, holding fast the gold locket pending from her neck. I need you. Trapped in the dark, a song echoed in her skull. The old melodies basso continuo played in her mind, again and again. A broken record of sorts. Part 1. The House of the Dragon. I would gladly wander in paradise, but it is far away and there is no road. From Substance, Shadow and Spirit by Tao Chien. Chapter 1. Ivan. He wasn't supposed to be here. Ivan turned off the car's ignition and got out of his red Ferrari. Straightening his jacket's lapels, he crossed the sliding doors and stepped into the emergency room. His lawyer had screwed up. Make the donation, he'd said. No need to mention my name. Ivan's desire for anonymity had been clear, but not clear enough for Edgar Bolden. The second the deposit had gone through, Ivan had received a phone call from the board of directors. They wanted to meet him. They wouldn't take no for an answer, and truth be told, their insistence much appealed to his vanity. The board had even pushed the schedule to fit Ivan's time of preference. Evenings. Always on evenings. Ivan took a deep breath. Just a quick hello, he mused. A discreet thank you, and then I'm out of here. Behind the emergency room's reception desk sat a voluptuous woman with tanned skin and striking eyes. She was engaged on the telephone. Her light brown eyes kept track of his every move as he headed to the hallway. The woman hung up the phone. Slowly, she rose from her seat and her hands met in the air at the beginning of an imminent ovation. She clapped once more with the same steady beat. If he moved fast enough, perhaps he could flee the scene. Mr. Ivan Lockhart, the receptionist said, giving him a knowing look. You did good. Dozens of heads turned his way. Impossible to remain invisible now. Ivan thanked her with a quick nod, a very subtle nod. Oh my God, a nurse squealed. It's really him. She stopped in the middle of the hallway and joined the round of applause. How does she even know me? A man emerged from the horde building around him and shook Ivan's hand. Well done, Mr. Lockhart. God bless you, sir. A woman tugged him by the arm. You saved my nephew's life. If God exists, I'm afraid he's not very fond of me. Escape was not an option, as the crowd surrounding him turned into a raging mob. Raising both hands in the air, he begged them to bring this madness to an end, and lo and behold, it worked. Silence prevailed in the room, with a cough here and there. After all, this was a hospital. Dozens of expectant eyes stared at him. I'm afraid I cannot take the credit, he said. It is you and you alone who deserve my recognition. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work? What was he thinking? Such a horrendous speech. Another round of applause echoed in the waiting room. But this time, Ivan had earned the right to graciously walk away. First floor. Had he actually blushed back there? His face felt warm. A grave-looking group of executives stood at the end of the corridor, waiting by the sliding doors that led to the hospital's newest wing. And, would you look at that? The media circus had already arrived. Cameras, microphones, and cell phones dangling over their heads. Ah, there he is, said a man with salt and pepper hair. The man of the hour. Faces struck with curiosity turned to him. Lights flashed before his eyes, blinding him for a few seconds. Why had he agreed to come here? Oh, that's right. His lawyer's mistake. Wretched. Edgar. Bolden. It's a pleasure finally meeting you. The man shook Ivan's hand. Swift as a magician, he slipped a brochure into his jacket's breast pocket. I am Thomas Novak, chairman of the board. The pleasure is all mine, Ivan said. Novak addressed the crowd. I give you Mr. Ivan Lockhart. It is, without question, thanks to his generosity that a new star shines in St. Paul's Hospital. What began as a dream has now... The man went on with his speech, but Ivan's attention focused on the red ribbon at the doorway. Was he expected to cut that thing? Seeing his name on the papers and his face on the 6 o'clock news was not at all his cup of tea. But never mind that, people cheered and smiled, and encouraged him to approach the podium. And here he was, thinking his little speech downstairs had been the evening's highlight. Inches away from the microphone, he spoke. Dreams indeed are ambition, for the very substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream. Ivan smiled. Having quoted one of his favourite lines in Hamlet, he wondered if anyone present would catch on to his little game. Tonight, the dream comes to its end, and the true challenge begins. And make no mistake, St. Paul's is up to the challenge. Well said, Mr. Lockhart. Novak handed him the scissors. Cameras flashed again. A round of applause began as he completed the inauguration's mandatory rite. When it was over, people shook his hand and extended their congratulations. It's such a pleasure finally meeting the man behind the Lockhart Foundation, a woman said. You're a true humanitarian. Am I? No, Ivan was no humanitarian. This cause meant nothing to him. His sudden generosity was simply a response to his lawyer's advice. The donation had been the perfect device to handle his taxes. Excuse me for saying this, but, she said. The woman's hand curled around his arm. You are younger than I expected. Exactly how old are you, Mr. Lockhart? Forgive my intrusion, Novak said, but it's time for a brief tour of the Lockhart wing. The Lockhart wing? This just keeps getting better. Novak's arm landed on Ivan's shoulders. Please come this way. Well, I'm here now. Let's see my money's worth. The laboratory is fully equipped with cutting-edge technology, Novak said as the tour began. Camera shutters went off several times before they moved into the next room. The following area was designed for small procedures such as spinal taps and intrathecal therapy. If you look closer, you'll see. Ivan's attention drifted to another room where people sat in comfortable leather recliners. Their eyes were fixed on television screens as the purest crimson liquid poured into their veins through several intravenous lines. Novak appeared beside him, his presence as silent and unexpected as a ghost. "Ah, I see you've stumbled upon our transfusion center," he remarked, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "The overwhelming demand from our clients left us no choice but to open ahead of schedule." "Of course." Ivan took a step back. The hunger faintly rattled in the depths of his voracious soul. "Up ahead is the hospitalization area, and next the blood bank. If you'd be so kind as to follow me, Mr. Lockhart." The blood bank. "Certainly," he replied, but something quite different echoed in his mind. "What have I gotten myself into?" Ivan pulled the brochure out of his pocket. Center for Hematologic Malignancies. A new star in the heart of St. Paul's Hospital. "You have got to be kidding me," he muttered. "The rooms are equipped to the highest standards, providing—" Novak's voice muffled in the distance as they moved further in the hallway. Ivan's mouth went dry. His heart raced. The room spun around him. "I've got to get out of here." The opportunity came as the press engaged Novak for an interview. Without sparing another minute, Ivan set off his cell phone's ringtone. Novak's eyes turned to him. With a frown, Ivan shook his head and pressed his lips, the perfect pretense of an emergency call. He then slipped the phone into his jacket's pocket and approached Novak. "I'm afraid the tour ends here for me, Novak," Ivan said. "Duty calls." "I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Lockhart." Novak stepped away from the press. "Needless to say, you are always welcome. Allow me to see you're escorted to your vehicle." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Ivan said. "We'll be in touch." Shamelessly, the press and board members engulfed Novak once more. Ivan seized the moment and walked away. Moving down the hallway, he turned left, then right. Where was the damned exit? Chapter 2. Philip. It was a nasty habit, a vice that ran deep in his blood, impossible to shake off through the years. The seconds of anxiety preceding his sin were precious. His breathing raced, his blood quickened, and the thrill that followed was worth it every single time. How can it be so wrong when it feels so damn right? A question for the ages. Philip took one more drag off his cigarette. The smoke swirled in the evening air and drifted towards the bay, where a multicolored sea of lights flickered. In the distance, waves broke on the beach and ebbed away in a cycle that numbed his senses. 8:15 p.m. Another drag of his cigarette, and then he would put it out for good. Philip's every muscle relaxed as he exhaled the poisonous vapors that filled his lungs and released them to the cool September wind. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it, stepping over it before he opened the balcony's sliding doors. A rock ballad welcomed him into the room. The music blasted off the speakers as the video played on the television mounted on the wall. The sudden fragrance of roses filled his lungs. A trail of red petals lay scattered on the carpeted floor. The bouquet rested on the dressing table. A swell idea, all in all. The perfume of roses was far more desirable than the stench of death and decay. Beneath white satin sheets was his prey, a red-haired woman in her mid-30s with a taste for danger that ultimately led to her end. And though she seemed to sleep, her unnatural stillness and the paleness of her skin told a different story. One Philip had written a few minutes ago. Night after night, Philip killed and drank human blood. It was a nasty habit, a vice that ran deep in his blood, impossible to shake off through the years. After all, he was a vampire. Chapter 3. Jiao. Amidst the hurried murmurs of the growing horde gathered in the assembly room, clamours rose and dissipated in the echo of their voices. He'll never return. It's been 50 years, why should he come back now? The mob stirred and a fist rose above hundreds of heads. He will, he's king and lord forever. Shut up, you fool, a voice replied. Laughter and cries of fury followed. Look at us, an elder emerged from the crowd. We're aimless, divided. Our kin is weak. Our ancestral blood is all but spent. Hear me, my brothers. His voice outshone every other in the assembly. Silence prevailed. All heads turned to face him with inquisitive eyes. Defying the Coven's laws, Jiaolong climbed the 3 sacred steps and stood by the empty throne. The golden Renaissance armchair, lined in red velvet, bore an embroidered herald on the back. A tree sewn in golden thread. Carved in an exuberance of royal detail, this was no ordinary chair, but its intrinsic value surpassed any historical worth it could ever possess. The red throne was a key to absolute power, and it waited for the return of its keeper, the skull splitter, Eirik Bjorn. 50 years, Zhao began. We have waited for 50 years, and in that time, we have done nothing but hide in the darkness. We have stopped living in hopes of the day when Eirik Bjorn will deign to return and spring us back to life. Zhao paused. But I tell you this, my brothers, Eirik Bjorn will not return to preside our Coven's assembly. Liar! A voice cried. Jiaolong's hazel eyes gleamed with an unnatural fire. He clenched his fists, ready to make that voice disappear forever, when he remembered his true purpose. A son of the House of the Dragon never lies, he said in a serene voice. This news I bring to you as was passed on to me from the skull splitter himself. The Coven stirred, astonished by Zhao's revelation. Fear brewed in their immortal hearts, fear of knowing themselves slighted by the millenary vampire, Eirik Bjorn. Do not be frightened, my brothers, Zhao said. The time to grieve our loss is over. The past is death, and I am life. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will make you rise from the ashes. I will give our Coven a new era, an era of light. A wave of applause came in reply. Hear! Hear! Liam said. He was as trustworthy an apprentice as there could be amidst his brethren. Other voices joined Liam's in celebration. However, Jiaolong raised his hand, and the cheers came to a stop. Embrace me as your leader, and I will deliver you to the world as the most lethal force history has ever known. We're with you, Zhao, the lone cry of an overexcited vampire in the back of the room. A low humming stirred in the chamber. Male and female blood drinkers stamped their feet on the ground in a slow beat. The chant became clear. Regem in tenebris. King in the dark, his thin lips stretched into a malicious smile. Jiaolong had waited for this moment for centuries. With eyes gleaming in the torchlight, Zhao opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. Our Coven will thrive again, he said, and the clamouring voices rose even more. I am Jiaolong, son of the House of the Dragon, and from tonight onwards, proud leader of the Devil's Coven. Regem in tenebris, the chant continued, and with it, a delicious warmth wrapped his body, exalting his preternatural senses. Zhao took one hard look at the ancient armchair, his fingertips smoothed over its velvet arms. And as hundreds of voices announced the beginning of his reign of darkness, Zhao sat on the red throne, his throne. Chapter 4. Ivan. Ivan stumbled on his way downstairs, shaken to the core after an unexpected visit to the blood bank. Down a long and narrow corridor, he moved. Such stillness filled the air that it rendered him anxious. He was nowhere near the parking lot. Never in 300 years would he have imagined contributing to the building of a centre for hematologic malignancies. That had been pure fun. His lawyer had chosen well, oblivious as he was to Ivan's hematologic inclination. A set of metallic double doors lay at the end of the hallway. This should be the way out. Ivan pushed the doors open. Or not. Stone cold, he stared at the black body bag stretched over the gurney before him. Brilliant, he said, heaving a heavy sigh. I found the morgue. Ivan wheeled the gurney aside when his preternatural eyes captured the most interesting vision. A teenager's body on a dissecting table, ready for a post-mortem examination. Despite the sharp scent of death emanating from her, the girl seemed to sleep. Being the blood-sucking fiend he was, death was no stranger to him. It bore many faces, some as young and appealing as this one. However, it was not the girl that drew his attention, but the tattoo on her wrist, an ancient creature, an all-too-familiar sigil. The House of the Dragon, he mused, one of Zhao's mid-bloods. Zhao Long, the bloody bastard, cared little about his victims' age. The younger they were, the better they suited his pernicious palate. I'm as dead as you, he whispered to her, but the devil I carry lusts for life and must be fed. The morgue's fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered. Stepping back, he stumbled as he bumped against another gurney. Between flashes of light and darkness, Ivan's eyes captured the entire scene. Not one or two, but dozens of bodies filled the room. The lights came back. Ivan moved through the gurneys, horrified as the damned sigil appeared again and again. One body after another, the dragon-inked arms and wrists, necks and shoulders. Too many kills for one evening. Appalled, Ivan backed into a corner. It was then that he spotted the green line painted on the floor. He followed the path and found the door, and above it, the prodigious green sign. Exit. I should never have come here, he muttered, holding the car keys tight in his hand. The hunger was pulsing hard in him by now. The sight of a parking lot had never appealed to him more. In a pool of mercurial light was his red Ferrari 458 Spider. If only he could grab a quick bite before heading home. Hand it over, man! The sharp blade of a pocket knife landed on his neck. Give me the wallet, the watch, give me everything you've got. The corner of Ivan's lips curled in a malicious smile. Oh, I'll give you everything I've got, he murmured. And more. In a flash, he seized the thug's wrist and pulled hard enough to grab his neck and raise him off the ground. What the hell, man? Ivan cocked his head slightly to the left. Are you a screamer? You don't strike me as one. He paused. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. In one quick move, he slammed his prey against the brick wall and plunged his fangs deep into his neck, ripping the carotid artery. Blood gushed in pulsing rounds that Ivan swallowed in a complete frenzy. When his victim reached the point of death, Ivan bit his thumb and sealed his bite marks with his ancestral blood. The sole contact of his unnatural blood with the wound erased all traces of his vampiric attack. He released the man from his fatal hold. The body slipped against the wall and landed hard on the pavement. Ivan turned, straightening his jacket's lapels. He combed his hair with a quick pass of his fingers. Satisfied in his dark thirst, he smiled. Hematologic malignancies, he said under his breath. They don't know the half of it. Chapter 5. Philip. In the darkness, it came. It pierced his dreams with an assassin's malicious touch. The mournful onset of the melody delivered soundless despair. Sharp as a moonbeam, a voice appeared, and its brightness raised the somber notes to a level of profane beauty. Oh, let me forever weep. My eyes no more shall welcome sleep. I'll hide me from the sight of day, and sigh my soul away. He's gone, his loss deplore, and I shall never see him more. Slowly the veil of darkness dissolved. A hearth's alluring amber gleam flickered in the distance. Philip followed the light, enjoying the growing warmth as he drew closer. Although he knew this to be a dream, the chiseled details of the chimney's mantelpiece felt as real to his fingers as if he were awake. He was not alone. Concealed in the shadows, she stood. A quick shimmer outlined the beaded cuffs of her dress as her hands gathered over the skirt. Night after night, always these mournful songs. Philip moved closer. This pain of yours, I cannot bear it. The music stopped. Deep blue eyes pierced the shadows with an inquisitive stare. The hearth's gleam slowly died, and darkness prevailed once more. The dream was over. It never went on beyond this point, no matter what Philip did or said. A sudden pressure, cold and strong, seized his hand. "Find me," she whispered in his ear. Her freezing breath landed on the nape of his neck. Shivers rippled down his back. Philip jerked his arm fast and freed himself from the woman's hold. "Wake up, Philip! Find me!" The voice echoed in the room. Philip opened his eyes. The clock on the nightstand marked 9:23 p.m. The flat-screen television mounted on the wall played videos with no volume. Before him, the bedroom's balcony offered a breathtaking view of San Francisco Bay. The sky was clear and full of stars. Philip sat on the bed. He dipped his fingers in his mane of ashen blonde hair and gave it a good shake. What the hell happened? "I dozed off," he murmured. And why wouldn't he? Philip hadn't had a decent day's sleep in weeks, but if he had fallen asleep, then that meant another thing as well. Wincing, he turned to the bed. Soft curls of deep red hair framed the woman's pale face. A hint of blue already touched her lips. As a rule, a vampire should never share a bed with his prey's corpse, nor with any mortal, for that matter. But sleep deprivation has a funny way of kicking in when it's least expected. Philip's nap had been far from peaceful. The same dream had haunted his sleep for the past month. It was because of that dream that he had steered away from sleeping altogether. An invisible hand pressed his shoulder. "Find me, Philip," a voice whispered in his ear. He turned around so fast it made him dizzy, his heart pounding hard against his chest. He loomed over the bed, parting the woman's hair from her face. She was dead, and unless the dead could speak, there was no way the voice had come from her. Great! Now I'm really losing it. Philip had heard stories of blood drinkers stricken by insanity. It usually happened to the ancient ones, but his lack of sleep could well play a hand in an early onset of vampiric madness. He picked up his shirt from the dressing table and slid it on. As he fastened it, something in the mirror caught his eye. A woman was standing behind him, dangerously close. She was a vision in a traditional Indian kasau sari. The off-white cotton was bordered with intricate gold embroidery, the pallu adorned with paisley and floral motifs. Her matching gold blouse sparkled with sequins and beads, emanating regal elegance and timeless grace. He recognized the piercing gaze of her kohl-rimmed blue eyes. It was the woman in the dream, a striking beauty for sure, but one so rare that it horrified him. "Who are you?" he asked, looking back. She was gone. Chapter 6. Ivan and Philip. A phrase, a melody, a single word in an advertisement. Almost anything in the changing world reminded Ivan of La Ville Lumière. And in those thoughts, entwined as a perennial weed in the garden of Ivan's memories, she was always there. Always. Alisa. Inescapable, the name echoed in the profound darkness of his soul. And his heart sunk deeper in it as he relived her deception, those images cascading before him without remedy. His preternatural mind played tricks on him as it relived old times with such vividness that sometimes he failed to distinguish them from reality. Down the rabbit hole, one more time. "Ivan?" Philip's blue eyes appeared before him. A couple of blinks snapped him out of the trance. 300 years in the depths of the dark, Ivan had lived to see the world rise and fall. Enlightenment had led to revolution. Revolution had led to industrial growth. The wheels of time had spun, delivering war upon war, and thereafter, long-desired periods of peace. This was the 21st century. San Francisco was his home now. The warmth of the dying day lingered in the breeze. Seagulls squawked in the distance as soft waves crashed against the pier's pillars. In this peaceful coffee shop near the Embarcadero, Ivan had agreed to meet his fledgling. Apparently, Philip had something to discuss, and the matter could not wait another moment. Ivan folded the napkin and slipped it under his steaming cup of coffee. The drink was just for show, of course. It was yet another reminder of Paris, where he'd first become acquainted with the warm beverage. But nowadays, everything reminded him of Paris anyway. "You were telling me of the hospital," Philip said. You got lost on your way out? Indeed. Ivan laughed under his breath. I made a wrong turn and ended up in the freaking blood bank. Imagine that. Me, in a room full of buzzing refrigerators, surrounded by hundreds of pre-packaged, ready-to-go pints of blood. Philip gave a hint of a smile. He reached for his glass of red wine and gave it a quick twirl, part of the mortal pretense. He then leaned back in the chair and raised his chin ever so slightly before speaking. Oh, here comes the speech. Personally, I prefer my drinks warm and lively, Philip said. I don't believe in the blood pack deal. It's like the undead's version of a kid's meal, you know? Raising his brow. The entire concept is most unappealing to me. In all honesty, I don't care much for it either, Ivan said, wrinkling his nose. On the other hand, the blood bank's caretaker was a rather scrumptious fellow. Philip set the glass aside. Did I... What? Say it, Philip. It's not a sin to call it by its name. You know. Did you kill him? Of course I didn't. Ivan huffed. What do you take me for, Philip? Am I a beast incapable of mastering its own impulses? Whoa, I never said I'll tell you who's a true beast. It's that friend of yours, Zhao Long. What do you make of that? That's hardly surprising coming from you, Ivan. You've never liked him. Is there anything worth liking about him? Ivan scowled. Do you know, on my way out of the hospital, I happened to stumble upon the morgue. You wouldn't believe the number of victims Zhao claimed last night. Anyway, I got out of there, and that was that. Was it? Philip mumbled. I have no patience for these games. Ivan dipped the spoon into the cup of coffee and stirred it with haste. If you mean to say something, I suggest you come out and say it. I'm sorry, Ivan, but it's just that lately you've seemed somewhat off. You're here with me, but your thoughts wander miles away. I'm worried, that's all. Philip's hand reached his with such warmth it could have melted Ivan's cold heart. The heart of a killer. True concern glistened in his fledgling's eyes. I'm fine, Ivan said, his voice strained. He swiftly slipped his hand away. Guilt flickered in Philip's eyes before he spoke. Listen, I've been thinking. Maybe it's time for me to come back home. Home. The thought made Ivan's heart skip a beat. Was this really happening? Villa Belvedere has always been your home, he responded softly. For years I've asked you to consider moving back. What's changed? Philip shrugged nonchalantly, but something about his demeanour made Ivan uneasy. Why do I get the feeling there's more to this? Something you're not telling me, he pressed. Ivan, Philip started. I will find out, eventually, Ivan interrupted firmly. Fine. Philip released a resigned sigh. It's my apartment. It's haunted. Ivan choked a laugh. How he'd managed not to burst into open laughter was beyond him. Haunted? Ivan slouched back in the chair, a sly smile spreading across his face. Covering his lips with his fingers, he narrowed his eyes, ready to read Philip's reaction to his following inquiry. I wonder, what could possibly rattle the soul of the fierce killer sitting before me? Laugh all you want. I don't know what it was, but it was enough for me to leave. Philip lowered his gaze. The votive candle's amber light filled his eyes for a quick second. In his quiet detachment, Philip was the most handsome creature in the room. Philip Blackwell. You are a star. Ivan had known it from the first moment he'd laid eyes on him. The year was 1926. Philip went by the name of Dorian Graham back then. As promising as he was in his endeavours as a law student, Philip would have been better off becoming an actor. Ivan could well picture him on the Hollywood scene, flashing his charismatic smile at the camera lens. And he would have had great success, had he not chosen to become a vampire instead. I won't laugh, Ivan whispered. Tell me all about it, let me help you. I don't know that you can help, Philip said. Oh, ye of little faith, Ivan wanted to say, but that would offend his fledgling's pride. Try me, Ivan said, smirking. Philip jerked forward in his seat, turned away, and cleared his throat. All right. He paused. It started about a month ago as I slept. In my dreams there was darkness. That's when I heard it. Ivan slid the cup of coffee away with the back of his hand. What did you hear? A woman singing, he said. As I reached the brink of consciousness, the music stopped, and a tearing scream woke me up. Not a pleasant way to start the evening, Ivan murmured. When I opened my eyes, I sensed another presence in the room. I searched the entire place and found nothing. Sounds like one hell of a nightmare. I thought so too at first, Philip continued, so I pushed my worries to the back of my mind and almost forgot about the entire incident, until it happened again the next day. I see. It's happened every single day since, Philip paused. But tonight, everything changed. Changed how? Ivan hated to interrupt, but Philip's pesky habit of relying on long and meaningful silences gave him little choice. He had to instigate his fledgling, lest this story would extend for hours. I saw her, he said. Philip, it was a dream. I was awake when it happened. She spoke to me. Ivan flinched, perplexed by Philip's account. You saw her? This was no ghost. She spoke to you. This was telepathic communication, the kind few immortals use, ancient and powerful ones. But why tell Philip? His nerves were rattled enough already. What did she want? Find me is what she said. Philip pursed his lips. Listen, you know how I hold the highest respect for the unknown. Whatever her problem is, or was, I want no part of it. He paused. I'm not going back to that apartment. I couldn't care less for the rotting corpse I left in my bed. You, what? The sole thought was simply too appalling to entertain. You heard me, Ivan. I'm not going back. Stern and upset, Philip folded his arms over his chest. I can't believe you dragged me back here. Philip tossed his keys into the bowl by the entrance. I'm sorry, Philip. I rarely play the I am your maker do as I ask card unless it's really necessary, Ivan said. Philip peeked into his bedroom, and sure enough, there was his prey. The woman reeked of death. No mortal could have perceived the scent yet, but it overpowered a vampire's enhanced sense of smell. What were you thinking, leaving a corpse in your lair? Ivan stood beside him. Do you want to go to jail, or worse, do you want your face flashing on the television as America's most wanted criminal? Something's definitely wrong with your priorities. Philip scanned the bedroom with a glance before stepping inside. I'll take care of her. Ivan pressed Philip's shoulder. Why don't you grab a few things to take back home? Sounds great. Philip opened the closet and pulled out a black gym bag, which he unzipped with haste. He wouldn't stay in here a minute longer than necessary. I won't be long. Ivan unwrapped the woman with the bedsheet and carried her over his shoulder. As his maker crossed the room's threshold, Philip couldn't help but wonder how Ivan intended to exit the building carrying a human corpse, calling no attention to himself. Fortunately, that was no longer his problem. Philip stood in the middle of the room, his gaze fixed on the dressing table's mirror where he'd seen the woman before. Had he imagined it? Perhaps he truly was losing touch with reality. A deafening crack echoed through the room, shattering the peaceful stillness. It reverberated from within the walls, a monstrous force trying to break free. The mirror shook violently, its reflection distorted by the relentless pounding that seemed to reach all the way to where Philip stood, frozen in fear. Bam! 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 Chaos erupted as the room started to tremble. Paintings flew off the walls, shattering into countless shards upon impact with the ground. His gaze then shifted to the mirror, its glass splitting down the middle from the force of the shaking. Philip backed into the corner, the triangle of life. He remembered hearing such a thing somewhere. Was this an earthquake? Find me! The woman's voice echoed in the room. This was no earthquake. This was the very opposite of nature's doing. Enough! Philip closed his eyes and covered his ears. Helpless, he got on his knees. Who are you? An unnatural stillness took over the room with a deafening silence. Philip's eyes filled with dread as they stared into the mirror. There she was, The penetrating gaze of her kohl-rimmed eyes pierced him through. Her full red lips parted slowly. Alisa. Alisa. Who the hell was she? I tell you, getting rid of a body used to be a lot easier back in my day. Bloody hell, Philip. Ivan ran to his fledgling. What are you doing curled up on the floor? Isn't it obvious? Philip said, covering his head with both hands. Is it over? Ivan swept the room with a quick glance. Is what over? Philip frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for any signs of the pandemonium that had consumed the room only moments ago. But there were no shattered pieces of glass, no broken frames littering the floor. The portraits hung on the walls, seemingly untouched, as if mocking him and his memories. Had it all been a figment of his imagination, or was something more sinister at play? He jumped to his feet. Philip snatched his gym bag and zipped it up, determined. With the strap slung over his shoulder, he declared, I'm getting out of here. Philip, wait up! Ivan went after his offspring. What the devil was he doing, trudging in the middle of the street like a wandering fiend? Stop, he said, this time with full conviction. Philip finally stopped. He looked back. Pursed lips, pale as a sheet, he glided his fingers through his hair. Whatever had happened inside that house had been enough to shatter his nerves. What is it? Ivan asked, moving closer. True fear glistened in Philip's blue eyes. I saw her again, Ivan. That's what. He paused. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe age has caught up with me at last. Nonsense, Ivan mumbled, struggling to put on his best face, even though inside his concern grew by the minute. But besides, where would that leave me after spending centuries in the blood? He teased, taking Philip's gym bag. Come on, let's go home. They were silent most of the way. Ivan sped through the 101, thinking of the best approach to make Philip understand he was not the victim of a ghost's prank. Philip, he began, you're not being haunted. Philip clenched his jaw. I know what I saw, he muttered. The Golden Gate Bridge drew on the horizon. Villa Belvedere was but a few miles ahead. You're being summoned. Ivan entered another gear. Summoned? His fledgling frowned. It used to be known as a call of blood, Ivan said. A call of blood? What do you mean? What I mean is, whoever has been contacting you is very much alive. He paused. Vampires resort to this kind of communication from time to time. Ivan, what the hell? He blurted, turning over in his seat. Why didn't you say something earlier? Ivan raised his brow. Well, I would have, had you not lost it back there. The woman, she told me her name, Philip said, surely pondering the million ways in which he'd behaved like a complete fool. Very well, let's get it all out there and then put a lid on it. Ivan laughed. What is the name of this unfortunate soul? She called herself Alisa. Ivan hit the brakes. The tires screeched as he pulled over to the emergency lane near Vista Point. What the hell, Ivan? Philip said, startled. The name took him back 300 years in an unexpected whirlwind of memories and blow after blow of emotions. Pain struck him first, but soon followed absolute fury. Ivan's accursed blood boiled in his veins. Impossible. Are you sure, Philip? Is that really the name she gave you? Impossible to appease his racing heart, the tightness in his chest, the hurried sense of hopelessly falling into a bottomless pit, a catastrophic chain of reactions unleashed inside him because of that wretched name. Yes, I am, Philip mumbled. Her voice was as clear as yours. Now will you tell me what's the matter with you? Why did you pull over like this? Ivan bit his lower lip. A battle brewed in the depths of his soul between the utter disdain towards the name's owner and the compelling need to unveil the truth. Never mind that. What does she want? Ivan said, but Philip paid no attention to his words. I don't understand any of this. Philip exhaled, anxious for an explanation, but Ivan had no mind to satisfy his offspring's needs in this particular situation. Ivan stepped out of the car. He paced around the Ferrari like a wild mastiff. I can't believe this is happening. Not after all this time. He turned to Philip. Well, where is she? Huh? Stepping out of the car, Philip looked at Ivan with a vacant stare. Absolutely infuriating. "Where is she, Philip?" Ivan roared. His fledgling slammed the door shut. "Damn it, Ivan, I don't know." "You don't know? All these years, have I taught you nothing? Trace her thoughts. See where they lead you." Running his fingers through his hair, Philip smirked. "Don't you think I've tried that? It doesn't work, Ivan. Somehow she's out of my reach. It's like she's blocked or something. Wait, why do you suddenly care so much?" "I don't." Ivan leaned against the bumper. "Alisa, it's been almost a century since I last spoke her name," he said in a softer tone. "She's reached out to you because our blood bond prevents her from communicating with me." Philip's eyes widened. "Do you mean—" "Yes," Ivan said, heaving a heavy sigh. "I gave her the gift of darkness. She's the first vampire I ever made." Philip remained silent for a while. God knows what thoughts crossed his preternatural mind. "We must find her," he finally said. "Must we?" Ivan scowled. "What on earth do you mean by that?" Philip's righteousness came shining through. "She needs us, Ivan." He paused. "You would leave your blood to their own devices?" "You don't understand." Ivan exhaled. "It's too complicated." "Allow me to make it simpler," his fledgling replied. "Should I be concerned about this too? Am I to expect no help from you whatsoever if the time came?" "Enough. You've made your point," Ivan muttered. But why should he bother coming to her aid? Couldn't she manage perfectly well without him? She had done so for the last 300 years. "I wish there was something I could do to help her," Philip mused. "Oh, Saint Philip," Ivan grumbled angrily, then slipped into the car. "Don't worry, I know someone who can." Chapter 7. Cassandra. Light rain poured. Cassandra stepped off the cable car, careful not to slip on her way down Hyde Street. The darkened street shimmered as they captured the bright amber gleam of the bistro in the corner. Carrying the last moving box, she strolled down the tree-lined avenue. The weather took her back home, back to the summer evenings she used to spend at Devereux Manor with Granny. Le temps passe. Time flies, she mused. Although Annette had reached 86 years of age, nothing could have prepared Cassandra for her sudden loss. Deep down in her heart, she had hoped Granny would stay with her forever. She'd flown to Paris for the funeral. It was as she stood before Granny's casket that something had clicked in her brain, and she decided she could no longer share a roof with her father and his much younger bombshell of a bride. As it happened, Uncle John had been standing beside her as the coffin was rolled down into the cemetery's entrails. "Should you ever need anything," he'd said. "We're family, Cassandra. Remember that." Cassandra had followed Dad to America after the divorce, but she had never imagined there would be a third person in the picture. By leaving Paris, she had broken Mom's heart. She couldn't go back to her now. Things were not going well between Dad and her. A little over a year after her parents' divorce, Dad had announced his engagement to this woman, this Mona Mai, who, as a cunning siren, had emerged from the ocean during one of Dad's surfing lessons down at Pacifica. "John," she'd whispered as the funeral service ended, "can I stay at your place?" "My place?" Uncle John had looked surprised. "Devereux Hall is your home as well. You can move in the second you land in San Francisco, Cassie." He'd winked and handed her the keys. "I'm off to Egypt tomorrow." Uncle John's line of work made him travel most of the year. Imparting archaeology seminars around the world was his guilty pleasure and Cassie's good fortune, for this gave her freedom and independence beyond her dreams. She dangled the keys between her fingers as she hummed the nursery song Granny sang to her as a child, Au clair de la lune. Cassandra stopped before the iron gate. The Queen Anne-styled home had belonged to her family for over 2 centuries. The history contained within its walls was all but tangible. A deep sense of pride filled her heart as she stared at the majestic facade. But the day had been long, and exhausted as she was, she could only think of walking through those doors and plummeting on the first sofa that met her eyes. Standing in the middle of the foyer, she sighed. Such a dreadful day. "I need wine," A nice Bordeaux will make it all. Meow! A voice sensually purred. Murd. She dropped the box and keys. Her shaking hands landed on her chest, trying to soothe her racing heart. That voice, she knew it all too well. Damn it, Lockhart! The fiend raised his brow. Hello, Devereaux, he said. Nice to see you too. There he was, sitting on the living room sofa with a detestable air of command. She hated him for trespassing like this, like he owned the place. She couldn't handle his random appearances. Who does he think he is, barging in like this? It's been less than a week since I moved here. How did you... Wait, there was another one with him. I see you brought a friend, Cassie mused. She picked up the keys from the floor and dropped them on the credenza at the entrance. How rude of me. Allow me to introduce you. Cassandra Devereaux. This is Philip Blackwell. Philip, this is the witch I told you about. Philip smirked at Lockhart. At least someone was having fun in this awkward situation. Vampires, they're all the same. What do you want, Lockhart? With arms folded over her chest, she leaned against the living room's doorway. I need the necklace back. I assume you keep Annette's number? Cassie frowned. What the hell was he talking about? What necklace? She asked. Lockhart's shock was transparent. The necklace, kid. I need it. The vampire gasped. He paced in the room, his translucent green eyes searching every wall with no success, and his hand, pale and long-fingered, smoothed over the pianoforte's cover as he scrutinized the many portraits above it. At last, his finger landed on one of the oldest frames. This necklace, he said on the verge of exasperation. Against every thread of common sense telling her to stay away from the blood drinker's reach, Cassie moved closer. The vampire had chosen a picture of her great-grandmother, Catherine. Everyone in the family called her grandmama. The scenery looked like it belonged in a vintage photographic studio, when in reality it was Devereaux Manor's main entrance. In the portrait, Grandmama Catherine's dark hair was styled in a sleek Dutch bob. She wore a lavish beaded gown with ancient Egyptian motifs, and standing next to her in a flawless tux was the very devil in question, the vampire Ivan Lockhart. Grandmama dating a blood drinker. What were you thinking, Catherine? Whatever she thought, the gleam in her eyes revealed nothing but joy. A hand clasped around Lockhart's arm, and the other one subtly showed the pearl necklace she wore. The choker had a brooch in the centre, an emerald maybe. It's a sapphire, Lockhart said, snatching the portrait from her hands. Embedded in diamonds. He paused. Will you please call Annette? She'll know what to do. Her heart sunk in darkness as the thought sprung back into her mind. I cannot reach Granny anymore, because she's dead. Lockhart's eyes flew open. Stupefied, he plummeted onto the sofa. Oh, ma chère Annette. Not now, he mused. The vampire had read her mind. He'd gone through her thoughts as easily as turning the pages of a magazine. It mattered little. Her worries were aimed elsewhere. Nobody in the family had ever mentioned this necklace to her. Why had she been kept in the dark? Did the family conceal from her other matters as well? Lockhart's friend rose from the sofa. He almost seemed mortal in his dark blue jeans and brown leather jacket, but his casual look was deceiving. The jeans were Armani, and the bomber flight jacket was Hugo Boss. He fitted the clothes well. What with his height and body build, the man looked ready for a runway walk. Bon sang. He was heading her way. I think we've started this all wrong, Philip said in a velvety voice. There was something pleasant about the shape of his mouth. A hint of a dimple appeared when he curved the corner of his lips. The vampire offered her his hand. Won't you sit with us, Cassandra? Something similar to innocence gleamed in his blue eyes. He was so charming. Yes, he was charming, but he was also a blood drinker. It was hard to imagine this beautiful man was a ruthless killer, but that's what he was. Cassandra took Philip's hand and sat on the white Chesterfield sofa. 1,000 thoughts raced in her mind, but not a word crossed her lips. Taciturn Cassie. That's me. It's understandable. There are 2 vampires in your home. The voice was Philip's. She heard it clearly, but his lips had not moved. How about some wine? Philip said. I'm sure you keep a bottle of Bordeaux around here. He gave her a knowing look. "The liquor cabinet's right there," she said, pointing at the antique piece of furniture. Philip poured her a glass, and she took it off his hands the second he offered it. She needed a drink. Was she considered unworthy of knowing her family's secrets? Was it because of what her mother did? Santé. Cassie raised the glass and took a swig. "This was a complete waste of time," Lockhart mused, getting on his feet. "We don't know that," Philip said with a soothing voice. "Don't you see, Philip? With Annette gone, my chances of finding the necklace are practically nil. And then there's her," he spat, addressing Cassandra with a quick hand gesture. "She's got no clue whatsoever. She doesn't even know what the necklace is." "Neither do I," he was quick to answer. "And why should you know? But she's a Devereaux, isn't she?" "Will you stop talking as if I weren't here?" The words burst from her in a sudden rage. "What the hell's going on? What is this necklace? And why should I know a thing about it?" "All right, let's all calm down." Philip stood between them, the referee of a match from hell. "Listen, first of all, you have to tell us everything you know." "Exactly," Lockhart rushed to say. "You must know something, Cassandra." "Not her." Philip paused. "You, Ivan?" "Me?" Lockhart scowled. Philip's sharp gaze shifted to Lockhart, his lips tightly pressed together as he calculated his next move. He stalked towards Cassandra, a dangerous predator reveling in his power. Philip Blackwell was the most distracting creature. Vampire, killer, whatevs. The blood drinker sat next to her. There was another sofa right in front of Cassie. Why did he choose to wreck her nerves like that? "Go away, you handsome vampire." Philip sighed. "Listen, Ivan, it all comes down to this. Whatever information she may know can only be triggered by what you know." He shrugged. "You must tell us everything about this necklace." The tables had turned. It was now Cassandra who wanted information. She needed to know everything about her family's secret. Heaving a heavy sigh, Lockhart sat on the piano's bench. He buried his face in his hands, more worried than Cassie had ever seen. She'd always envied Lockhart's carefree attitude. No doubt easier when life had no expiration date. "It's the only way," Philip pressed. Ivan held the portrait once more. He turned into a marble statue as his vampire eyes studied his beloved Catherine's face. "Lockhart," Cassie glided to the edge of the seat, concerned. He had not moved an inch for the past 10 minutes, his vacant stare locked on the portrait. "My dear Catherine," Ivan said, unfreezing at last. "I once vowed to her that as long as I lived, I would look after her lineage. The necklace is a symbol of my promise." Cassandra knew the story. The romance between Catherine and the vampire Lockhart served as a fable in her family. The moral was that witches who dated vampires paved a sure path to heartache and disaster. Vampires are vicious fiends that fester in boredom. They seek but two things from mortals: blood and entertainment. Never trust a vampire. Granny had never mentioned the necklace in her stories. Had she deliberately kept Cassie out of the loop? Painful as it was, Cassie had to ask herself, was she considered an outcast in the Devereaux family as was her mother? "Are you unwell?" Philip's velvety voice calmed her anxiety. As he pressed his hand over hers, the thread of questions racing in her mind disappeared. The truest interest glistened in his eyes. "How many lives have you claimed with those enticing blue eyes?" "I'm all right." Cassie took the last swig of wine. "Thanks for asking, Philip." Her other hand landed on top of his. Wait. What was she doing? "Stop it, Cassandra. Don't fall for his vampiric charm." "Is she even listening to a word I say?" Ivan scowled. He rose from the sofa, running his fingers through his pitch-black hair. "I'm telling you, Philip, this was a complete waste of time." Lockhart's green eyes gleamed with an unnatural fire. There loomed a hint of the monster hidden within the human guise, and it was absolutely terrifying. Gripping the glass tight, Cassandra slid to the corner of the sofa. Promise or no to her family, Lockhart could well kill her on a whim. She scanned the room, searching for a quick escape route. Oh, but who was she kidding? She couldn't escape even if she crafted the perfect plan. There were 2 vampires in her home. Cassandra. Please. It was Philip's voice, speaking to her silently again. Do not be frightened. We mean you no harm. Sure, he seemed like a pretty decent vampire. But what about his friend? What about Lockhart, who vouched for him? I am not afraid, but please remember I'm a witch, and I'll defend myself if it comes to it, she answered him in the same manner. Would it work? Oh, of course it wouldn't. Why would I ever agree to pursue this? It's a lost cause, and it has been for centuries. You know what? I'm better off not finding that damn necklace. Lockhart's rambling went on, but his voice muffled in the background and Philip's charming voice took its place. It did work, he replied in silence. A faint smile drew on his lips. I assure you, Cassandra, you're in no danger, but if it comes to it, I will protect you. You have my word. The word of a vampire. What good was that? You said you needed the necklace to find someone. Cassandra averted her eyes from Philip. She wouldn't risk falling into his spell. The doorbell rang. She read the time on the Mora clock across the living room. 9:35 p.m. Time flew in the company of these 2 blood drinkers. The doorbell rang once more. Who can it be at this hour? Chapter 8. Cassandra. Antoine. What are you doing here? A quiet laugh escaped from his mouth. Her ex-boyfriend lowered his gaze and scratched behind his ear. I've asked myself the same question, he mused. His tender lips stretched in a forgiving smile. I could just kiss you. But wait, what about the pair of blood-sucking devils in her living room? Cassandra's eyes widened. There's no way I'm letting him in. Not with those 2 in here. Not knowing what to do, she slammed the door shut. Her eyes went to the vampires, both oblivious to what transpired at her home's entrance. Cassie. He knocked on the door. You called me this morning, remember? Said you wanted to show me your new studio. I did. I called you. And you came. Her heart pounded hard against her chest as she leaned against the door. A wave of warmth spread through her body. It had taken months for this day to arrive. They would mend the old wounds and start anew, but the timing for his visit could not have been more inconvenient. Is something wrong? Have you changed your mind? He paused. Cassandra? I have no choice. She sighed, and hoping for the best, she removed the security chain and opened the door. I'm sorry, I've been busy. A faint smile played on her lips as Cassie leaned against the door jamb. Keep it casual. Don't let him know how much you've missed him. I'd love to hear all about it, but do you think you could let me in? It's pouring out here. It's raining. Cassie looked away from his seductive dark eyes. A deluge poured behind him. She turned to him once more, water dripping from his hair. His drenched white shirt shrunk against his strong arms. I'm so sorry, Antoine, she said hurriedly in her mother tongue. Please, come in. Merci, he whispered, giving her a slight nod. Antoine removed his shoes before stepping onto the carpeted entrance. Were those Italian leather shoes? He'd certainly moved up in the world. I'm afraid I'll leave a water trail regardless, he said under his breath. John won't like that. Don't worry, Cassie said. He's in Egypt. Ah, so he's not around. Lucky me, Antoine purred, leaning closer. Lucky? Be still, my heart. Antoine unbuttoned his shirt and headed to the hallway. He'd never forgive me for the mess I've made. He paused to look at the trail of water behind him. I'll just head to the bathroom real quick and... No, Cassie stammered. That hallway led straight to the vampires. A slight frown appeared on Antoine's face. I mean, she added, you can use Uncle John's instead. You're about the same size. You might want to get rid of those wet clothes and wear one of his suits. Antoine tilted his head. His was a boyish face with large dark eyes, delicate nose and lips. There was an air of naivete about him, but the sparkle of naughtiness in his eyes betrayed that deception. That sounds nice, he said. Thanks. I'll show you to his room. Cassandra stood outside Uncle John's bathroom, her eyes fixed on Antoine's reflection in the mirror. Are you back in my life, Antoine Somerset? Is this the day when we forgive and forget? Cassandra stood transfixed, her eyes drinking in the sight of Antoine as he slowly disrobed. His drenched jacket hit the sink with a wet plop, forgotten as his fingers moved to the buttons of his shirt. One by one, he unfastened them, revealing tantalizing glimpses of his toned chest. He shrugged out of the sodden fabric, letting it slip off his shoulders and pool at his feet. Rivulets of water traced sinuous paths along the planes of his abdomen, disappearing beneath the waistband of his trousers. With maddening leisure, Antoine reached for his belt, nimble fingers making quick work of the buckle. The soft clink of metal and the rasp of leather through loops sent a shiver down Cassie's spine. He undid the button of his fly, lowered the zipper, tooth by excruciating tooth. The wet fabric clung to his hips and thighs as he shimmied out of the expensive tailored pants. Since when did Antoine wear such finery? The man she knew, the man she loved, lived in faded jeans and ratty band t-shirts, not bespoke suits. There had been a time, years ago, when they dreamed of the future, of Antoine making his fortune so he could drape her in jewels and designer clothes. But that Antoine had scoffed at the idea of ever donning a suit himself. Too confining, chérie, he'd purred in her ear. I prefer the freedom to move, to touch you, to love you. Oh, how things had changed. Antoine stepped out of his puddled trousers, clad in nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs. His body was just as she remembered, lean and muscled, a work of art begging to be caressed. Cassie's fingers twitched with the urge to map his skin, to relearn every hollow and ridge and swell. Then his eyes met hers in the mirror, dark with knowing amusement, and she realized she'd been caught staring. Merde! See anything of interest? Antoine drawled, one brow arched. Cassandra blushed hotly, mortified at being called out on her blatant ogling. John, Antoine added, did he see anything of interest in Egypt to go there of all places? He pulled the pressed white shirt from the hanger and slipped it on. Oh, just one of his seminars. Cassie looked away. She'd seen enough for now. I'll be out in a minute, Antoine said, shutting the door. Take your time, Cassie mused, still trying to understand the reasons behind Antoine's sudden change of style. She much preferred him in blue jeans and a t-shirt, though truth be told, she'd rather have him wear nothing at all. The thought made her smile. Cassie gave a quick glance around the room. The coast is clear. She took the chance to make a quick victory dance. Yes, she whispered, hands in the air, head shaking, wide grin. The works. He's back. Picking up the phone to dial his number hadn't been easy, but his presence here tonight made it all worth it. Theirs was a connection without precedent in her dating experience, a torrid romance, the perfect balance between heavenly bliss and stormy quarrels. Reconciling with Antoine after having a row with him was definitely the best part. Tonight was her one shot to make things right between them, but if she wanted her plan to succeed, she had to get rid of the vampires. While Antoine changed clothes, Cassandra went downstairs and headed to the living room. There she found the vampires conversing in the lowest of voices. I'm sorry to interrupt, she said, but it looks like I had plans for the evening. Can we continue this tomorrow? Philip stretched his arms over the sofa's back and inhaled sharply. I couldn't agree more. Whereas I wouldn't. Lockhart rose from his seat. But it's getting late and I'm rather hungry. A hungry vampire makes a lousy house guest. Good thing they're leaving. Umbrella? Cassie pointed at the one by the entrance. Not for me, thanks. Philip opened the door. I like walking in the rain. Speak for yourself, Ivan said. There's no way in hell I'm ruining this suit. So I guess I'll see you later, Cassie said. Cassandra, Lockhart turned. I should tell you. Ivan Lockhart, is that you? Antoine stood in the middle of the hallway, impeccable in Uncle John's pressed suit. Lockhart's eyes lit with enthusiasm the second he saw him. Antoine, I thought I heard your voice. This is a pleasant surprise. Antoine embraced him. A gleam of mischief shone in Lockhart's eyes as they loomed above Antoine's shoulder. I don't believe we've met. He offered his hand to Philip. Antoine Somerset. We have not, but it's about time we did. Philip shook his hand. The name's Philip Blackwell. Ivan has told me much about you. Bad things, I hope. Antoine winked at Ivan. He actually winked at him. Listen, how about we all go out tonight? What was happening? Cassandra was stunned, her brain numbed by a massive outpouring of questions. How on earth had they met and when? What did Lockhart want from Antoine? And most important of all, why had he not killed him? Two very different worlds in Cassie's life had just collided, and she didn't like it one bit. And then there was Lockhart. That devilish creature had all but grinned after hearing Antoine's invitation. Don't you dare accept, Lockhart. I'm afraid we're otherwise engaged for the evening, Lockhart finally said. Rain check? Mon Dieu. Cassandra breathed a little easier. The glimmer in Lockhart's eyes told her just how much he enjoyed every minute of her torture. That's too bad, Antoine paused. We're still on for the weekend, though, right? Of course. There's much to celebrate. Ivan smiled. What's the occasion? She asked. I'm so going to regret this. You haven't told her? Lockhart pursed his lips and folded his arms over his chest. Not yet, Antoine said, lowering his gaze and hiding his hands in his pants pockets. I'm listening, Cassandra said. There was a meeting, downtown. He stuttered. Why was he suddenly so bashful? A meeting that marked the beginning of Antoine's success as an entrepreneur. Lockhart pressed Antoine's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with pride. Looks like you won't be needing that umbrella anymore, Ivan, Philip said, stepping on the front porch. It stopped raining. Lucky me, Lockhart said. She had heard those words before. Antoine had said them to her a few minutes after he'd arrived. Even the tone was exactly the same. We should be going. At last. Lockhart stopped at the front porch. On second thought, he turned around. You may want to meet us later at the Dungeons Lounge if you feel like it. Antoine smiled. Sounds great. We'll see you there in a couple of hours. No, we won't. I never would have guessed you knew Ivan. Antoine opened the refrigerator, searching for a bottle of Moet. Old habits die hard, and it was a habit of Antoine's to start the evening with a glass of champagne. And why is that? She said, folding her arms over her chest. Cassie had every reason to be connected with Lockhart, but of course Antoine knew nothing of it. And the less he knew, the better. It's just that, well, the two of you are so different. Tu sais? We most certainly are, she mused. How did you meet him? He added, ransacking the refrigerator. He's a friend of the family. Tired of his unsuccessful quest, Cassandra pulled out the bottle of champagne. Holding it by the neck, she turned the label for him to see. Voici. Antoine took the bottle off her hands, pleased. This will do beautifully. Don't open it, she urged. Not here. He took a pair of glasses from the cupboard. The studio? He asked, raising his brow. Cassie nodded. She followed him upstairs. Cassandra clasped her hands, battling the wish to tear his clothes away, like unwrapping a Christmas present. Is he a friend of John's? Antoine asked. Cassie snapped out of her daydream. Who? Ivan, of course, he said. Her lips stretched in an uneasy smile. Enough talk about Lockhart, she said. Here it is, my new painting studio. She pointed him to the room's entrance. Antoine opened the double French doors, revealing the spacious white chamber. From the tall white stuccoed ceiling hung a pair of crystal chandeliers. Wide French windows framed Devereux Hall's vast gardens. Its copse rose in the horizon against the evening sky. Large canvases leaned against the walls, covered in white linens. She kept her collection of brushes and multicoloured oils in a bucket over a round wooden table. C'est merveilleux, Antoine mused, heading to the window. It was a surprise from Uncle John, Cassie said, hugging her arms. I found it like this when I returned from Paris. Granny's funeral flashed before her eyes. Her loss was too close to her heart. Antoine turned and contemplated her in silence, But he needn't say a word. His loving stare was more than enough. "Did it make you happy?" Antoine moved towards her. He spoke in the softest voice, as if she might break otherwise. "Happy?" She gave him a mirthless laugh. "I haven't been happy for the past." Antoine kissed her lips. It was a heartfelt kiss, full of longing. Cassandra's every limb trembled as his hands cupped the sides of her face, driving her back to the recamier. The second they sat, Antoine parted enough from her for their eyes to meet. "I've been miserable, chérie," he whispered, smoothing his hand down her jawline. "It's been too long," she said, thrilled by the warmth of his body so close to hers. Antoine kissed her lips once more. "Do you want me to leave?" he asked in a sultry voice. Her legs tingled at the touch of his hands climbing her thighs. Cassandra knew his game only too well. Antoine would take his time seducing her until she no longer could contain her desire for him. And she loved every minute of this torture. "Never again," she whispered. Antoine's lips curved into a sensual smile as he lowered her gently onto the recamier. His body covered hers, solid and warm, igniting a delicious friction that set her nerve endings ablaze. Cassie gasped as he trailed open-mouthed kisses along the column of her throat, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin. "Tu m'as tellement manqué," he murmured against her racing pulse. "I missed you so much." "Show me," she breathed, threading her fingers through his dark hair. "Show me how much." Clothes melted away between fevered caresses and heady kisses until there was nothing left but skin on skin. In a timeless dance, they moved together, their passion rising and falling like the tide. Cassie lost herself to sensation, aware of nothing but Antoine's touch, his scent, the hot slide of his body against hers. Afterwards, they lay entwined, limbs tangled and hearts gradually slowing. Cassie closed her eyes as she floated in a haze of satisfaction, every inch of her body humming with pleasure. She couldn't remember the last time she'd felt this content, this complete. Antoine pulled a lock of hair behind her ear, his fingertips grazing her cheek in a gentle caress. She could sense his warm body lying next to her, solid and real. These moments had often played in her mind, but this was no dream, no foolish fantasy. "Belle dame et de figure." "Beautiful in body and soul," Antoine whispered. Still with eyes closed, Cassandra couldn't help but smile. A soft laugh escaped through his lips. "You heard every word," he teased. Cassie opened her eyes. "I would never spoil such a perfect moment," she said, gliding her hand on his chest. "You are perfect, chérie." Antoine lay back on the recamier, clasping his hands on the nape of his neck. "This entire week has been perfect. First, I signed the best deal of my life, and now we're back together. I couldn't ask for more." "Oh, right. His deal with the devil." Cassandra turned. "And how is Lockhart involved in that deal?" "Ivan," he emphasized. "He pulled some strings, introduced me to the right people. Bref, we signed a contract last Monday that got me $25 million in my bank account." "Oh," she pursed her lips. Why would Lockhart want to help him out? What interest could he have in her boyfriend? She scowled. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I thought you'd be happy to hear this." She sat up on the recamier, pulled her dress off its arm, and slipped it on quickly, suddenly feeling exposed. "How exactly did you meet Lockhart?" Antoine pursed his lips. "What is this? An interrogation?" "No, of course not," she said. "I'm curious, that's all. Curious to find out what you've gotten yourself into." He inhaled sharply before speaking. "I met Ivan years ago, before I met you. It was back when I opened the Dungeons Lounge." Cassandra combed her bangs with her fingers, a nervous habit. "So, you're friends?" She tossed her dark hair over her shoulders and moved to the bay windows, where she stood contemplating the garden below. "Stay calm, Cassie. Stay calm." "More than that, I'd say." Antoine sat up. "The man's brilliant, Cassie. He's got fortune and influence like you wouldn't imagine. He's my mentor, a reminder of all I aspire to become. Don't ever say that. She turned with a frown, alarm bells ringing in her head. Antoine laughed, but he kept it short. What's so wrong about wanting to be rich and powerful? He asked with a pretense of innocence. Cassandra's expression softened. Furtive as a lynx, she climbed on the recamier and knelt beside him. Antoine, she whispered, I like you just the way you are. I wouldn't change a thing about you. He seized her wrist and pulled her close to steal a kiss off her lips, smoothing his hands on her waist. There's always room for improvement, chérie, he whispered. Cassandra shook her head. Not like this, she mumbled, a sinking feeling in her stomach. Damn it, Cassie. He slipped on his boxer shorts and got off the recamier. Money has never been an issue for your family. You know how hard it's been for me. Antoine paced in the room, agitation rolling off him in waves. I do, she said, trying hard to sound understanding, even as worry gnawed at her insides. 6 years ago, I left all I'd ever known back in Luxembourg and moved to America with barely enough cash to survive for a week. He ran his fingers through his hair. I worked like a dog to get to where I am, and it hasn't been easy, but at last I've made something of myself. Oui, je sais, mon amour, she breathed, exhausted. Cassie's heart ached for him, for the struggles he'd endured, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this deal with Lockhart was a terrible mistake. I don't expect you to understand how much I struggled to get here, but I would at least expect you to rejoice in my achievements. He paused, pinning her with an accusing stare. $25 million may mean nothing to you, but to me, this is the highlight of my career as an entrepreneur. Antoine wouldn't stop now, his voice rising with each word. That is not fair, she said, hurt by his insinuation. Please, let's not do this. Antoine heaved a sigh. You're right. I don't want to fight. He stopped at the doorway. You should wear the black dress with the lace trimming. It looks lovely on you. Why would I change clothes? She asked, confusion momentarily replacing her concern. We're going to the Dungeons Lounge to meet them, remember? That... Cassandra cleared her throat. Well, here it goes. I'm not going. Why not? Antoine's brows drew together in a frown. I have things to do. She sat up and crossed her legs, trying to appear nonchalant. I never agreed to your plan. Yours and Lockhart's. Antoine held his breath, frustration evident in the set of his jaw. Are you sure? It would mean so much to me. Why don't you stay here instead? Cassandra said, moving towards him. Inches away from his lips, she stopped, her heart pounding. Stay with me tonight. I can't, he said, his tone final. This is too important, chérie. How dare he refuse her? Hurt and anger warred within her. You'd rather be with him? She muttered, jealousy leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. How can you say that? He whispered, caressing her arm. He's done so much for me. Please try to understand. Cassandra scowled, pulling away from his touch. Oh, I understand perfectly. She marched around the room, picking up his scattered clothes from the floor, her movements jerky with suppressed emotion. Here, she said, tossing the clothes at him. Leave as fast as you can. We wouldn't want to keep him waiting, would we? Sarcasm dripped from every word. Fine, Antoine said, snatching his clothes from the air. I'm getting out of here. Chapter 9. The Dungeons Lounge. 1:35 a.m. Antoine parked in the driveway. Instantly he became the cynosure of all eyes. It was no secret that he owned the nightclub. The valet opened the door. Good evening, Mr. Somerset. How's it going, Matthew? Antoine looked around and waved at the crowd, his charming smile firmly in place. It's been a busy night, sir. I'm glad to hear it, he said, satisfied. Slipping both hands into his pants pockets, he took a step back to get a full view of the nightclub's facade. Nothing flashy, no signs that would give away the establishment's purpose. Amber reflectors illuminated the brick walls. Flaming torches guided the way in, through an arched tunnel in ancient Roman style. A crowd of beauties dressed in exquisite short garments huddled against the main entrance. Riley, the lounge's manager, opened the doors and signalled Antoine with a discreet hand wave. He suggested Antoine take the side entrance instead. Through a narrow hallway, Antoine walked into the club. He stopped at a gap in the brick wall from where he could catch a glimpse of his nightclub. The vaulted room mixed Roman and modern architecture in a decadent contemporary style. Top-of-the-line lighting systems flashed myriad colours at the beat of the loud music. With a full dance floor, people had no choice but to dance near their tables. Waiters glided through the crowd, covering both ends of the room quickly. Packed as usual, Antoine mused as he moved upstairs towards his private balcony, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. He snuck into the corner and sat on a black leather settee, delighted by the privacy the VIP room provided. Throngs of young people danced and drank, committed to this cycle until the break of dawn. What flaw did Cassandra find in his way of having fun? He couldn't understand her aversion to the lifestyle he'd built. Cassie's refusal to join him didn't strike him as odd, though. She was prone to avoiding social situations. A quiet evening at home watching old films appealed to her more than mingling in society. She had never set foot in the Dungeons Lounge, and they had dated on and off for about 2 years. Was it so difficult to please him for once? Was it too much to... Hey! There was someone on the balcony a few feet away by the railing. It was a woman. Her silhouette merged with the shadows. Or was he imagining things, his mind playing tricks on him in the dim light? Antoine leaned forward and sharpened his focus. It was real. There was a woman in his VIP room. How on earth had she gained access? The woman turned. Her gaze met Antoine's eyes, and he felt a jolt of electricity run through him. Stand up and go to her. A blue light beam landed on her, outlining her figure. She wore a tightly fitted short dress with a deep plunged V neckline and airy long sleeves. Graceful in every move, she tossed back her long light brown hair, revealing her face. Antoine's breath caught in his throat. Curiosity piqued, he rose to his feet, drawn to the mysterious figure. Flawless skin, full pink lips, amethyst-coloured eyes. She was a goddess, a vision of perfection that seemed almost unreal. With more curiosity than interest, she swept him from head to toe with a glance, and then she turned to the dance floor once more, dismissing him as easily as she'd captured his attention. Sex appeal, magnetism, whatever it was, this woman had it, and oddly enough, she didn't seem aware of it. Either that, or she didn't care to be admired. In the jolting crowd, men and women noticed her. Some wanted her, others wanted to be her. She commanded attention without even trying. "Will you be needing anything else, boss?" The waiter brought in a bottle of Dom Perignon, Riley's usual attention. He served 2 drinks and then waited for his instructions. "Yes," he mused, his eyes locked on the mysterious woman. He then turned to the waiter. "Get me an Alabama Slammer and a mind eraser." "Thanks, George." The waiter nodded and went away. Antoine took both champagne saucers and moved to the railing where the goddess stood. He took a quick look at his wristwatch. 1:59 a.m. "The band should start playing any minute now," he said in her ear, his breath stirring the fine hairs at the nape of her neck. The woman turned again, and as her flaming amethyst eyes landed on him, the corner of her mouth curled in the hint of a smile. She took the champagne glass and returned her attention to the dance floor, leaving Antoine to watch her, captivated. The lights went off, the crowd's dissonance faded. In the darkness, an electric guitar pierced the silence as blue and purple light beams hit the stage. A blinding flash followed the drums' beat. The melody's volume lowered as the soft voice sang the first lyrics of Nina Simone's "Feeling Good." She smiled. It was not a social smile, but a natural one that revealed genuine amusement. Antoine found himself smiling back, caught up in her infectious joy. The second the song ended, people went wild with cheers. "Welcome to the Dungeons Lounge," the lead singer spoke into the microphone. "Everyone, please, a moment of silence." He grinned and turned to his bandmates. "Let's raise our glasses and thank the man who's made this evening possible, Antoine Somerset." He grabbed a shot of tequila and raised it in the air. A drum roll echoed in the club. "Here's to you, boss," the singer did the shot. Amused, Antoine turned to the goddess. "This is the part where we have a brief talk." "How you feeling tonight, boss?" the drummer asked. "Feeling good, Joe." Antoine raised his champagne glass. He then turned to the goddess and in confidence he added, "I mean it." Laughter and cheers rose from the horde. "We're glad to hear that, right?" the singer addressed the crowd. "And we want everyone to feel good tonight, so how about another song?" Screams and ovations came in reply. Antoine smirked. He finished his drink and returned to the table to fill his glass. The goddess danced to the beat of a bluesy song. Becoming another admirer of hers satisfied Antoine enough, but not her, apparently. Crooking her fingers at him, she beckoned him closer. Antoine's pulse quickened at her invitation. She's dangerous, this one. Antoine poured the rest of his drink down his throat, steeling himself before joining her on the dance floor. Hypnotized by her seductiveness, Antoine danced with the goddess. All the while, he reminded himself not to slip. His hands had a will of their own, aching to explore the curves of her body. As the song ended, Antoine felt relieved. The entire experience had been more frustrating than enjoyable, his self-control pushed to its limits. Taking advantage of the cacophony, he smoothed his fingers on the nape of her neck. "I must know your name," he purred in her ear. "It's Marianne," she said, her breath warm against his cheek. "I'm afraid you have caused quite a commotion, Marianne." Antoine pointed at George. The waiter arrived with a tray full of cocktails. He served on the table an orgasm, sex on the beach, and another bottle of Dom Pérignon. She seemed confused, her brow furrowing slightly. "You see, I did not order those drinks," Antoine teased, raising his brow. He glanced at the people below the balcony and waved at the men who sent the drinks. They grinned and raised their glasses without parting eyes from her. Amateurs. "This must happen to you all the time." He opened his cigarette case and lit one quickly. "Ma pauvre chérie, how do you cope?" "It's my curse," she said with a vacant stare. "It comes with its fair share of spies and enemies like you wouldn't imagine." "Ah, the downside of beauty," he teased, raising his glass. "A toast to beauty, the mother of all curses." Marianne smiled. "Here, here," she said, joining him with her glass in the air. Meeting this woman had been the best part of coming to the dungeon lounge. It had silenced most of Antoine's worries, though the main one would not go away. And her name was definitely not Marianne. Cassandra's face flashed in his mind, a twinge of guilt souring the evening's pleasure. 2:17 a.m. "Welcome, Mr. Lockhart." The valet greeted him at the door, his voice barely audible over the clamour of the crowd. Throngs of young mortals filled the street, hoping for a chance to get inside the dungeon's lounge. For a bar that had no proper signage, it had plenty of popularity. Why Antoine refused to install one was beyond him, but Ivan suspected it was all part of the allure. "Evening, Matthew," Ivan said, moving past the horde, his long strides carrying him effortlessly through the mass of bodies. "Hey, Lockhart!" a voice in the crowd said, sharp and insistent. "What the hell?" Ivan turned. A camera flash snapped right in his face, blinding him. Anger surged through him as he blinked away the spots in his vision. As soon as his eyes made out the man's silhouette, Ivan went after him. "You bloody... Pay your taxes like everyone else, you son of a bitch!" the paparazzo taunted, seeking protection in the crowd. "Oh, someone's going to pay," he muttered. "And it's not going to be me." A firm grip on his arm held him back. "Don't," Philip said, his tone warning. "You!" Riley said, pointing at the paparazzo. "Get the hell out of here or I'm calling the cops." "Sue me, you prick!" The paparazzo shoved and pushed his way through the crowd. He jumped on a motorcycle and drove away fast, the engine's roar fading into the night. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lockhart," Riley said. "Are you all right? Please come with me." They followed a stone wall tunnel, like gladiators heading to their fates. The air was heavy with anticipation, the muffled beat of music pulsing through the walls. This nightclub needed little else to be a part of the Roman Forum. Why the sudden spike of attention? Philip asked. Why would the paparazzi even care about you? It's that damned lawyer's fault, Ivan muttered. Edgar? Philip looked surprised. Of course, Edgar, but I know you'll defend him either way, so I won't waste my time explaining. Ivan waved a dismissive hand, annoyance radiating off him in waves. Mr. Somerset is expecting you. Riley signalled the way upstairs. Melanie will take you to him. Blonde, mid-20s, the woman wore a tightly fitted short black dress. Good evening, Mr. Lockhart. She bit her lower lip, eyes darkening with desire. Please follow me. One brief drink. Someday. Ivan's gaze lingered on the curve of her neck, the steady pulse just beneath the skin. Does everyone know you around here? Philip teased as they moved upstairs. Ivan leaned closer to his fledgling, narrowing his eyes. Shouldn't they? His voice was a low purr, a challenge. Philip laughed openly. Probably not. He shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. Hundreds of young mortals filled the nightclub. Engulfed in joyous conversations, they drank and danced. This was no different from the balls he'd attended 3 centuries ago. Youth and beauty gathered in a room, bonding over music and wine. Their voices merged in the most delightful symphony to his preternatural senses. Ivan and Philip compelled many mortal eyes. They drew attention without effort or remedy, part of their unnatural appeal and a valuable resource in the hunt. I've been thinking, Philip said as they reached the VIP room. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have toyed with her like that. Whom are we talking about? His fledgling might have been speaking earlier, but he hadn't noticed, too caught up in the thrill of the night, the promise of the hunt. Philip rolled back his eyes. The girl, Ivan. Cassandra, she loves him. He paused. I saw what you did back there. She clearly wanted you to keep your distance from Antoine, and yet, here we are. Oh, come on, Philip. I'm just having a bit of fun. It's a harmless prank. Is it now? He stopped in the middle of the stairway with shock as his flat-out expression. Your coldness amazes me. I never thought you'd turn into the kind of vampire who finds pleasure in the pain of others. Rubbish, it's completely innocent, I tell you. He dismissed. Next thing I know, you'll be telling me I'm a worse devil than Eirik Bjorn. Maybe that's how it all began for him, Philip said, with one innocent game that damned him forever, turning him into the heartless skull-splitter. You're making too much of it. Now please, let's try to enjoy ourselves, shall we? Ivan went ahead, his steps quickening as he sought to escape the uncomfortable conversation. This will be a night to remember. He pushed open the door to the VIP room, the pounding music and raucous laughter washing over him, drowning out the nagging voice of his conscience. 2:42 a.m. The sheer joy that gleamed in Antoine's eyes whenever they met Ivan stirred the old blood in his veins. It made him cherish Antoine's company even more. Perhaps this was the reason why he'd kept him alive all these years, relishing the light that shone so brightly in the mortal's soul. I thought you weren't coming. Antoine's scowl took years off his face. He was so young, though. Had Ivan ever been that young? Perhaps, but never naive. Innocence was a luxury he'd never been able to afford. What took you so long? He added with undeniable longing. Delightful. Ivan's lips curved into a smile, pleased by the mortal's eagerness. A brief detour, that's all. Ivan looked away. He found the table between them most intriguing. What's this? Cocktails and Dom Perignon. How many drinks does a mortal man need? He arched a brow, amusement colouring his tone. Antoine smirked. They're not mine. With a discreet look, he pointed at the woman who was standing by the balcony's railings. She's broken her fair share of hearts tonight. Ivan wished with all his rotten heart that the woman Antoine spoke of was Cassandra. But disappointment struck him. The woman was none other than Marianne Taylor. He mused. You've met her. His voice was carefully neutral, belying the surge of irritation that coursed through him. Something like that. Antoine tilted his head, a knowing glint in his eye. An invisible grip crushed Ivan's stomach, jealousy rearing its ugly head. "I take it she's one of yours, then," Antoine added. The words chilled the blood in Ivan's veins. But then he remembered Antoine knew everything about his accursed vampiric gift. No need to worry. Relief washed over him, followed by a strange sense of pride. Coming out of the coffin had been an experience without precedent in his immortal life. Truly liberating. No more secrets, no more lies. Just the pure, unadulterated truth of his existence. "She's one of us, but not of my making." Ivan picked up the champagne saucer. He stared at the pair of vampires through the fizzing bubbles. "Marianne is Philip's own doing. I had no say in it whatsoever." A hint of bitterness crept into his voice, unbidden. "Come with me." A quick tug on his jacket beckoned Ivan to a smaller lounge in the back of the room. Antoine closed the sliding doors. Delicious silence enveloped them. Privacy and exclusivity were key in Ivan's book. He could tell Antoine thought the same. Great minds and all that. "Isn't it better in here?" Antoine set a couple of drinks on the small table before them. "Much better." Ivan left the glass on the table. His fingers glided on the sofa's black leather arm. "I'm glad to see you here." He smiled briefly. "I don't see her, however. Where's Cassandra? I was hoping she would come and finish our conversation." He kept his tone light, but the question burned on his tongue. "Yeah, about that." Antoine smoothed his hand over his lips. Bad news. He lit up a cigarette. The smoke's hypnotic swirls drifted in the air and vanished seconds later. "She's not coming." "I'm sorry to hear that." Ivan meant every word. "Whatever. So she's not here." Antoine took another drag off his cigarette and crushed it in the ashtray. He leaned back on the sofa and swept Ivan head to toe with a scrutinizing look. "But you are." His gaze was heated, appraising. Antoine's demeanor hardly unsettled Ivan. 300 years in the dark had accustomed him to drawing attention, whether driven by curiosity or desire. It was a weapon, a tool to be wielded with precision and skill. Was it something about his attire? He wore nothing unusual, a couture white shirt, an onyx rosary around his neck, a bespoke suit, a black leather wristband, and his ever-present signet ring on his left hand. There was absolutely no reason for Antoine's prying stare. But who was he kidding? Of course, there was. Ivan was refined, sophisticated, and dressed to kill. Literally. Every inch of him was a carefully crafted facade, designed to lure in his prey. "I wouldn't have missed this for the world," Ivan said, breaking the deafening silence. "I can always count on you," Antoine mused. "The thing is, I wouldn't say." Ivan's attention shifted away from Antoine to the room's background. Beyond the crystal sliding doors, a pair of immortals were seconds away from being reunited. No matter how much Ivan disapproved of Philip's attachment to Marianne, he couldn't deny the inexplicable liaison between them. It was more than the blood bond between maker and fledgling. It was a tangible spark, what people these days called chemistry. Such a hackneyed term. "Am I on the brink of losing you, Philip?" The thought sent a chill down his spine, a frisson of fear. Ivan had already lost a fledgling centuries ago, the day his dearest love, Alisa, had run off. It had taken close to 300 years for his tortured black heart to heal from that terrible blow. And even to this day he was uncertain that was true, for merely hearing her name had stirred those old feelings in the depths where they lay buried. The pain was as fresh as ever, a wound that would never truly heal. I couldn't stand another loss. The sole thought made him unwell. "Come on, wipe the gloom off your face." Antoine pressed his shoulder. "We're celebrating, remember." He smiled. "What should we toast to? Money or the pure vanity of my success as an entrepreneur?" Antoine took a champagne saucer from the table and offered it to Ivan, as if he cared to drink something other than human blood. "You know I don't." He drove away the glass with the back of his hand. How many drinks had Antoine had? Was he drunk? With no news of Cassandra, nothing on Alisa's whereabouts, and the irritating presence of Philip's offspring, Marianne, the vampire brat, Ivan's prospects for the evening looked rather grim. Yes, he was vexed. So what? He had every right to be, given the circumstances. The sliding doors opened. From the darkness emerged one of the waiters. What did he want? Ivan's eyes narrowed, his body tensing instinctively. The champagne you ordered, sir. The man carried the chilled bottle. He stood next to Antoine and filled his glass. Antoine plummeted on the sofa. Je te remercie beaucoup, Georges. French? Antoine was way too drunk. He resorted heavily to his mother tongue when inebriated. Just as the waiter was about to leave the room, Antoine pulled his jacket. Attends, où est le vin rouge? Where's the red wine? He asked. Turning to Ivan, he added, That's what you prefer, n'est-ce pas? A special kind of wine. A devilish smile drew on his boyish face. Deliciously enticing. Bien sûr, tu le sais très bien. Of course. You know it quite well, Ivan replied. That will be all, George. You may leave. Antoine clucked his tongue and shook his head. He then raised the glass and poured the champagne down his throat. Pace yourself, Antoine. It's hard to get used to a life of leisure, Ivan mused. Your success comes as no surprise to me. You have a natural skill for business management, and also a fine mentor. The best of all, Ivan himself. Pride swelled in his chest, warm and heady. Ivan's financial advice had been key to Antoine's success. At 24 years old, Antoine had become a millionaire thanks to him. From now on, money would simply roll into his bank accounts. He'd moulded the mortal, shaped him into a man of wealth and power. Everything I am is because of you. Antoine pursed his lips. But you have yet to grant me that which I need the most. His voice was low, intense. And what would that be? Ivan leaned closer. One more drink. I need what only you can give. I need it desperately. Antoine's eyes burned into his. A pleading look that sent a shiver down Ivan's spine. Need? You need nothing. You already have everything. I've made sure of it, he wanted to add. Well, yes, but damn it, I want what you have. Antoine slammed his drink on the table. Ah, that's more like it. Ivan laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. Why would you ever want to become a blood drinker? Antoine, you are young, successful, and quite popular with the ladies. Aren't you satisfied? Does your ambition know no boundaries? My ambition? He slurred. Twice he blinked and narrowed his eyes, readjusting his faulty focus. He glanced at the champagne bottle, the cause of his drunkenness. If you are so determined to become a vampire, I will tell you this. It will come with a price. But then you're a businessman, you know how this works. Ivan's voice was silky, a dangerous undercurrent running beneath the words. I would pay anything. Antoine's voice was fierce, determined. Who said anything about money? Ivan's lips curved into a wicked grin, his fangs glinting in the low light. The devil himself had never smiled with such delight. Antoine frowned, perplexed by his unexpected answer. Wasted as he was, his blushing cheeks and glazed eyes brought out the darker side of his rare beauty. If money has nothing to do with it, then what do you want from me? He said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ivan leaned in close, his breath ghosting over Antoine's ear as he spoke the words that would seal the mortal's fate. One simple thing. 2:53 a.m. Marianne danced, enjoying the music like no other creature could. Her body moved with an otherworldly grace, each sway of her hips, each turn of her head perfectly in sync with the pulsing beat. For years, she had drifted in and out of Philip's life on a whim. But any remnants of the pain her departures caused him would vanish quickly at the overpowering delight of her unexpected appearances. She was a force of nature, wild and untamed, and he was helpless in her thrall. Although still a child in darkness, Marianne had claimed her independence from him long ago. She kept many lairs, one of them in Pacific Heights. Philip sometimes wondered if she truly needed him at all, or if he was just another plaything in her endless game of cat and mouse. There had been a time when the three of them had shared a roof in Villa Belvedere, decades ago. But that had gone downhill pretty fast, for what Philip had once considered a dream was what Marianne called a delicious nightmare. Philip answered for the delicious part of that period, a comforting thought, all in all. The memories of their time together, tangled in silk sheets and lost in passion, still haunted his dreams. As for the nightmare, Ivan's adamant disapproval of her had earned him that title. In the end, his maker's constant quarrels with Marianne had driven her away. Philip had been torn between the two most important people in his life, helpless to stop the rift that grew between them. My heart clings to life for these moments. It beats for you and you alone. The words echoed in his mind, a silent plea to the universe, to whatever gods might be listening. He moved closer, close enough to smooth his fingers on her delicate hands. Electricity crackled between them at the contact, a spark that never failed to ignite his desire. Marianne tilted her head, exposing the pale column of her throat, a silent invitation. Philip buried his face on her shoulder, inhaling the sweet fragrance of roses, jasmine, and vanilla. Her scent intoxicated him, a heady perfume that clouded his senses and set his blood on fire. Her body pressed against his, and slowly they danced to the beat of the music. Philip's hands landed on her waist, pulling her closer, moulding her curves to his hard planes. "Just when I thought it couldn't be done," he whispered in her ear, his lips brushing the delicate shell, sending a shiver down her spine. Marianne turned, her amethyst eyes shimmering with feverish desire. What couldn't be done? Her voice was irresistible, a breathy purr. Philip smirked, a wicked glint in his eye. "Falling in love with you all over again," he said, the words a vow, a promise, an eternal truth. Marianne's hands glided on his chest until they clasped at the nape of his neck. She slowly drew closer to him until her lips met his in the beginning of a passionate kiss. Within seconds, the music drifted into silence. The room and the crowd faded into nothingness, leaving them alone in the darkness. Blood, body, and soul. Philip wanted it all. He wanted to drown in her, to lose himself in her essence until there was no telling where he ended and she began. "Let's get out of here," he whispered, his voice rough with need, with the desperation of a man starved for the touch of his beloved. He took her hand, lacing their fingers together, and led her away from the pulsing lights and pounding music towards the promise of a night spent lost in each other, a stolen moment of bliss in an eternity of darkness. 3 a.m. Antoine sprung from the sofa. "You want me to do what?" His voice was a sharp crack of disbelief, echoing in the small room. Ivan couldn't help but smile. He should have expected Antoine's reaction, and perhaps, in a way, he had. Perhaps the whole reason behind his shocking proposal was to stir Antoine's world, shake things up, and see what happened. He always did enjoy a bit of chaos. "I cannot tell whether you're outraged or horrified," Ivan mused. "Perhaps a bit of both?" If looks were daggers, Antoine's would have cut him through and through right then. "C'est incroyable," Antoine muttered. Blushing cheeks, heaving chest, drunkenness and rage merged into one big mess. He was a sight to behold, all passion and fury, and Ivan drank it in like the finest of wines. "Honestly, Antoine, what did you expect?" Ivan took the champagne glass and gave it a quick twirl. "But here's a better question for you. What do you think will become of your lifestyle once you've joined our accursed kin? Do you think it will be all fun and games?" Bored with his little diversion, he left the drink on the table. The crystal chimed softly as he set it down, a delicate counterpoint to the tension crackling in the air. Antoine's jaw clenched, his hands balling into fists at his sides. "Do not patronize me," he replied. "I am not a child." Oh, but he was. Antoine's intoxication suddenly lost all amusement to him. Ivan's patience ran perilously thin. "I'll tell you one thing," Ivan began, his tone sharpening. "Is this a joke, Ivan?" Antoine scowled. "Is this your way of refusing me? You would deny me what I want." "Now wait." He held up a hand, trying to stem the tide of Antoine's anger. "J'en ai marre d'attendre." Antoine tossed the champagne glass against the wall, instantly smashing it to pieces. Crystal shards rained down, glittering like diamonds in the low light. "Fed up with waiting, are you?" Ivan said. Oh, he's in for it now. A dark thrill unfurled in his gut, anticipation singing in his veins. Within seconds, Ivan disappeared from the middle of the room and reappeared inches away from Antoine. The human's face turned instantly a sickly shade of pale, Ivan's preternatural green eyes, and the hint of his sharp fangs revealing what death would look like. Good. "Bon sang," Ivan hissed, crumpling Antoine's shirt in his fist. "I have spoiled you, so much so that you are blind to the consequences of what you ask." The boy lowered his gaze, submission and fear warring in his eyes. "What I ask in return is nothing compared with the life you seek." Ivan paused. "Don't you see the high cost this gift entails?" He now spoke in a soothing voice as he released Antoine from his frightening hold. "Oh, but what am I saying? Of course you don't." Antoine remained silent, with arms folded over his chest, biting the corner of his lower lip. He looked like a chastened child, sullen and resentful. Ivan returned to the sofa. "How can I make you understand the true length of what you want?" His voice was so low, Antoine wouldn't hear a word he said. He had never wanted it. Becoming a blood drinker had not been in Ivan's plans 300 years ago as he travelled through Europe, immersed in the many delights of the Grand Tour. Thanks to Ivan, Antoine knew the dark side of the spectrum. He had every advantage to make the right decision. But still, he would choose darkness over light. What was so appealing about living an eternal life, endowed with unnatural powers and everlasting youth? "Oh, right," he chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Good thing the choice had not been his to make back then. Another reason to be thankful to his maker. Ivan missed him dearly. What would the millinery vampire Dristan have to say about Ivan's use of his immortal gift so far? The question would remain forever unanswered. Before his mind's eye flashed the image of Dristan's translucent body, his ripped throat, the gap that drew an eerie smile from side to side. Not a spark of life in his empty hazel eyes. There was no coming back from where his maker's spirit now roamed, and no one knew this better than Alisa. His lost beloved, his greatest regret. I must find her. The thought was a constant drumbeat in his mind. I just want to follow your footsteps, to be like you. Is that so bad? Antoine's voice filtered once more into his ears. Was it so bad being like him? I cannot help but wonder, Ivan mused. Is it your true desire to become an immortal serial killer, or is this yet another conquest, another trophy for your entrepreneur's shelf? You cannot doubt me now. Antoine pressed his hand. Not after all these years. His touch was warm, pleading, a reminder of the bond they shared. Bear in mind, Antoine, that deep within this wondrous gift lays an inescapable paradox. The path to immortality is paved with nothing but death. Ivan's voice was solemn, heavy with the weight of his own experience. I understand, he whispered, sitting beside him. What I don't understand is why you would ask so much of me in return. Why must you test me like this? Confusion and hurt mingled in his tone, a vulnerability that tugged at something deep within Ivan's chest. Test? Ivan frowned. This is not a test, my friend. It's an offer, one I will not care to make again. His words were final, a door slamming shut on any further discussion. Well, now you're just teasing me. Antoine leaned back on the sofa, and closing his eyes, he sighed. Oh, Antoine, you're the one who teases me, baring your precious neck before me like that. Ivan's gaze lingered on the mortal's throat, the steady pulse that thrummed beneath the skin. Ivan smiled, in spite of his present frame of mind. "Consider my offer," he said, "and take your time. I can wait. Time is all I have." Antoine bent over his knees. "Ah, I don't feel well," he groaned. "Of course you don't." Ivan patted his back, a small gesture of comfort in the face of Antoine's misery. "You're drunk. Let's go. I'll drive you home." He stood, offering his hand to the mortal, a silent invitation. "You'll have to take my car," Antoine said, pointing at the balcony. "Those two are long gone. I'm guessing Philip took yours." "He wouldn't dare." Ivan took the keys from Antoine. "He knows better than that." His voice was a low growl, a warning and a promise all in one. Philip may have been his fledgling, but there were lines that even he knew not to cross. 3:25 a.m. He's going to be mad as hell. Philip switched gears and pressed the gas pedal. The car surged forward, the engine's purr morphing into a roar as they sped down the empty road. The sound piqued his enthusiasm for speed. What if he pushed Ivan's Ferrari to the limit? Temptation whispered in his ear, urging him to test the sleek machine's boundaries. Marianne wouldn't want that. She hated racing. Besides, Ivan's car was practically new. He would never run a new engine right off the bat like that. Philip sighed, reason winning out over recklessness. "So what? He'll be angry for a while. Big whoop." Marianne raised her arms and smiled as the cool breeze swept her hair. "Why won't he let anyone drive his precious car?" "Not anyone," he said. "Just me. It's my hands on the wheel that frighten him." Marianne turned and lowered her violet sunglasses just enough to peer over them. "It's the racing, huh?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Philip pursed his lips. "Yeah, it's the racing." He nodded, memories of screaming tires and shattering glass flashing through his mind. Over the years, Philip had built a special reputation for racing sports cars. He'd been involved in the occasional car crash, or not once, but several times. Each incident was a badge of honor, a testament to his fearlessness and skill. Villa Belvedere's gates loomed ahead. The imposing wrought iron reminded him of the life he'd left behind. "Wait, I thought we were going to your place." Marianne straightened on the seat. She looked ready to jump out of the car the minute he pulled into the driveway. "I'm staying here for a couple of weeks. Do you mind?" Raising his brow, Philip tried to keep his tone light, but a note of pleading crept in despite his best efforts. "I don't know. It's been so long," she mused. "Didn't you notice how skillfully Ivan avoided me back there at the lounge?" "I know, but..." Philip pursed his lips. "It's not like you went over to say hello either." He couldn't keep the accusation out of his voice, the hurt that still lingered after all these years. "You're on his side now?" She frowned and slightly moved away, putting distance between them that felt like a chasm. Philip turned off the car's ignition. "Are we back to square one, my love?" He was afraid to ask. Silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of their history. These walls contained dozens of memories, echoes of the purest ecstasy he'd ever experienced in Marianne's company. But this home also reminded him of times of despair, countless heartbreaking quarrels between them as the night when she would leave drew near. His sole certainty was that after many years, Marianne was here, but for how long? "Listen," he whispered, sliding his hand over hers. "I've wanted this for a very long time. I wouldn't forgive myself if you walked out of my life again. Marianne, stop!" Marianne cupped the side of his face and leaned closer with the promise of an imminent kiss. "I want this too, Philip. I need to be with you. I don't care where it happens. I've missed you too much." Her lips pressed against his in the softness of a kiss. "Let's take this slow and we'll see how it goes." There was more to Marianne than met the eye. Her 18-year-old body sometimes fooled him. But she was no longer a child. More than 10 years had passed since her awakening. "Yes," Philip mused. Let's take things slow. Slow is good. Locked in a passionate kiss, Philip swept Marianne off the floor, her thighs clasped around his waist. He carried her down the hallway. With a kick of his heel, he shut the bedroom door behind them. Unbidden thoughts raced in his mind, the many ways in which he dreamt this exact moment. A hunger so raw stirred inside him, an unrelenting need to invade her and devour her with sultry kisses. The grazing touch of her fingernails ran down his back, pulling off his shirt. Her searing lips pressed against his neck and worked their way down. Philip moaned, succumbing to the torment of this foreplay. "You're gonna make me beg?" he whispered in a low, guttural voice, his words a challenge and a surrender all in one. "Yes," she said with a smirk. "Now, beg." Her eyes glittered with triumph, a queen commanding her subject. "Sorry, sweetheart." In one quick move, Philip pinned her to the bed, gripping her wrists hard. "I'm not the begging kind." Lowering his body against hers, he drew close enough to steal a kiss off her lips, and just when his mouth lay inches away from hers, he stopped. Philip released her from his grip, and smoothing his hands down her sides, he gave the hint of a smile. His touch was a brand, marking her as his own. "What is it?" Marianne sat on the bed. "Don't stop." He gave her a knowing look. "I thought you wanted to take things slow." She pursed her lips. "I love it slow. Take all the time you need, but don't ever stop." Marianne sniggered, and taking him by the shoulders, she pulled him back onto the bed. She embodied his every hidden craving, both manly and vampiric. No thought aroused him more than taking her as any mortal man would, and then plunging his fangs deep into her neck, where that precious drink of unparalleled ecstasy waited. Sex and the blood both entailed unfathomable pleasure. It would be useless to compare them. The thought of merging the two overwhelmed his immortal mind beyond the point of delirium. Marianne reached for her shoulder and tugged at her dress, ready to remove it. "No." Philip caught her wrist. "Stay as you are." This moment surpassed his wildest fantasies, and he intended to fulfill them all. The words he longed to say would remain forever unspoken. "Don't ever leave again." It was an impossible dream. Marianne was a free spirit. No force on earth could tie her down. He knew this, accepted it, even as it tore at his heart. Pushing those thoughts to the back of his mind, Philip pressed his thumb against her neck, tearing the skin with his fingernail. Crimson blood poured from the wound, a slight scratch to the carotid artery, not enough for its stream to jet out. He sealed the wound with his mouth, and only then did he sink his sharp fangs into her skin. The taste of her exploded on his tongue, a heady elixir that made his head spin and his body sing. He was lost in her, drowning in the essence of her, and he never wanted to come up for air. Chapter 10. Philip. Darkness and silence. Amidst the stillness, a melody emerged. A soothing croon enveloped him in the highest state of serenity. The darkness cracked into the shadows of a dimly lit room. Panelled tall windows offered a view of the Grand Canal, its darkened waters barely visible, if not for a few passing vessels guiding their way with oil lamps. Salty air impregnated his surroundings. Shattered glass crushed beneath his feet as he drew closer to the windows. He stood before a broken window pane, tinged in blood. The flickering light led him to the hearth. There, behind a green velvet armchair, she sat. Her long and delicate fingers combed the locks of her pitch-black hair. "I've seen her before." The thought was a whisper in his mind, a half-remembered dream that lingered just out of reach. "Alisa," Philip said. The melody stopped. The woman rose from the chair. Only then did he notice her lavish pale blue gown drenched in blood. The sight was a jarring contrast, beauty and horror intertwined in a twisted embrace. Piercing blue eyes locked on him the minute she turned. Delicate nose and rosebud lips, a beautiful porcelain doll. But of course, she was no doll. She was a powerful vampire, over 300 years old. "Philip," she said without parting her lips. Slowly she raised her hand, which had been clasping the other over her gown moments before. As it turned over, it opened to reveal a pearl necklace with a sapphire brooch. A plaque shimmered behind the precious stone. Bloodied tears fell from her bloodshot eyes. From the hearth, a sudden blaze lashed into the room, blinding him for a second. Alisa screamed. Her voice was a razor's edge, cutting through the crackling flames and piercing his soul. Another blaze poured out of the fireplace, close enough for him to feel the wave of warmth spread on his body. "It burns," she said. Shading his eyes with his forearm, Philip stepped back. Her cold hand snatched his wrist and pulled him closer. "Please," she said in the same silent voice. With pupils large as ponds of unfathomable reach, Alisa's eyes compelled him into an unbreakable trance. Dozens of images flashed before him, a blur of continuous snapshots frozen in time. Victor drowned in the frozen lake. His shrouded body lay over the parlour's oak table. Mother and father suffered his loss immensely. Backed into the corner of the room, I hugged my arms, struggling to keep the pain inside as it ate away my hopes in one slow and painful feast. I loved Ivan. From the start I knew ours was a dark, forbidden love. I yielded to his will in the name of honest devotion. And then my mortal thread snapped by his own hand. Ivan made me what I am, and on a whim he betrayed me with the witch Juliet. He broke my heart, and still I loved him. "It burns," she screamed, releasing him from her hold. "Find me." "Alisa!" Trembling and panting, Philip rolled onto his back and opened his eyes. His heart was racing beyond control. He pressed his hands over his heaving chest. A fine layer of sweat covered his body. Wherever she was, Alisa was suffering greatly at Ivan's expense, and more importantly, she was in danger. Philip had to find her. But how? This was nothing but torture. The heat from the hearth was still spreading over his body. Alisa's pain clung to his flesh, but her revelation had cast a deeper imprint on his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that her fate was somehow intertwined with his own. A destiny he couldn't escape. A hand emerged from the shadows of the room and landed on his shoulder. Reacting on sheer instinct, Philip seized its wrist and pulled hard. "Marianne," Philip released her. "I thought you'd be gone. You're here." "Are you all right, Philip?" she breathed. "I'm sorry about that. He hurried to pick up his jeans from the floor and slipped them on. "I'll be right back." Marianne frowned and pulled the covers. "What are you doing, Philip? The sun's still up." "Yeah, I know, sweetheart." He leaned closer and kissed her forehead. "Go back to sleep. At least one of us will have pleasant dreams." "Where are you?" he muttered on the way downstairs. And all the while her voice echoed in his mind. "It burns. Find me, Philip." Fluttering amber light poured from the library's doorway. Philip pounded the door open and stormed into the room. And sure enough, Ivan was there. He sat before the desk, with the cell phone in his hands. The sight of his maker, so calm and unruffled, only fueled the rage that burned within him. "Do this for me, Edgar. Discretion is imperative. No more mistakes." Ivan pressed the dial and finished the call. "You lied to me," Philip roared. "Damn it, Ivan, you've lied to me all this time." A pretense of shock loomed on his maker's face. Philip had to hand it to him. His maker did a fine job at deception. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ivan scowled. "What do you mean? I lied? May I remind you, I'm the one who should be angry. You stole my car." "Enough games!" Philip slammed his hand on the desk. The wood splintered beneath his fist, a satisfying crack that did little to quell his rage. Sheets of paper flew in the air, but Ivan didn't even flinch. Instead, his cold-blooded maker relaxed in the chair. Raising his eyebrows, Ivan gave him a knowing look. "Happy now?" he said, annoyed. "I'm willing to tolerate this sudden rage of yours. But be warned, my patience has its limits, Philip, even for you." The threat was clear, a warning that hung heavy in the air between them. "I saw her, Ivan," Philip muttered. That he even had to explain it was outrageous. Alisa spoke to me. Oh, did she? Ivan set the phone aside. And what does she want now? Do you know where she is? His tone was casual, almost bored, as if they were discussing the weather instead of the fate of a lost loved one. I know she suffers. Ivan's eyes widened, and his face went pale as a sheet. For a second there, his maker stopped breathing. Explain yourself. Ivan fought to gather restraint, but Philip could well see through him. With a deep breath, his maker regained his habitual detachment, which was so damn infuriating. She told me of her afflictions, Philip said. Her afflictions? Ivan flinched, folding his arms over his chest. How you deceived her into becoming a blood drinker. Deceived her? Ivan rose from the chair. His trembling hands landed on the desk. She loved you and you betrayed her, for Christ's sakes, Ivan. Your affair with that witch broke her heart. It's been so long and she still suffers from it. Enough. Ivan's voice was a whisper, a plea, a warning. How could you do that to her after all she's endured? He needed to know, needed to understand how the man he loved like a father, a brother, his very maker could be capable of such cruelty. Oh, so she suffered greatly, has she? Ivan sneered, his face twisting into a mask of disdain. Philip tossed the words like a final blow. The tragic loss of her brother, Victor. Don't you dare speak that name in my house, he roared, furious. Ivan's quivering finger pointed directly at him. His breathing raced, his face flared. Ivan's self-composed demeanour went out the window. Philip had never seen his maker so upset. You know absolutely nothing, Philip, he said in a calmer tone, though obviously rattled. Go back to bed. You'll see things more clearly in the evening. What about Alisa? Philip urged, unwilling to let the matter drop. What about her? Ivan said. Until you discover her whereabouts, I can only rely on Cassandra to find that wretched necklace and be over with all this. Why must you keep these things from me? Philip paced the room, running his fingers through his hair. He sighed as he stopped by the hearth. God, I wish you'd trust me. I'd never judge you. Philip turned to his maker once more. He was gone. The room was empty. The space where Ivan had stood, now nothing but a void. Philip's shoulders slumped, the fight draining from him like water through a sieve. But I just have, haven't I? He mused, defeated. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow, a truth that he couldn't escape. He had judged Ivan unjustly, condemning him for his choices. And in doing so, he had created an irreparable rift between them. The thought left a hollow ache in his chest, a wound that might never heal. Chapter 11. Cassandra. Cassandra sat on a faux fur white rug before the hearth. It was a lazy Sunday evening. She was listening to Charlotte Gainsbourg's In the End while sketching the one face engraved in her mind for the past 2 years. Faithful to detail, she captured Antoine's dark brown eyes. Each slow streak of charcoal, a cherished memory. But no matter how many times she tried to portray his likeness on paper, the result always proved unsatisfactory. Something was amiss. She drew well enough, but she failed to reveal Antoine's malicious naivety. I don't understand you, Antoine, she muttered. Cassie flipped the pencil and erased part of his eyebrows. Not in paper, and definitely not in real life, which is worse. Gah! She dropped board and pencil, giving up on the sketch for the 5th time so far. You should have been there. That voice. It came from the parlour, but he was nowhere to be seen. Should have been where? She said, scanning the room. Nope, no trace of him. Where the hell are you? Slowly she got on her knees. At the Dungeon's lounge, he purred. His vampiric nature betrayed him with an enticing demeanour. And why would I do that? Witness the mighty vampiric spell you cast over Antoine. No, thanks. I'm glad I stayed. At last, Ivan Lockhart emerged from the parlour. Standing in the middle of the hallway, he winced. Well, when you put it that way, it takes away all the fun. It's disappointing, actually. Cassie smiled. I know you're kind, Ivan. It's all a game to you, she said, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the brick wall. You seek entertainment in every possible way. You need it desperately. Otherwise you'd be bored to death. He laughed. His velvety voice resonated across the hallway. The vampire moved into the living room, and there he stood, proud and alluring as ever. Bored to death, he teased. Your terms are endearingly simple. Ivan leaned against the wall. He could not suppress a cynical smile. Within seconds, he recovered his gravitas. Nevertheless, they ring true. You know this game of yours will have to end at some point, she said. As Lockhart knelt beside her, she noticed a rosy hue beneath the paleness of his skin. He must have fed recently, which in almost every regard meant good news, save for the poor victim. At least he's not hungry. Listen, I really like Antoine, he whispered. His voice and general demeanour conveyed a profound level of intimacy. Her cheeks grew warm. I must be honest with you, Cassandra. I don't see myself discarding his company anytime soon. What? This was not a trick, not one of his games. Authenticity came through his every word. Lockhart's revelation bewildered and disquieted her. I appreciate your honesty, Ivan. Truly I do, astonished as she spoke. The words came from her heart, and the heart never fails. I don't know how much you'll appreciate it after hearing the rest, he mused, drifting his gaze. There's more? She raised her brow. What else is there for me to know? Lockhart sat on the floor and took a deep breath. Now this can't be good. Well, I'm just going to say it. He paused. He's asked me for it. Antoine wants his share in immortality, and I... What? Wait. He knows. Her eyes flew open. No! Lockhart, you can't! Cassie clenched her fists. If only she could force him to do her bidding. Why would Antoine want to become a vampire? Have you deceived him, fooled him into wanting it with one of your vampiric tricks? Tell me the truth. She got on her feet, but Ivan did not move an inch. I have not. How long has he known that I'm an evil creature that feeds off human blood? He smirked. I revealed my true nature to him little by little over the past few years, but I'm afraid he's always known. Somehow he knew it before I ever confessed my sin, and he's asked me for it ever since. Her hand covered her lips, and as much as she wanted to be mad at Lockhart, she couldn't summon enough anger against him. This vampire had acted with more moral conscience than her beloved Antoine ever had. He can't. There's no way he... Why wouldn't he tell me? All these years he had wanted it, and she had been clueless. I've refused him more than once, Cassandra. He rose from the floor. I won't be able to keep doing this forever, you understand. I know you care for him. I understand. It didn't seem real, but it was, and she had to face it. If he's that adamant on changing teams, nothing will deter him from it. He's that stubborn. And he'll find a way, with or without you. I just never knew. Why are you here, Ivan? Well, I wanted to come clean. It seemed to me you had a right to know, no matter what the outcome may be. And I also want to know where we stand on the matter of the necklace. I could certainly understand if you refuse to help me now that I've revealed to you my particular interest in Antoine. I won't lie to you. I'm shocked. But I'm even more astounded by the fact that I hold nothing against you, despite your perverse intentions towards my boyfriend. She made that clear. All my anger, all my hurt turns to him. He deceived me. The most uncomfortable silence brewed between them. One could almost touch the tension in the room. Tea? He suggested. She sighed. Yes, please. Cassie followed him into the kitchen. She had misjudged him. Lockhart was not an ordinary blood drinker. He was full of surprises. Honesty and empathy were but the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps not all vampires were the same. Chapter 12. Philip. Disappointment built up in Philip's heart. He had wronged his maker, and Ivan's reaction to the name Victor proved it. Whatever stories Alisa had conveyed him with those images were incomplete. Surely Ivan had his own version of what had transpired between them. Philip should never have argued with him. "Those terrible things I said," he mused, stopping by the bedroom's door. "Damn it, Alisa, what are you doing to me?" A soft melody welcomed him as he walked into the room. The gentle fusion of sandalwood and vanilla poured from a few lit candles. Marianne's spontaneous appearances usually lasted less than a day. Without so much as saying goodbye, she would vanish at any given moment. But this time it was different. She'd actually stayed the whole day with him. Philip couldn't help but feel hopeful. Perhaps this time she would stay for more than a few days. A year, maybe? Don't get your hopes up. Marianne stepped out of the walk-in closet, dressed in one of Philip's white shirts. Her auburn hair was gathered in a high, messy bun. She moved towards him holding an inquisitive stare, and leaning against the dresser, she crossed her legs, alluring as ever. "Hey there," he said. What was she up to? She smiled, gliding her hands over the dressing table, her legs uncrossed in the most suggestive manner, but Philip wouldn't fall for the trap, not yet. He moved towards her, eager to smooth his hands over her toned legs, and just as he raised the shirt's hem, Marianne avoided him, moving an inch back. "What is it?" he said. "Who is she?" Marianne asked. "I don't understand." She gave him a mirthless laugh. "You screamed her name earlier, remember? Alisa." He couldn't help but smile. Jealousy suited her quite well. "Yeah, I remember," Philip whispered with a hint of mischief. "Who is she?" Marianne pressed. Philip bit the corner of his lower lip. For once he had the upper hand, and boy was it fun. "She's not you, sweetheart," he said under his breath. "She'll never be you." Slipping his fingers through her hair, he gave a quick tug at Marianne's updo. Auburn locks cascaded down and framed her blushing face. Philip's muscular frame enveloped her, his firm grip on her waist pulling them closer together. He went in for a kiss that would silence all quarrels between them and open the door to a more pleasurable discussion. Marianne's delicate hands found their way to his chest, tracing the defined muscles before resting at the back of his neck, where she entwined them in a desperate embrace. "Philip," she whispered, inches away from kissing him. "Yes?" he said, counting the seconds before he could remove that sole piece of clothing from her. "If you think you can sweet-talk your way out of this, you've got another thing coming," she purred. "I'll tell you everything," he whispered. "Later." He gripped her waist and carried her on top of the dresser. Cupping the sides of her face, he kissed her lips. "I swear, Philip," Marianne said, "if you weren't so damn charming." Her legs clasped around his waist and pulled him closer. "You know that drives me crazy, right?" he said, delighted by her impulse. "Yeah, I do." Philip sniggered. He bit his tongue and pressed his lips against hers as the first rivulets of blood streamed from the wound. Locked in this dark kiss, he carried her away from the dresser and slammed her back against the wall. A little rough love wouldn't kill her. She was immortal after all. "Marianne," he said with a guttural voice, sinking his face into her shoulder, "do you think you could—" "Stay," he wanted to add. "I can do anything," she said in a sultry tone. The doorbell rang. "Screw it." He licked her neck, right above her pulsing jugular vein. Throbbing in his every limb, the need to immerse in her drove him to force open her shirt. He gripped her waist and sunk his sharp fangs into her neck. Marianne curled against his chest and moaned. Warm and pulsing, a burst of blood shot into his mouth. And he took the first drink that would precede many others on the way to unparalleled ecstasy. Damned noise. Incessant, annoying. A car's klaxon blared at the villa's driveway. After a while, it became unbearable and distracting. "Ah!" Philip groaned, flustered as he parted from his lover's neck. "I thought he'd leave, but the man's a walking proof of persistence." A quick pass of his tongue over his lower lip licked the remnants of fresh blood. "Pay no attention to him," she said. But no matter how tempting a thought that was, Philip knew what he had to do. "I must deal with him," he said. Otherwise, he'll never leave. Wait for me? Had this been a plea or a command? Perhaps both. Don't be long, she said. I'm starving. Maybe we can grab a bite in a little while. Sure, I'd love that. Philip kissed her beloved Marianne. He then headed outside, with no other thought in mind than to stop that maddening noise. Philip raised both hands, surrendering as he moved closer to the vehicle. Come on now, that's enough of that, he said with frail tolerance. It took the man a while until he removed his hand from the car's horn, latched to the darn thing as if by a magnet. With open arms and a lively attitude, the man stepped out of the black car, and thus, precious silence returned. Philip, you know about cars, he said, brown leather briefcase in hand as he went for a hug. What do you think about my new Mercedes? Did you hear that horn? Philip smirked and welcomed his embrace. I believe the entire island heard it, Edgar. Edgar Bolden had not an ounce of demur or discretion for his passion for luxury. In his mid-40s, he was a proficient lawyer at the height of his career. His relaxed attitude granted him a youthful air that took at least a decade off him. Dishevelled light blonde hair, a pale brown suit, blue shirt and brown loafers, he could get away with anything and still look handsome. As they moved into the villa, he exuded a wonderful cologne that, though fresh and distant from high citric notes, left its aromatic trail wherever he walked. Perhaps he'd applied it too freely. Would you care for something to drink? Philip opened the liquor cabinet. We've got whiskey brandy, or maybe I could interest you in some cognac. He reached for the cabinet's door and took out the precious Baccarat bottle. It's Rémy Martin's Louis XIII. Edgar dropped his suitcase on the spot and moved closer to catch a better view of the exclusive bottle. That's over €1,000 worth of cognac. Are you sure you should offer this to your guests? Unopened, pristine condition. He mused as he inspected the tag and descriptions. Nah, I wouldn't offer this to any ordinary guest. Philip picked up the briefcase and placed it on the desk. And I'm sure you'd appreciate its taste better than me, Edgar. So please, go ahead. Open it. Edgar slipped on his bifocal glasses, holding the bottle at eye level. As your financial advisor, I should protest. No one should drink from this bottle. No one but your financial advisor, that is. He grinned. Who better to ascertain the quality of our investment? Philip said, amused as he opened the briefcase. He laid out the stack of documents over the desk, and upon consideration he rearranged them into 2 piles. Is everything set then? He asked Edgar, who at this point was kneeling on the floor, searching the cabinet for glasses. Yeah, he groaned. It's all there. I've already signed them. They just need your signature. You know what? There are no glasses here. I'll fetch them from the kitchen if that's all right with you, he said. Meanwhile, you take a good look at those documents, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to oblige. Philip nodded. Oh, I almost forgot. Edgar stepped back into the room and pulled a folded piece of paper out of his jacket. This was Ivan's special request. Give it to him for me, will you? I think he's still mad about, well, you know. The hospital donation thing? Philip gave him a knowing look. Yeah, a little bit. Sure, I'll give it to him. Edgar knew his way around the villa's grounds as he scheduled his visits on a monthly basis. Real estate, leases, licenses, landlord and property issues, stock investments, international money transfers. The list of his tasks went on. Philip preferred settling their affairs in the comfort of their home. Edgar had proven himself trustworthy over the years. More than the family's lawyer, he was a good friend. Philip cared for him. In fact, the Mercedes had been his idea of a bonus for a job well done. He sat before the endless pile of documents and studied each of them with lightning speed, one of the perks of the dark blood. He rarely revised documents in Edgar's presence. Philip's quick grasp of legal aspects never ceased to impress him, but that was a given. He used to be a lawyer, way back when. Within minutes, Philip approved and signed every document. What's taking him so long? An hour had passed, and Edgar hadn't returned. The wine glasses were in plain sight in the kitchen's cupboard. Had he run into Ivan, maybe? I'd better go after him. All Philip had to do was follow Edgar's trace of cologne. The scent led him straight to the kitchen, but as he reached the doorway, the strong fragrance changed. Paralyzed, he stood at the entrance, A freezing wave rushed down his spine. Overshadowing Edgar's powerful cologne, another fragrance filled the room. The perfume sat in the air, dense and penetrating. Human blood. Stealthily he moved into the kitchen. The haunting sight of an empty glass over the table made him shudder. But it was as he took another step that horror gripped his heart. Lying on the marble-tiled floor, in a pool of his own crimson blood, lay Edgar Bolden. Dead. Chapter 13. Mona. Mona fastened her long black hair into a high ponytail. As she tightened it, her gaze wandered to the living room. A large canvas hung on the opposite wall, their wedding portrait. Andre's close-cut greyish hair and 10-day beard gave him a worldly look of sexy maturity. She slipped on an airy sports jacket, the perfect match for her hot pink workout ensemble. A smile bloomed on her lips as she zipped it up. A little over a year ago, she had married Andre, twice her age but the handsomest man alive, and rich as Crassus. The first time Mona laid eyes on him, she knew he was the man she would marry. It had to be him. They lived in a luxurious house atop Russian Hill. Andre's work kept him away most of the year. His business forced him to travel abroad constantly on his private jet, their private jet. In the beginning of their marriage, Mona had joined him in his travels, but it hadn't worked out the way she had hoped. Andre kept a tight schedule that left little to no time for her, so it soon made no sense to go with him on those long business trips. She picked up her earpods from the coffee table and placed them around her neck. Andre had left for Paris a week ago, and although he stayed in touch as promised, it troubled her to know he would see her, Denise, his ex-wife. Their two youngest kids lived with their mother in Paris, while the eldest lived here, in San Francisco. Mona had made sure to drive her away from the house right after the wedding. Good riddance. At 24 years old, she had no intention of becoming a stepmom to any of those kids. Matilda, Josie, and what was the other girl's name? Cassandra, she muttered. How could she forget Andre's favourite child, sweet Cassie? Mona tied her shoelaces and headed out for her evening jog. Chapter 14. Philip. Horror crawled under his skin. Philip turned into stone as he witnessed the harrowing scene with utter disgust. Edgar's body lay on the white marble floor, bright red blood curdling before his baffled eyes, and half an inch deep in that crimson elixir, a pair of bare feet stood alarmingly still. His gaze moved upwards, following the trail of smooth-toned legs. They stopped at the hem of a white shirt, a familiar sight that could not be averted. God, no. Please, no. But the truth is oftentimes cruel. Drenched in blood, her quivering hands reached the shirt's hem. Soft waves of auburn hair rippled under her shoulders, framing her face. She was an angel with blushing cheeks and red-tinged lips. Marianne? She jittered as he called her name. Her widened pupils held a vacant stare, drunk by the kill's thrill. This isn't happening, he mused. I'm sorry, Philip. Her lips trembled as she spoke. I ate him. You ate him? Outrage poured through his voice. Stepping around the pool of blood, Philip moved towards Marianne, careful not to stain his shoes. He stared at Edgar's body. Pride and horror entwined and confused him beyond his senses. Are you out of your mind? Philip said, facing her. Ivan's going to be absolutely furious. We can't have that. You cannot tell him. Marianne took her bloody hands to her mouth. Desperate, he turned to the ceiling, wishing this was all a bad dream. How can you ask that of me? He'd already turned against him once and felt miserable about it. Don't! Please, Philip! There's no other way. Marianne! He was our lawyer! His arms flung in the air, he gave one more look to his fallen friend. There was no coming back from where his soul now dwelled. His lawyer! Her eyes widened. Shit! Marianne paced around the kitchen, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind her. Nuh-uh, Philip said, pulling a kitchen towel off the counter. Please wipe your hands and feet. Sheesh! She snatched the cleaning cloth. You know, for a vampire, you're awfully disgusted by the sight of blood, Marianne muttered with watering eyes. She snuck into the corner, turning her back to him. You know how much Ivan hates me? Marianne mused. Shit, I messed up real bad. Her shoulders jittered. Was she crying? My sweet angel, you have every reason to fear him. Marianne was no harmless creature. She had just killed the man lying before him, and she had done it in one heartless, vicious attack. But still, she was no match against the wrath of his maker. Explain this to me, will you? Philip stood behind her. Marianne turned, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him. What is there to explain? She whispered. He walked in, and I killed him. The coldness of her answer made him shudder. Philip loomed over Edgar's body. He shouldn't have died, he mused. He should have spent a quiet evening chatting with Philip over a glass of Remy Martin's Louis XIII. He should have gone back home in his new Mercedes to have dinner with his family. It's what we do, she added in the same monotone voice. Damn it, he roared. You can't just bump off people like that, Marianne. Why is this any different from your own killings? She snapped. Don't you dare judge me. Philip hated to admit it, but she was right. Philip Blackwell, you're the worst immortal father ever. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he said, clearing a tear off her cheek with his fingers. Listen, here's what we're going to do. You go upstairs and take a long warm bath, and one more look at the corpse. I'll deal with him. Chapter 15. Ivan. I don't suppose you do, Cassie murmured. Ivan blinked. His mind had gone elsewhere, to London a long time ago. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, he said, scratching his right ear. Tea, she said. I just offered you tea. I don't think you would, but... He shook his head. Still, a nice gesture. Thanks. Ivan rose from the chair and picked up the kettle. Allow me. I know a couple of things about making tea. Sneering, he removed the tea bags that Cassie had dropped in the water. Proper tea, that is, he said, tossing them into the trash bin. Cassandra scowled. There was no point in going against his wishes. She sat on the chair. Have you thought about it? Where it could be? He changed the kettle's water and let it boil on the stove. The necklace, right? Yeah, you're wasting your time on me, Ivan. Her folded arms slipped on the table, and losing all poise, her chin landed on her hands. Look, the family didn't consider me worthy of this knowledge. Let's face it, I'm an outcast in the Devereux's book, just like my mother. Ivan pulled a chair and sat wearing a frown. Why would she choose to wallow in misery instead of actually doing something to claim back her place in the Devereux family? With his fingertips, he pushed the empty cup of tea before her and then leaned back in his seat. Well, I'll tell you one thing. He could hold his tongue no longer. If everyone in the Devereux family wanted me to step off, I wouldn't do it. You don't get it, she said. It was never my decision. My mother made the choice for me when she ran away. She stared into the mug as if her life depended on it. Besides, I'm not half the witch Annette was, or Grandmama Catherine, for that matter. Nonsense! Ivan slammed his hands on the table. The same blood runs through your veins. You are a Devereux! Cassandra's countenance turned pale as a moonbeam. Ivan's tiny outburst must have frightened her. Sometimes he forgot a vampire's temper was a dreary sight. I only mean to help, he murmured. Perhaps I might try tracing Annette's belongings. As he poured the boiling water in her cup, the gesture took him back 300 years. Tea in Paris. Tea was Alisa's favourite drink. Perhaps a trip to Paris is required, he added. I could take care of it. No need, she replied, pouring a splash of milk in her cup. I have her book. Her book, he said, perplexed with a gaping mouth. What book? I know nothing of a book. There was a book? When I returned from Paris, after the funeral. Her gaze drifted. A package was waiting for me here, in Devereux Hall. It came with a letter. Cassie took a sip of her smoking tea. As she placed it on the table once more, the cup's eerie fumes drew the hollow face of a spectre in midair. Oh? Cassie reached for one of the pantry's drawers and pulled out a piece of paper. She drew a faint smile. Want to read it? Don't mind if I do. The letter was written in French with flawless penmanship. Ivan began to read. My little Cassie, I know my time has come. I have only a short time left before I meet my Creator. Not a day passes that I do not miss you since you left for America. Nothing would comfort my old heart in this late hour, other than to see your face one last time. But I fear it is too late. I leave my most precious possessions to you, my dear little one. There is no better refuge for them than your hands. This is my inheritance, and it belongs to you. God Almighty keep you. With all your grandmother's love, Annette. No better refuge for her belongings other than your hands. Ivan mused. Dear Annette. As a child, she was self-possessed, kept her poise at all times, an uncommon trait in the Devereux female line. I assume one of those belongings is the book you mentioned. Cassie nodded. And that clock over there. With her gaze, she pointed at the Moore clock across the living room. Ivan hadn't noticed it before, but he recognized it. He hated that clock. The carved wooden case and its colourful painted flowers all but made him sick to his stomach. And the worst part of it was that accursed engraving on the front panel. KDNEL. Juin 1925, he whispered. The year I lost my sweet Catherine. That's right, Cassie said. It commemorates Grandmama's wedding to Edmund Lancas. She took her fingers to her lips. Lancaster, yes, Ivan added. The name stung his wretched soul, but why linger upon such sordid memories? I shouldn't have... Don't worry, he assured her. So she sent you this family heirloom, the clock, and a book. What about the book? Is it a grimoire? A grimoire? She raised her brow. You know, a book of spells, he added. Then the most unexpected thing occurred. She laughed. The young witch dared to laugh. Do I amuse you? Ivan clenched his jaw. He did not care to be ridiculed. No, another chuckle. I'm sorry, but it was your phrasing. A book of spells, she teased in a ghostly tone. As far as I know, there are no grimoires in this family. Then perhaps I should remind you that as far as you knew, no necklace existed either. Well played. Cassie pressed her lips. It's her diary, almost 800 pages of it. 800 pages sounded far from being a journal. I would very much like to see it. Before we continue, there's something I must know, she said. Go ahead. Why is this necklace so important to you? For the first time in this conversation, Ivan remained silent. Should he confide his reasons to a Devereux? Chapter 16. Mona. 9:45 p.m. Great timing. Mona turned off her iPod. Catching her breath, she stretched her legs on the park bench. One of her shoelaces was untied. Do you mind? The voice came from an older woman, mid-40s. She stood beside her with a sour expression. What did she want? Excuse me, Mona said, gazing at the woman by the corner of her eye. The bench. Sarcasm seeped through her every word. I'd like to sit down if you don't mind. The woman folded her arms over her large bosom. Pressing her thin and dried lips, she shook her head. Something inside Mona clicked. Heat flushed through her body and burned her cheeks, and not because of her evening jog. But of course, dear. Uttering a mirthless laugh, she tied her shoelace and then moved aside. Why don't you sit now? Pleased with herself, the woman sat on the bench. Mona walked away. A soft breeze rushed through the tree leaves. Beware of the birds, Mona whispered in Chinese. The gusts of wind grew stronger, building a sudden whirlwind upon the trees. From one of the branches, a large crow flew. The bird landed on the bench next to the woman. the crow's innocent brown eyes fixed on hers as it tilted its head and gave a loud caw. "Go away!" the woman hissed, batting her hand in the air at the creature. "Shoo!" Another caw came, and with it, the grating song of coos and rattles of other crows stirred in the trees. Dried leaves flew from the ground with the breeze and encircled the woman. Dozens of crows emerged from the trees and flew above her head, swooping one at a time, pecking her head, neck, hands. A horrid shriek echoed in the park. The woman struggled, shielding herself with her arms. Blood and fleshy wounds smeared her shocked face. Screams and caws entwined in a tragic melody. Mona smirked as she jogged back home. Chapter 17. Ivan. "I need it," Ivan uttered, uncertain of his following words. "I need it to find someone." He paused. "It's the only way." Cassandra's almond-shaped eyes widened, her interest pending from his words. "Her name is Alisa," he added, finalizing the subject. In the hall, the Mora clock chimed the hour like an ominous gong. "Who is she? How can the necklace help you find her?" Cassandra asked with a frown. She'd much rather stick with her inquiry than finish her tea. That much was true. "You sure are full of questions this evening," he mused. Cassie pressed her lips. "Look, we've got a good thing going on here, Lockhart. I enjoy getting to know this side of you, the honest side." A smile sealed her confession. "Honesty is so overrated," he replied under his breath. Then, one deep breath taken, he continued, "If you must know, Alisa was my first fledgling. It's been centuries since I last saw her." He cleared his throat. "As for the necklace, it's more than a piece of jewelry, Cassandra. It's a casing. What I want, what I need, lies inside its sapphire brooch." Disregarding the smoking cup of tea, Cassie leaned forward, all but emulating Rodin's The Thinker. "For you to understand this, I must go back to the time of my awakening into darkness." He rose from his seat. Holding the back of the chair, he leaned his weight forward. It happened in Venice. The year was 1671. 1671! Cassie gasped, a typical response whenever he revealed his immortal age. Moving on. "The night my maker left me to discover my new life as a vampire, he made sure I would be well provided. A room full of riches and land titles was mine to claim as inheritance. Among those treasures was a small silver vial. That tiny flask was worth more than the sum of my legacy," he said. "I didn't understand it right then, but I soon discovered the magnificence of the gift he'd entrusted in my hands." Cassie leaned her chin against her cupped hand. "What was inside the vial?" "Blood," he said in a casual tone. Cassandra flinched. "Blood?" she repeated. "Are you telling me that after 300 years you expect to find the vial's contents intact?" He nodded. "But that's impossible, Ivan," she said. "Blood cannot last that long. Surely it's gone by now, turned into dust, and your one chance to find her, lost with it forever." Ivan raised his eyebrows. "Your words give me nothing but hope, Devereaux," he mocked. "Yes, that might be the case if it were common human blood, but you see, it's not." Her eyes flew open. "It's vampire blood. And not any ordinary vampire's blood. It belongs to the first bloodline of vampires that ever existed in the world. The source of us all, if you will." "The source?" she said. "That's what my maker called it," Ivan chanted. "Only the source can break the psychic barrier between me and Alisa. Our blood bond is too strong." His gaze drifted as he slightly shook his head. "A single drop should be enough for me to track Alisa's whereabouts." "We need to find that necklace," she mused. "I'd say so. Yes," he replied wryly. "What about Alisa? Do you think she's in danger?" Cassie asked. "She must be," Ivan said, heaving a sigh. "Otherwise she never would have reached out to me." He pulled back the chair and returned to the seat. "Alisa has managed to be in touch with Philip, albeit briefly," he added. "He's tried to pinpoint her location, but when it comes down to it, Philip's vampire skills are somewhat limited. I suspect witchcraft is involved." "That's why you wanted to talk to Granny," she whispered, finally seeing the full picture. Cassie flinched, snapping out of her detachment. But why would anyone want to capture Alisa? She asked. What do I know? Ivan wanted to say, but refrained. When you've lived a long life, enemies tend to pile upon the ages. Cassie sat with her back straight, for once. Then it's decided, she said. I will help you in any way I can. Wonderful news. Her willingness simplified everything. He would have hated having to resort to other methods of persuasion. Annette's journal seems like a good place to start, he suggested. Of course. I don't have it with me, but I know where it is. And where would that be? Ivan felt compelled to ask. Where I hid it. Cassie pushed away the cold cup of tea and stood. Leave the digging to me, Lockhart. This is witches' territory. Devereux, what are you up to? Chapter 18. Cassandra and Mona. The loose pink shoelaces of her Converse sneakers flailed wildly as Cassie leapt onto the bike. Her long, dark locks swayed in the damp evening breeze as she zoomed down Larkin Street, tiny water droplets kissing her face with each pedal. The vampire Ivan Lockhart had fulfilled his part of the bargain. He'd remained loyal to the Devereux witches in their ancestral alliance. Much as a dark guardian angel, he had taken Cassandra under his wing, despite her reluctance. There was no denying Lockhart's dependable nature. He had rescued Cassie from danger more than once in her adolescence, and perhaps twice in her childhood. You really shouldn't play in this garden. His silhouette moved amidst the jungle of bromeliads and orchids. It is forsaken for a reason. The memory came pristine and without warning as she stopped at the red light. Wild foliage growing savagely amidst old marble statues, orchids and bromeliads shining in colourful bloom, the majestic pond in the jungle's clearing, and the human-sized angel carved in stone, a sentinel for Devereux Manor's best-kept secret. She was 5 years old the day she met Lockhart. He must have been over 200 years old, but bore the face of someone no more than 23. There are things beyond what your mortal eyes can now see, he whispered. Holding her hand, he led her away from the stone-rimmed pond. Then, kneeling before her, he added, Trust no one, little one, not even me. He winked. Together they took the footpath that would lead them back to Granny, back to Devereux Manor. A roaring klaxon snapped her out of the trance. The green light had been on for a while. She barely had time to cross the street. A few blocks away lay the place she had avoided at all costs. But fate has a funny way of dealing its cards, and now she had no choice but to return home and face her demons. Just a quick stop, she mused. It's easy, really. In and out. Her heart pounded hard as she moved through the neighbourhood toward her old house on Russian Hill. Mona took another lap around the park to witness the fruits of her curse upon the wretched woman. She had treated Mona with such disrespect. She deserved no less. As she reached the park's corner, she slowed the pace of her jog. Red lights flashed before her eyes. Mona stopped to catch a glimpse of the scene beyond the horde of curious bystanders. Paramedics pushed a gurney into the ambulance and closed its doors. Behind her was the empty bench covered in black feathers, its white paint smeared with blood. That'll teach her, she mused, and pumping up the volume of her iPod, she walked to her car. The frontispiece's wall-mounted lanterns gleamed in amber light. Cassandra stopped before the gates. She jumped off the bike and headed to the back entrance. The door was locked. Dad kept a spare key somewhere. She knelt on the sidewalk and reached through the gate's bars. Cassandra pulled off one of the footpath stones. Et voilà. There was the shimmering key, pressed against the dark soil. 10:28 p.m. Dad would be having breakfast with Tilly and Josie at the small bistro near Mom's house, in Neuilly-sur-Seine, what she wouldn't give to join them. But that couldn't happen. Dad was still upset with her for leaving. Cassandra opened the gate. Its rusty hinges squeaked all the way. She wouldn't run into Mona anyway. It was time for her evening jog. Or at least that's what Mona claimed. Cassandra had grown suspicious of Mona's mysterious jogs. A week after the wedding, Cassie had bumped into her in an event at the Palace of the Fine Arts. She was in the company of a very handsome man. They were not exactly holding hands when she saw them. This house used to be her home but a few weeks ago, and still, she felt like a complete stranger, marauding through the backyard, ready to break in. She opened the door. The house looked so different. Not only had the decoration changed, but the air felt dense and eerie. "Oh, mon Dieu," she uttered. An enormous portrait hung over the living room's grand fireplace. It was a picture of his father and his gleaming bride. "What have you done to my home, Mona?" But she couldn't linger on the dramatic changes in the living room. There was little time. She had to move. Cassandra rushed upstairs and reached her old bedroom. "You better not have laid a finger on my stuff, Mona," she muttered, turning the doorknob. She sighed in relief. The room was exactly as she had left it. Cassandra smoothed her fingers over the walls. The white wallpaper with its many trees in shades of grey pleased her eyes. She stopped before the portrait. "Hello, Granny," she whispered, looking at the 5-year-old girl in the picture. She wore Grandmama Catherine's heels and pearls and had the sweetest look in her eyes. Cassandra pressed the frame against the wall. "Reveal your secrets, ma chère," she said. A hidden lock within the wall clicked. The portrait was unhinged, revealing a safe. Cassie dialed the combination and opened the safe quickly. Wrapped in Granny's Prussian blue pashmina, she found the book. She pulled out of the closet an old leather messenger bag and slipped the book inside. Mission accomplished. Cassie stopped at the door. She looked back and blew a kiss to Granny's picture. "Oh, almost forgot." From her jeans pocket, she took a small felt bag. Opening it, she poured a fistful of translucent powder. Kneeling on the carpeted floor, with the powder she drew an invisible line on the doorstep. "You're not changing a thing in here, darling." Cassie dusted off her hands and got on her way back to Devereux Hall. A drizzle fell by the time Mona reached home. A nice warm bath and a glass of Chardonnay would soon melt away her worries. The thought of André being in the same city as Denise consumed her. As she stood before the gate, something caught her eye. There was a bike tossed in the middle of the sidewalk, next to the garden's door. "That's strange," she mused, heading towards the garden. From this spot she looked at the house's back door. It was open. "Whoever broke into my home is going to regret it." Confident in her magic skills, Mona walked through the main entrance. Light poured out of the kitchen's door. There was movement inside. "You're not getting away alive." "Made it!" Cassie clutched her messenger bag under her arm, smiling proudly. "What do you think of me now, Devereux? Look at me! Oh!" A harsh tug at her hair yanked her back, causing her to stumble. "Where do you think you're going, thug?" a woman screeched, yanking her hair once more. "Get the hell off me!" Cassandra tumbled back and somehow became free from the woman's grip. In the struggle, her bag flew in the air. Annette's journal fell out of the bag and landed on the rose bushes. On her knees, Cassie reached for the book when the woman tackled her and pinned her to the grass. As they rolled over, Cassie caught a glimpse of her attacker. "Mona," she said, "what the hell?" The menacing grin on Mona's blushing face disappeared. "Cassie, honey, is that you?" she added, releasing her. Cassandra got on her feet. "Of course it's me," she muttered. She reached over the rose bushes and grabbed the book, still wrapped in Granny's pashmina. "I'm so sorry, sweetie." More fake concern from Mona, fake as her eyelashes. And why the hell did she call her honey and sweetie? "I thought you were a thief. Won't you stay for dinner?" Cassie pursed her lips. "I have to go." With the book in her hand, she slipped the bag's strap on her shoulder. Mona's expression soon changed. Tilting her head, her narrowing eyes landed on Granny's journal. "What's that?" Slithering as a snake, her hand reached for the book. "Nothing that concerns you." Cassie pressed the journal under her arm. "Get out of my way, Mona." Mona's red lips curled in a mischievous smile. She snatched the corner of Granny's pashmina. Giving it a quick tug, she revealed Cassandra's secret. "The book!" Mona's eyes flew open. "Give it here!" How dare she? Anger brewed in the pit of Cassie's stomach. No, It boiled. Her hands tingled and grew warm. I said, it's none of your business. Cassie flashed her palm at her. Mona's body flew past the doorway and slammed hard against the kitchen's pantry. Gaping like a codfish, Cassandra stepped forward, then back again. What was that? She said. I gotta get out of here! Cassandra ran through the garden. With panting breath, she picked up her bike and pedalled far from that house as though she was being chased by the devil himself. Chapter 19. Ivan. Lightning flashed in the distance, but it wouldn't rain for at least a couple of hours. Carrying his suit jacket over his shoulder, Ivan strolled through the villa's gardens. Invariably, he found himself humming to Bob Dylan's Forever Young. Peace is a rare commodity for an immortal. It seldom lies within grasping distance, and when it does, it comes with a price, and not a cheap one. Ivan found peace each time he killed, but it was never true peace. It was the kind of serenity that washed away too soon. The rapists, the killers, the ones who prowled to attack precious infants. Those were the victims he pursued, and their pernicious blood satisfied his anxiety in more ways than could be told. Still, Alisa's deep blue eyes and pink rosebud lips remained engraved in his mind, and nothing, not even the kill, could silence the myriad questions haunting his mind. But one question bothered him above all others. Was the past not better, left undisturbed? The villa loomed on the horizon. Ivan smoothed his hand over the anemone bushes, a habit from his mortal days. He used to pick flowers from the rose bushes that lined his home's entrance. Those flowers often found their way into Alisa's hands. Ivan once thought her frail and delicate, but Alisa's sheer strength had rescued him from the depths of hell when their brother Victor died. The old questions came back to stir the guilt in his soul. Was Victor's death his fault? Why had he hesitated as his brother drowned in that accursed lake? Was it fear, the shock of the moment, or did he secretly wish for his death? No more. Time to bury the torturing voice. Philip's silhouette surged in the distance. Standing by the deck's sliding doors, he waited. He'd spotted Ivan long ago. Alisa's presence would alter life as they knew it. But if Ivan had learned anything after 3 centuries in the blood, it was this. Rejecting change was not an option. Play the game, Ivan. Roll with the punches. He wouldn't turn into one of those stubborn blood drinkers, the ones that stuck to their old ways, refusing to keep track of the world's innovations. Such a waste of eternity. Hollowness, that was the true death of a vampire. You disappeared in the middle of our argument, Philip said, ready for a smoke. His vintage gold cigarette case gleamed as he slipped it into his pocket. One quick snap to the lighter, and the cigarette lit up. Nasty habit. Not even his vampiric condition had been able to cast it away. I had to, he answered. Otherwise I would have said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have said. It was unfair. Ivan pursed his lips. Nothing is fair. The hard truth etched into the lines of his face. Life had taught him that lesson time and time again, a cruel mistress that spared no one. It wouldn't hurt if you practiced your manners, though. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Philip's mouth, a tentative attempt to lighten the mood. You're preaching to the devil, my friend. He smirked and patted Philip's shoulder before stepping inside. The hearth's warmth enveloped him the minute he entered the living room, where he met a familiar face. Marianne was sitting on the sofa. As Philip sat next to her, their faces turned sullen. How odd. Don't you two look a fright, he mused. Have I missed something? Heaving a sigh, he tossed his jacket on the back of the sofa and plummeted on the comfy thing. Well, Philip pursed his lips. Leaning forward, he steepled his fingers. Edgar Bolden dropped by and... How should I put this? He paused. She ate him. Ivan flinched. Ate him? What do you mean, she ate him? The news didn't quite sink in his brain. Marianne killed him, Philip added. She didn't know who he was. As if that would lessen her deed. This is completely unacceptable, Ivan said. What about their legal affairs? What about the transfers, the contracts? Edgar managed their entire fortune. He could lose everything, and all because of her a rotten mistake. "I'm sorry." Marianne's lips quivered. She feared Ivan, and rightfully so. "You," Ivan whispered. His fierce green eyes pierced her through and through. "I'll deal with you later." With a slight tilt of his head, Philip suggested she leave the room. Good thinking. Ivan paced before the hearth. How could he sit when faced with the possibility of destitution? "I leave the house for the evening, and this happens." Ivan swept the room with a quick gaze, lest he were to step on Edgar's body. Nope, no sign of him. "Philip, what can we do? If we don't act fast, we'll surely be ruined." Relaxed and with a candid expression, Philip listened. But of course, this was to be expected from him. The world could blow up in flames and his cool temper would never be shaken. "I've taken care of everything," he finally uttered. "You mustn't worry." "How can you say that, Philip? We need a lawyer." A flash of a confident smile. "I used to be one, remember?" Philip raised his brow. "I have every single document regarding our legal and financial affairs. With Edgar's death, his representation has been terminated. So, you see, we have nothing to worry about." Not convinced by his brief speech, Ivan persisted. "But have you considered every possibility?" he asked. "What about our houses in Venice and Paris, or the London flat? Is everything safe?" Philip pursed his lips. "Will you please stop troubling yourself with these matters? Is it possible for you to leave them in my hands without second-guessing every minor detail?" Anger was not far from his words. At least he'd managed to strike a chord in his fledgling's immortal beating heart. "You're right," Ivan said under his breath. He plummeted onto the sofa. "You've always handled our legal affairs, and you've done wonders at it. I do appreciate it." "Thank you." Genuine surprise emerged on Philip's face. "That's nice to hear after over 80 years. "You have my complete trust in these matters," Ivan said. "And in others too. I don't even want to know what became of Edgar's body." Another quick look at the room's carpeting. Still, no clue where he was. Amused, Philip leaned closer and spoke to his maker's ear. "Ah, but you do want to know." He paused. "See, this is what almost a century has taught me about you. You're a curious fiend." Unable to keep the pretense going, Ivan sighed. "Fine, I need to know. Where is he?" "He suffered a car accident on his way home." A hint of a smile. Satisfied with his answer, Ivan smirked. "You think of everything, don't you?" Philip avoided his maker's stare. Wait, was he actually blushing? "He left something for you." Philip was quick to change the subject before Ivan even addressed it. "A special assignment of yours," he called it. He slipped a folded piece of paper into Ivan's hands. The presentation itself mattered little. Ivan only cared for the contents. "Ah, yes. Thank you, Edgar," Ivan mused, snatching it. He then hid it in his shirt's pocket. "I can't believe he's gone," a hurting Philip said with glazed eyes. "I offered him the Remy Martin." "Well, that was generous of you. Good for him." Ivan patted his fledgling's shoulder. "He never tried it. Not one sip." Where was this heading? Not a cheery place. "Oh. Too bad, then." Ivan pursed his lips. Philip's fingers weaved on the nape of his neck as he ducked his head between his knees. He deserved at least that. To experience the taste of it before he died. Let's change the subject, shall we? It was the one thing on his mind, but he couldn't say it. Now could he? "And this burdens you?" He tried to sound as gentle as possible, not managing it all that well. "Edgar is dead, and all you can think about is how he missed out on some fancy cognac." Philip shook his head. "You don't understand," he mused. "It's the irony of it all that annoys me, but you wouldn't get it. It's been too long since you were a mortal man." "Oh?" Ivan repressed a snicker. "May I remind you, whether today or 3 centuries ago, death remains the same. It is harsh, unpredictable, and knows no mercy. Death creeps behind them when they least expect it, and it does not care for righteousness upon its arrival. A stroke, a heart attack, Anything could have prevented Edgar from tasting that drink, but it was a vampire's thirst that killed him. He paused. Irony plays no part in this story, Philip. It's the harshness of reality that disturbs you. It is what it is, Philip sighed. But damn it, I liked him. I'm afraid I cannot say the same, Ivan teased. He's wrecked all anonymity for me, at least in this lifetime. Haven't you heard? His fledgling said, raising his brow. The world's coming to an end on December 31st. Your old news, Ivan. Ivan laughed under his breath. One can only hope. Philip frowned. Which part do you mean? The end of the world or the return of your anonymity? Both. Ivan smirked. Philip laughed. Did he make him feel better? His offspring seemed to have recovered from his bout of sadness. And speaking of which, oh, I've just remembered, he uttered. I have something that'll cheer you up. What is it? Chapter 20. Mona. Mona adjusted the rearview mirror to check her makeup. Cherry red lips, porcelain skin, thick dark eyelashes. Soft waves of black hair framed her doll's face. She pursed her lips and inhaled sharply. Her heart raced in anticipation. The sole thought of seeing him sent a rush of warmth through her body. It's been a while. She closed the beamer's door behind her and moved towards the decadent house across the street. All Hallows Eve's paraphernalia decorated shop windows and houses. Flickering carved pumpkins, dancing skeletons, black cats. The works. Halloween was but a week away. Black and orange were Mona's favourite colours, and so was the pagan celebration. There was no better day to cast a fast-binding spell. The veil that divided this world from the next came down, opening the doors for witchcraft. She stopped before the Victorian-styled house, the facade of the Devil's Coven. Not only was it an exclusive nightclub, but it was the San Francisco Coven's headquarters. Membership was mandatory to gain access, and although Mona had none, she headed to the back door. Miss Mona Mai, a deep voice said. A tall bodyguard emerged from the courtyard's shadows. I'm here to see. No need, come right in. The man reached for the door. Keeping an unreadable expression at all times, he escorted her inside. Crystal chandeliers pended from the ceilings and provided dim lighting. A round burgundy tufted sofa lay at the centre of the hall. Around it, a crowd smoked and drank what she figured was not red wine. Large mirrors hung on every wall, reflecting the candlelight and the flash of purple light beams. New metal boomed from the many speakers carefully concealed under exotic arrangements of snake plants and philodendrons. The bodyguard stopped, signalling the way down a burgundy-carpeted corridor. Mona nodded, and the vampire disappeared in the crowd. Several parlours lay on each side of the hallway. In these darkened rooms, blood drinkers lingered with their mid-bloods. Their scrutinizing stares landed on her along the way. They knew she was mortal, a human amidst vampires, but even then, she did not falter. Dance with me, a voice spoke in her ear. The blood drinker stepped out of a parlour, and he did it so fast it made her dizzy. Mona rolled her eyes back and gave him no answer. Her interest was set at the end of the corridor, the stairway that would lead her to him. She didn't fear them. Any ill-mannered blood drinker who dared disturb her would invariably meet the wrath of Jiao Long, not to mention her lethal dark powers. She's with the dragon, whispers in the dark. The pesky blood drinker drew back. Mona moved down the stairway, reaching the cellar. A steep tunnel lay ahead, the only way forward. This part of the house was cold. She was beginning to regret wearing such a short, sleeveless dress. Well, not really. She looked phenomenal in that dress. Mona was sure seeing her in it would please him, and that was worth a chill. She arrived at a central vault underground, surrounded by wide Gothic columns. 3 more tunnels branched out of the room. A small group of blood drinkers conversed in the lowest of voices. But the words witch and the dragon soon reached her ears. The choice was simple. There was but one tunnel illuminated by torchlight. It had to lead to him. Mona's high heels echoed as she moved through the stone-paved tunnel. It didn't take long for her to reach another room, grander and heavily decorated with red velvet banners hanging from its vaulted ceiling. The banners were embroidered in gold with the Tree of Life, the Skull Splitter's sigil. She had expected most things in this room, but never what now lay before her eyes. Her grandfather by generations, sitting on the Coven's most coveted red throne. "I feared my eyes would never see this," she said, moving closer. Amused by her words, Zhao's lips traced a mischievous smile. A shot of adrenaline rushed through Mona's arteries. She blushed. Zhao Long's inherent sensuality had enticed her for as long as she could remember. His vampiric charm only enhanced Zhao's innate sex appeal. "Mona," he said. His voice was dark and deep, and drove her to the verge of wild desire. He beckoned her closer with a soft wave of his hand. "You've been away from me for too long. I think I've missed you, my. "Well, I haven't," she said with determination. But of course it was a lie. "I guess this means there's a new king of the vampires in San Francisco." Graciously, Zhao bowed his head. "Its leader now, my. Politics suggest one must avoid imperial denominations in this time and age." He narrowed his eyes, their ludic glance sweeping her head to toe. Zhao rose from the red throne and stared at its embroidered sigil. "It will be more fitting once I've obliterated all trace of Eirik Bjorn's Yggdrasil and the dragon takes its place. But tell me, what brings you here?" "We need to talk, Zhao." 400 years stood between them, and yet he looked the same age as her. "Very well, but not here." His narrowing eyes searched the throne room with a quick glance. "Liam." A figure emerged from the shadows, almost 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and long hair so blonde it almost appeared white by the flickering torchlight. "Please escort my dearest my to the island," he said. Liam nodded gravely. "I'll meet you there shortly." Zhao reached for her hand. Mona complied with his wishes. He then pressed his soft lips against it. Something stirred in the blackness of her soul. That simple kiss reminded her of their one and only night together. It happened a few months into her marriage to Andre. There was no denying Zhao anything he wanted. But she wanted him now more than ever. Chapter 21. Masquerade. Philip studied the black envelope handed to him by his maker. A coat of arms was engraved on its golden wax seal. It was a 2-headed falcon with majestic wings spread open and claws that gripped a pair of crossing swords. Philip had seen its likeness before, cast on Ivan's signet ring. He broke the seal and took out a piece of black parchment scribed in golden letters that read, "You are cordially invited to the Lockhart Foundation's All Hallows Eve Masquerade." The Masquerade, Philip mused. Year after year, Ivan rounded up society's crème de la crème for this soirée. Politicians' presence was imperative, as was celebrities, plus a few of Ivan's special acquaintances. Did he plan on inviting Antoine? "But are you sure, Ivan?" Philip asked. "Shouldn't we cancel this year? I mean, is it wise considering a member of our family's missing?" He wanted to say. After all, Alisa and Philip shared the same preternatural blood. "I will do no such thing," Ivan said. "A bit of distraction is exactly what we need. Next Friday night, this house will be overflowing with enticing young mortals." He paused. "You can come out now, Marianne. I know you've been eavesdropping on our conversation." Light footsteps rushed down the stairway. Within seconds, Marianne appeared in the living room, relieved to discover Lockhart's mood had shifted. But Philip knew his maker, and he wasn't so sure his wrath had been fully appeased. "Are we having a party then?" Marianne asked. "We are." Ivan nodded. "Mind you, this gathering is an exclusive social event, not an immortals private buffet. So I'm afraid eating guests is out of the question, Marianne. Agreed?" Ivan's last remark stung her like 1,000 needles. It was that obvious, but she couldn't risk falling out of Ivan's good graces. "I'll behave," she whispered with blushing cheeks. However firmly Edgar Bolden's death clung to Philip's immortal heart, the upcoming masquerade gave some comfort to his pain. He was actually looking forward to it now. Cassandra loomed over the kitchen table, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on the book lying before her. "Oh, Granny!" she whined. "Why would you send me this book if you didn't want me to read it?" Gasping, she rose from the floor and sat on the chair. She had studied Granny's journal for hours. Even its split brown leather bindings had been etched into her memory, along with the oval-shaped lapis lazuli stone fixed on the cover. She flicked at the lock with her fingers. There was no way to open that wretched lock without a key. Perhaps, she mused, heading to the counter. Cassie opened the drawer and pulled out a knife. She was no expert lockpicker, but she was sure it would be an easy task for such a simple lock. Plus, there was always YouTube if she needed a tutorial. Cassandra took the book. She would slip the tip of the knife into the padlock. That should do it. Nice and easy. She bit her lower lip. The knife slowly glided into the... Ow! Cassie dropped the knife and the book on the table. A bolt of electricity had burned her hands. What the... It was like that game, Operation, and she got the buzzer. Geez! Batting her hands in the air. And what is this? Some incantation? Granny, where's the key? Merde, she cried, startled by a loud whistle piercing her eardrums. Cassie turned to the stove. The sound came from the steaming kettle. I really need to relax. She reached over the stove for her mug. Damn it! The hot steam burned her wrist. Kettle and mug crashed against the tiled floor. Shards of porcelain scattered in the room. What's wrong with me? Cassie fell on her knees and sobbed, picking up the mess on the floor. Ever since the Mona incident, the one where she'd accidentally sent her flying across the kitchen, Cassandra felt completely off. There was blood on the porcelain shards. She turned over her hand. She had a 2-inch vertical slice in her palm. Oh, great! She raised her arm to slow the bleeding. Just great! The sight of her own blood made her dizzy. A low buzzing rang in her ears. She was about to faint. The buzzing faded and transformed into a low croon. Was she imagining it? Would she go down in the Devereaux's history as poor crazy Cassie? Blue lights flashed in the kitchen and disappeared just as quickly. They came from the book. Compelled by curiosity, Cassandra got on her feet. Her hand hovered above the journal's cover. Seconds away from touching it, the lapis lazuli stone glowed. It actually glowed. And at that moment Lockhart's words echoed in her mind. Is this a book of spells? Is it? She asked. A drop of blood glided off her finger and landed on the stone, followed by another. Oh no! Cassie took a napkin to clean the blood off the... What? No. Impossible. The stone grew brighter as if lit from within. The stone's luminosity radiated in shades of blue and scattered in every corner of the room. Ivan opened the folded piece of paper. A business card fell out and landed on the floor. He picked it up, read it quickly, and set it aside as soon as he recognized what it was. He began to read Edgar's note. It was brief, no more than a paragraph. Ivan crushed the piece of paper in his fist. Disappointing. Edgar Bolden's outstanding ability for research had proven less than useful in his last task. The assignment Ivan had trusted in his hands had been one of a delicate nature, revealing the contents of Annette Devereaux's last will and testament. He had hoped the necklace would be mentioned in those documents, but Edgar's note stated things quite clearly. All goes to Miss Cassandra Devereaux. A house in Saint-Tropez goes to her cousin, Miss Jeanette Devereaux. Cassandra's trust fund is not to be revealed until her birthday. No mention of any jewellery. Ivan could have predicted it all. Tradition in the Devereaux lineage dictated that the entirety of the family's assets were to be passed to the eldest female. This would have been Denise Devereaux, but she had renounced that right when she quit the family years ago after being pregnant with Cassandra. The next female in line was her daughter. Jeanette Devereaux was actually quite close to Cassandra in age, a month or so younger. Orphaned in her early childhood, she used to live in Paris with Annette. It had been a while since Ivan had last seen her. He had tried to keep up with the family, but living in America distanced him from the Devereaux little by little. Curious that Annette would have chosen to keep her inheritance secret from Cassandra until her birthday. One last birthday gift. The young witch had not lied. In her eyes, Catherine's Mora clock and Annette's journal represented the whole of her inheritance. I'll have to start trusting her if I ever hope to find Alisa. Heaving a heavy sigh, he pulled open the desk's drawer and slipped Edgar's note into his journal's yellowing pages. I thought I'd find you here, Philip said, leaning against the door's jamb. One hard look at his maker was enough for him to question his serenity. How could he even think about throwing a party when Alisa's whereabouts were yet to be determined? Did he not care for her well-being? Sometimes he seemed emotionally invested in her search, while others, he appeared distant and uncaring. Philip couldn't explain it, but he would think twice before ever questioning Ivan again. He wouldn't risk another quarrel with his maker. Any more bodies to report? Ivan sneered. I'm afraid not. Philip slipped his hands into his jeans pockets and stepped inside. Listen, about that. I don't think she meant to... To kill Edgar? Ivan huffed. You must be the gentlest soul amidst the damnedest of souls. Take care, Philip. Marianne is anything but naive. What do you mean? Philip furrowed his brow. I've been thinking, Ivan said, avoiding a straight answer. Since Marianne is back in our lives, in your life I should say, perhaps it's time for me to seek equally befitting company. He paused, for dramatic effect, most assuredly. What are your thoughts on Antoine? A brief smile revealed a hint of sharp fangs. Philip's blood froze. My thoughts on Antoine. He winced. My thoughts? Are you deliberately wounding me? Is that your intention with this sickening question? Ivan seemed confused by his answer, but it was all an act. Philip knew him too well. I grow tired of your wicked games, Ivan, he added. I am no marionette of yours. You cannot pull a string and watch me spring into action. I will not have it. He slammed his hand on the desk. His maker's demeanour did not change. Ivan's statuesque composure was the most obnoxious thing. Did he not care at all? Wow, Ivan mused. If I didn't know you any better, I'd say you were jealous. Nonsense. At last, Ivan moved out of the chair and walked around the desk to meet him. Then you must be somewhat taken with Antoine, concerned for his sake. Philip had trouble identifying whether those words were truly meant or the result of sarcasm. I couldn't care less for his misfortunes, Philip said. Do as you will, Ivan, like you always do. Of course I will, his maker replied. But more importantly, answer me this. What makes you think I'd ever want to hurt you? Philip remained silent. It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm not the vicious demon you would think. Ivan reached over the desk and slipped a card away from its surface. Alisa has disrupted your life as much as mine. This might make things easier. Elizabeth Sharma, head of accounts, Royal Automobile Imports. What's this? Philip read. I would not have you endanger my car ever again. Ivan half smiled. Try to take better care of this one, will you? Is it, You'll find out, Ivan said, giving a quick look at his wristwatch. Hey! Philip slipped the card into his shirt's pocket. Thank you. Don't thank me. Ivan shrugged. Thank Edgar. He made all the arrangements. Philip's gaze drifted. Poor Edgar. May his soul rest in peace. In his mind, Philip replayed the last moments they'd shared in this house. It did no good to stir those emotions, so he pushed them aside. Edgar might have been a skillful lawyer, but he only followed Ivan's instructions, so whatever waited for him at the Royal Automobile Imports was his maker's doing, without question. Perhaps Ivan was not that devious after all. If somehow Philip could look past the mischief of his games, he would discover the friend and mentor he'd once cherished 80 years ago. I must be off, Ivan said, heading to the foyer. Where to? Philip's anger faded, much to his surprise. To Devereux Hall. He paused. You are coming? Yes. Back to the search, a common endeavour like in the early days of his awakening. But how about a small detour first? I'm ravenous. The spectral blue light flickered and grew dim, gathering back into the lapis lazuli stone fixed on the grimoire. The air stirred in the room. A soft croon filtered into her ears. Cassandra turned. A dozen peaceful entities surrounded her. Thy name. Embrace thy name. A familiar feeling emanated from those presences. Their warmth and welcoming nature drove her to the verge of tears. On the table, the grimoire buzzed and rattled like an ongoing cell phone set on vibrate. The book tumbled and bounced hard, and after a minute, it stopped. And to her absolute amazement, the grimoire's leather latch opened by itself. Cassandra wrapped a napkin around her hand's wound. She carefully opened the grimoire. Frail parchment crackled beneath her fingers as she turned the first page. The Devereux family's Book of Spells. No freaking way, she whispered in awe. Ivan was right. Now I'll never hear the end of it. She pulled a chair and sat before the grimoire, turning to the next page. As her fingers touched the parchment, myriad images flashed before her eyes. Devereux Manor. In her golden years, Annette sat before the desk, studying the grimoire. A gentle smile curved her thin lips as she read the passages written by her mother Catherine. The scene soon dissolved, and the master bedroom in the manor took its place. A young Catherine, dressed in avant-garde couture, sat before the dresser, scribbling side notes on the grimoire's pages. Across from her on a Bordeaux velvet divan lay the vampire Ivan Lockhart. Enough of that, he purred. Forget about that wretched book, and get over here, Catherine. Life's too short. Aren't you one to remind me of it? She sniggered, throwing him a mischievous look over her shoulder. I'll finish up in a minute. This is too important. Catherine's quill had not yet landed on the page when Lockhart appeared beside her. Not more important than I am, he whispered in her ear, beckoning her when his hand slipped around her waist. Darling, Catherine said with a pretense of shock. Then, staring into each other's eyes, both burst into laughter. Ivan pushed the book away and carried her in his arms. His lips landed on hers in an unhurried kiss. One last image followed. It was an earlier period in time, centuries back. In the manor's garden, concealed from the rest of the world, Juliette Devereux sat by the pond's stone rim, with the grimoire tightly held between her hands. Amidst the sorrowful song of toads, blackbirds and cicadas, tears rolled down her cheeks. Juliette's crimson lips were tinged in blue by the moonlight. Unum, ultimo, prestigium, she whispered into the night. A fierce gust of wind rattled the windows, sending the pages of the ancient grimoire fluttering. An amber glow emanated from its pages, intensifying as if responding to a hidden force. Cassie's voice trembled with fear as she asked, What's happening? Trapped in a growing whirlwind, the grimoire hovered over the table, its pages turning in random order. Then the light disappeared, the movement stopped, the wind lost strength, and the book fell on the table, closed. A sudden tingling rushed through Cassie's arms and reached her fingertips. Thy name! The whispering voice came from the grimoire's stone as it beamed a faint blue light. Seal thy name. Compelled by the command, Cassandra leaned closer to the book. Cassandra, Devereux, she said in a secretive voice. The grimoire's cover opened to the first page. Inked in ancient calligraphy, several names emerged on the parchment. The changing letters spelled the name of every witch in the Devereux family, from Madame Camille's to Catherine's and from Granny's to hers. Cassandra Devereux's Book of Spells. I wouldn't dream of it. Ivan smirked, slipping his hands into his pants pockets. The air was cool and moist. Would it rain soon? He'd hate that. He should have driven here, but Philip had insisted they walk. Come on, don't tell me you don't love it. Philip laughed as they strolled down Larkin Street. I hate everything cooking-related. That includes reality television, Ivan added. You're obsessed with the food channel, Philip. It's not the food, Ivan, he was quick to rebuff. It's the competition. You've got to see these kids cook. They're amazing. Why would I ever... Ugh. Ivan stopped in the middle of the street, his eyes full of dread fixed on that Queen Anne-styled house as if it were the entrance to hell. What's wrong? Philip stopped a few steps behind him. "Oh, it's that house," he murmured, heaving a heavy sigh. "It reminds me of what I'm forced to do." "Saving her?" His fledgling scowled. "Why wouldn't you—" "Listen, Philip, I'm only doing this to spare you from the grievance of Alisa's psychic summoning." But was he? Not really. There was another reason behind his actions, and it was so dark and terrible he'd scarcely dared to look into it. Oh, but why not say it? Ivan wanted answers. He deserved an explanation after all the pain she'd put him through. It was that alone that had spurred his pride into this foolish pursuit in the first place. Why deny it? "You'll learn everything by and by," Ivan mused. "But for now, here we are. And for once, I'll knock." The second Ivan's fist touched the door, it creaked open. Cassandra. No answer. He pushed the door and went inside. The house was dark and sunk in silence. "I'm in the kitchen," she said. "Hurry!" "What is it?" Ivan's heart froze. He rushed through the hall with demonic speed and reached the kitchen within seconds. "Whoa!" Philip uttered, stopping short at the doorway. "What on earth happened here?" It looked like a whirlwind had stormed into the room. Cassandra's eyes sparkled as she rose from the chair. "Ivan, it's true, the book. I've been reading it all evening." Holding Annette's journal with care, she offered it to him. "Look." Ivan's preternatural eyes scanned the pages displayed before him. Was this a joke? None of it was readable. "I don't understand," Ivan mused. These were no letters he knew, but a bunch of ancient symbols. How could she possibly comprehend any of it? "See, here." Cassandra pointed at a paragraph. "That's my name on the page." The voices said, "Whisper thy name," and I did. And now, it's there. She stopped to catch her breath. The voices, had he heard correctly? "Yes," she said. "You were right, Ivan." "I was right." "She's gone mad. I've lost my one chance to find Alisa." The young Devereaux witch now furrowed her brow. "You don't see it?" she mused. "It must be a cloaking spell to protect the family's grimoire from unwanted eyes." "Hold on." Ivan stepped closer. "Are you telling me this book is—" "The Devereaux's Book of Spells. Our grimoire, just as you said." Cassie's lips curled into a slight smile. "It says so right here." Ivan looked at the page again. Pure gibberish, obscure figures of which he knew nothing. "All I see are ancient symbols." He closed the book and studied it for a while. The leather binding and the cover's lapis lazuli stone, he remembered. "I've seen this book before. This was Catherine's journal. She used to scribble in it. A lot." Ivan opened it, and still, nothing. Witchcraft for sure. "Does it mention anything about the necklace?" Philip asked, moving closer. "Not that I've found, just spells." Cassandra pursed her lips. "I wish Granny were here to guide me to this necklace," she whined. "But maybe," she added with narrowing eyes. "What?" Ivan prodded. "Speak your mind, will you?" Cassandra's gaze hardened. "I could summon her." Her voice was resolute, unyielding. "Granny knows where the necklace is, and we could find it with her guidance." "Yes," Ivan mused. "No more demurrals." "Oh, hell no." Philip stepped back, seemingly haunted by the entire concept of contacting Annette in the underworld. "Are you sure about that, Cassie?" he said. "Shouldn't the dead, rest in peace?" Cassandra sighed. "Of course, what was I— Don't pay any attention to him," Ivan interrupted. "If that book can help you communicate with Annette, then by all means, do it." "Ivan!" Philip hissed. "What?" he replied. "Annette hid my property. The least she can do now is own up to it and tell me where it is." "I'm afraid he's right, Philip." Cassandra closed the grimoire. "If I'm going to do this, I need a proper place for it. This kitchen's a mess." The flickering amber light of 4 white candles gleamed before Cassandra's eyes. In the living room, she sat by the coffee table where she had placed the grimoire. It was a comfortable spot where she could relax and focus on the task at hand. This was her destiny. The fates of the Devereux witches had long been entwined with the vampire Ivan Lockhart's. The beginnings of their alliance went back over 3 centuries. This was Cassandra's moment to shine, to contribute to her family's promise. It was in her blood to repay the many times that Lockhart had intervened for the benefit of the Devereux witches, and also to make up for the pain and suffering inflicted upon him by her ancestors. Catherine's father, George, came to mind. He had dissolved Grandmamma's union with Lockhart when he made sure she would marry Edward Lancaster. Granny had entrusted the family's grimoire to Cassandra. She would make sure Annette's faith in her did not go to waste. The well-being of Lockhart's first fledglings solely depended on her now. No pressure, Cassie. I think I found it, she mused. Her finger landed on the paragraph which would remain as unintelligible to both blood drinkers as if it were written in Sumerian. It's an invocation, a summoning spell. Sounds great. Ivan slipped on the sofa. He looked ready to see some action. I'll probably get an earful from her since I've caused her so much trouble beyond the grave. He sniggered. How can you laugh? Philip said, upset. He paced in endless circles by the fireplace. Do you have no respect for the dead whatsoever? On the contrary, Philip, Ivan smirked. I hold them in the highest regard. Most of them served my unnatural thirst before they left this world. Philip huffed. You're impossible. I know. Ivan smiled. Now will you please sit down? Your restlessness is unbearable. Philip snuck into the corner and sat on a chair. He folded his arms over his chest, his lips pursed and his brow furrowed with sourness. I don't like this one bit. Oh, really? I hate to break it to you, Philip, but you're a vampire. What else is there to be afraid of? Both of you, please. Cassie raised her hands. These 2 blood drinkers were most distracting. She needed to concentrate. In silence, she read the spell 1 time. Then, following the spell's instructions, she hovered her hand over the grimoire's page and read the spell. Annette Devereux, ostendateur. Annette Devereux, ostendateur. She repeated the words 1 more time. Silence spread in the room. The Mora clock's ticking, the only sound. Lockhart stretched his arms over the sofa's back. He then turned to the stairway. Was he hoping to catch a glimpse of the woman he had known since she was a child? Would she walk downstairs? They waited a few more minutes. Nothing happened. Ah, well, I guess she's busy then. Ivan rose from the sofa. Why didn't it work? Cassie mused. Had she said it wrong? Had she not focused enough on the words? Philip's warm hand landed on her shoulder. I guess it's for the best, he whispered, his voice reassuring. Maybe, she sighed. Don't let this discourage you, Cassandra, Ivan said, standing by the doorway. You're new at this. It will take time and practice. Unfortunately, time is a luxury we cannot afford. Alisa depends on you, he would have added for certain. Time was their enemy. Chapter 22. Mona. Jiao's exclusive manor spread across hundreds of acres on the island. Mona's ancestor had amassed a vast fortune throughout his years in the dark. Every commodity lay at her disposal. Vast gardens, swimming pools, a gym, and a central kitchen led by Michelin-starred chefs. But not everything was what it seemed. Beneath the paradise worthy of a luxury hotel lay a security compound. This war-proof bunker had an intricate web of concrete-walled tunnels, vaults, and security posts. Not to mention the hundreds of guards roaming in Jiao's lair. She had been here before, a few years back, but as she arrived at what looked like another endless tunnel, Mona lost track of the way out. Where's the damned exit? Are you lost, Mai? A voice spoke behind her. Mona turned. Seeing him made everything better. I'm afraid you failed to place a map on the wall, Jiao. Amused, he passed his arm around her shoulders and escorted her to the ground level. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to talk to you, Mona. I've been busy handling delicate matters. I understand. She followed him into the elevator. The doors opened in Jiao's office. He stopped at the fireplace and his hand landed on a bronze dragon on the mantelpiece. Stroking the beast's scales, Jiao smirked. He then tilted back the sculpture. Something clicked on the wall. The panel shifted and turned, revealing a secret room. One can never be too careful. Jiao shrugged. How many enemies had he made across 400 years in the blood? What number would justify such high levels of security and extensive precautions? They stepped into a private room behind the chimney. Please sit. There's tea and pastries if you'd like. Jiao sat on the sofa in front of her, crossed his legs and relaxed. Thanks, Mona said. She was starving, but poured only some tea into a small porcelain cup and took a tiny sandwich. You wanted to discuss something important. He offered her the tray of sandwiches. Had he read her mind and found out how hungry she was? Probably. Mona accepted the tray and smiled. She finished her tiny sandwich and took a sip of her tea. And then, her face turned into a mask of seriousness. Cassandra's powers are increasing. It won't be long before she discovers who she is. Her 21st birthday is weeks away. And this worries you, the Devereaux witch. It should worry you too, she pressed. She found it. The Grimoire. Jiao's eyes widened. He leaned forward, expecting to hear the rest of the story. A few nights ago, I caught her sneaking out of the house. The little deviant. She had the book. Jiao sneered. The Grimoire means nothing without the proper guidance. There's more, Mona said. There was a struggle between us. When I touched her, I saw Lockhart and the necklace. She paused. Don't you see? Lockhart wants it, and she's helping him. A quiet laugh escaped Jiao's mouth. Is this funny to you? Mona asked. His reaction was almost insulting. If Lockhart finds the necklace and drinks the sauce, he'll become the most powerful vampire that ever lived. Calm yourself, Mona. Jiao stroked her cheek. Your news brings me much joy. The wheels I've set are finally in motion. Wheels? What was he talking about? Jiao rose from the sofa. Clasping his hands on his back, he paced in the room. I've wanted that flask for centuries. Jiao stopped before the fireplace. That millinery bastard Dristan stole it from my father in the blood ages ago. When my maker was destroyed in the hybrid wars, I vowed to restore the source to the House of the Dragon. And who better to drink it than me? Raising his brow, he sniggered. Lockhart disposed of the source into the Devereaux's hands as if it were a worthless trinket. Hidden inside that necklace, the witches have kept it ever since. For decades, I've tried to snatch the source from them, and every single time I failed. But as they say, a man is never too old to learn, and I've learned that the way to the necklace is not through the Devereaux's, but through Lockhart. Jiaolong's hazel eyes gleamed with an unnatural spark. What did you do? Mona asked. I've given Lockhart enough motivation to claim the necklace back from the witches. He'll lead me straight to the source without even knowing it. He huffed. Brilliant, isn't it? What motivation? I'll show you. They found themselves in the tunnels again. This part of the compound was restricted to Jiao's personal access. The elevator's doors opened. It's a long way down, Mai. You might feel dizzy, but only for a little while. She knew where they were headed. The prison cells, she said. That's right. Jiao smiled. I want you to meet a very special prisoner. I'd like you to work a spell and shun her presence from unwanted eyes. His request pleased her more than words could say. Mona would never refuse Jiaolong's bidding. Anything to restore the dragon's supremacy above all other houses, she said. They stopped before an impressive iron door, too grand and imposing for a place such as this. It was the kind of door one would expect to see in a bank's vault. Something precious and invaluable waited on the other side. Jiao flicked open the lid of a control panel. He entered a digital combination. Gears slowly rumbled inside the door, their mechanical resonance echoing in the tunnel. A current of cool wind filtered through when Jiao pulled the door's handle. He opened it as if it weighed nothing. The doorway divided the tunnel into two different sections. A rustic darkened tunnel lay behind, but before them was a hallway that could well belong to a palace. Crystal chandeliers pended from the high ceilings. Medieval tapestries hung on the walls. Red carpeting covered the marble floor. Lavender lingered in the air. At the end of the long corridor was a room, its white double French doors invitingly open. "This is new," Mona mused. Jiao led her down the corridor. It was warm and cozy, and not at all reminiscent of a prison. "It's the same prison ward you charmed for me years ago," he said with a dismissive gesture. "I did a little redecorating for my guest." "A little? His guest?" "Prisoner," Mona said. He frowned. "What?" "You mean your prisoner," she added. "You went to a lot of trouble for a prisoner." Mona didn't like this at all. But Jiao didn't seem to mind her scornful words. They stopped at the door. With a sideways glance, Jiao pressed his index finger over his smooth lips, suggesting silence. Someone was inside, sitting in a white velvet wingback chair. She was reading by an electric fireplace. Heavy locks of pitch-black hair rippled over her shoulder, concealing the woman's face. The prisoner closed the book and laid it on her lap. As she rose from the chair, the shimmer of her beaded dress caught Mona's eye. It was a royal blue gown, sleeveless and embroidered in gold. "Is everything to your liking, dear?" Jiao asked the woman. "Too many considerations for a prisoner." The woman turned. "I want," she said, "my freedom." Jiao smirked. "I'm afraid that's impossible, but I believe your stay amongst us will be brief." He paused. "How's Liam treating you?" Her eyes lit with fury. The woman pursed her lips, raising her chin. She tried to appear indifferent to Jiao's words, but her eyes shimmered with looming tears. What exactly had Liam done to her? "Why have you brought me here, Jiaolong?" she said, her voice barely breaking. "Is this some kind of revenge? I should have killed you in Bucharest." "Too bad you didn't," he sneered. "You will know everything, in time." She tilted her head. Her striking blue eyes pierced Mona through and through. Mona's knees buckled. Whomever she was, this woman was powerful, but no more than Mona, surely. "You've brought a witch with you," she taunted, raising one eyebrow. "Scared of me, are you, Jiaolong? Who the hell does she think she is? How dare she treat him with such disrespect? Someone had to remind her, no matter how luxurious her surroundings were, she was still a prisoner. The corner of her lips curled in a wicked smile. And then the woman laughed. She actually laughed. "She doesn't know who I am," she said with a pretense of surprise. "Outrageous!" Mona's face flared up. She clenched her jaw and closed her fists, ready to blast away some dragon magic. "You bring an amateur witch before me," she spat. "I say, that's rather insulting." "Who the hell are you?" Mona blared, her voice laced with venom. She couldn't stop now. "Trust me, witch. You don't want to know." The prisoner scoffed and turned her back on Mona. How dare she show such defiance? Mona lunged towards her, fueled by fury. "I'll make you regret crossing me." "Mona, don't!" Jiao cried behind her, unable to restrain her. With a swift movement, Mona reached out to grab the woman's shoulder but found only empty air. A sense of dread washed over her as she surveyed the room, and upon turning back, was met with the chilling sight, the woman standing inches away, bearing razor-sharp fangs. Before Mona could react, the woman had her by the neck, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. Fear pulsed through her veins as she struggled against the woman's iron grip. "I can't," Mona grunted. "Breathe!" "Alisa, please," Jiao cried. "There's no need for this. Enough." With an unforgiving glare, Alisa pulled her closer until her lips brushed Mona's ear. "I would never drink your blood," she said. "Your kind is beneath me, witch. I am Alisa Lockhart. I've been a vampire for over 300 years. The millenary blood of kings runs through my veins. And you are nothing but a fool." Mona's body slammed against the floor. Gasping for air, she scrambled arms and legs and all but crawled to the doorway where Jiaolong stood. Why hadn't he helped her? Why hadn't he moved? Then it hit her. The spell. She had cast it herself years ago. A locking spell to protect those outside the room, and contain the one meant to be inside. Alisa could not walk out of the room, but anyone could step inside and suffer the consequences. She could have killed me. As she reached Jiaolong's arms, he helped her to her feet and immediately shoved Mona behind him. "You've been a naughty girl, Alisa." Jiao clucked his tongue and shook his head. Perhaps Liam should stop by again tonight. Alisa's bloodshot eyes shimmered again at the sound of that name. The muscles in her neck tightened. "I've seen your end, Jiaolong," she said. "It will come sooner than you think." "Then I'll make sure to enjoy my life to the fullest." Jiao pursed his lips. "Such a beautiful night for it, isn't it?" "Oh, that's right. There are no windows here." He uttered a short, quiet laugh. Alisa roared. She ran to the door, both menacing fangs bare and ready to tear Jiao to pieces. But the second she reached the threshold, she blasted to the back of the room. "Ow!" Jiaolong winced, and this gesture made him the sexiest immortal in the world. Not such an amateur witch after all, is she? "Who's foolish now, Alisa?" On her knees, Alisa wept tears of fury. "You will pay in blood for what you've done, Jiaolong." "I pay my debts in cash exclusively, my dear." Jiao wrapped his arm around Mona's waist as they headed back into the hallway. "Ta-ta, Princess of the Blood." "You keep Alisa Lockhart in your prison ward?" Mona all but screamed. Her quivering hands reached for the steaming cup of tea. Jiao sniggered. "And I trapped her so easily," he boasted. "All I had to do was summon her on the pretense of reminiscing on the good old days." Mona's eyes flew open. "You were lovers?" She stroked her neck. It still hurt. She could still feel Alisa's fingers sinking into her skin. He turned to the window, lost in his thoughts as his eyes met the horizon, where the dark sea merged with a starless sky. "We knew each other well," he said, "in another lifetime." "That thing," she said, "you will pay for what you've done." What did she mean by that? Mona took a sip of her chamomile tea, strong enough to calm her nerves. "Oh," Jiao raised his brow. "I fibbed a little. I told Alisa that Lockhart had been exposed by the Coven and destroyed." Mona snickered. "Wicked awesome." "Damned Lockhart," he mused. "I'll turn that lie into reality in no time." "Why do you hate him so much?" Mona got rid of her shoes and snuggled on the sofa, casually tossing her hair back. "He's ruined everything for me," Jiao muttered. "He always has." He moved away from the window and sat next to Mona. He smoothed his hand on her leg. Such a precious gift in his hands. Wasting away. For a second, Mona doubted he referred to the source. Just how deeply did his story go with Alisa? "Mona," he whispered, leaning closer. "Yes?" she said. "I need something from you." "Anything." Mona's answer pleased him. Bats flapped their tiny wings in her stomach. Was it wrong of her to be attracted to her own blood? She neither worried nor cared. Mona drew closer to him still, close enough to feel the warmth of his breath land on her cheek. "Keep a close watch on the Devereux witch, will you?" he said in a velvety voice, a suggestive and inviting voice. "Why do you think I married her father?" she uttered, locking her lustful eyes in his stare. My, he whispered, his hand cupping the side of her face. "Yes," she said, heart racing and beating hard against her chest. Jiao's lips drew closer to her mouth. "I need something else from you." Mona smiled. It didn't take being a witch to read his mind. Chapter 23. Elizabeth. Elizabeth's eyes fixed on him as he walked into the car dealership. What few staff members remained had dropped their activities on the spot just to get a glimpse of this man. Strong jawline, smooth full lips, chiseled nose, and the most gorgeous blue eyes she had ever seen. He wore an Oxford grey Armani suit, a white stiff cotton shirt enticingly unbuttoned at the neck, and spotless Italian leather shoes. It was not unusual to schedule off-the-clock appointments for high-end customers. She'd taken the call herself. The man headed towards her office. Her heart pounded like crazy. This was high school all over again. Elizabeth sat at the cafeteria And the hottest guy in school was about to sit with her for lunch. Snap out of it, Elizabeth. Get a hold of yourself. You're a 28-year-old woman, the head of accounts of an automobile imports empire. Breathe. She took a deep breath and then smiled at the client who was now sitting before her. With an open and beckoning attitude, he relaxed in the chair, crossing his legs in a figure-4 fashion. He slipped 2 fingers on his right temple and slightly tilted his head. Good evening, my name is Philip Blackwell. I called earlier. I'm here to retrieve an automobile. She smiled. The man's sole looks could stop traffic. Good evening, Mr. Blackwell, she said. We've been expecting you. She was a professional. He would never know that her knees were trembling under the heavy oak desk standing between them. Lamborghini Aventador in white, paid for in advance. Sounds just about right, he said, pleased. Elizabeth slid off her high heels and crossed her ankles. Mr. Blackwell's smile melted her heart. The teenager in her was winning. As soon as she realized it, she regained her composure and put her shoes back on. Would you like to see it now? She all but grinned as she stood, offering to escort him to the garage. Yes, I would. Nothing would please me more. He gave her a friendly smile and followed her outside the small but cozy office. Elizabeth unlocked the garage. She pulled the rolling steel door. It didn't budge. It's stuck. I'll get one of the guys. Allow me. Mr. Blackwell kneeled before she could stop him. With one hand, he rolled up the door as if it weighed nothing. How in the world did he... She turned on the light switch. A dazzling array of luxurious cars appeared before their eyes. Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Porsche, and among them, her client's Lamborghini. He moved through those vehicles as if they were invisible. He stopped before the Lamborghini and smoothed his hand over its pristine white hood. Elizabeth's hand landed on his arm. Keys, she said. Strong arms, hard as stone, unyielding to the touch of her fingers. Mr. Blackwell looked over his shoulder, smiled, and took the keys without hesitation. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. His wandering eyes marveled at the car's interior. Sit with me, he said, patting the co-pilot's seat with a playful attitude. Elizabeth blushed. I probably shouldn't, she replied, gazing downwards at her clasping hands. Mr. Blackwell stepped out of the car. He took her hand and gently led her to the passenger's seat. I insist. He opened the door. Will you not take part in my happiness? Well, when you put it that way, Mr. Blackwell. She shrugged. The man was alluring and impossible to refuse. Please call me Philip. He started the car's ignition. The motor purred like a happy kitten. Firmly holding the driving wheel, he entered the gear and drove out of the garage fast. They left the building within seconds. Elizabeth turned back. As the dealership grew smaller in the distance, she panicked. She could lose her job over this. Philip noticed her reaction out of the corner of his eye. Don't worry, Elizabeth, he reassured her. Oh, it's just... You're already off the clock, aren't you? He gave her a brief, gallant smile. Elizabeth blushed. They drove at high speed, the streetlights flashing past them like shooting stars. As they arrived at the Golden Gate Bridge, Philip entered another gear. The roaring vehicle outran the surrounding cars so fast it made Elizabeth dizzy. Better put my seatbelt on. For a second, Philip took his eyes off the road and looked at her. His blue eyes gleamed unnaturally, but it happened so fast. She might have imagined it. He made the exit to Sausalito's Vista Point. Philip pulled over. The city's landscape glimmered with myriad titillating lights. He turned off the ignition and stepped out of the car. Elizabeth followed. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and leaned against the bumper. As a soft breeze blew and enveloped them, Philip closed his eyes. Elizabeth stood a couple of steps behind, admiring him. She would never have summoned the courage to approach such a man, and yet he had kidnapped her from her workplace. And here they were, together in silence, enjoying one of the city's major sights. I assume you have plans for the evening with your friends, he said, Moving closer, Elizabeth unpinned her chignon, setting free her long auburn hair to sway in the wind. "No plans," she shrugged. "No plans and no friends." Elizabeth led a solitary life, and she liked it that way. She would have dinner at home and watch a movie. Hitchcock's films were her favourites. "Then perhaps I could take you to dinner." He studied her face to read her reaction. "I know a great burger joint." He gave her a tantalizing smile. She checked the time on her wristwatch. 9:30 p.m. She had no plans for the evening. What was there to think about? "Sure, sounds great." They arrived at the diner. It was small, with 5 tables and 6 stools by the counter. They served hot dogs and sandwiches, but burgers were their specialty, Philip had said. It seemed odd to her that such a wealthy man would choose a random burger place to have dinner instead of a fancy restaurant. He was either an all-American guy or a cheap one at that. Let's find out. Elizabeth suppressed a smile. "Hey there, Sam," Philip said to the man behind the counter. "I brought a friend over. She'll be having one of your delicious burgers tonight." "How's it going, Philip?" Sam replied. "Welcome, miss. 1 high-top burger coming up. Or will that be 2? "Nah, I already had dinner," Philip said. "Maybe just a beer." They sat on a booth at the shop's corner. A warm, cosy spot. She was lucky to be having dinner with such a fascinating man. His manners were polished and refined, yet he must have been 26 years old tops. He leaned towards her. "I promise you won't regret this," he said with a hint of intimacy. She blushed, and he noticed but paid little attention to it. Fortunately, "Are you happy with your new car?" What a silly question. "Yes, I am, Elizabeth." He ordered a beer with a quick hand gesture. "May I ask you something?" Enticing as he leaned closer and lowered his voice, seeking confidentiality. She nodded. "Why do you do this for a living? Sell luxurious cars to pretentious buyers such as myself?" He smiled. "I get the feeling there's more to you than a desk job. I see before me someone ready for adventure." "Forgive me, I shouldn't presume to know a thing about you. We've only met tonight." But she couldn't dismiss what he'd said, because it happened to be true. She'd left Los Angeles searching for independence and found in San Francisco a world of opportunities for her to thrive. But somewhere along the way, she had settled. She'd taken the job at the car dealership because it paid the rent, and God knew how expensive rents were in the city. Elizabeth pushed the burger aside and grabbed Philip's beer. She drank a good mouthful of that heavenly poison. He raised his brow, noticeably shocked. "You're right," she was surprised to say. Her barriers were coming down quickly for this man. "I settled. That's what happened. Another drink." "Hold that thought," he whispered, pressing her hand. She nearly swooned at his touch. Philip looked away towards the entrance. A young man stood at the diner's door. They stared at each other for a few minutes. That's kind of odd. Elizabeth finished the drink. Philip rose from the chair. "Excuse me for a moment, please." He walked towards the man dressed as a renegade, dark jeans and a black leather jacket. "Jiao Long," Philip said. The diner was so small she had no trouble hearing every word. The man, this Jiao Long, smiled. What was he? 20, 21. A bit shorter than Philip, with dark hair and bright hazel eyes. "How'd you find me?" Philip asked. The man gave him a crooked smile. "Finding you comes easy to someone like me," he said. "New car, huh?" Jiao Long pointed to the Lamborghini parked outside. "I hear they run pretty fast, but you wouldn't know, right, Philip? You've slowed down?" He turned and laughed with someone whom Elizabeth could not see. Philip gave him a mirthless laugh. "That's funny, Jiao. What are you riding these days? A bike?" He mocked, looking at his biker's black leather jacket. Jiao sneered. "I've got a Camaro parked outside. What do you say we put it to the test against your new set of wheels? If you're not too scared of damaging your precious car, that is." That bastard. How would Philip respond to this bully? Would he engage his brand new car in a street race? Would he show off that adventurous side he had mentioned earlier? "You do realise it's a Lamborghini, my automobile," It wouldn't be fair to you. Philip shrugged. Well, that was decent of him. Jiaolong brayed with laughter. His friend emerged from the shadows and joined him. He was a man in his 30s, 6 feet tall, with long blonde hair, almost white. Their reaction did not agree with Philip. The muscles on his neck tensed as he clenched his jaw. Fine. We'll race on Redwood Highway and call Richmond Bridge the finish line. Whoever gets to the bridge first wins. Zhao stopped laughing. He ran his hand over his chin, stroking his rough stubble. What of the prize? What's in it for me when I win? He turned a salacious look straight at Elizabeth. It made her stomach churn. She snuck further into the diner's corner, out of Jiaolong's view. Philip's hand landed on Zhao's chest, driving his attention away from Elizabeth. If you win, you get the satisfaction of beating me for once in your life. He smirked. You need nothing else. Zhao stepped back. Very well, meet me at Spencer Avenue. I'll be waiting. Philip turned to Elizabeth. He removed his suit jacket and rolled his sleeves below his elbows as he walked towards her. Well, heaving a sigh, he slid into the booth. That's taken care of. He drew out a gold cigarette case from his pocket. Philip played with a cigarette between his fingers for a few seconds. He then tapped the filter against the table a couple of times. So it's settled, he said. Tonight we race. What? We? Elizabeth blinked, pulling back in her seat. There's no way in hell I'm racing. Ever. It'll be over before you know it, plus it'll be fun, he said in a tantalizing voice. And she would have done anything he wanted. Wait. What was this conversation about? Oh, right. Racing. Philip's hand landed on the cigarette case on the table. He slipped it towards him and got up. Come on, let's get out of here. What was this gorgeous man thinking? He had literally extracted her from the office, bought her dinner, and now meant to take her street racing. He must be used to getting whatever he wants, and this won't be the exception, will it? Fine, she whispered, loving how the touch of his hand persuaded her to move away from the booth and walk with him to the car. It's been great seeing you. Philip slipped a bill over the counter. A Benjamin Franklin? Cute and generous. He was definitely an all-American guy who happened to be rich. Thanks, Sam, Elizabeth said. Good luck, kids. Sam waved as they walked out of the diner. Chapter 24. Philip. Multicolored automobiles filled the parking lot on Spencer Avenue. Music blasted off the car speakers. Young men and women hung around smoking and chatting, drinking and laughing. The dragon sigil tattooed their necks, forearms, wrists and backs. Zhao's way of branding his mid-blood followers. Mid-bloods were mortals who'd had a taste of the blood, though not enough for their bodies to undergo full transformation. Their senses were usually enhanced by the dark blood. Still, they remained mortal, and did not suffer a vampire's hunger for human blood. Mid-bloods walked between the ordinary world and the unnatural realm, a most unsuitable lineage in Philip's eyes. Zhao curated his herd by keeping the ones he liked best and killing off the rest, not the most moral approach to the kill. Philip disapproved of creating mid-bloods, but they certainly did not deserve to die for it. But who was he to judge a fellow blood drinker? To each his own. Looks like Zhao's already celebrating, Elizabeth said. Yeah, he won't win, Philip sniggered, pulling over. Why are you doing this, Philip? That was an unexpected question. He wanted to tell her how thrilling racing was, that he discovered his inclination for speed the first time he laid a hand on a 1920 Stevens Roadster. I enjoy it, he mumbled, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. It makes me feel free. Free from what? She asked. Philip pursed his lips. My regrets. You seem like an awfully successful man. What could you possibly regret? She said, intrigued. I lost my mother to a car crash when I was 19. Why was he telling her this? We quarrelled before the accident. Had I not challenged her, she wouldn't have gotten in that car. He pursed his lips. My regrets haunted me for years before I realised I couldn't conquer those demons. but at least I could outrun them. A sour smile. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I shouldn't have asked." "That's all right," he said. "It was a very long time ago." "We're really doing this, aren't we?" she said. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Yes, we are, Elizabeth." Philip drove past the parking lot and made it to the highway. He pulled over next to Zhao Long's imperial blue metallic Camaro until both cars stood side by side. There was no sound but the roaring engines. He lowered the window and met Zhao's hazel eyes. A female vampire stepped in front of both vehicles. She wore high-waisted black denim shorts, a white cropped top with a print of the word dragon, and black platform chucks. She pulled out her cell phone and flashed the bright red screen toward them. "Ready," she yelled. "Hold on tight, sweetheart," Philip said. The vehicle's overpowering engine growled. Elizabeth's legs trembled. She might have been anxious, or maybe it was just the car's vibration. Whatever the cause, she fastened her seatbelt and pulled it tight. "Set!" The screen turned amber. Philip held his breath. His fingers curved around the car's gearshift knob. He focused on the road ahead. His heart raced, thrilled by the challenge. "Go!" The screen flashed green. Philip entered the gear and pressed the gas pedal. The rest of the world disappeared. All that mattered was crossing that bridge. He gained a good head start, leaving Zhao's Camaro miles behind. He swiftly changed lanes, passing other vehicles with amazing finesse, never presuming he would win because the odds were in his favor. Elizabeth lowered the car's window. The harsh wind drifted inside and played with her hair. She yielded to this newly discovered freedom. "Well done, Elizabeth." The bridge lay straight ahead. Philip entered another gear and took the car to its highest speed yet. The engine's response pumped the adrenaline in his bloodstream, leaving him breathless. He passed 2 more vehicles before reaching the finish line and, damn! A powerful blow rear-ended them. Philip's head jerked and banged hard against the steering wheel, which was now turning of its own volition. He gripped the wheel and fought to redirect the car. Useless. The Lamborghini spun on the highway again and again, in a never-ending cycle, set in slow motion. Looking through Elizabeth's window, he knew that within seconds they would crash against the concrete barrier. Time fragmented, and every damned second of it turned incredibly long. Elizabeth's hands shielded her face. Her body moved away from the window. She screamed. The car crashed against the median strip, shattering the window into 1,000 shards of glass that rained inside the vehicle as it flipped upwards several feet high. Gravity kicked in and pulled the Lambo down with great force. The car headed to the street below the bridge, a few feet short of the marshland. The strident clash of metal muffled Elizabeth's screams. Then it stopped. Silence and stillness prevailed. A heavy, dark curtain fell before Philip's eyes. He was out. "I crashed! How is that even possible?" There was no way he would have... Wait! His heart froze. Elizabeth. Unable to focus, Philip reached over the passenger's seat. Ugh! A shot of pain through his arm and chest. He touched the silken fabric of her blouse. Reaching further, he sensed her shoulder. Gah! Another sharp bolt of pain through his neck. "Elle," he mumbled. Not a sound came in reply. Philip blinked and adjusted his focus as much as he could. She was there all right, but she was unconscious, her face covered in blood and her blouse drenched in blood as well. "This is bad." "Elizabeth," he said. Philip removed his seatbelt and reached over the... Damn! The pain came again, and this time it had been bright and blinding like a lightning bolt. Philip's preternatural body rarely suffered. This accident must have been grave indeed. He needed to see her regain consciousness. He needed to... A lousy headache pulsed with deafening pain, like a portentous gong beating again and again inside his skull. The gong blinded his senses. Philip couldn't bear it. Again, he was out. A beeping beat brought him back. The white glare surrounding him hurt his eyes. Every limb in his body ached, but the pulsing headache was the worst. Slowly, his eyes adjusted to the light. There were handrails on both sides of the bed. It was a stretcher. He was in the hospital. Connected to his arms and chest were several tubes and cables, stuck into a monitor and an IV pump. I don't want this on me. I don't need it. He sensed a large bandage on his forehead and pulled it off immediately. The gauze was drenched in blood, his blood. Damn it. If this had happened to him, a powerful member of the undead, then what were the odds of survival for that lovely woman? Elizabeth. Tears loomed in his eyes. There was no chance for her whatsoever. Elizabeth was dead. Chapter 25. Ivan. Philip, what the hell? Ivan stormed into the room. The poor fellow looked pretty roughened. Was it the concussion, or was that shocked expression a natural reaction to his presence? Ivan, he said, still in awe, what are you... How did you know I was here? Thomas Novak called, Ivan replied. He's chairman of the board. They found my number on your cell phone. He said your condition was critical. You arrived with multiple fractures, severe chest injuries, and a serious concussion. Philip gave him the hint of a smile. Well, as you can see, he pointed at the cast on his leg. It's only a fracture and some stitches, which I'm certain will heal very soon. Don't you dare laugh at this, Philip, the fiend his fledgling was, mocking the seriousness of his damned condition. Ivan leaned against the wall and sighed. I'll never get used to it. It's not what you... Oh, but it is. This has everything to do with your racing. Ivan paused. I've told myself many times that your love for danger was a phase, that it would end up boring you one day. But now, I'm not so sure. Please, no more lectures, Philip said. Would he ever stop defying his vampiric nature? Ivan wanted to grab him by the shoulders and shake him hard, drive some sense into his stubborn self, but Philip's shimmering eyes warned him this was not the time. What is it? Ivan finally asked. The girl, Ivan, Philip wept. The girl. He covered his mouth with the back of his hand to prevent himself from sobbing. What girl? Ivan leaned closer, unable to part his eyes from the many bruises on his arms and legs. Philip would recover, of course, and sooner than any mortal. But this time, Ivan had truly feared for his fledgling's life. That dreadful phone call had rattled the very depths of his polluted soul. Philip was healing even as they spoke. The larger wound on his forehead turned into a mere scratch right before his eyes. I think she's... dead, Philip mused. How transparent was his fledgling's heartbreak. Calm yourself, Ivan whispered. I'll find out everything I can about this girl. But, for now, you must rest. We'll get out of here when you're ready. Philip grabbed his hand. Elizabeth Shah, he winced. Oh, poor Philip. The agony must have been excruciating. Not the one caused by the injuries, but that of his unnatural body's accelerated healing. Were those tears shed in anguish? Or maybe they fell for this woman, this Elizabeth. Wait a moment. You mean Elizabeth Sharma? Ivan frowned. Wasn't that the contact I gave you? Never mind. I'll see what I can find out. In the hallway, Ivan stopped and leaned against the wall. What was this? His hands were trembling. Was Philip's close encounter with death responsible for his shaking hands? No, it was the hunger. He hadn't fed, and it was getting late. The sooner we walk out of here, the better. Finding the woman meant no difficulty to Ivan's preternatural skills. He scanned between the myriad voices within the hospital until he got lucky. Her name's Elizabeth Sharma, a nurse said. She's in 104 in the ICU. Playing a little trick of persuasion on the staff got him into the intensive care unit easily. He found her unconscious, surrounded by monitors and other medical devices. Blood drained out of her chest through a transparent tube. She breathed through a respirator. Ivan pulled a chair and sat beside her. Elizabeth, he whispered, you must be something special. Philip aches for your condition. Her skin was pale as alabaster, large auburn eyelashes, delicate nose and plump lips. Beautiful even as she stood a step away from the abyss of death. No wonder Philip cared so much for her. My, what shall we do with you? He said under his breath. The mechanical beat of the ventilator was almost hypnotic. Ivan listened to the woman's heartbeat. Her heart pumped blood with a strong, weary pull, the kind that always announces death. Perhaps he could help her. Something about the woman appealed to Ivan's better nature. And then there was Philip. Ivan would never hear the end of it if she died. Listen to me, Elizabeth, he whispered. I'm going to do something for you. I know you can hear me. Ivan slipped his hand under hers. If I am to help you, I must remove this tube from your mouth. Is that all right? Elizabeth lightly pressed his hand. Ivan peeled off the tape from her mouth. This might hurt a little. He gave a quick tug to the tube and out it went. The woman coughed. The pain brought her back from her stupor. She opened her eyes. You must do as I say. Persuasion, a wonderful vampiric trick. Ivan bit his wrist until the blood poured. He placed it over the woman's lips and let the dark blood drip inside her mouth. Drink, he said. Reluctant at first, Elizabeth swallowed the first mouthful of his preternatural vital liquid. After that first drink, the wheezing of her breathing stopped. No more blood poured out of the chest tube. A slight pinkish hue tinged her cheeks. Elizabeth gripped Ivan's arm tighter and pulled it close to her mouth. She took another drink, and this one she actually enjoyed. Her heartbeat raced with a vigorous rhythm. The stitched wounds on her brow healed. That should do it. Enough, Ivan said, retrieving his arm. You will recover, Elizabeth, and you will forget this ever happened. One final trick. How on earth did you get out of there so fast? Ivan met Philip in the parking lot. His fledgling stood by the Ferrari looking spotless in jeans, a pristine white t-shirt and a leather jacket. Where had he gotten those clothes? The cast, the stitches, the tubes stuck to your arms. You're not the only one endowed with the dark gift of persuasion. He shrugged, as if he couldn't care less about anything, but his eyes told a different story. Well? Philip's fears hindered his speech. If there was bad news to be told, he didn't want to hear it. She'll live, Ivan said dismissively while opening the door. Let's go home. His body ached with the dull pain of hunger, but it was too late to hunt. They barely had any time left to make it to Villa Belvedere. Philip's countenance regained its colour. The news thrilled him, though he showed little enthusiasm because of his blood loss. Surely he was famished as well. Ivan pulled out of the driveway. At the end of the day, Philip had survived this entire ordeal, and that's what truly mattered. Had his head been chopped off during the accident, this would have been a very different story. Now, please, don't say a thing. Philip reached inside his jacket. Ivan frowned. What? Why would I? Oh, Philip. Ivan's smile was unstoppable now. Out of Philip's jacket appeared a pair of plastic bags filled with a warm crimson liquid. The label read, ABRH negative. Property of St. Paul's Hospital Blood Bank. Ivan laughed all the way through the Golden Gate Bridge. He took the blood pack off of his fledgling's hands. With a quick bite, he pulled off the seal and then took a sip. So tell me, Philip, how are you enjoying your kid's meal? Laughter, and more laughter. How precious to catch his fledgling trapped by his own words. Philip opened his blood pack and sucked it as if there were no tomorrow. He finished the whole thing within seconds. His fledgling's wry expression kept Ivan more than satisfied all the way home. Chapter 26. Antoine. Okay. Antoine gave a quick drag of his cigarette. Why the hell was he so nervous? He could have avoided this completely by not coming here. He had called Cassie the very next day after their last fight. She had accepted his apology with little to no recrimination, which seemed odd at the time. Still, he felt unsure. Cassandra's possessive nature often betrayed her. Theirs was a relationship tinged with passion and fury, and Antoine loved this ferociously, The most delicious reconciliations always followed their endless fighting. But so much more than that kept him in her thrall. Yes, he was drawn to her, inevitably so. She was the purest light, while he was absolute darkness. She had lived a life of privilege, while he'd been raised in deprivation. She was hopeful and loving, and saw the best in him, even when he had nothing to give. Cassandra's faith in him had made Antoine thrive, pushing him to become a better version of the scoundrel he'd always been. Losing her would mean going back to being a meaningless bastard. He wasn't going to let that happen. "I'm going in," he mused, heaving a sigh. "Go get her, cowboy," Frank said, pumping up the stereo's volume. Ethan and Isabella laughed. "Shut up," he said, looking back as he stood on the porch. Antoine's car was parked under the street lamp's mercurial pool of light. Inside was the disgusting horde: Frank, Ethan, and Isabella. He would have never even considered bringing them with him, but the occasion called for it, so here they were. The house was shrouded in darkness, but a faint glow emanated from the back. Antoine moved around the front lawn and soon discovered the light came from her bedroom window. Should he play the part of the romantic lover? Would that make her happy? Here goes nothing. He climbed the bougainvillea vine and reached the open window. There she was, lying on the bed, reading an old leather-bound book. Ugh, boring. Cassandra wore the shortest white dress, hemmed in trimmed lace. Without making a sound, he got inside the room. "Bonsoir, chérie." "Quoi?" Startled, the book slipped from her grasp and crashed onto the floor. The second she noticed him, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. "Antoine, don't do that!" "Hey, I'm just trying to be romantic over here." A wicked laugh escaped from his mouth. "Well, you're not," she said playfully. "You scared me." "I'm sorry." He sat on the bed. As if driven by a magnet, his hand slowly wandered up her thighs. Antoine expected to be slapped by her any minute, but when she didn't, he leaned closer and kissed her lips. When he parted from her, he noticed she was wearing the strangest stone around her neck. "What's that?" he asked. "It's my black tourmaline," she replied. He reached for it, but Cassie moved away. "Don't touch it." Antoine laughed. He didn't quite understand most of Cassandra's peculiarities, so he dismissed the whole thing. "All right," he said under his breath. "Say, why aren't you dressed for the party?" "Because," she said, "I'm not going, and neither should you." "Not this again," he pleaded. "I don't want to fight. Please tell me you'll come." Was this jealousy going to be a never-ending hindrance between them? If it's because of Ivan... "And what if it is about him?" she said, defiant. "I've had enough of this, Cassandra." He sighed, getting on his feet. "When will it end?" Her furious gaze landed on him. "Why? It can stop right now. Choose him. You're a grown man. You know what you're doing." "What is that supposed to mean?" Antoine's hands landed on his hips. "Is showing the slightest civility towards my friend too much to ask?" Cassandra sat on the bed, her eyes filled with tears. "I know," she said, her voice quivering. "What do you know?" "I know the kind of mentorship you seek in Lockhart." She paused. "You must be the most foolish man in the world to want to become a blood drinker." Antoine's blood froze. His secret was out. He swallowed hard. "Well, you've said it and I won't deny it. Wait, how long have you known he's a vampire?" "I'm a witch, remember?" Getting on her feet, she folded her arms over her chest. "But that's not the issue, Antoine. You lied to me." "I've never lied to you, chérie." He paused. "And now that it's all out in the open, why would you have a problem going to Ivan's soirée? Can't we all just get along?" "You're so self-centered, Antoine," she muttered. "You think you can have us both." She shook her head, disbelief and anger warring in her eyes. "Murd!" He stopped for a deep breath. "All right, Cassie, I messed up. I should have told you everything right from the start. But I wasn't sure you'd understand. And, well, I was right, wasn't I?" Antoine sniggered. "Can you try to cast those things aside tonight? This soirée is the event of the year. Do you know how many business contacts I'll be able to make there? It could mean turning millions into billions." "Oh, my sweet Antoine," Cassie sighed. Since when do you care so much about money? She stepped closer. Unbearable disappointment gleamed in her eyes. This isn't you, my love, she breathed, gliding a hand over his jawline. Where is the man I fell in love with? He frowned and stepped away. This is who I am, he said. I'm finally living my dream. All I want is to share it with you. Can't you see that? Cassandra pursed her lips. Tears rolled down her blushing cheeks. Ne pleure pas, ma chérie. Don't cry, darling. Driven to her despite his frustration, Antoine embraced her tenderly and cupped her face in his hands. Choose me, Antoine, she whispered. Stay. A tight knot built up in his throat. I can't, he mumbled. People are waiting for me outside. I can't let him down. What you ask of me is impossible. Please, Cassie, try to understand. You're breaking my heart. Cassie moved to the doorway. She gripped the doorknob. Leave. Antoine slightly nodded. Pain, as he'd never known, pierced his heart that evening as Antoine left the room to the sound of her weeping despair. Chapter 27. All Hallows' Eve. Sinatra's witchcraft welcomed the guests into the lawn. A hostess received them at the front gate where they cross-checked their names with a list. An escort then led them through the gardens. Lined with vintage oil lamps, the footpath guided the way to the tent. The garden's second tier offered a panoramic of the Golden Gate Bridge. A level below, a display of candlelit tables, the orchestra, and an illuminated dance floor feasted their eyes. The jostling crowd moved through the lawn, blending with waiters dressed in black suits and Venetian white masks. The mask, a known prerequisite for this soirée, granted an alluring sense of mystery. People enjoyed recognizing amid them diverse personalities from the political and artistic spheres. The orchestra's director called for the crowd's attention. A larghetto version of Eurythmic's Sweet Dreams played as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our glasses and toast to our wonderful hosts. Expectant faces turned their attention to the garden's entrance. Ivan and Philip stood in the spotlight. Rounds of applause rose from the crowd, wave after wave. Ivan wore a black tuxedo with a black Victorian vest embroidered in gold. He had chosen a filigree Venetian mask. Philip's white and gold Colombina mask fitted his Italian tux best. Philip raised his champagne glass and gave a swift nod to the crowd. He then turned around and offered a toast to the woman who was approaching them. Marianne received a warm welcome, radiant as she was in her white embroidered gown à la Marie Antoinette. Myriad Swarovski crystals were sewn into the fabric. A delicate piece of white tulle veiled her amethyst eyes. The look suits you, Ivan told her as they moved to their table. I can envision you at Versailles in the 1800s. Marianne turned, amazed. Well, that's very nice of... On the scaffold, Ivan added. He smirked and moved towards a man who called his name. She furrowed her brow. Will he ever be capable of complimenting me without the last-minute sarcasm? Don't mind him. Dance with me. Philip offered his hand. They danced, but the music changed, and the orchestra was now playing a song that struck Philip's immortal heart without warning. You were meant for me, Philip mused the melody's title, and oblivious to this, Marianne smiled. Did Ivan have anything to do with this? He scanned the dance floor and found no trace of him, but then Marianne pulled him closer. His hand fastened on her waist and he yielded to the song's slow rhythm. The mesmerizing setting surrounding them faded away. It was another place, in another time with another face, Francis's face, as delicate as an angel's. Tears rolling down her cheeks. His heart sank in despair, broken by the infeasible dream of spending their lives together. She confessed to him her love that evening, and that only deepened his pain. They slow danced their last dance in the intimacy of his dimly lit living room. The gramophone played Nat Chilcret's song. Philip knew the last of their words of love had been spoken. A tear slid down his face. The living room in his LA apartment gradually dissolved until it vanished. Philip stood on the dance floor with Marianne, dancing to the orchestra's ongoing melody. He buried his face in her shoulder, holding her tight, holding on to the present. My name is Philip Blackwell. I live in a wonderful villa on Belvedere Island, and Marianne is here, and she's my beautiful fledgling. The memory of Francis and their last dance belonged in the past, in 1929, and although the images were no longer real, the pain was. The song reached the end. Every couple on the dance floor turned to acknowledge the orchestra with their applause. Philip disappeared before she ever turned. Laughter. It was loud and resonant with boasts of youthful bliss. Wine bottles passed from one hand to another. Glasses chimed each time they were filled. Ivan had introduced Antoine to his friends, and those friends ranged from Hollywood movie moguls to highly esteemed business tycoons. This was pure happiness, and it called for a celebration. The time had now come for Antoine to introduce his friends to Ivan. Isabella, Frank, Ethan, please meet my best friend and mentor, Ivan Lockhart. Welcome, he said. I trust you've found everything to your satisfaction? And more, Frank replied, glass in hand. Thank you for the invitation. Oh, don't thank me. Ivan's hand landed over his heart. Thank Antoine. Indeed, how lucky you are to have a friend in him. Not only is he a brilliant businessman, but he's wise enough to make the hard decisions. You know, the ones that build character. You have a wonderful home. Isabella touched his arm. Ivan whispered in her ear. She laughed and enticed him with a smile when he parted from her side. Ivan was a master seducteur. This is the best night of my life. Ethan raised his champagne saucer and drank. I'm delighted to hear it, Ivan celebrated. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. Oh, and I've saved a special surprise for you after the soirée is over. Mr. Lockhart. Vanessa, the party planner, approached Ivan. We have a situation. Excuse me? He rose from the chair. There's a problem with the rock band, she said with urgency. A problem? What do you mean? He spoke so loudly, Antoine heard every word. The band suffered a delay due to technical issues, she added. Then fix it, Ivan hissed. Listen, this is what you're good at. It's your time to shine, Vanessa. I'll need your approval to hire another band, sir. You have it. Find a band, a good band. Time is of the essence, he replied. Ivan's sudden vexation amused Antoine too much to part his eyes from him. Lovely gathering, Lockhart, a man said. He took Ivan's arm and pulled him away from the crowd, away from Antoine's prying eyes. What are you doing here, Xiao? I expressly remember not including your name in my guest list, Ivan hissed. Not a soul roamed in the garden's lowest level. This was the perfect spot for them to speak, unveiled from the mortal pretense. I told myself it had to be a mistake, that perhaps my invitation had somehow gotten lost in the mail. So I came, Xiao sniggered, and I'm so glad I did. It's one hell of a party. I have no time for this, Ivan muttered. What do you want? Straight to the point, Xiao stroked his chin. Well, I have a proposition for you. Ivan slipped his hands into his pants pockets. I'm listening, he said. But was he? He cared more for the chirping song of crickets and the splash of the fountain before him. I've promised my coven a new era of enlightenment, the dawn of our brethren, if you catch my drift. Your coven? Last I heard, Eirik Bjorn was king of the devil's coven, not you. Things change, Lockhart. One must flow with the times, and not become too attached to the old customs. Surely you agree. Xiaolong's political pursuits interested him very little. Why should I care? I belong to no coven. You will care in a minute. Xiao paused. A few weeks ago I came across something of yours. He opened his hand and revealed an antique golden locket. The letter A engraved on it gleamed in the moonlight. Ivan's heart stopped. The blood boiled in his veins. A fiery wave took over his preternatural body. That locket belonged to Alisa. You fiend, he growled, snatching the necklace. In a flash, he seized Xiaolong's neck and slammed him hard against the stone wall. One or two bones cracked beneath his grip, which meant no pain to the soulless devil. Where is she? What have you done to her? He laughed. The bastard laughed despite Ivan's menacing grin, and his sharp fangs ready to rip apart his neck in a single bite. "But you cannot hurt me, Lockhart," Jiao snickered. "If you do, you'll never know where to find her." More laughter. "You might get her back, if you give me what I want." "And what is that?" "I want the source," he grinned. "I know you've kept it hidden in Alisa's necklace." Ivan reluctantly released him. "Nonsense. I guess you really don't care about Alisa anymore." Jiao unwrinkled his jacket and dusted off its sleeves with his hand. "Poor girl." "You leave her out of this." One quick swing at his head would silence him forever. Tempted as Ivan was, he dared not jeopardize Alisa's fate. "That's impossible since she's the key to the success of my endeavors." Jiao clasped his hands on his back and paced round the fountain. "The necklace has been heavily guarded by the Devereaux for years," Ivan mused as his whirling mind worked. "Unfortunately, violence would not do." "Well then, that shouldn't be a problem," Jiao replied. "I hear you're close to one of the witches." "You hear wrongly." Where the devil had he gotten that information? Lie, Ivan. Lie through your teeth. The Devereuxes know me only too well to trust me, much less return to me their precious necklace. "Perhaps there's another way to persuade them to speak," Jiao insisted. "I don't like the sound of that. Do you mean to start a war with one of the most powerful families of witches?" Ivan smirked. "Besides, neither of us knows if there's any truth to the source's legend. No vampire has ever drunk from it. For all we know, the source's magical properties are nothing but a lot of mumbo-jumbo, a ploy concocted by the witches to keep vampires at bay. Confronting the witches would mean risking centuries of peace between us. And for what? Nothing but a bedtime story." "You seem to care too much for their fate." Jiao tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. Ivan knew what he was doing, rather trying to do. He wanted to pierce his brain and dig deep into his thoughts to discover whatever knowledge he could provide. "Well, it ain't gonna happen, Joe. Nothing could be further from the truth. I simply wouldn't place my bet on a 1,000-year-old piece of junk that some claim is the panacea to all our troubles." He took a deep breath. "Let Alisa go. She's no use to you anyway." "I'll be the judge of that, Lockhart." Jiao pursed his lips. "Join me. Let's take the necklace from the witches and find out whether the legends are real." "And then what?" Ivan raised his brow. It would have been easier to play along with the bastard, but he couldn't do it. "Vampires take the world from mortals," Jiao said. "We stop hiding. We rule the city side by side with the source's mighty power." "We?" Ivan frowned. "Are you sure you do not mean I?" Jiao uttered a mirthless laugh. "So, you think I would use this power to my advantage?" "I don't think it. I know it. You would turn your back on your kin on a whim, Jiao. You've done it before. Only those in your coven are too young to know the story." "Enough," Jiao said. "This is your last chance, Ivan. Help me and be part of our rebirth or part with me as enemies." "Big mistake, Jiao." "No, I will not take part in your stupid plan. I will watch you strive for the leadership you so desire and fail." Perhaps he shouldn't have said it, and yet he did. This is what it all comes down to, Jiao. You seek the Coven's recognition. You've wanted it ever since Eirik Bjorn walked out on the Red Throne. You call yourself their leader, but have yet to prove your worth. But know this. No source in the world will grant you the wisdom or charisma you so desperately need. Claiming the source is your crusade to glorify yourself amongst our brethren, and I will not help you succeed. You have spoken. Enemies it is." Jiao shrugged. "We've never been friends," Ivan said, moving towards the stairs. Turning back, he added, "I decline taking part in your plans not out of envy, you understand. I couldn't care less about your coven or its leadership. It's just that I don't feel like it." Jiao clenched his jaw. "I could crush you with my bare hand, you insolent fool," he muttered. "Then why haven't you?" Ivan smirked. "You couldn't even if you wanted to, Jiao. You might be 400 years deep in the blood, but my blood is true millinery, and it comes with its perks to be a millinery's son. Damn you, Lockhart. You've always been a grievance to our kin. Too bad Alisa must pay for your pride. The very mention of her name on his lips infuriated him. Ivan summoned every ounce of willpower to conceal his anger. Let Alisa go, and stay away from the Devereaux, or you'll find out just how much of a grievance I can be. Is that a threat? Zhao's lips curled enough to show his amusement. Oh no, Ivan said. Threats are a nuisance. This is advice. Do not take it lightly. Standing in the middle of the dance floor, Marianne searched for Philip in the crowd. Where was he? While scanning every face in the garden, someone caught her eye. The man stood behind the anemone bushes. He wore a white tux and gold filigree mask. The mask emulated the sun, with beams radiating from the edges. Nobody noticed his presence. But then, his piercing blue eyes fixed their gaze on her. Have we met before? Marianne, come join us. Antoine tugged at her hand, leading her to his table. She turned to see the man again. He was gone. Superb, he said, sweeping her head to toe with a quick glance. I'm glad to see you, Antoine. Amused, she slipped into the chair beside him. People, you must meet Marianne, Antoine addressed his friends. Isn't she a goddess? Neither of them dared to speak, stunned by her unnatural beauty. Better say something to break the ice. I won't bite, I promise. Marianne smiled. Antoine's friends laughed, and she laughed too, what with the irony of it all. Antoine failed to tell us how gorgeous you are, a man said, young, mid-20s, with a pulsing jugular to die for. The impertinent one is Frank, Antoine spoke in her ear. That's Ethan and she's Isabella? We're old-school pals. Pleased to meet you, she said. They gazed at her with no discretion or intent to hide their admiration. Marianne had experienced the same feeling when she'd first met Ivan. He had been the most beautiful creature she'd ever seen. Flawless pale skin and fierce green eyes. A dark angel. Stop staring, guys, Isabella said. You're making her uncomfortable. Curly blonde hair and blue eyes, purple mask. Lovely mortal. Ivan's scolding words echoed in her head. This is an important event, not an immortals private buffet. Looks like the party's finally getting started. Ethan pointed at the stage where a rock band struck the first chords of an interlude. The singer's voice sent a freezing wave down her spine. Fearful, Marianne looked at the stage and focused on the lead singer's face. He wore a fitted black leather suit. She glimpsed the sun tattoo on his chest, stubble beard, a sexy labrate stud piercing beneath his lower lip. Michael Reese. Let's dance! Antoine beckoned her into the dance floor. Would Michael recognize her? Anxiety crashed into the pit of her stomach. Running into an ex-boyfriend was pretty much every girl's nightmare, but this didn't seem like such a bad dream. No, this is a mistake. I'm sorry, Antoine. I have to go. Marianne slipped through the jostling horde. She moved down the cobblestone footpath, away from the garden, away from Michael. Tired of running around that heavy costume, Marianne sat on the poolside. Oh, Michael, she said under her breath. Why now? She had been a girl when they had first met. Marianne waited tables at Rick's bar when Michael walked in for an audition. The memory came to her as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. Michael's powerful and sensual voice made her step on her toes to catch a glimpse of his face. She went backstage where she was sure to see him, this singer whose voice had lit up the room within seconds. Marianne snuck behind the stage curtains. She took a step closer, then another, and another until she ran out of the stage and fell into the service pit. Damn it to hell! Her scream echoed in the bar. She got on her feet, trying hard to keep a cool attitude when the singer's tantalizing stare fixed on her. He smiled, and then he winked. Marianne's cheeks burned like crazy. Michael got the job, and so their romance began. They stayed after hours, making out in the broken freezer room. After a while, they started dating, and they were thinking about living together when Marianne got sick. She had no heart to tell him the truth, so she quietly disappeared from his life. That's when she met Ivan. Resurrecting the past made no sense. Seeing Michael again had only reminded her how she had lost her one shot at happiness in life. Marianne? Chapter 28. Marianne. It really is you. He stood in the foyer, both hands in his jacket's pockets. For a minute there, I almost didn't recognize you. I hardly recognize myself nowadays, she mused. He sat on the floor next to her. Stay away, Michael Reese. His bold fingers smoothed over her jawline, carefully tilting her head. Michael removed the tool that covered her eyes. There you are, he whispered. He then unpinned Marianne's hairdo, bringing down her mane of wavy auburn hair. Weren't you supposed to be singing with the band? She asked, with a teasing tone. The drummer does a swell job at it, he dismissed. I heard you were on tour, she said, trying to avoid his stare, but Michael's shimmering eyes locked in hers. It might have been the moonlight's doing, but he looked more handsome than ever. I was, he replied with the same smoky voice. I almost dropped this last-minute gig. I'm glad I didn't. He paused. 10 years. Has it truly been that long? A bit longer, actually, Marianne huffed. Michael, you can't stay here. I'm a monster, and I'm afraid you won't like that, she wanted to say. I agree. Michael pursed his lips. He then got on his feet, standing still beside her. We should go. He smirked. Marianne all but laughed. You haven't changed one bit, have you? She said, turning towards him. His hand reached for hers, inviting her to stand, and foolishly enough, she took that offer. I should get rid of this ridiculous gown first, she said, looking down at the glistening skirt. Would you mind waiting? I've waited 10 years for you. I can wait 20 more minutes. He sniggered. This man had the word danger written all over him. Maybe this wasn't the best of ideas, but no harm could come out of a little reminiscing, right? It's a nice place you've got here. Marianne wandered through the penthouse's entrance. It had an outstanding view of the bay, with a spacious deck begging to be discovered. Thanks. Michael dropped the keys in a bowl by the entrance. Shall we? She followed him to the deck. Marianne leaned against the railing and closed her eyes. We used to dream of living in a penthouse by the bay. Do you remember? He said, standing beside her. She nodded. This could have been our life together, she breathed. Michael drew closer, smoothing his hand down the side of her face. It still can be, he whispered. Marianne, I never stopped looking for you. I never stopped loving you. The musky fragrance of his skin drove her wild with desire. Michael's nearness intoxicated her, and from this delicious high, she never wanted to come down. I want to lose myself in you, Michael, she whispered, leaning closer to meet his lips. He kissed her with desperate longing, and determined to have her, he carried her inside. Michael removed her blouse as they moved down the hallway. She unfastened his jeans when they reached the bedroom door. A rush of excitement pumped through her veins. The racing anxiety, the anticipation, it made her feel alive again, mortal again. Babe, he whispered, pulling a lock of hair behind her ear. You're trembling. We can stop this right now. We can't. It's too late, she thought. I want you, Michael Reese. She pulled off his shirt, revealing his chiseled chest. Fighting the damned urge to bite his carotid artery, she kissed his neck. As their bodies entwined in furious lovemaking, Michael fought to contain her. He meant to tie her down to him because that was all he knew, but Marianne was a free spirit. His struggle was the core of their attraction. The fight to have her was a battle he'd lost before it ever began. 10 years worth waiting for, he moaned. She rolled over him, pinning him down. We'll see about that. Marianne kissed his neck again and worked her way up to his earlobe. As she grazed the skin with her fangs, a few drops of blood poured. She licked them away, enjoying the thrill that rushed through her body. It took Michael all his strength to sit on the bed's edge, her smooth thighs straddling his waist. Holding her tight, he pulled Marianne closer. "Say you're mine," he said in a throaty voice. "What a selfish bastard." Marianne gave the hint of a smile. "Marianne," he growled desperately, tightening his grip. "Yes!" she cried in wave after wave of unparalleled euphoria. Michael's body convulsed as he moaned. "Yes!" "Aye, Senor Reese!" A woman barged in as Michael was giving into ecstasy. She covered her widened eyes with her hands, blushing. "I'm so sorry." She fixed her glasses and stepped back, stumbling against the bookshelf on her way to the door. Michael laughed. He covered his face with his hands, and then he laughed some more. "Who was that?" Wrapping herself with the sheets, Marianne laughed too. "That was—" choking another laugh. "Paloma, she's my PA." "Your PA?" "Personal assistant," he added, giving a quick look at his wristwatch. "Wow, she's early." "What?" In Michael's arms, she had lost track of the time. She had forgotten she was an unnatural creature that fed off human blood and should avoid the sun at all costs. "What time is it?" 5:15 in the morning, he said with a groggy voice, rubbing one eye with his hand. "Shit, I have to go." Marianne got out of bed. She slipped into her jeans and shirt. With haste, she gathered her hair in a quick bun and put on her black leather boots. "Babe," Michael groaned, pulling the bed covers. He grabbed his motorbike keys from the night table. "Take her. She's yours," he said, tossing her the keys. "She's in the driveway." Marianne took his leather jacket and put it on. "See you later, babe." She blew him a kiss. Michael stretched his arms over the bed's pillows. "Just like old times, huh?" Marianne winked. A black Sportster Harley waited for her in the driveway. Marianne hopped on the bike, started the engine, and sped like chased by the devil towards Belvedere Island. No time to relish in the fact that I spent the night with Michael. Not until I'm safe from the upcoming dawn. In a race against the clock, Marianne sped through the Golden Gate Bridge. She reached Villa Belvedere as the first beams of dawn were touching the horizon. She hurried inside the house, her racing heart about to burst from her chest. She leaned against the door as it closed behind her and slowly slid to the floor. Close call. The wild night of ecstasy she had spent with Michael flashed before her eyes. Marianne sighed. She would have relished in that memory if not for a sudden realization. I've betrayed Philip. Not only had she turned to Michael's arms, but she had done it so easily. Leave it alone, Marianne, she mused. Don't think. What was that alluring fragrance in the air? She got on her feet and followed the scent to the library. Whatever it was delicious. Yummy, she said as she entered the room, unaware of what she would find. Chapter 29. The After Party. It would have been the most compelling sight of Ivan Lockhart had there not been 3 dead bodies on the Aubusson rug. A soft melody filtered into the dimly lit room. He lay on the sofa, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, vest and shirt unbuttoned. His eyes were closed, lost in his thoughts as he was. "What's this?" Marianne said, stepping inside. Ivan's green eyes opened and fixed their indolent stare on her. "This," he said, raising his brow. "This is the after party. It was a wonderful evening. It's a pity you missed most of it." He returned to his detached pose, the back of his hand covering his eyes. Shards of glass cracked beneath her footsteps as she moved closer. On the floor were empty wine bottles, champagne glasses, smashed ashtrays, torn books. The whole library was a disaster zone. The bodies of 2 men were attired in expensive tuxedos. There was a woman too, her sequined black gown spread on the rug like a blooming black rose. "Wait a minute," she mused. "They're guests." "Were guests, yes." Ivan furrowed his brow. "Now go away. I'm beyond exhaustion." "What's wrong?" she asked, moving closer to the fiend. "Are you all right?" "I will be, when you stop pestering me," he said, heaving a sigh. "But it looks like you're not leaving, are you?" The woman had curly blonde hair. She wore a purple mask. Her widened pupils were fixed with an empty stare. "I've seen her before," she said. Marianne observed the other bodies with more detail. "Ivan, these were Antoine's friends." Ivan huffed. "Why should you care?" he said. "You've only met them last night." But she did care, for Antoine's sake. Marianne got on her knees. She smoothed her hand over the woman's cheek. An unstoppable flow of images flashed in her mind's eye. "No, please don't!" a shuddering Ethan cried, tears rolling down his cheeks. Ivan's fist closed around his neck, crushing his windpipe before he had a chance to scream. He died instantly. Why was she seeing this? "Stop. Make it stop," she said, but the visions continued in a film that rolled without remedy. "Frank!" Isabella tried to warn him, but it was too late. Ivan's fangs shredded his carotid artery, and within seconds, it was all over for him. Frank's body hit hard against the floor. "Last, but not least," Ivan hissed. His eyes were transformed by the kill. The hunger pulsed hard in his every limb, dominating his reason, blinding him as well as guiding him in the hunt. "No more, Ivan," Marianne cried. "I don't want to see this." Stumbling, she got on her feet and backed away from the woman's corpse, but still, the visions went on. "Please, don't kill me," Isabella mumbled as she wept, backing into the library's corner. Desperate to save her life, she clawed at the shelves, sobbing without control. "I don't want to die." Ivan smoothed his hands on the sides of her face. "Shh, don't cry," he whispered in a velvety voice. A sudden serenity invaded her and she stopped weeping. "This will be over before you know it," he said. "Sleep now." Isabella's eyes closed and seconds later she fainted in Ivan's arms. Only then did he take every drop of her blood. Marianne snapped off the trance at last. Her scornful gaze landed on Ivan, aware of his trick, for it had been his design that she witnessed each scene of his killing spree. Ivan seemed pleased with his work. With a smile, he told her, "You haven't the faintest idea of whom you're dealing with." Stepping back, Marianne saw another body on the floor, a few feet away from Ivan. His arms were petrified by rigor mortis, stretched toward the very devil. He held a mask inside his fist, but he was facing the floor. Impossible to identify him. "Well," Ivan said, "aren't you going to ask me about him?" "I don't care anymore," she muttered. The fiend laughed, vexing her more than she would show. "Are you sure about that?" Marianne loomed over the body. Was he breathing? "What the—" He moved. In a horrifying act, the corpse's arms folded over his chest. His body swayed to one side and entered a violent seizure. "Ivan," she said, stepping back. "Ivan, he can't breathe. Do something." "There's nothing I can do," Ivan said, indifferent. "He's dying, that's all." The seizure stopped. The man turned once more into a statue, tossed over the Aubusson rug. However, it wasn't quite over. He now turned over onto his back. His mouth widened, desperate as he gasped for air. Then his eyes became empty, and his struggle reached the end. Although the man had died, she could not deny the relief of knowing he no longer suffered. It was a pity. He was so young and so handsome with that short mane of black hair and his large dark eyes. Oh no. "You killed him!" Marianne's eyes flew open. "You monster! You killed Antoine!" Horrified, she stepped back and stumbled against someone. Marianne turned. Philip. How long had he stood there? Had he just arrived? What he's done? This is insane! Philip's hand landed on her shoulder, never once parting his disproving stare from the morbid scene. "You shouldn't have." He shook his head. "I will not hear this. Not from you." Ivan sprung off the sofa. He left the room in a flash, and of course, Philip went after him. "I am so sorry, Antoine." Marianne knelt beside him. What could have led Ivan to commit such an atrocity? His smooth skin was so pale. The faint luminescence of death gleamed on Antoine's face. His eyes opened. "What in the—" she said. Antoine seized her wrist and pulled her close with unnatural strength. Marianne gasped, failing to become free from his powerful grip. The corner of his lips curled in a mischievous smile. "Antoine," she whispered. The fiend pulled even harder, and before she knew it, his fangs sank deep into her wrist. Marianne moaned, surprised but lenient to his dark wishes. He drank her accursed blood with a voracious thirst. Pulse after pulse of her vital liquid streamed into his mouth in a delirious cycle. A dizzying spell cautioned her of the danger in this drink. Summoning her vampiric strength, Marianne broke free from his grasp. She scrambled her arms and legs on the floor until she got on her feet. Marianne left the room, heart pounding hard against her chest. Antoine was alive. Very much so. "What have you done?" Philip paced in the living room, unable to make sense of what he'd just seen in the library. "Don't you see? This changes everything." Ivan plummeted on the sofa by the hearth. He reached over the coffee table for the remote control, clicked the button and watched the curtains roll down. "This should come to you as no surprise," Ivan mused. "I told you what my plans were." "I never thought you'd go through with them," Philip replied, leaning against the wall. "He didn't deserve this." Ivan scowled. "He didn't deserve this," he repeated. "You'd think becoming immortal was a curse." "I never said that." "What about your beloved Marianne? What was her merit for joining our Sacred Brethren?" he said, raising his brow. "She didn't deserve it, and still, you did as you pleased." "Ugh, not this again!" Philip slammed his hand against the chimney's mantel. "Marianne was sick. She would have died had I not intervened." "Oh, Saint Philip," Ivan mumbled, rolling his eyes back. "But this is completely different. It's too malicious, even for you. Antoine was young. You gave him a life of wealth and success, and then took it all away. How dare you play God, Ivan?" "Haven't you heard? God is dead." Ivan's spite tainted every word that came out of his mouth. "You know nothing of Antoine or his wishes." Tolerating his maker's constant rebuffs was unbearable enough, but for Philip to stand here and take such nonsense was simply unacceptable. "Are you saying Antoine wanted it? How could he possibly know what becoming a vampire means? Whose powerful influence compelled him to want it, I wonder?" "He has begged me for the dark blood for years," his maker said, worn out. "There's only so much pleading I can take." "And that is your answer?" Philip asked. Insulting, that's what it was. You turned him into a blood drinker because he begged you enough for it. Unbelievable. "I have no mind or heart to quarrel tonight, Philip." Ivan sighed. "If this is about you being an only child as a mortal, how dare he bring his past life into the discussion? That was such a low blow. This has nothing to do with me or my past. This is about you and your selfishness." Ivan leaned forward. "You want to talk about selfishness? Fine." He got on his feet. "This is what it all comes down to. Deep within your preaching heart, you cannot bear being kindred to Antoine. You've been my sole companion for too long. Well, what do you know? You're now blood brothers, whether you like it or not." His maker's words stunned him. For a minute there, words eluded him. "Is this your idea of punishment?" he asked. "You would damn me by binding me to him forever and taking him under your wing?" Ivan turned his back to him. He glided his fingers through his hair and heaved a heavy sigh. "It's because of her, isn't it?" Philip said, moving closer. "It's because I changed Marianne against your every warning. You've despised me for it ever since." He would never have thought he'd utter those words. For years he'd kept them locked in his immortal heart. "Please, Philip," he said under his breath. "I could never despise you, don't you know that? You've made your choices, and I've never recriminated you for them." "What do you want, Marianne? Can't you see we're busy?" Philip hadn't even sensed her presence. Marianne stood on the room's threshold, biting her lower lip. "Is it not enough that you've slithered back into our lives? Must you also meddle in our quarrels?" Ivan added. "Leave her out of this," Philip said. "I'm afraid I can't," Ivan replied with feigned shock. "She won't go away." It makes no difference. There's no point arguing now. No words can undo this evil. Defeated, Philip sat on the sofa. Blood brothers. The mere thought unsettled his black heart. Evil? I'd call it an improvement. Ivan returned to his seat. But yes, there are more important matters to discuss. Why are you still here, Marianne? His fingers trembled as he ran them over his lips. You changed him, Marianne said, stepping closer. You chose him. Why him? Why not me when I needed it the most? Ivan winced. I cannot believe I'm hearing this, he mused, genuinely surprised. Rising from his seat, he went to meet her. I have no time for this, Marianne. A quick bat of his hand killed the conversation as he trudged to the staircase. My mind is burdened with such worries as you cannot possibly imagine. You should be worried, she said. Someday you'll meet a fair rival, and you'll suffer more pain than you've ever caused us both. Her voice, low and serene, sent shivers down Philip's spine. Ivan stopped at the staircase. He clenched his hand around the handrail. When he turned, his face was flaring with fury, his eyes lit with an unnatural gleam. You think you know pain, he said. I'll show you true pain. With a feral snarl, Ivan lunged at her quick as lightning, his hand clawing at her neck, ready to crush it. Marianne fled from his attack. Fearing for her life, she screamed. Philip rushed to stop this madness and stood between them, holding back his maker with all his strength. Ivan, stop, he roared. Marianne, you've gone too far this time. Do you see her now for what she truly is? Ivan hissed. A vampire brat, but I can fix that in a minute. Get out of my way! Ah! Philip pressed Ivan's chest, pushing him back against the wall. Don't do this! He knew his maker's unspoken intentions too well not to prevent him from executing them. Marianne loomed above Philip's shoulder. I'm not afraid of you. You insolent ingrate, Ivan muttered. Do not forget for a second that I brought you to this house to live the end of your days in comfort. I should have left you wandering the streets to die in a stinking alley. You should be dead. I am dead, she screamed, her voice breaking, tears rolling down her cheeks. This has to stop, Philip said, embracing her with one arm, the other still pressing Ivan's chest. We can't go down that road again. Can the three of us live like this? The four of us, a voice intervened. You mean, can the four of us live like this? A stray beam of moonlight filtered through the windows and landed on Antoine's dark eyes. I think we can, he added. I'm beginning to like my new family. His hands landed on Philip's and Ivan's shoulders. What's life without a little excitement, n'est-ce pas? Ivan's expression softened. Antoine, he said with a sigh. Welcome to the family. Marianne's a handful as you can see. I'd stay out of her way if I were you. He walked to the staircase. You have been warned, he added, waving his hand in midair, never turning back. Ivan landed on the chaise longue in his bedroom's parlour. Whatever drama had taken place downstairs meant little to him. The real hell was brewing inside his head. Alisa in Jiao Long's claws. It was too disturbing a thought. His mind whirred incessantly, trying to figure out his next step. Should he confront Jiao? He had the entire coven on his side. It wouldn't work. Oh, Alisa, he lamented, heaving a heavy sigh. You've caused me more trouble in this lifetime than when we were brother and sister. He stared at the golden locket in his hand, the one he'd snatched from that devil, Jiao Long. Ivan opened it, revealing a miniature portrait inside. Her deep blue eyes gazed at him from the other side of the tiny painting. I'm not sure I want to see you. In fact, there's nothing I'd prefer more than to never lay eyes on you again. But it seems you're determined to torture my soul, even in this century. Haven't you had enough? Ivan closed the reliquary and left it on the coffee table. Antoine's awakening into darkness had freed his mind from her, if only for a while. Killing Antoine's friends had allowed him to unleash his anger against Jiao Long. 3 souls in exchange for your eternal life, Ivan had told him days ago. Shrewd of him to bring not his friends, but the bullies who'd tormented his brief months at school when he'd arrived in the city. But the thrill of the kill had washed away too soon, and Alisa's face had returned to torture him with precious dark memories forever engraved in his black heart. The soiree hadn't helped either. A masquerade, he huffed. What was I thinking? It had only delivered him back to Venice, back to the days of the carnival. I can't go on like this. Finding you is the only way to be free from you. Cassandra was the key out of this mess. He had to see her soon. What was that? Knocking on his door? Who in this entire household would be polite enough to care for such a thing? Come in, he said. It didn't surprise him to see Philip walk into the room. So posh and well-mannered. Ivan cared little for manners. They were so mortal. His fledgling stood on the parlour's black and gold Quichen rug. What do you want, Philip Blackwell? I have no interest in going for round 2 if that's why you're here, Ivan said. Philip winced. His reaction gained him points for cuteness. Ivan half smiled. I'm listening. I want you to know that no matter what my feelings are regarding Antoine's awakening, I stand by you. He paused. You have enough on your plate right now. Ivan raised his brow. You never cease to amaze me, Philip Blackwell. Aren't you the perfect gentleman? He couldn't help being cynical. Everything in his life was tainted by Alisa's touch. Forgive me. I appreciate your empathy. I truly do. I'll leave you to your rest then. As he turned to the door, Philip stopped. I've been meaning to tell you. The singing, the vision, they're gone. I didn't realize it until today. Perhaps it's a good sign. Ivan bit his lower lip. I fear quite the opposite. He sighed. Oh, well, I suppose you should hear it from me. Hear what exactly? Philip tilted his head and closed the door. I know who's taken Alisa prisoner. How would you? It was Jiao Long. He had the nerve to show up here tonight. Ivan pursed his lips. Be careful with him. I know he's a friend of yours. He's not my friend, but he's not my enemy either. This is all too disturbing. He frowned. Tell me everything there is to know, Ivan. All right, he said under his breath. But you better sit down. This could take a while. Chapter 30. Elizabeth. The day she walked out of the hospital was the day Elizabeth decided to turn her life around. Experiencing such nearness to death had changed her in ways she had barely begun to discover. The very next day she quit her job at the car dealership. She pursued one of her most cherished dreams, opening a book cafe in Little Italy. It took most of her savings, but she opened the shop within a few weeks of her release. It came unexpectedly that the small coffee shop became an overnight success. Part of her wished to share her good fortune with Philip, but she hadn't heard a thing from him ever since the accident. Sometimes she fancied contacting him through the dealership's records. But day to day, life got in the way of those plans. The coffee shop was packed as usual. Customers filled every seat, even the ones on the sidewalk. They read books and checked their cell phones' screens. Meanwhile, Elizabeth took orders in a hurry and passed them behind the counter. The noisy coffee machine steamed, pouring its inviting aroma into the shop. A few faces in the crowd were familiar, regular customers, but most were new, locals and tourists alike. It was on a Saturday evening that amongst those faces, she'd seen his. She would never forget that face for as long as she lived. He stood on the other side of the shop's window, motionless as the jostling throngs moved along the sidewalk, in and out of the coffee house. His piercing green eyes stared at her intently. Extra hot, dry cappuccino, please. 2 pumps, a voice said. Huh? Elizabeth blinked. I'm sorry, I missed that. One more look at the sidewalk. No sign of him. Seeing him had awakened a series of questions she'd pushed to the back of her mind after the accident. If the man outside of her shop had been real, that meant her memories weren't a delusion, nor a part of the blunt head trauma. This man had curled up to her bedside and done something amazing. He'd saved her life. He had cut his wrist and given her his blood as a remedy to her fatal condition. And she had swallowed that dark drink, and it had soothed the pain and quickened her body's healing. It was around that time that her search had begun. Blood rituals in folklore, histoire des spectres malfaisants, Egyptian mythology, Eastern European lore. Cover to cover, she had read every book. They all led to the same: vampires. Foolishness. It's not real. Brenda, could you step in? I'm taking a break. Elizabeth sighed. She got out of the counter, removing her apron on the way to her office. The most interesting conversation rang in her ears. Never like the Devil's Coven. There's no turning back once you've gone mid-blood. Those vampires are crazy, selfish. It was a teenage boy around 18, and his friend, while a bit older, was no more than 20. Hello, boys, she said, leaning against the table. How about some apple pie for your coffee? On the house. Elizabeth, what are you doing? But she knew the answer. It was time to do a little field work, and these guys seemed like a good starting point for her investigation. Elizabeth stared at her reflection in a shop's window. Oh, well, she sighed. It had been ages since she'd gone to a nightclub. Fingers crossed she'd gotten the outfit right. A tight little black dress would have to do. One could never go wrong wearing black, right? Across the street stood the old Victorian house. She'd gotten the address from the teens at her coffee shop, and it looked like they'd told the truth. A group of 7 or 8 teenagers came out of the house. They shook the security guard's hand. A tall man standing by the entrance. One of them even hugged him between laughs. They lit up some cigarettes and smoked on the front porch. A line of people dressed in dark garments waited to be cleared by the guard. Those guys were called bouncers back in the day. Were they still called that? Elizabeth wasted no time. She got in line, her heart racing wildly with each step that drove her closer to the door. She stood a few feet away from the entrance. The guard did not check the women's purses or the men's jackets, but their wrists and necks, searching for tattoos. You know better than that, the guard told the woman ahead of her. No dragon, no entry. Holy shit. I'm next. What the hell am I going to do? As luck would have it, the group hanging around the porch finished their cigarettes. Elizabeth moved out of the line and stuck to them, moving along until she crossed that damned entrance. I'm in. Dark music, dim lights, candles dripping warm wax onto vintage furniture. One look at them and she knew they were not human. They seduced their victims as they danced. They were beautiful, sensual creatures like the one she'd met at the hospital. To whom do you belong? The voice spoke inside her head. Elizabeth found no one near save a tan-skinned woman fixing her sparkling brown eyes on her. Are you alone? Who owns you? The voice spoke again. The woman held her stare, but her lips only moved to reveal a hint of her keen fangs. What the hell am I doing here? Why would I walk into San Francisco's vampire epicenter? With her heart pumping harder and faster, Elizabeth stepped back, enough to reach the club's entrance on a run. The woman's bright eyes gleamed with an unnatural fire as she drew closer. One more step back. Elizabeth stumbled against another one of those creatures, a vampire. Her breathing raced. 2 others closed in on her, from each side. Oh shit. This is the end. She closed her eyes. Inches away from her ear, a woman screeched with pain. Strong arms closed a tight grip around her waist and dragged her away. Elizabeth shuddered, not because of the freezing wind, but because her life was on the line. The second her feet touched the ground, she opened her eyes. Wearing a wry grin, he stood before her, a little upset as he wiped a bloodstain off his suit's jacket. It's you, Elizabeth said, barely believing her eyes as they met his 6-foot-tall, well-built figure. He wore a dark charcoal bespoke suit and a dishevelled white shirt. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and cleaned his bloodied hands with it. Lustrous black hair and fierce green eyes. He's beautiful. The vampire turned to her. Well, I try to look my best, he said. Had he listened to her thoughts? I get all my suits at Savile Row, you know. This one is ruined, he said, looking down, shaking his head. Sorry about that, she mumbled. He took a step closer. His eyes fixed on Elizabeth's, his pupils widening as he spoke. You will go home and forget everything you know about blood drinkers. So it's true, you're a vampire. She took her hands to her gaping mouth. Wait. What? The vampire flinched in disbelief. I told you to forget everything. Why isn't this working? He mused, noticeably crossed. He scowled. Come on, let's get you out of here before they track us. He grabbed her hand and pulled her inside a red Ferrari. The keys rattled as Elizabeth's trembling hand opened the shop's door. She was not alone. The vampire followed her inside and sat on a chair as if he were an ordinary customer. Something troubled his whirling mind. He pursed his lips before speaking. You mustn't venture into such places anymore, he said. I won't always be around to save you, Elizabeth. She turned on the coffee pot. You left me little choice, always stopping by but never coming in. The vampire smiled. Amused, was he? What's your name? She poured some coffee into a mug and went to the table. Why did you save me that day at the hospital, and again just now? How come you're immune to my preternatural tricks? He mused with a frown. Tell me, has something else changed in you since we met? Elizabeth held her breath for a second. Are you saying that your blood could be the reason for my immunity against your suggestion ability? She added, with widening eyes. And perhaps that's why I was able to listen to her thoughts. Finally, some sense out of all this chaos. What do you mean? Whose thoughts did you read? The vampire leaned closer, steepling his fingers over the table. The woman at the club, the one who tried to kill me. Had she actually just said that? Mind control, vampires and unnatural powers were a tad too much for one evening. Was this for real? It's very real, Elizabeth. And mind you, she was no ordinary woman. She was a vampire, and she would have killed you had I not been there to shield you from her vicious appetite. Pointing his finger down, he tapped at the table. Have you been following me since I got out of the hospital? Otherwise, how could he have known where to find her? The vampire laughed under his breath. How shrewd, he mumbled. Oh well. Since it seems I can never compel you to forget this meeting, I see no other way around it. Relaxing in the chair, he sighed. My name is Ivan Lockhart. I've been a vampire for 300 years. I gave you my blood because you would have died had I not intervened, and I couldn't possibly do that to Philip. He seemed attached to you for some reason. Your death would have caused him immense suffering, and I wasn't going to stand by and let that happen. He paused and smiled, pleased with himself. So, there it is. I must say, it's exhilarating to reveal my identity to a mortal I have no intention of killing afterward. This is rather refreshing, breaking the rules, disclosing myself to a mortal. I should do it more often. Then again, I probably shouldn't. The stakes are much too high. Stunned, Elizabeth listened as the vampire went on with his rambling. She was speechless and a bit dizzy. Vampires were real, and this one claimed to have lived for 300 years, when he looked no more than 24. But wait, had he mentioned Philip earlier? Do you know Philip Blackwell? Her heart skipped a beat as she spoke his name. Ivan Lockhart flinched. Know him? I turned him almost a century ago. A century? The blood chilled in her veins. Something was wrong. She felt lightheaded. Everything went black. The revolving fan was hypnotizing to watch as she lay on the bed, unable to move. Her eyes had been glaring at the ceiling for the past half hour, maybe more. Ivan Lockhart's words echoed in her mind. I've been a vampire for 300 years. I turned Philip almost a century ago. Vampires, she whispered in the twilight of her bedroom. Both of them. Ivan's revelation far from cautioned her from meddling in their preternatural world. Books were not enough to deepen her knowledge. I have to go back there, she said with resolve, sitting on the bed. Back to the Devil's Coven. Sneaking into the vampire's lair had been easier this time. She should have been a spy, she was so good at it. What would Philip have to say about her now that she explored the adventurous side of her personality? Maybe the whole near-death experience thing had wiped out all carefulness from her system. A normal person would never return to the place where she had met death for a second time. But she wasn't normal. Ever since the accident, Elizabeth walked between both worlds, this one and the next, not quite alive, but not dead either. Not one of us. The voice resonated in her mind. She caught it without even trying. Elizabeth crept into a corner and sat where she could observe the blood drinkers without calling too much attention. A few of them noticed her marauding about their lair, but they kept their distance. Strange. Dressed in dark shades of the finest couture, they lingered in the room, engaged in intimate conversations. Beautiful beings, they tended to the slightest detail of their appearance. Hairstyles and flawless makeup for the women, alluring cologne, and impeccable outfits for the men. It was high school all over again. Vampires were the cool kids, and Elizabeth was the outsider. She was the girl who didn't fit in, but filled her hungry eyes with their glamour. Who was she kidding? She didn't belong here. "Keep your fangs off her. She's taken." The voice came as clear to her, as if spoken in her ear, but she sat alone. Don't even think about it. Lockhart's girl. Another thought swung by. "Hey there," a woman said. She was a young brunette in her mid-20s with the face of an angel, a dark angel with a diamond nose ring and no makeup. She flicked back her long black hair. Turquoise strands shone as she slipped into the chair next to hers. "Say something, Elizabeth." "Hey." Well, it was better than nothing. The woman examined her with narrowing eyes and tilted her head. You're not one of them. But you're not human either." Her full pink lips gave the hint of a smile, and her blue eyes gleamed for a second. "Oh," Elizabeth raised her brow. "What am I then?" "You're a mid-blood," she said with her honeyed voice, "like me." "A mid-blood?" Elizabeth repeated. "Never heard of that." "That's all right. You're new at this." She smirked. "A mid-blood is one who has fed off an immortal's blood more than once. She develops certain gifts over time, like hearing the thoughts of others, as you've been doing all night." Elizabeth's cheeks burned. "More than once, you say?" "Generally," she replied, relaxing in the chair. "Unless one comes across a millenary, their blood is powerful enough to work its trick with a single taste, but they rarely offer their blood to mortals." Elizabeth turned to a pair of vampires standing by the doorway. They had kept eyes on her from the minute she'd walked in. "What's their problem?" she mused. "They're curious, as was I." The woman shrugged with a smile. "No one will harm you. At least not here." She rose from the chair. "I can see why he chose you. You're lovely and smart." "Chose me? What the hell?" The woman dipped into the dancing crowd and soon disappeared from her sight. Midbloods. Was she a midblood? Chapter 31. Cassandra. She had stayed up all night reading from the Grimoire, practicing a few charms and incantations with barely any success. Cassandra got out of bed, still dressed in yesterday's pink pants and white t-shirt. She reached for the book over the night table, revealing the clock as she picked it up. 8:30 p.m. Great! She had slept through the entire day. Ugh. At least I'm in the same time zone as Lockhart, she said with a mirthless laugh. A week had passed since she had last seen Antoine, but never mind that. Focus, Cassandra. She shook her head and sat by the kitchen table, coffee in hand. Where was I? She went through a couple of pages before finding the one where she had stopped reading. The first chapters had been written in the 1600s by the Grand Witch Juliet. She had read those passages for hours, enchanted by her mystic appreciation for the craft. According to the Grimoire, her powers would reach their greatest potential on her 21st birthday. That was in 2 weeks. Sending Mona flying across the garden had been a glimpse of her dormant abilities. Was there a more adequate room in Devereux Hall to pursue her magic studies other than the kitchen? Maybe, but there was something about this room that was lacking in all others. Coffee and cookies. She pulled the cookie jar closer and grabbed one as she read. Absolument délicieux. Delicious, she mumbled with her mouth full. Here's something. A passage written by Catherine herself. black tourmaline grants protection from evil spirits and witches. Holding black tourmaline and 3 acacia leaves in the left hand, in a room where sage incense has been lit, will prevent any attack. Written as a side note, quite in the habit of Catherine Devereux, it read, "The spell to lure a vampire into a witch's domain seems worth mentioning, dearest reader. Should you ever need it. I call it my siren song. 3 drops of one's blood and a dash of laudanum, mixed with cinnamon essential oil and a drop of vanilla will do the trick, when used as a personal perfume." Cassie smiled. "You little troublemaker." But it was short-lived. She heard something upstairs. "Stop being paranoid." There it was again, footsteps coming from the bedroom. She got on her feet. The sound grew louder. Someone was running upstairs. The steps rushed out of the bedroom and echoed in the hallway. Whomever this was, he or she was heading downstairs. Standing in the kitchen's doorway, Cassandra's heart raced. She tried not to breathe for fear of making the slightest noise. The footsteps skipped a few steps on the stairway. A loud stomp echoed in the hall, and then silence. Cassie took a deep breath, and summoning every ounce of courage, she stepped into the hall. What in the... 2, maybe 3 years old, a girl stood on the stairs' upper landing. She wore an old-fashioned white-laced gown. Her strawberry-red curls bounced as she jumped, excited to see Cassandra. Fiddling her fingers, she tilted her head and smiled. "Do I know you?" Cassie asked. The girl giggled. Gleeful, she skipped the remaining steps. She then ran through the hall, straight into Cassandra's arms. As the girl warmly embraced her, Cassie did the same. "Why are we hugging?" "How did this kid get in my house?" Another giggle. The girl's green eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Then she knew. "Oh, mon Dieu," Cassie mused, her eyes wide open. Annette? Of course it was her. The wavy hair, the laced gown. Just as she appeared in the photograph hanging in her old bedroom. She was missing Catherine's string of pearls, but other than that, it was her. "Granny!" Cassandra held her tightly. "C'est toi, ma chère." "It's you, my dear." She kissed her forehead. The invocation had worked. Wriggling her hands, Annette gave her a candid smile and then stepped away. "Granny, wait!" She reached for her hand, but the child ran off to the living room. Cassandra followed her. She found her frozen still before Catherine's Mora clock, staring at its ticking dial. "Granny, what's wrong?" Cassie stopped a few feet away from her. Annette turned. She stared into Cassandra's eyes, and then walked through the clock, disappearing within seconds. "No, Granny, come back," she said in French, hoping her mother tongue would do the trick. But nothing happened. Annette was gone. "I must have done the wrong spell," Cassie growled. "I'm hopeless. I'll never get any spell right without guidance. Oh, dear Granny, why wouldn't you help me?" Defeated, Cassandra pressed her forehead against the Mora clock and sighed heavily. Something clicked inside the clock. A wooden panel on the side flipped open. "And now I've broken the family's clock. Oh, that's just perfect." Could she fix it? Cassie held the piece of wood and peered through the gap. "What is this?" She slipped her hand inside. From the clock's entrails, out came a heavy wooden box. She placed the box over the coffee table and sat on the carpeted floor, studying it with the highest curiosity. The box was carved in exquisite redwood. On its lid were 2 miniature portraits, a man and a woman. The woman wore a blue taffeta gown. Her long black hair was arranged in soft curls. She had striking blue eyes, and looking closely, Cassie noticed a hint of a devilish smile. By the corner of her eye, the woman gazed at the man on the other side of the lid. The man wore a black suit and a white-laced cravat. The twinkle of mischief in his green eyes was one she knew by heart. Lockhart's. If he's Lockhart, then... Cassie looked at the woman again. Around her neck was a pearl choker with a sapphire brooch. "The necklace!" Her trembling hands raised the lid. A black velvet reticule lay inside. Cassandra drew the bag's strings and poured the contents into her hand. the most precious pearl necklace and sapphire brooch appeared, embedded in shimmering diamonds, just as Lockhart had said. "We've had this for generations," she whispered. "It's time to give it back." She was about to place the necklace into the reticule, but a gleam on the brooch's back caught her eye. Cassie turned it over. It was a metallic plate with an inscription. "Love is too young to know what conscience is." A Lockhart, 1671. Strange words. A Lockhart. The only Lockhart she knew was Ivan. Cassandra rose from the floor, her heart pounding hard now that the magnitude of her discovery had sunk in. "I found it," she whispered. Her eyes went to the Mora clock. "Thank you, Granny." Now to see Lockhart and tell him the good news. But how could she find him? Never once had it occurred to her to ask where he lived. Maybe if she... The doorbell rang. "Wow, talk about great timing." Cassie took a quick sip of coffee before rising from the chair. Was Lockhart in the habit of permanently going through her thoughts? She laughed. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face. "You're not going to believe what happened," she said, opening the door. "I bet I will." Cassandra's smile slowly disappeared. Not Ivan. "I've seen you before. Who are you?" Taking a step back. This guy had a hideous aura. Cassie took her hand to her neck. "Where's my black tourmaline?" The guy tilted his head, scanning her with piercing hazel eyes. Black shirt and dark denim. He wore a biker's leather jacket. "Have you? My name is Zhao Long," he said. "Well, I know you very well, Cassandra Devereaux. I've kept a close eye on you for a very long time." His voice was soft and hissing like a snake. "What do you want?" she asked, her hand firmly gripping the door handle. He smirked. "I think you know what I want." An unnatural gleam shone in his eyes, so fast it would have gone unnoticed by anyone but her. This guy standing on her doorstep was not human. Blood drinker. "Where's the necklace?" the vampire said, without moving an inch away from the doorway. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, ready to slam the door when a familiar face appeared behind him. "Mona! That treacherous witch! You're with him." With a smug attitude, she stepped in front of the vampire. "Zhao Long." "You can't come in," Cassandra said. "No evil can walk through this doorstep." Good thing she'd cast a protection spell on this house the day she moved in. "Is that so?" Mona said with a defiant stare. She reached for the stone, pending from her necklace, a red jade talisman shaped like a dragon. Closing her eyes, she whispered an incantation. Cassie couldn't understand the words, but she knew magic when she saw it. Mona raised her hands in the air. The air shifted amidst them. A sudden whirlwind built up and twirled around her, carrying the dry leaves on the porch. Cassandra stepped back. Closing the door would do nothing to stop her. She panicked. "Your tricks don't scare me," Cassie said. Mona smirked and gave her a knowing look. "They should. We can cross now." Merde. Black tourmaline would have protected her against the pair of fiends, but it was too late for that. The pendant was in her bedroom, and she'd forgotten to wear it today of all days. Mona and Zhao Long walked into Devereaux Hall, and now stood in the foyer. "I don't know what you want," Cassie said, stepping back, "but you're not getting anything from me." She ran to the stairs, hoping to reach her room in time. Mona snatched her wrist, and pulling her closer, she smiled. "She found it," she said, turning towards the vampire. "Give us the necklace, dear, and no harm will come to you." "You're a seer," that malevolent vixen. Mona needed only to touch her skin to tap into her mind. Cassandra pulled her hand away, freeing herself from Mona's grip. "It's not yours to claim. Why do you want Lockhart's necklace?" Roaming in the living room, the vampire laughed, his eyes searching every wall and surface. "Why do I want it?" he mocked. "Do you even know what you're protecting?" A wicked laugh escaped from Mona's mouth. "The necklace belongs to Lockhart," Cassie said, bumping against the stairs handrail. "And so does the source." Zhao's smirk disappeared. "So, you know of the source? Then you must know that any vampire who drinks it will gain ultimate power, and, as it happens, I want that power. His icy fingers slithered on her neck. His pupils widened. You will give me the source, Cassandra, he whispered in her ear. You should know better, Jiaolong, Cassie said, grabbing the handrail behind her. Mind tricks don't work on witches. She turned and ran upstairs without looking back. Jiaolong's malicious laughter echoed in the hall. You cannot run away from me, he said. And out of nowhere, he materialized right in front of her. Grabbing her shoulders, he drew closer, revealing his deadly fangs in one ominous grin. This is your last chance. Tell me where the source is, or else. Cassandra avoided the vampire's menacing stare. Her eyes went to the chimney. This demon meant every word he said. She would do anything to keep his lethal bite off her neck. I might regret this later on, but there's nothing I can do. All right, she said. I'll tell you where it is, just please don't bite me. The corner of his lips curled in the hint of a smile. Good choice, Cassandra. It's right there, she said, pointing downstairs. On the chimney's mantel. That wasn't so hard, was it? Mona said. Now don't move. What? Mona's lined cat eyes were the first thing Cassie saw when she turned. The witch raised her fist to eye level, opened it, and blew. Bright blue dust flew in the air and landed on Cassandra's face. Cassie's vision blurred. What was that blue? A sudden tingling on her fingertips spread to her arms and quickly moved to her legs. Cassandra's knees buckled. She couldn't hold her own weight. The room spun around her. I can't feel, she mumbled. Everything went black. Chapter 32. Antoine. Last night had been insane. Antoine was light-headed, sleepy. His mouth was dry. Waking up after a late hunt was like having the worst hangover. A quick splash of water on his face, and he felt a bit better, more alert at least. He slipped into a pair of jeans, ragged and worn out, and ran his fingers through his hair, hoping that would be enough to tame it. He smoothed his hand over his jawline and sensed the stubble. Did vampires shave? Who knew? Where the hell are my shoes? He went into the bedroom and focused his narrowing eyes on the carpeted floor, searching under the night tables, under the bed. This used to be my bedroom. Blue eyes gleamed before him. Gah! Antoine's shoulders jumped as he recoiled from... Philip? He frowned. I didn't expect to see you here. Oh! Philip raised his brow. And where should I be? This conversation had started on the wrong foot. Ivan told me about the car, he said. A total loss, huh? Philip made no answer. It was a little intimidating being in the presence of Philip Blackwell. The lack of expression on his face gave Antoine goosebumps, or maybe he just needed to put on a shirt. Philip moved towards the window. His hand landed on the windowsill as he stared beyond the garden at the Golden Gate Bridge. Myriad amber lights shone on the horizon. It's a fantastic view, Philip said. Yeah, this entire place is amazing. Antoine moved closer. Furrowing his brow, Philip turned. And is that your reason for staying here? Antoine, you fool. He had fallen straight into the trap. It's an honest question, Philip added, aware of Antoine's thoughts. Speechless, Antoine pursed his lips and looked down. You see, I've been sitting here for the past few hours, thinking why you would choose to live with us. But frankly, I couldn't come up with a reason, so you'll have to enlighten me. Philip's bold and charming demeanour stunned him. He wanted to say that though Villa Belvedere was a breathtaking estate, what appealed to him more about staying here was the company. Above everything else, Antoine liked Ivan's tightly knit circle. It was a dark family, and he hadn't had one in a long time. The words got caught up in his throat, and Antoine remained silent. Philip smiled, bowing his head. The villa truly is breathtaking, he mused. Blood rushed to Antoine's face. Had Philip picked up every single thought from his mind? He hadn't planned to reveal that much of himself, but perhaps it was better this way. I've been meaning to talk to you. Antoine reached for a wrinkled shirt over the dresser and quickly slipped it on. Have you? Philip pulled a chair close to the window and sat. Do you hope to learn something from me? He said, steepling his fingers. Damn it, Philip, stop being so freaking intimidating. Just how old was he? The year of my awakening was 1928, he said after reading his thoughts once more. I was 28 years old. Antoine's eyes widened. But that was over 80 years ago. He didn't look a year over 28. In fact, he looked younger. He got a candid smile from Philip at last. He was warming up to him, wasn't he? I can see how this may surprise you. Philip pursed his lips. Bear in mind that as vampires, not only are we blessed with immortality, but the blood grants us the perfect guise to pursue our needs with the appealing mask of youth. Pursue our needs. How quaint. What he actually meant was that beauty is our one bait. We need it to kill. Bait. That works as well. Philip, you fiend, if you insist on reading my mind, at least try to conceal it from me. Philip gave the hint of a smile. He'd heard that too. I could go on telling you my life story and share with you its many pitfalls and moments of bliss, but this isn't what you want to know. He paused. I dare not pry into your mind's devices any longer, but I believe something troubles you, Antoine. Philip didn't need to read his mind. He saw through him well enough. Antoine sat at the foot of the bed. Something's been on my mind, ever since my awakening, he mused. And what's that? That killing is easy. The memory came in vivid flashes, how quickly Ivan had finished off Ethan, Frank and Isabella. Antoine closed his eyes and shook his head, burying those images deep in his mind. I guess what I'm trying to say is, are there no boundaries to our kin? I see. Philip took his time to answer, as if pondering each of his following words. As vampires, we've been granted a precious gift. Our condition of unnatural predators detaches us completely from any mortal being, and above all, from humans. We prowl and feed amongst them without them ever suspecting our existence. That's a monstrous advantage, wouldn't you say? Antoine murmured. Monstrous, such a befitting term. He paused. I can surely agree with you. Sometimes it horrifies me how easily we carry on with our lives as silent serial killers. But we cannot afford to feel remorse. We do what we must in order to survive. As Ivan so often says. What we must, Antoine mused. Then there are no limits to our power. We can do whatever we want and get away with it. I don't know that my conscience can adjust to this so quickly. Your conscience? Philip knitted his brow. Ah, you must mean your moral compass. Readjusting it takes time. I have plenty of that by the looks of it, Antoine shrugged. It's so refreshing to speak plainly and not have to play the old games, he mused. I'm beginning to like you, he added in silence. All I've ever known is that there are consequences to every action. Somehow it seems wrong to me to get away with murder. Antoine mused. For years he had begged Ivan to make him part of his vampire club, part of his family. He thought he could handle it, but now that he'd experienced it close hand, doubt stirred in his heart. What if he was not cut out for being an immortal blood drinker? I understand your confusion. Philip leaned closer, with such intimacy that it seemed he was about to reveal an astonishing secret. I too was a child in darkness. Antoine found Philip's words reassuring, even comforting. I trust this is a lesson Ivan has yet to teach you. Philip relaxed in the chair and sighed. But he probably wouldn't speak of the dark veil, for he seldom abides by its rules. He rose from the chair and walked about the room, stopping to acknowledge the personal details Antoine had impressed on it during his brief stay. The dark veil? There are rules for our brethren, Antoine. Boundaries, as you would say. Make no mistake believing otherwise. He stopped before an oval-shaped mirror and studied his reflection for a minute or so. You will not find them in writing, certainly, but the old world's kindred societies gathered in council centuries ago and agreed upon their establishment. This was too much to absorb all at once. The dark veil, kindred societies. Should he be taking notes? Philip returned to the chair. Perhaps there are too many rules to discuss, but 3 are most important. He paused. I'm sure you're aware of the first rule, which concerns our appearance. As beauty is our one bait, it's completely frowned upon to disregard our image. Antoine couldn't help but feel alluded to by him. Biting his lower lip, he looked at his clothes. Old blue jeans, a wrinkled shirt. He hadn't even found his shoes or combed his hair. Quelle horreur! You shouldn't be concerned. Aren't you aware of your own sex appeal? I'm sure victims would most often offer themselves to you, and vampires too. He smirked. Antoine's face flared, his cheeks growing warmer by the second. Was Philip devoted to the art of torturing him? Please, go on, he asked with a bashful smile. The second rule, Philip sat up on the chair, commands the complete detachment from the mundane, the mortal world. Of course, we hunt and drink amidst them, but emotional bonds with humans are forbidden. They are considered a threat to our existence, and thus, mortal companionship is not allowed. The flash of an image appeared in Antoine's mind. A couple in love. A woman and a vampire danced in a darkened room. The blood drinker was Philip, forced to shun Frances from his life after his awakening. Years went by, longing to see her. But he found solace with the cinema's arrival, for he could now see her without compromising his new condition. Philip's eyes shimmered. A tear rolled down his cheek after he blinked. I lost her in 1933. She died in an earthquake, he said with a vacant stare. Forgive me, where were we? You were about to tell me of the third rule, Antoine murmured. Ah, yes, the third rule might be the most important of them all. Never raise your immortal hand against your family. It's an unforgivable offence, with the most undesirable consequences. Philip inhaled sharply. As for your mortal resentment, I will say you're much too young, Antoine. Death's casualties are perilously close to your heart because of the recent loss of your own mortality. And how much time will it take for me to get rid of this mortal resentment? Antoine asked, fearing Philip's answer. Only you can answer that, he said. To some, it comes naturally at the very beginning of their immortal path. Others find it a difficult task, for it is the final thread that links us to humanity. Antoine guessed Philip lived by the latter, haunted as he was by the ghosts of his past. Ivan struck him as the kind of vampire who'd cut off early all moral and emotional ties. Only time would tell what Antoine's approach to immortality would be. Thank you for this, he said, smoothing his hands over his jeans. Philip rose from the chair. I'll leave you to your thoughts then, he said, and then vanished into thin air. My mortal resentment, Antoine mused. But what about my mortal love? Should I shun Cassie from my new life? Psst! The sound came from the doorway. Want to have some fun? Marianne said with a hint of mischief. Antoine smiled. I'll have to change first, but hell yeah, I need it. Chapter 33. Antoine and Marianne. They arrived at the Devil's Coven, a private dance club where members of the undead gathered for brief encounters and the occasional feast. Antoine had heard of the place years before his awakening. Back then, he had thought it was a myth. But becoming a vampire had opened his mind to an unknown world. The gift of darkness granted him every right to enjoy himself by dancing, singing, and even hunting amidst them. Philip had mentioned no rule against that. Antoine's sharp preternatural senses alerted him. They were being watched. A pair of vampires had followed them ever since they'd left the villa. Lurking in the shadows, both blood drinkers had fixed their gleaming eyes on them for a while now. Friends of yours? Antoine purred in Marianne's ear, pointing a discreet look at them. Hardly. She gave him a mirthless laugh. They've stalked me for years. Vampire stalkers? He said. Should I say something to them? Nah, pay them no attention. They'll get bored eventually. She pursed her lips. Hey, let's have some fun. Marianne held his hand and led him through the main hall, a vast room with high ceilings and a grand crystal chandelier. Beyond the threshold of burgundy velvet curtains was the dance floor. Blue and purple light beams flashed in the room where people danced and hung out in smaller groups. Most of them were vampires, betrayed in their condition by their pale luminescent skin and graceful movements. Stealthy as cats, predators in the night, the light refracted in their eyes into a dozen subtle colours, which accounted for their unnatural gleam, a quality unparalleled to human eyes. Antoine spotted a few mortals as well, a fetish feature to the club maybe, but something about them wasn't entirely human. Those are mid-bloods, Marianne whispered in his ear. Be careful with them. They'll do anything to get you to turn them. Antoine captured a clearer view the further he stepped into the room. A pair caught his eye. She was the vampire, and he was the mid-blood. She was stroking his cheek with great fondness and talking soft words in his ear, later on taking brief drinks off his wrist. Isn't he yummy? She said with lips tinged in blood, turning to her friends who were vampires as well. These so-called mid-bloods lingered around vampires and were treated as pets. It was a peculiar game of which he wanted no part. Moving through the crowd, vampires and mid-bloods engulfed him. Their curious eyes swept him head to toe. A single smile would grant him whoever he desired. I'm no mid-blood, a voice purred in his ear. Her fingers smoothed on his chest as her body drew closer. Shimmering hazel eyes locked in his. The vampire bit her lower lip. Her welcoming smile was too tantalizing to resist. A hand locked on his wrist. Dance with me. It was a mortal woman, a mid-blood. What was the deal with those? Turning his back to the vampire, he reached for the woman's neck and pulled her close. And in this nearness, he whispered in her ear, I don't want to dance. Holding her hand, he drove her into the depths of the nightclub, far from the coveting eyes of his brethren. Marianne stepped back, away from the horde surrounding Antoine. He'd already found his prey for the evening. It came so easily to him. Antoine's natural inclination towards darkness perhaps explained why Ivan had chosen him. Standing in the middle of the dance floor, detached from the raging crowd, a mid-blood locked eyes with her. She stood so perfectly still that she could have easily passed as a blood drinker. The woman had light golden brown hair, smooth tawny beige skin, and the most enticing green eyes. She wore a short black dress with a sheer heart-shaped cleavage. Marianne stood before the woman, inevitably drawn to her. The warmth of dozens of bodies engulfed them as they moved further into the room. She led her to a private lounge lit by dozens of black candles. The wax dripped over small, round tables. A strong scent of sandalwood permeated their surroundings, wrapping her in a sweet dizziness. Marianne slipped on the black settee behind her, a smooth intoxication overwhelming her senses. It came in delicious waves, her exotic perfume, more alluring than any mortal fragrance she'd ever met so far. The mid-blood's fingers smoothed on Marianne's shoulder and glided to her neck. She bit her lower lip hard until it tore open and a few drops of blood emerged. Try me, she whispered in Marianne's ear. Marianne pressed her lips against hers, trapped by the mid-blood's spell. And when she licked the woman's blood, a shot of bliss hit her palate and spread to her limbs. Locked in this kiss, Marianne bit the mid-blood's tongue and took one slow drink of her vital liquid. Victims often conveyed her images during the drink, memories of happier times to drive away the pain, but this mid-blood gave her nothing. No memories, no thoughts, no information. Her reticence only piqued Marianne's curiosity. Pulling the mid-blood's hair back, Marianne exposed her bare neck. She kissed it once and then plunged her fangs deep into her flesh until she hit the carotid artery. Crimson blood flowed into her mouth, blow after blow of warmth. A taste of paradise, but no more. Give me something other than your blood, she demanded in silence, parting from her prey. My name is Elizabeth. The mid-blood mused with lustful eyes fixed on hers. She leaned towards her and extracted from her clutch bag a small razor blade. "I know where this is going, and I think I'll allow it." Elizabeth pressed the razor blade beneath Marianne's collarbone. She kissed the wound and gathered a few drops of blood with her slithering tongue. "Don't be shy, Elizabeth," Marianne whispered. "Do it." The mid-blood smiled. Her soft lips sealed the wound, and then she took one dark drink of Marianne's vampiric blood. It was a wild ride to delirium. Marianne thought she would faint, overwhelmed as she was by the sudden thrill of her preternatural senses. Such excitement could only be compared to the unforgettable times she spent in Philip's arms. And just when she was about to moan in ecstasy, Elizabeth backed away. Marianne opened her eyes only to discover the most profound shock in the mid-blood stare. "Is something wrong?" Marianne said, wanting more. Elizabeth smirked. "No," she said. "Quite the contrary." With a mischievous smile, she leaned towards Marianne once more, going for another drink. And this time her hunger was vicious as she drew gush after gush of Marianne's red elixir. Marianne closed her eyes. This had to stop, no matter how much she hated the idea. Against her every desire, she held Elizabeth by the shoulders and softly pushed her. The mid-blood, with reddened lips and cheeks, smiled at her. "Marianne," she mused. Just how much information had she gotten off her blood? Elizabeth licked her lips and slowly got on her feet, stepping back until she disappeared in the crowd. Marianne didn't like it one bit, this whole mid-blood experience. Something was wanting, a dead body at the end maybe. Ugh, high and dry. Marianne longed for more than a simple taste from this woman, and now she was gone. But didn't she have to be somewhere else right now? What time was it? 1:35 a.m. Shit! Marianne all but sprung off the settee. "This can't be happening, not tonight!" On her way to the door, Marianne ran into Antoine. In the centre of the dance floor, vampires and mid-bloods alike catered to him. She waited until their eyes met. "I gotta get out of here. See you later, Antoine. Enjoy your fun." Marianne rushed out of the Devil's Coven. She wouldn't make it, not on time. He'd never forgive her now. Chapter 34. Ivan and Marianne. Blessed darkness and blessed alleyways. The scent of mould and urine brought him back to the old days in London, to cobblestone streets permeated with the foul stench of horses' waste and men's filth. The city's cacophony did not reach this long-forgotten borough. Not a soul dared to prowl in its core, a world of difference from Belvedere or Pacific Heights. Accustomed to a life of luxury, what would she make of it? She appeared beneath a flickering pool of mercurial light wearing pointy high heels and a sequined short black dress. Hardly the hunting outfit, but who knew what went on inside her head? "I'm sorry I'm late," she whispered as she drew near. He gave her a wry smile in reply, but soon added, "For a minute I thought you weren't coming." "Ugh," Marianne uttered, wrinkling her nose. "Why here?" "That's what we agreed upon," Ivan said. "I'd accept your invitation as long as I chose the venue, remember?" "I know, but this..." She dusted off her sleeves with a general air of nausea. "Good. The scum of humanity roams these alleys," he replied. "The lowest level of killers, rapists, drug dealers, you name it." "That's hardly alluring," she mused. In the distance, a police car's siren wailed and drifted, almost as soon as it came. "I know you're only here because Philip insisted." Marianne walked beside him, and for a moment she didn't seem as much a vampire brat. That's true. Philip had all but twisted his arm. Let her make things right, she wants to apologize. Those had been his powerful arguments. But the sole reason he'd agreed to hunt with Marianne was to satisfy Philip's belief in redemption. He'd never be here otherwise. In fact, the most pressing need to be at Devereux Hall ticked inside him as they moved further down the street. "Can we be friends?" she said with an expectant look. "Wait." Ivan stopped. With one hand he drew her back into the shadows. Then finger by finger, he removed his black leather gloves. 4 men approached them unknowingly from the other end of the alley. Here's a bit of advice, Marianne, he whispered. Always read their thoughts before choosing your prey from a gang. You'll want to strike the strongest first, then the other's disadvantage will play in your favor. Marianne tilted her head as she studied them. That one killed mother and child, she said. Was there a hint of prejudice in her voice? Perhaps she had a conscience after all. But who am I to judge? Right, she added. What? Ivan hissed. Listen carefully. We are not the same. We will never be the same. I don't understand. We're both killers. They kill with no sense or reason. Ivan almost lost his wits. Their survival does not rely upon the act of killing, as is our brethren's prerogative. Marianne stopped to consider his words. What you really mean is we're on top of the food chain and they're pretty much screwed. Hopeless. Hush, here they come. 3 were tall and of a heavy build. The other one... Please help me. To his surprise, Marianne stood in the middle of the alley. She fell on her knees and pretended to weep. That devious fiend. The tallest one approached her. Don't you worry, he said. I'll take care of you. The minute he offered his hand, Marianne seized it tight and pulled him close to her lethal fangs. In one ruthless bite, she tore his neck open, exposing muscle and blood vessels, even a glimpse of his windpipe. Then she drank, voraciously so. But what was truly horrifying was that she had left enough blood in him to keep him conscious. Withering from life, her prey spoke. Don't kill me. Say your prayers, killer. Marianne dipped her fingers in his hair and gave it one quick tug, pulling his head back until the neck cracked. And that was that. A vicious attack, finished in seconds. Harrowing, appalling, heartless. A dozen words came to Ivan's mind, but the one that echoed in his soul and sent chills down his spine was her name, Alisa. Alisa. How very much Marianne's killing style resembled her merciless tactics. Struck with horror, the gang's members watched as their partner in crime bled to death on the pavement. The second their own disadvantage became clear to them, they backed away and ran. No, 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 Ivan cried, moving out of the shadows. That was badly done, Marianne. Frustrated beyond his wits, he roared. You are such an amateur. Now I'll have to clean up your mess. It would take him at least 15 minutes to finish off the rest of them. Ivan could well spare 15 minutes of his precious time and then head up to Russian Hill to where his heart instigated him to go, Devereux Hall. Damn it, Marianne, she muttered to herself. You really are a vampire brat, an impatient one. She got on her feet. For a minute there, she'd actually thought she was showing off before Ivan, but it turned out to be the opposite. Oh, well, there's nothing I can do now, sorry, man. She spoke to the corpse lying on the ground. Ivan was long gone. It troubled her to know that her actions had earned her yet another reason for him to... What was that? A strong presence drew perilously close. Unlike her vampire stalkers, this presence did not exude fear. He longed to be discovered, making no effort to conceal his proximity. Marianne slowly moved to the end of the alley. Faras vo fliot? A seductive voice said. Out of the blue, the same voice echoed inside her head. Going so soon? Marianne turned. A man emerged from the shadows, a little over 6 feet tall. He wore blue jeans and an Oxford grey pullover. His short mane of golden hair gathered into a low coil, gleaming under the street lamp's mercurial light. The man moved closer, and it was then that she noticed his ice-blue eyes. His smooth, full lips curled in the hint of a devious smile. He slipped his hands into his jeans pockets and slightly raised his chin, never once parting his gaze from her. A sharp sense of entitlement emanated from him. There was a rawness to his general demeanour, despite his casual appearance. I've seen you before, Marianne mused. In Lockhart's soiree, you were standing by the anemone bushes. This was no man, he was a vampire. Why do you follow me? She asked him in silence. I wanted to be seen by you, he replied in the same way, enticing her with half a smile. Do not be frightened, Marianne. They stood a few feet away from each other, lured like a bee to a honeycomb. Marianne drew closer to him. There was a tigerish quality to his fierce blue eyes and the way he smiled. "Who are you?" she asked, tired of these games. "Does it matter?" he said, his sensual lips moving to the sound of his velvety voice. "Please, do not fear me." It was the second time he gave her such reassurance. Why should she fear him? "Tell me your name, vampire," Marianne insisted, pressing the message through her thoughts. "You need a name. How endearingly mortal of you." He extended his hand, offering her to move out of the alleyway into the desolate street. Compelled by his charm, Marianne held his hand before even realizing it, and a sudden notion became clear. She would follow him out of this alley, into the street, away from this neighborhood, anywhere he pleased. Aware of her infatuation, the vampire smiled, and without parting his penetrating gaze from her, he spoke. "My name is Eirik Bjorn." Part 2. The Skull Splitter. He alone knows, he who wanders widely and has travelled a great deal, what disposition each man possesses. He is knowing in common sense. The Havamal verse 18. Chapter 35. Eirik Bjorn. He had heard about her 6 years ago, through the Brethren of the Devil's Coven. Their eldest member, the one they called the Dragon, had requested to speak with him. Eirik had granted him this rare audience in one of his many lairs outside the city. It was his favourite one, settled on top of a hill within a large estate, distanced from the city's bustle. More than a home, the manor was his castle. Eirik valued his privacy, and his castle provided him all the secrecy he could desire. On that occasion, however, he'd made an exception. He had received the Coven's emissary because he claimed the matter he wished to present was urgent. He usually didn't concede this sort of meeting. They ultimately bored him out of his wits, and this often ended in the requester's destruction. Immortals didn't call him the Skull Splitter in vain. "Bring Jiaolong here," Eirik had told his personal assistant as he prepared for a swim in the Roman-styled indoor pool. He found solace from the world's ongoing turmoil whenever he went for a swim. The comforting amber gleam of the room's lampposts soothed his racing mind. 1-inch square gold and lapis lazuli mosaics tiled every wall, and gold and blue smalty covered the vaulted ceiling. But it was the dome that stood out from the treasures in this room, tiled in night blue-coloured mosaics powdered with gold. The dome created the illusion of a starry sky. Marble sculptures decorated the room like everlasting guardians. Roman effigies to the untrained eye, but in reality the human-sized statues represented Odin, Freya, and other Norse deities. It was a magnificent room, fit for a king. Eirik swam across the warm water, covering the pool's length fairly quickly. He closed his eyes and dipped his head back into the water, combing his golden hair with his fingers as he emerged. With arms crossed over the pool's edge, the Skull Splitter fixed an expectant gaze at the doorway. A minute later, the blood drinker walked into the room following his assistant. "Any sudden movements and it might be the end of me." Jiaolong's thoughts shone through and made Eirik smile. The dragon was right. The slightest provocation would ensure Jiao a trip to hell. The vampire's gaze widened as he absorbed his surroundings. To his left and right, the pool spread in glorious splendor. Eirik moved to the pool's steps. Climbing slowly one by one, he emerged, water dripping off his bare chest and strong arms. A chilling wave spread over his body as he arrived at the poolside where his assistant waited with his robe, extended in her arms. Delighted by the warmth of his royal red and gold brocade robe, Eirik swept his visitor with a slow gaze, measuring his worth. "Follow me." The silent command compelled the dragon out of his contemplative state. They moved into the grand room, a vast collection of oriental rugs, ancient tapestries, and red velvet Victorian furniture fed the vampire's curious eyes. Jiaolong stopped before the fireplace, admiring its Calcutta marble mantle. 3 angels chiselled in stone. How odd, he thought. Reading Jiaolong's mind meant no difficulty to Eirik's preternatural power. He smirked. The carvings of his fireplace eluded Jiaolong's understanding. Eirik lay on the comfortable chaise lounge, 2 fingers pressed against his temple, positively imperial. "I'm listening," he said. The blood drinker turned. He bowed and approached him. "It's been 50 years since you've last presided over an assembly at the Devil's Coven." "I will return when I see it fit," Eirik dismissed. Had the dragon come here to lecture him? "Of course you will, Your Majesty," a quick reply to mend his mistake. "State your business, then." "There is rising discontent amidst our brethren." "Go on." "It's the youngest of the Lockhart household." He paused. "She hunts on our grounds, breaking the agreement we struck with Ivan Lockhart decades ago. She mocks the Dark Vale's rules and poses a great threat to us all. She must be stopped." The certainty with which Zhao spoke stung Eirik's feline curiosity. "Must she?" Eirik whispered. "What harm could she possibly mean to you?" And that easily, he detached himself from the matter. "I'm not the one in danger. Why should I care? She has also taken several mortal lovers. I must emphasize the peril this represents to our kin. If our existence was somehow exposed..." "I will take into consideration the facts you've laid before me." Eirik got on his feet. "You will know my decision. Soon." A quick bow, and Xiaolong had retired, and Eirik had once more regained his precious solitude. With his hands clasped on his back, he strolled in the room and stopped before the blazing hearth. "They are no angels," he mused, studying the mantelpiece's carving. They were the 3 winged Norns at the Well of Urd. Urd and Skuld sat, and Verdandi stood between them. Urd represented the past. She sat as Saga, the goddess of history, inscribing the tread of time on her golden tablet. Skuld represented the future, her gaze lost in the horizon, dreaming of things to come. Verdandi held the heavenly scale in her hand, standing as the ever-present now. The 3 Norns determined the fate of humanity at the Well of Urd, threading every man's destiny. "Angels." He uttered a mirthless laugh. "Xiaolong's judgment was far from reliable. I'll have to see this rebel vampire." Only then, as if he were indeed one of the Norns, would Eirik decide her fate. Channeling his unnatural abilities to pick up her voice from all others in the city had been child's play. Being the sole female member of the Lockhart household made her an easy target, but even then, her voice was unique. It was pristine and mortal, but not mundane, never mundane. Scanning her vampiric mind, he learned of her lair in Pacific Heights. Although she belonged to the Lockhart household, Ivan Lockhart was not her maker. For years, Eirik had made a game out of prying into her life, learning her interests, and discovering the nature of her defiance of the vampiric rules. No plots to destroy her brethren dwelled in her mind, no schemes to expose the coven. A deep sense of rebellion was inherent to her personality. She gained no satisfaction in breaking the Dark Vale's code. She longed to be free from all boundaries. Eirik had not planned on being spotted by her during Lockhart's annual soiree, though he had secretly wished it. It had happened too quickly, but that brief encounter had made him want more than the occasional sighting. So, he tracked her to the Devil's Coven. And though he had avoided the place and its vampires for decades, he did not hesitate to make an appearance. Most blood drinkers recognized him, of course. Eirik despised the sort of blood drinkers the Coven rallied. They lacked any bearing and had no sense of their heritage, no passion, and no purpose. The Coven's vampires acknowledged him as a superior being. He was after all 2,000 years deep in darkness. They strived for guidance, a standard by which to lead their immortal lives. Eirik had agreed to counsel their elders, and even offered his judgment, but by no means was he their leader, although they had proclaimed him their king. King. It had a nice ring to it, but titles often wore off and Eirik had grown tired of them after 2 millennia. Fortunately, the vampires of the Devil's Coven dared not contact him for fear of his reaction, which was wise of them. His eyes finally converged on her, the rebel vampire Marianne Taylor. She was not alone, but engaged with a midblood. 5 or 6 vampires were tracking her, but if she'd noticed them, she showed no concern for their actions. The difference between those insipid vampires and her was clear. "You shouldn't disregard your brethren's envy," he mused, settling into the settee. The Coven wanted her. They craved what was naturally hers, and impossible as it was for them to have, they plotted against her. They yearned for her blood. "I've seen enough. I will take no part in the Coven's vicious plan, but not only that, I will stop them, even if it means destroying them all." It was a promise he meant to keep. The time for them to meet had arrived tonight. Eirik could not postpone it any longer. He found her hunting in this ghastly burrow, a dumpster of Ivan Lockhart's choice. Ivan prompted Marianne to hunt amidst the lowest of humanity, comforted by a twisted sense of morality. There had been a time when Eirik had believed this as well. He'd relished in becoming both judge and executioner, if only for a century or two. He had been naive, of course. Time had taught him otherwise. It made no difference whether or not his victims were criminals. Why go through the hardship of hunting exclusively in the midst of human depravity? Nature itself unleashed its catastrophic rage at random, unaware and uncaring of the hearts of men. The righteous and the corrupted, they all died the same. Eirik Bjorn was a force of nature, and he acted accordingly, killing in random incisive attacks, always leaving a trail of devastation. The kill was not a question of morality, but a question of purpose. Ivan's choice of hunting grounds led him astray from his purpose, which was surviving by drinking the best blood available. But alas, there she was, alone, standing in this dreadful alley of Lockhart's preference. Reluctant to conceal his presence, he stepped out of the shadows. The blood in his veins slowed its course, the air stayed in his lungs a moment longer. Time froze. "My name is Eirik Bjorn," he said. A sudden unsteadiness overcame him. Nevertheless, the words had been cast in the air. The dread his name evoked whenever pronounced was both a curse and a blessing, a predisposition imposed by his past actions, and a few recent ones too. But it was also true that his name inspired respect and admiration amongst his brethren, even devotion. Unlike other members of his kin who changed their identities with each mortal lifetime, Eirik had kept his name across 2 millennia. His Scandinavian lineage carried too much meaning to wither with each passing century. If his name frightened or stunned her, Marianne did not reveal it. "My heritage is my pride. I bow to no one. I am the almighty skull-splitter, the powerful, long-living, blood-drinking, unnatural son of a bitch who claims what he pleases and takes what he wants. No questions asked." Then why, for the first time in centuries, did Eirik fear rejection? "We should get to know each other," he whispered, stopping beneath the street lamp's pool of mercurial light. "But not here. This place is deplorable, unworthy of our unworldly presence." And taking her hand, he led Marianne away from that ghastly alley. Chapter 36. Antoine and Denise. "She's going to kill me." Antoine paced in Devereux Hall's backyard, biting his nails. "Oh, right. She can't kill me. I'm a vampire." He feared his footsteps had flattened the grass into one of those mysterious crop circles. The first crop circle ever found in the world came to his mind, the story of the mowing devil, published in pamphlets around the 17th century. Just think about that for a minute. The devil, the embodiment of evil, had taken time off his busy schedule to mow some poor farmer's crops. Antoine laughed. He might not have been the devil, but he was a powerful immortal nonetheless, pacing under his girlfriend's window, nervous as hell because he was minutes away from confessing to her that he was a vampire. He'd kept his distance from Cassandra ever since his awakening. After all, "I'm a vampire, chérie" wasn't exactly the best opening line to mend their differences. But hey, she came from a family of witches. Maybe he could expect a little leniency. "I promise I'll make it up to you, Cassie," he mused. The more he pictured her large, dreamy eyes, fair, freckled skin, and sweet lips, the more he ached to see her. Antoine would make her fall in love with him again. He'd even fed earlier than usual. A pair of teens had been enough to make his skin blush and his eyes sparkle. His killing style was more than refined by now. Victims offered themselves to him, making the hunt too easy. Time had taken care of readjusting his moral compass, as Philip had once said. His remorse had lessened after each kill, until it came to a point where he gave no more thought to the matter. Look at those clouds. Would it rain? "Are you ever going to knock?" a voice said. "I've been waiting here for hours." Antoine turned. There he was, leaning back against the old oak tree, hands in his pockets, giving him a wry smile. "Keep your voice down, Ivan," he said. "I'm not staying here a minute longer, waiting for you to make up your mind." Ivan huffed, moving towards the door. One quick turn to the doorknob and voila! Ivan signalled the way in with a wave of his hand. "I'm not ready for this." Antoine bit his lower lip. Ivan sighed. "It's now or never. You must tell her the truth, Antoine." "And everything will be all right?" he asked, raising his brow. "Of course not," his maker replied with a frown. "She'll hate you for a while, and me too. But the sooner it happens, the quicker we can all move on with our lives." "Fine," Antoine said under his breath. The second he set foot inside Devereux Hall, there was no turning back. Strange that all the lights were off. "She might be in the kitchen." Antoine took one more step and... "Wait!" Ivan hissed, yanking his jacket. Heart pounding hard in his ears and warm blood rushing faster through his arteries, he turned. "What is it?" he whispered. Ivan gave no answer. He pushed Antoine back, moving forward with the graceful stealth of a wolf leading the pack's hunt. Letting his guard down, Ivan ran to the stairs landing. No, he mused. Something's wrong, terribly wrong. In a mortal reflex, Antoine rushed to turn on the lights. What the hell is going on? With his vision clouded by anxiety, Antoine's faulty focus roughly captured Ivan's silhouette, kneeling at the foot of the stairs. The chandelier's amber light grew brighter and the scene soon became clear. Ivan winced. "This can't be happening." Antoine moved closer. "What are you talk?" His eyes flew open. He fell on his knees. "Cassie," he whispered. The voice, barely there at all, stunned as he was to find her lying on the cold marble floor. He took her in his arms, his eyes full of tears. No, he sobbed. "She's dead, Ivan. Cassandra is dead." "That's enough, Antoine." Ivan swept the hall with a quick glance. "She's not dead. She sleeps, that's all." She slept. If that was his maker's way of softening the blow, it failed. Antoine cleared the tears off his face with the back of his hand. He carried Cassandra into the living room and lay her on the sofa. "This isn't right," Ivan mused, picking from the floor traces of blue dust, the same sparkling dust Antoine had noticed on Cassandra's face and in her hair. "What is it, Ivan?" he asked, moving closer. Ivan got on his feet, his narrowed eyes focused on the dust in his hands. "It's witchcraft. Cassandra has been cursed." Grim as it seemed, there was light at the end of this tunnel. Ivan's words gave Antoine a glimpse of hope. "A sleeping curse," he said, turning towards her. Antoine knelt beside his beloved. He smoothed his hand over her cheek, removing the traces of blue dust. Diving his fingers in her soft hair, he leaned closer and closer still, until his lips met hers in one heartfelt kiss. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ivan's scornful voice echoed in the hall. Antoine turned. "True love's kiss," he said. "It breaks all curses, doesn't it?" "Not this curse, Prince Charming," Ivan scoffed, drawing his phone out of his jacket. "This calls for a witch's touch." "Do you know any?" Antoine asked. "Fortunately, I have one on speed dial." He winked, making the call. Allez! Denise clapped. She called it the morning madness, getting her kids at the table on time to serve them breakfast before the school bus arrived, blaring its horn. Over 20 years on the job, and she still wasn't used to it. "Tilly! Josie!" she called into the foyer. A few minutes later, both girls stampeded downstairs. "No running in the house," Denise said, pouring her second cup of coffee and all but melting on the kitchen stool. Stopping short at the doorway, Her little one froze at the door. Smiling proudly, Josie's small hands combed back her dark bangs, though they fell again immediately, covering her eyes. Sweet Josie. Denise couldn't believe she'd turned 6 this year. Josie sat at the table with a frown.
Maman, où est le chocolat au lait?
Mum, where's the chocolate milk? She asked the same question every morning, and every morning Denise's answer was the same. No chocolate milk for you, sweetie, Denise said, picking up her coffee mug. Josie slumped in the chair. But why? She whined, pouting her lips at the end. Because, Denise chanted back, you're allergic to chocolate, ma petite. What's allergic? Josie replied, wrinkling her nose. Ugh, English again? Tilly arrived, dragging her backpack, which she then dropped by the door. Tilly, Denise warmly said. I've told you a dozen times, Mom. It's no longer Tilly, it's Matilda. She scowled all the way to the table, and then sat on the chair. Matilda was a diamond in the rough, 15 years old and the smartest in her class, though her grades had dropped around the time Denise had divorced Andre. This year, she'd insisted on dyeing her hair like a rainbow. Denise had allowed it, but not a day passed that she did not miss seeing those beautiful red waves. Why do we have to speak English, Mum? Matilda complained, pouring a glass of orange juice and pushing away her breakfast dish. Denise sighed. Because your father wants you to practice so that his wife can understand you. Another sip of coffee. Coffee, do your thing. How come she doesn't learn French? Josie said with eloquent charm, and then took a bite of her toast. Because she's stupid, Josie. Matilda choked a laugh. Language! Denise slipped off the stool and picked up Matilda's backpack. She then reached over the counter for Josie's lunchbox and set it on the table, grabbed the orange juice, opened the refrigerator, and... was that a doll inside the refrigerator? Really? Denise gave Josie the stink eye. You know, the mum's mad at you eye. The chilled doll landed on the table. What was Mimi doing inside the refrigerator? She asked with a frown. She was hot, Josie said with brazen assurance, taking her doll. Matilda rose from the chair, opened her backpack and slipped a notebook inside. She then left the backpack on the floor, again. If Mona wants to talk to us, she should learn French. Why should we? She can't because she's stupid, Josie chanted, combing her doll's chilled hair with her fingers. Josie, language, Denise said, reaching for Matilda's backpack. We're not doing this right now, Matilda, she continued, offering her the backpack. But Mom, Matilda said, taking the backpack and slipping on the chair. Listen, Denise sat before her daughters. True as it may be, we can't go around speaking ill of the dim-witted girl, especially not in front of your father. She smiled. The girls looked at each other and laughed. The blaring horn arrived. Go, go! Denise ushered the girls as they grabbed their backpacks and ran to the door, and off they went, and the morning madness ended for the day. Denise closed the door behind her. Finishing that nice cup of coffee seemed like a good idea, and then off to open the shop. As she headed to the kitchen, Denise gathered her auburn hair into a quick bun. Once again, she sat on the stool by the counter, opened the newspaper, reached for her coffee mug and took a sip. Cold. Her cell phone buzzed and vibrated on the counter. Too early in the morning for a chat. Who could it be? Hello? She said. Her eyes flew open. Quoi? I'll be there as soon as I can. And Ivan, keep her safe. She ended the call. Denise tried to remain calm and keep a cool head. The plan fell into place quickly. No time to lose. She dialed the number and waited for him to pick up. Her heart racing, breath shortening. Andre, she said with the most casual tone. How are you? Yes, I'm fine. The girls are fine. In fact, I just got a call from Cassie. She wants us there for her birthday. She rose from the stool and paced in the kitchen. Yes, I told her we would all come. Yes, it's a marvellous idea. Could you pick up the girls from school? My flight leaves today. Denise opened her laptop and searched for the airline's website. Well, you know, Cassandra. Yes, I'll see you and the girls over there. All right then. Bisous. Chapter 37. Philip. Philip Blackwell at the Devil's Coven. This is a pleasant surprise. A true honour. Jiao rose from the bar stool, opening his arms in a welcoming gesture. Jiao Long had been most persistent, sending him psychic telegrams. "Come see me, this cannot wait," and the like. Philip had no choice but to show up and find out what was so damn important. Fearing what might become of her if his interest were exposed, Philip buried all thoughts concerning Alisa's imprisonment. "I had an inkling you might want to see me, so here I am," he teased, sitting next to him. "What is this matter that cannot wait?" Philip crossed his arms over the counter. "Of course. But first, there's a race tomorrow. Will you come?" Jiao asked. Philip pursed his lips and shook his head. "Not this time, Jiao." The dragon smiled. "Running a bit low on courage, are we? And who wouldn't after crashing that gorgeous Lambo?" He clucked his tongue. "I gotta hand it to you, Philip. You went off in style. What a way to fly off a bridge." "Yeah, I see what you're doing, and it won't work." Philip gave him a knowing look. "I'm not racing, and that's that." He paused. "I assume there are far more important matters on your mind." "Indeed," Jiao inhaled sharply. "Well, I'm all ears." "The time has come for you to rethink your allegiance, Philip," Jiao said, playing with a shot of tequila between his fingers. "Ivan has made it clear that he stands against the Coven, but it's not too late for you. Regardless of your maker's will, you can still join us." Philip frowned. "Why should I choose a side? I can see you found greatness in the Coven's leadership, but my ambitions lie elsewhere, with my family. I don't see how our interests would align." Jiao pushed the glass aside and fixed his gleaming amber eyes on him. "Have you seen the quality of vampires around here?" he said, raising his brow. "The Coven needs strong blood drinkers like you if my plans are to succeed." Philip took a quick look at the vampires in the club. They were young, careless of their roles as part of the unnatural world, but he knew that already. "So, you're rallying strong vampires?" he said with a disparaging smile. "Is that why you keep Alisa locked in a cell?" he asked, fixing his gleaming eyes on Jiao's. The question came as much as a surprise to him as it did to Jiao Long. "I mean her no harm, Philip," he said with a nervous grin. "You know me." "Do I?" he murmured. "Is she part of those plans of yours?" "She's already played her role," Jiao said with an evasive stare. "Then will you release her?" Philip had to ask, though he suspected the answer. Jiao Long smirked. "Beware of Alisa, my friend. She's a treacherous beauty," he said, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "What do you want, Jiao?" "I want us to step out of the dark and claim what's rightfully ours. What we've been denied for centuries, the mortal world." He paused. "It's time for a change, Philip. I'll be damned if I lead this coven with nothing but the promise of more shadows." Philip smiled, shaking his head. "What you speak of is poetry. It's a beautiful dream, but it can never be done." "Oh?" Jiao said with a pretense of surprise. "And what if I were to tell you that in my power is the one weapon to renew our kin?" What on earth was he talking about? For the first time in this entire conversation, Philip was genuinely intrigued. "What do you mean?" he asked. Jiao Long slipped his hand beneath his shirt's collar and pulled the golden chain he wore around his neck. From this necklace hung a small crystal flask with a bright red liquid inside. Jiao shook the necklace, and the liquid twirled. "I have it, Philip. The source and all the power that comes with it. It's mine." The corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. Philip leaned closer, narrowing his eyes. "How's that even possible?" "I have my methods," Jiao shrugged off. "There will be an assembly next Friday where I'll be proclaimed as the Coven's leader. I will drink the source that evening and become the most powerful vampire in the world, and I would share this power with you as long as you join me." Philip couldn't imagine the methods of which the dragon spoke. Jiao Long's plans, Alisa, the source. It was all too much. His heart couldn't handle it. "Imagine the possibilities," Jiao continued. "We could step into the light once more, become free from all secrecy, and claim back the world from mortals." "This is madness," Philip mused, gathering his thoughts. There's a reason why our kind has remained underground for so long, and it's the same reason for our kin's endurance. Our innate stealth, the sharpness of our fangs, our superior physical and mental abilities, and our stunning beauty are features designed to avail our condition of predators. Why would you take away our primal advantage for survival? And I don't mean personally, but as an entire species. Your desire for acknowledgement blinds you from the fact that your plan would endanger every vampire in the world, and I'm thinking most of the millineries won't like that one bit. It's an open invitation for a catastrophe. It doesn't make sense, Zhao. The waiter approached them. Without making a sound, he slipped a cocktail glass before Philip with a bright red drink and a lemon peel. It looked like an ordinary martini, except this drink was not a cosmopolitan, but freshly procured blood, perhaps freely donated by one of the mid-bloods. There were so many here. We will be ready for those who oppose us. Zhao hid the necklace beneath his shirt. We are many, as you know. Leaders from other covens have pledged their allegiance to me. The time for an uprising draws near. Philip gave him half a smile. Yeah, but you see, that's not the point. You cannot erase entire millennia of vampire history on a whim of vanity. And it's not that I don't agree with you. It's not that I wouldn't care to reveal my true nature to each passing mortal on the street. It's simply that it cannot be done, and any attempt to pursue this will end in tragedy. If there's something I've learned throughout my mortal and immortal years, is that the sky's the limit when humankind is threatened, and the result is always war, and nothing good can ever come out of it. You're thinking too small. You do not grasp the repercussions such endeavours entail. A war between mortals and immortals, it would change everything. That's exactly what I want, Philip. Zhao spoke impassioned, clouded by his pride. I want to change forever the history of our brethren. Don't you see that? Philip pushed the drink away with his fingers. I do not care to bring more chaos into our darkened world, rising from his seat. I bear you no ill will, Zhao. I never have, and neither does Ivan, nor does the rest of my family. You've asked me to take sides, whereas I have always chosen to remain neutral. Let me be clear. I want no part of this plan. You've already made your choice, then, Zhao mused. Philip turned. I will not entertain this matter any further. Zhao Long smirked. The Coven's era of darkness is coming to an end, Philip. A change will storm upon us whether you want it or not. Not in my lifetime, Philip mused, walking away from the bar. Not only had Zhao Long refused to release Alisa, but he had the source. Cloaking his mind from the Coven's vampires meant great difficulty under such circumstances. Astonishment and fury entwined in his racing thoughts. I got to get out of here. His hand closed around the door's handle, and as he was about to step out of the nightclub, Philip saw her. Why was she here of all places? Finding her in the Devil's Coven grieved him dearly. Yes, seeing her set more than a spark to his damned heart. It quickened his blood, pumping the adrenaline to his every limb. But still, this was no place for her. He reached the table before even realizing it. You shouldn't be here, Elizabeth. It's dangerous, he all but hissed. Across her sat another woman, a mid-blood. Her curious eyes scanned him head to toe, while she took a drag off her cigarette. Stay with us, vampire, she suggested in silence with a tantalizing smile. Elizabeth avoided his stare. She slumped in the chair. Involuntarily, she shared with him a series of images that Philip caught easily. This wasn't her first visit to the Devil's Coven. She had grown close to a vast majority of mid-bloods. She had even fed off a few Coven vampires. Philip's blood set on fire. He shook his head, shutting off the psychic connection between them. Come on, he said, gripping her hand. Let's go. Philip, She actually hesitated. Right now, he roared, tugging her hand. Do you come here often? Philip smoothed both hands over her jawline, checking every inch of her face. Not a day had passed that he didn't think about her since the accident. Philip had convinced himself that keeping his distance was the only way to protect her from his lethal desires. But he wasn't so sure about that now. Are you all right? Elizabeth gave him a quick nod, still avoiding his stare. A gentle tilt of her chin bathed her face in the street lamp's mercurial light. The change was undeniable. Her brightened eyes, the pale gleam of her skin. "Why would you do this?" he whispered, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "Philip," she said in a soft voice, "I know you're a blood drinker." He bit his lower lip. "Forgive me. I couldn't find it in my heart to—" "Why are you here?" with a frown. "You're not thinking of the consequences of your liaisons with these vampires. They're selfish, ruthless beings. They care only for their primal needs. Their viciousness knows no limits." "I know what I'm doing," she muttered, flicking her hair back with her hand. "You don't." Philip pursed his lips. Although installed deep as a midblood, Elizabeth enticed him still. An overwhelming desire to take her in a vampiric embrace burned in him from the minute he had laid eyes on her. "This reckless behavior has to stop. Don't you know how much it hurts me, seeing you like this?" "Hurt you, Philip?" Her voice breaking, tears looming in her eyes. "I guess you'd know about that. After all, you hurt me first. I would never. You disappeared from my life without so much as saying goodbye." Impassioned as she spoke, Elizabeth's muscles tensed. The blue shade of her jugular vein emerged on her neck. Philip took a deep breath. "Stop," he murmured. But she pressed on. "You were an illusion," she breathed. "A dream that shed light into my heart one evening, only to leave it in darkness by morning." Her racing heartbeat echoed in his ears. Each pulse, a beckoning call for him to sink his fangs deep into her neck. Philip closed his eyes. "Please, stop." Elizabeth stood inches away from him, her lips a breath apart from his. "You make it stop." She unbuttoned the top of her shirt. The recent cuts on her neck were the result of a common practice between midbloods. "Finish what you started," she demanded. "Make me like you." Shaking his head, Philip stepped back. He ran his fingers through his hair, staring away from the tempting sight of her pulsing jugular vein. "You mustn't say such things," he said. "Why not?" Elizabeth took one more step, defiant. Unable to restrain his hunger, Philip seized her wrists and drove her against the wall. His heaving chest pressed against hers, his hand smoothed along her arm and reached her neck. Philip leaned close to her ear. "Is this a game to you?" he said in a hoarse whisper. "Do you not realize how I long to rip your precious skin with my damned fangs and drink your blood?" "Then do it," she said. His eyes filled with tears. "I can't," he gasped, releasing her from his hold. "You can't, or you won't," she pressed, backing him into a corner. "Damn it, Elizabeth," he roared, moving aside. "I will not end your life. Not again." Philip clenched his fists, and looking up, a tear slid down his cheek. "Philip," she breathed, "I never meant to—" "Don't ever ask this of me again," he said. A second later, he vanished right before her eyes. Chapter 38. Eirik Bjorn. Eirik wrapped his arms around Marianne's waist. He leapt in the air several miles off the ground, rising more and more, until the nasty burrow became a speck of light beneath their feet. The wind whipped through their hair, a wild and exhilarating rush that stole the breath from their lungs. His preternatural body soared in the evening's breeze, granting him a wondrous sense of freedom. And then it occurred to him. Where would he take her? He had dreamed of this day for too long, but the setting of their meeting had escaped his plans. Indecision gnawed at him, a rare moment of uncertainty for the ancient vampire. Where to go? It would have to be somewhere far away from the city, a remote location, devoid of any human presence. The Farallon Islands came to mind, but the relentless growling and grunting of the sea lions would be most irritating. It would not do. A silent atmosphere was imperative. He needed a place where they could be alone, where the world could fall away and leave only the two of them. The top of Bernal Hill provided a beautiful panoramic of the city. The place reminded him of home, the city lights reflected in the foggy sky creating an industrial version of the Northern Lights. But no, Bernal Hill lacked the intimacy he desired. He craved something more, a place that was wholly his own. His feet touched the ground. The impact was feather-light. Eirik opened his eyes. They stood in the middle of a courtyard. Tall, trellised stone walls dappled with warm light surrounded them, along with a dozen Italian cypresses that conveyed the privacy he so cherished. An exquisite Carrara fountain sat in the centre, sculpted in the shape of a tree. The branches spread across the courtyard, water dripping through their myriad leaves. The soft rippling of the cascading water eased him into a quieter frame of mind. They walked through the oriental stone archway where dimly lit gardens with cobblestone footpaths led the way to the manor's entrance. The corner of his lips curled into half a smile. Closing his eyes, Eirik sniggered. This was his castle. There could be no better place than this. He stopped by the terrace, and his preternatural gaze drifted to the horizon, capturing the darkened blue of the Pacific Ocean. A minute later, Eirik turned, and with a genuine smile he opened his arms, welcoming Marianne to his home. She stepped back, struck by the magnificence of Eirik's lair. Marianne's bold fingers reached up to touch the tree's branches. She stood quite still for a moment, with a vacant stare as she smeared the water with her fingers. The droplets clung to her skin, tiny diamonds that glittered in the moonlight. The tree of life, she mused. Eirik drew closer. Yggdrasil, he said, pleased with her discovery. Yggdrasil. Marianne paced around the fountain. Eternal life. We are this tree. No, he said with a gentle tone, clasping his hands behind his back. Not the tree, but Nidhugg, the dragon that clings to its root and feeds off the blood of the dead. He paused. It matters little. In any case, we're here. Is this your home? She asked, breaking away from her abstraction. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes, a hunger for knowledge that matched his own. One of many. With a simple hand gesture, Eirik invited her to join him by the stone balustrade. Marianne stood next to him. She leaned on the balustrade, her fingers intertwined gracefully as her chin landed on them. By the clear moonlight, Marianne's eyes gleamed like bright amethysts, and her crimson lips parted, but she uttered no sound. She was ethereal, magical, and mystifying. She turned, giving him an inquisitive stare. I didn't know we could fly. It comes with the territory, Eirik sniggered. Perhaps someday you might fly as well, he suggested with an innocent look. Marianne returned to her taciturn demeanour. Why did you bring me here? Eirik smoothed his fingers over his lips. There are so many other questions in your mind, but we may begin with that one, if that is your wish. You've seen my questions, so you have answers to them all, she said, and for a second she sounded almost defiant. I have answers to the questions in your mind. He nodded. And I have answers to the questions you have yet to construct. But you see, I am more than that. After 2,000 years of roaming this good earth, I'm certain there's more to me than an endless book of answers. 2,000! Marianne's eyes flew open. Eirik leaned closer, adoring the intimacy brewing between them. You've never met a millenary blood drinker before, he said. Then, recovering his poise, he continued. I can see the reason for the Brethren's disdain towards you. Oh? She said, tilting her head slightly. He slipped his hands into his jeans pockets, refraining from his desire to touch her delicate face. You found grace within our curse, as did I, long ago. The blood didn't curse me, she was quick to reply. If anything, it blessed me. He was taken aback by her words. What is this you speak of, child? It rolled off his tongue. By all the gods, would you regard this as a blessing? I would have died, if not for the blood, she simply stated. Oh, death, he said, heaving a sigh. Why refuse it? It would have been a sweet release from this world. Marianne made no effort to conceal her disapproval. If that's what you truly believe, then I doubt you've ever been close to dying. She frowned. Trust me, there's nothing on the great beyond other than darkness and silence. Oblivion is too good a word to describe it. The big dark void would be a more befitting term. A sweet release, you say? That's a romantic understatement. It shocked him to hear her rebuttal. Not the words as much, but the manner in which she'd addressed him. Had she no clue of whom he was? True, Eirik's appearance could be misleading. His casual clothing, the smoothness of his tanned skin, his youthful face. If not for his ice-blue eyes gleaming under the moonlight, Eirik would have easily passed as an ordinary mortal, more like an extraordinary one. No, he couldn't blame her for not regarding him as a powerful millenary vampire. I shouldn't have said that. Marianne blushed. Eirik smiled, dismissing the entire incident. I see, he said. You're one who looks forward to the ever-spinning wheels of time. You find pleasure and rejoice in this blessing, as you call it. His hand landed on the balustrade, inches away from her hand. I will say this. I faced death more than once in my mortal days. But you must understand, back then, death meant no more to me than the final destination, a place of everlasting feast and endless battle. This concept runs deeply in my blood, so much so that not even 2 millennia have been able to erase it. And perhaps I spoke out of boredom. This century has been nothing but unappealing to me. It has certainly made the notion of death most alluring. Is this why I'm here, then? She said, folding her arms over her chest. You're bored and hope to find in me some entertainment? She stepped back. Do I amuse you? Eirik concealed his mischievous smile with the back of his hand, and once he recovered his neutral expression, he spoke. As I've said before, I thought we should meet. He moved away from the balustrade. Tell me, do you see yourself as a survivor of the ages like me? Is this something that appeals to you? Marianne narrowed her eyes. You're playing games. I assure you I am not. He almost took offense to her suspicious demeanor. Almost. To witness the world's changing tides, the shift of the collective human mind. Of course, it appeals to me. Leaning against the balustrade, she sighed. Her gaze drifted towards the ocean. Eirik unknowingly tapped into her thoughts. The Coven's vampires, they worry you. Astonishing. She didn't seem to mind being followed by them, but perhaps deep inside, their twisted games had haunted her all along. You are too precious to them, he said. A rare gem amidst a heap of coal. They want you, and what they cannot have, they must destroy. I don't know what it is about me that they find so precious, Marianne said, meeting his gaze. Why would they want my blood? If I were them, I'd covet another vampire's blood, probably yours. Her honesty made him smile. They do want my blood, he said. But they know they'd be sealing their doom if ever their thoughts were to precede any action. Marianne pursed her lips. I'm not sure I get what you mean. Confusion clouded her features. Perhaps someday I'll show you why they fear me, he mused, uncertain about whether he'd want that. Show me now, Marianne said with a smirk. It surprised him to hear that. Such hastiness. You're so young, Eirik reminded himself. Yes, I'm young. But as you said before, in any case, I'm here. She shrugged. Eirik's old heart raced, the warmth of his quickening blood spreading through his preternatural body with each beat. Very well, Marianne. I'll show you. Evening set in Pescadero, a small town tucked away from the bustling city of San Francisco. Shattering the tranquil night, raucous laughter echoed through the streets before drowning in a nearby pub. 2, 3, 4 teenagers gathered outside of the pub, only they weren't ordinary men. They were blood drinkers, feeble-minded, raised in the dark with no guidance, clueless of their heritage, the sort of vampires Eirik despised. For them, he reserved a cute nickname, Vamps, a light version of his kin. For months, these vamps had breached Eirik's hunting territory, unknowingly signing their death sentence. How they pranced in the desolated street, with their black garments and dark makeup. Vamps needed to be swept off the face of the earth. Eirik took a step forward while Marianne remained concealed in the shadows. Will you look at that? One of the vamps said. Hey, Jim! What do you call a vampire's dessert? I don't know, Sean. What do you call a vampire's dessert? A nectarine. The group looked at each other and laughed. How flattering. These vamps actually thought Eirik Bjorn was a mere mortal. Had they known before them stood the legendary Skull Splitter, they would have fled in terror minutes ago. "There's no use running," another vamp said. "They never do." Eirik smirked. Confused, the vamp called Sean lunged at him in a foolish attempt. Eirik stretched his arm and stopped him with his bare hand. Struggling to free himself from the Skull Splitter's powerful hold, Sean growled, revealing his fangs. Uncaring of the vamp's menacing grin, Eirik closed his fist and plunged it deep into the vamp's chest, gave it a quick twist, and then pulled out his beating heart gripped in his hand. Eirik crushed the vital organ, and rivulets of blood dripped on the street, draining into the gutter, where it belonged. Two of the vamps froze with dread as they witnessed Sean's execution, but one of them tried to escape. With unnatural speed, Eirik reached the coward and grabbed him by the shirt's collar. He raised him off the ground high enough to make him shudder as Eirik showed him a glimpse of his fangs. Who are you, man?" the vamp said with a quivering voice. Eirik smiled. "I am Eirik Bjorn, the Skull Splitter, the unbeaten Scandinavian warlord, one of the few millenary vampires born into the blood 2,000 years ago." He paused. "And you are dead." Eirik then leaped onto the vamp's back, pushing him down on his knees. With both hands set on the vamp's head, Eirik pressed his temples hard until the skull cracked open like an eggshell, splattering its watery contents on the street. He then scooped out the cerebral mass with his hands and splashed it against the pub's windows. The vamp's arms wobbled like a dying insect as he screeched the most hideous noise. In an act of mercy, Eirik reached the vamp's chin and gave it a quick tug, severing the head from its disgusting body. And at last, the vamp stopped whining. "2 more to go," he mused, getting on his feet. One of them ran like a fool miles ahead. Eirik raised his hand and extended it towards the disgraceful vampire. He then clenched his fist and turned it over. A harrowing scream echoed in the desolate street. The vamp fell on the ground, groaning in absolute pain as the first spark appeared on his hands, followed by another on his neck, then his wrists, until his entire body burst into flames. It didn't take long for the vamp's scorched body to disintegrate into ashes, scattered by the wind. The last vamp remained. Weeping uncontrollably, his knees buckled and hit the ground. Eirik drew closer. No thoughts whirred in his mind, clouded as it was by the purest dread. "You are wise to fear me," Eirik said. "For this you shall live." He paused. "Run along and tell the others what you've seen, and that Eirik Bjorn showed you mercy, but that he will spare no one else who dares trespass into his hunting grounds again." The vampire nodded frantically, shuddering at the thought of Eirik's wrath, before disappearing into the shadows of the street. Well, Marianne said, stepping out of her lurking spot. "No wonder you kept telling me I should not fear you." She stopped to look around the devastating scene. "The Skull Splitter, you sure live up to your name?" Eirik was perplexed by her reaction. Was she terrified? Impressed, maybe? "I find no pleasure in this." He shrugged. "They left me no choice." Weary and even a bit disgusted at the bloodbath he had left behind, Eirik went to her. And as he avoided stepping on the trail of brains and blood on the pavement, he had to ask himself, did his black heart truly not rejoice after destroying those vamps? The thrill of the battle was null, for weaklings meant no challenge to his unnatural strength. Perhaps that was the reason for the bitterness brewing inside him. Out of a generous mood, he'd spared the last blood drinker. But no, the truth was even simpler. His mercy was a message, and the message was clear. Let them know that I live. Let them know that I am as powerful and as ruthless as they ever feared I would be. May they never interfere in my affairs again. They landed atop one of Grace Cathedral's towers, close enough to Marianne's lair in Pacific Heights. This time, Marianne held him longer after they touched the ground. As she glided away from his strong arms, Eirik's hands touched hers, if only for a few seconds. His gaze locked in hers, and a genuine spark ignited between them in a moment that seemed to last an eternity. When she moved back, the spell was broken and time ran its course as normal. Eirik stood on the verge of the tower. The firmness of his preternatural body steadied him enough to resist the cold, lashing winds. Hundreds of lights flickered in the distance, and a heavy mist rose from the sea, threatening to swallow the city within minutes. He slipped his hands into his jeans pockets. Otherwise, he'd hold her tight and seal her lips with a dark, passionate kiss. More than a century had passed since he'd experienced such happiness. His heart had awakened from its long stupor, and it was all because of her. "This is a nice view," Eirik said, staring at the horizon. Marianne joined him. "I don't know about that," she said. "Your lair's terrace has a much better view." Eirik gave her a short laugh. "Let me be clear," he said, facing her. "This is a nice view, whereas the one you've mentioned is magnificent. It is the same with us, you see. There are those blood drinkers whom I would deem as nice, pretty, interesting now and then, but lacking substance and therefore not worth studying for long. But then there are others, a rare deviation of our kin. These are prone to greatness and deserve all the privileges our gift of darkness entails, because they hold the world in their preternatural hands, sometimes without even realizing it. These are the magnificent ones. They are precious, rarely found amongst our brethren, which is why they are unique. And this is why I wish to meet you, Marianne. You are magnificent. Within you lies the potential for greatness. I recognized it as soon as I saw you. It was this that brought me to you. Not boredom, you realize, for I do not seek entertainment. I seek a companion, one who's willing to plunge into the depths of eternity by my side. Marianne's delicate lips parted, but no sound came through. It took her a few minutes to collect her thoughts and speak. "But you barely even know me," she whispered, confused. "Don't be so sure about that," he said. "I've known you for quite a while. This meeting has only confirmed what I knew to be true." "I don't know what to say. I don't expect you to say anything. At least not now." He paused. "Please understand it's up to you to know me and decide whether you accept my offer." "I can do that," she whispered. "I'm glad we've finally met," he confessed, stepping an inch closer to her. Marianne blushed and remained silent. Eirik moved even closer, close enough to get away with his whims and steal a kiss off her crimson lips. His hand smoothed on her jawline as he tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "I'll see you soon," he whispered, and taking one last look at her, Eirik Bjorn disappeared. Chapter 39. Mal d'Amour. 300 years had passed since Ivan had last received a Devereux witch in his lair, and as fate would have it, history repeated itself tonight as he brought Cassandra to Villa Belvedere. What else could he do? Leave her in Devereux Hall, where the perpetrators of this crime might return. Ivan's lair was sacrosanct. There was no better place to shelter a Devereux witch. Antoine had remained inseparable from her from the moment he'd laid her on the guest room's bed. He'd refused to hunt or sleep until Cassandra's mother arrived. Fortunately, Ivan expected Denise within a couple of hours, so he wouldn't have to endure this romantic nonsense a minute longer. He peered into the room, and sure enough, there he was. Antoine knelt by her bedside, her hand pressed between his, whispering words of comfort in her ear. "You'll grow mad locked in here," Ivan said, stepping into the room. "Do you want her to wake up to discover in you not only a vampire but a famished one?" He pressed his shoulder. "Come on, Antoine. You must eat something and get some fresh air. Some fresh clothes wouldn't be so bad either." He sniggered. Ivan's words finally sunk in, and Antoine turned away from Cassandra. "I guess you're right," he said. "I'll take a quick bath and then I'll hunt something. Someone, I mean." "I'm glad to hear that," Ivan said. "Rest assured, Cassandra will be safe." On their way through the foyer, Ivan threw his arm over Antoine's shoulders. "I'd normally advise against hunting in our own neighborhood, but there's an old biking road just across the lawn, did you know? Lots of tourists there." Pale and exhausted, Antoine smirked. Without saying a word, he went through the deck towards the gardens, following Ivan's suggestion. Ivan stopped by the sliding glass doors, watching him walk away until he disappeared in the distance. Mal d'amour. Love sickness, he said, heaving a heavy sigh. Had he ever been sick with love? Of course he had. No matter how much he tried to bury those memories, Alisa's troubles did everything to stir them back into his heart. That wasn't love, he mused, smoothing his fingers over the piano's lid. That was utter foolishness. Ivan sat on the bench and slid his fingers over the keys. Although he'd practiced enough during his mortal days, Alisa was the true musician of them both. For decades she had excelled at playing the virginals. Later on, the clavecin, and he was sure she must have conquered the pianoforte by now. I will find you, Alisa, he said, and when I do, I'll let you go once and for all. He pressed one key, and an imminent cascade of notes followed, and Ravel's Pavane pour Un enfant défunt echoed in the hall. The song brought back fond memories of his years with Denise, quieting the turmoil of his heart for a moment. Denise had been 16 when they'd last met, impassioned by the desire to trace her own destiny. She had defied the Devereux's conservative traditions by running away with her then-boyfriend, André Renaud. It didn't help her case that she did so while pregnant with Cassandra. Dissuading Denise from her plans had been an impossible feat, and on her last night at Devereux Manor, they'd extended their farewells. Nothing will ever change between us, Ivan, she had told him. I'm having a baby, that's all. But that was not all. Denise had moved far away from the Devereux's reach. She'd cut all ties with the family to raise a family of her own. A few years later, she married André. And though Ivan had kept a close watch over her during those first years of her voluntary exile, he'd never once interfered. Her happiness was all that mattered, and for a while, she had been genuinely happy. Decades later, André filed for divorce, and Denise was devastated. But by that time, Ivan was already living on Belvedere Island. Soon, he'd learned that André would be moving to America, and that her eldest daughter, Cassandra, would be joining him as they installed their new home in none other than San Francisco. It was meant to be. Fate had given Ivan another chance to make things right with the Devereux's, and now Cassandra was here, cursed by some low-life witch, and Ivan had failed the Devereux's one more time. The devil in high heels walked into his home. She stood in the foyer, leaning against the wall, listening as he played. Antoine entered the living room. He closed the sliding glass doors behind him. The hunt had restored the brightness to his dark brown eyes. He returned with rosy lips and blushing cheeks, and even the hint of a malicious smile, which made him so damn appealing. "You sure look glamorous, Marianne," Antoine said with a sultry voice, his senses still thrilled by the kill. "What's the occasion?" Ivan hadn't even noticed her attire. She wore a short dark blue sequined dress, but was that glamorous? He wasn't so sure. Marianne blushed. "Oh, I've got this thing," she said, fiddling her fingers around a lock of her hair. "It's nothing, really. I just came to get my purse." Philip can never know about Michael. Interesting how Marianne's thoughts betrayed her. Ivan caught them without even looking. Ivan couldn't help but smirk. He lived for this kind of game. "And who is this Michael?" Ivan sent her the question in silence and patiently waited for her reaction. The sudden shattering of her poise confirmed it. Marianne had listened to his every word. Her widened eyes filled with dread and turned their gaze directly at him. This called for a more suitable melody. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata fitted the bill quite well. This time he scanned through her mind with merciless curiosity, picking from it every shred of information that suited his interests. "Not Michael Reese, the singer?" Ivan added in the same silent voice, giving her a look of disapproval. Marianne pursed her red lips, all but scowling as she sent her reply. "None of your business." She grabbed her purse and went to the door, fast. "Hey, Marianne," Antoine said. "Be good, but if you're bad, call me." He winked. Marianne smiled as much as she could, given the circumstances. It was not so much fun as it was disturbing to discover Marianne's secret affair with that mortal rock star. It would be a terrible blow for Philip, and Ivan had no intention of delivering such upsetting news to his fledgling. Closing that door behind her gave Marianne immediate relief. Shutting her eyes as she leaned against the door, she sighed. Wretched Ivan and his games. Just how much information had he stolen from her mind? Marianne felt rotten enough about seeing Michael behind Philip's back, but this was bad. "Is everything all right, sweetheart?" He peered behind one of the front porch's pillars, a hand in his jeans pocket, a lit cigarette in the other. Thank heavens that, being his maker, Philip wasn't able to hear the mess that went on in her mind. Warm and loving, Philip always had a kind word for her. She owed him her preternatural life, for Christ's sakes. "How can you do this to him?" "That's it. I'm ending it tonight with Michael." "Yeah, just Ivan being Ivan," she mumbled, crossed. Philip frowned. "I know the feeling. I've been sitting here for the past half hour thinking about the best way to give him some news." "Is everything all right?" she asked. "Don't you worry about a thing." Philip put out the cigarette. "Will you sit with me for a while before you leave?" he asked, with the most charming smile at the end. Hugging her arms, she nodded. As they sat together on the front porch's steps, like a pair of school kids, Marianne remained silent. Philip sniggered. "Do you remember when we first met?" Marianne couldn't help but smile. She had listened to Philip sharing this story time and time again, and she loved it more each time he told it. "It was a rainy afternoon," she said, quoting the beginning of this tale. "I found you reading by the library's bay window, and you were the most beautiful creature I had ever seen." He leaned closer, touching her brow with his. Philip's pupils widened when their eyes met. "You were soaking wet," she added, standing in the middle of the library. "I offered you my blanket." Marianne blushed. "How naive was I?" "Marianne," he whispered, smoothing his hand over her jawline. "You were dying, slowly, painfully so. And still, your one worry at that moment was to comfort me." "You looked so sad," she said. "I was sad and hurting, but all of that went away the minute I laid eyes on you." He smiled. "You made me remember that nothing in this world can ever be so terrible. Not for us vampires." Marianne knew where this was going. "And I feel it's now my turn to remind you of this." He held her in a loving embrace. "There is nothing left to fear to those who are fear itself incarnate. Whatever troubles your heart, know that it's never final. There are no endings for us immortal beings." As Marianne pursed her lips, she tasted her salty tears. She surrendered to the warmth of Philip's arms and the soft scent of his cologne. This was home. Was this love? Though blessed with a youthful appearance, Philip was sailing into his 8th mortal decade, and she no longer was the girl of 18 who had fallen head over heels for him. Her feelings had grown so much since that time, although she hardly understood them now. "I think I'm falling in love with you, Philip Blackwell." Marianne kissed his cheek. Philip raised his brow, apparently pleased and surprised as well. A pair of headlights appeared in the driveway. "Time to go." The chauffeur got out of the limousine and stood by the gate. Both of them got on their feet. "Philip, Marianne," he said, holding her hand. "Please, know this. I understand that you must step into the world and live the life you've chosen. I will never resent you for that. You are free to experience whatever your heart desires." He paused, his gleaming blue eyes lost in hers. "I will always be here, waiting patiently for your return, whether it takes a day, a year, or decades to come." Her eyes filled with tears. Philip gave the hint of a smile. "Go on, live a little," he whispered in her ear. "You and me, we have all the time in the world, but the world won't wait forever." In his words, she found more reassurance than he would ever know. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Denise asked the driver as she looked through the window. The limousine parked ahead of them finally moved, and now she was able to get a clearer view of the estate. "Yes, ma'am," the driver said. Impossible to see the villa's grandiose facade and not be reminded of Devereux Manor, the big house with the big book of rules. It sent a chill down her back. Did Ivan follow now her family's way of life? Dear God, she hoped not. Oh, well, she sighed. Then please, go through the driveway. When the taxi stopped at the manor's entrance, she saw him, a man, standing on the front porch. He was a vampire. Denise could spot a blood drinker a mile away. They were beautiful, pretentious creatures, but this one seemed rather gloomy. Hello there, she said to the sulking vampire. The minute he laid eyes on her, the blood drinker readjusted his posture into a military stance. Head, trunk and thigh on a straight line, chin up and chest forward. Good evening, he said, with a velvety voice, relaxing a little. Allow me, please. He picked up Denise's oh-so-heavy International Flight 25-kilo suitcase as if it weighed nothing. Thank you, she said, removing her gloves. You must be Cassandra's mother. The vampire opened the door, and it was only then, when the foyer's light spilled over him, that she noticed his smooth skin and deep blue eyes. He was a very handsome man. But then most blood drinkers were. Please, call me Denise. A sudden agitation took over her as she crossed that threshold. It was like turning the clock back 38 years, when her life was full of shadows cast by the Devereux rules, and Ivan Lockhart was her only comfort and escape from the dreary reality. It's nice meeting you, Denise. The vampire led her through the foyer. Although I wish it were under different circumstances. My name's Philip Blackwell. She would have said some words of courtesy in reply, but the vast display of crystal chandeliers pending from the stuccoed white ceilings and the colourful arrangement of vivid red and green oriental rugs was too distracting. But she had no time to appreciate every wonderful singularity Ivan's home offered. She had to see her daughter. Through the grand white hall, they came up to a spacious living room with impeccable white furniture, an inviting lit fireplace, and sliding glass doors that offered the panoramic of a splendid garden. And in the corner, sitting behind a white pianoforte, was the best friend she had growing up, the vampire Ivan Lockhart. This must be what it feels like to see one's childhood imaginary friend cut out in flesh and bones. But Ivan was very real. Ravel, she mused, and her heart pumped harder and faster. Ivan stopped playing the pianoforte. His fierce green eyes turned to her. Have I lost my touch with this thing? He asked, pointing at the instrument. Denise shook her head. The melody had the same solid feeling it had 21 years ago, just as he had the same bright green eyes, the same strong jawline and chiseled lips. Ivan Lockhart looked exactly as she remembered him, and perhaps even better. It's been too long, he said, placing his hand on the piano's floorboard. It has, she said. He got on his feet and went to greet her with a warm embrace. Denise closed her eyes, and at that moment the clock turned back 21 years, and she was a teenager once more. The warmth of his body pressed against hers and the alluring fragrance of his cologne made her knees buckle. Stop it, Denise. Remember why you're here. Stepping back, she slipped away from his arms. The spell was broken, and she was no longer the 16-year-old girl who dreamed of leaving Devereux Manor. She was back to being mum. Denise took a deep breath. All right. Where is she? She's upstairs, Ivan said. I'll take you to her. She's not dead. She sleeps, that's all. Ivan's words echoed in the depths of Antoine's mind. He repeated them silently, over and over again, reminding himself that there was hope for Cassandra. She lay on the bed like a fairy tale princess, eyes closed, pink pouting lips, and hands clasped over her chest. But he was no knight in shining armour, and his kiss had not awakened her from her deep sleep. The bedroom door slowly opened. Behind it stood a woman. Her long and wavy red hair concealed her face. She leaned to reach a large black tote bag from the floor. Then, raising her chin, she took one hard look at him with piercing dark green eyes. The resemblance was uncanny. High cheekbones, delicate nose, and lips. You're Cassie's mother. Denise, Antoine said. Denise frowned. I know who I am. But who are you? She placed the bag on the sofa, but her eyes remained fixed on him. The woman's stare untangled the cobwebs of his soul. It rattled his nerves. Antoine stepped away from Cassie's bedside, and only then did Denise shift her gaze toward her daughter. Philip pulled Ivan's arm and leaned close to him. "We have to talk," he whispered. "This is hardly the time, Philip," Ivan dismissed. He then turned towards Cassandra's mother. "She's been like this since we found her." "Dark magic," Denise mused, sweeping blue dust off Cassandra's t-shirt with her fingers. She removed her necklace and fastened it around Cassie's neck. The pendant was a black stone that gleamed the second it landed on Cassandra's chest. Contrary to what Antoine had expected from Cassie's mother, she did not crumble to pieces as she laid eyes on her unconscious daughter. The woman kept a cool and detached demeanor and examined her as a doctor would. "Her face was covered with this blue dust," Antoine mused, his voice breaking. Denise turned to face him, and for the first time since her arrival, she gave him a warm stare. "Whoever did this did not mean to kill her," she said. And turning to Ivan, she added, "but definitely wanted her out of the way." "Can you help her?" Antoine finally asked. The question irritated her, but not so much that she would scold him. Denise knitted her brow and turned to him once more. "I know this curse," she said. "I might be able to break it tonight." "But I thought you no longer practiced magic." He shouldn't have said that. It only vexed her more. Antoine had blurted it out, and there was nothing he could do now. Narrowing her eyes, she tilted her head, studying him for a minute or so before giving him an answer. "You seem to know much about me and my life, whereas I know nothing about you, blood drinker." "Denise," Ivan intervened. "Antoine was the one who found her." "Oh," she said, genuinely surprised. "Well, Antoine, I guess I should thank you. And just so you know, I walked out of the family. I never abandoned the craft." She paused and threw an inquisitive stare at Ivan as if something had finally clicked in her mind. "What were you and Cassie up to, Ivan?" Ivan bit his lower lip. "It's the necklace," he said. "I need it. Cassandra was helping me find it." "The necklace?" Denise's eyes flew open. "I know it's been too long since you've taken part in the Devereaux's affairs, but if you have any idea where Annette may have hidden it..." Ivan leaned against the wall, his hands clasped behind his back, and his stare lost in Cassandra. "I've only ever seen it in Catherine's photos," she said, shaking her head. "My mother never mentioned it. I didn't even know she had it." Denise opened her bag, revealing part of what looked like a chemistry set. Multicolored vials and small boxes with herbs. She was quick to mix a few herbs and potions into a glass. "Do you have the Grimoire?" she asked Ivan. "Of course," he said, opening the desk's drawer. He extracted a large leather-bounded book and gave it to her. With great care, Denise held the book, examining page after page, confident that she would find whatever she needed in those wrinkled sheets of parchment. "Here we go," she mused, pointing her finger at a passage. Denise extracted from her bag a white candle and set it over the night table. She lit the candle and then, in the lowest of voices, she read from the book. Those words she whispered into Cassie's ear, and she did it 3 times before parting from her. She opened her tote bag and took out a small bronze dagger. How on earth had she even gotten that through customs? Denise removed the ornate bronze sheath embedded in mythological symbols and pricked her finger with the blade. 3 drops of blood fell into the glass. She then took Cassie's hand and followed the same steps with her. Denise stirred the glass as if it were a cocktail. Their blood twirled in the water and entwined, dissolving within seconds. With a small dropper, she administered a single drop into Cassandra's mouth. "And now, we wait," Ivan said. "We'll leave you 2 alone for a moment." The library doors flung open as Ivan walked through. "What do you make of that, Philip?" he said, pacing in the room, restless. "My search for the necklace has officially turned into a useless enterprise, as futile as the search for the Holy Grail." "There's something you should know." Philip followed him inside and stopped by the fireplace. But Ivan carried on. "Meanwhile, Alisa's trapped in whatever dungeon Jiao Long chose to imprison her, far beyond my reach. I tell you, I cannot endure this any longer. I've never felt so helpless in my immortal life. Everything's turned upside down because of her. I wish I'd never given her that damn necklace. Ivan, please, listen to me, Philip planted before him. All right. What is it, Philip? Impatience was a rare frame of mind for his fledgling. Whatever rattled his nerves, it had to be important. I met Jiao Long earlier today. Why would you do that? Do you wish to be killed? He gasped, waving his hands palms up. That kid may be your racing buddy, but believe me, he'll not think twice before hurting you to get to me. Philip pursed his lips and slipped his hands into his jeans pockets. He summoned me, he casually said. And by the way, Jiao Long is a powerful vampire, older than you. I don't see why you'd call him a kid. Oh, isn't he? He muttered, plummeting on the sofa by the hearth. Then why does he act like one? Ivan paused. You are too noble, Philip. That's why that devil reaches out to you. He'd never get an ounce of attention from me. If it were up to me, I'd smack the hell out of him until he revealed Alisa's location. But I cannot threaten her safety so selfishly. So, what does he want now? Any chance he'll set Alisa free? Philip sat on the chair before him. He has no intention of releasing her, he replied, shaking his head. And he told me you stand against his plans. Ugh! Ivan rolled his eyes back. Is he still rambling about his maniacal pursuits of world domination? His plans have not been thought through. No one will follow him into the madness of his delirium. You mark my words. I told him as much, but he wouldn't listen. Philip paused. The Coven is out of control, Ivan. We cannot allow Jiao Long to expose us to the dangers of his schemes. Something must be done. He leaned forward, joining his hands and steepling his fingers. A bad sign. He wants something. Ivan sighed. And what would you have me do, Philip? He asked. As long as he has Alisa, my hands are tied. Besides, I already offered him a piece of my mind. I heard everything about that, Philip said, and he seemed very upset by it. I simply made it clear to him that his plan was plain stupid. Jiao has no vision. For all his years in the blood, the kid lacks wisdom and leadership. Of course, it would be wonderful for vampires to come into the light of this new millennium, but not by disclosing our existence to mortals, and therefore becoming the perfect target for their destructive pursuits. That's where his plan fails. It has no creativity, no imagination. Jiao Long's vision is too narrow. If our kin is to win any victory over men, it must be based on science, not war. Science is the key to unraveling the astonishing mess of our DNA. It's the only way if we're ever to live under the sun once more. Philip raised his brow. I have never seen you so impassioned by any other subject. He stopped to consider his following words. I have to admit, this side of your personality is truly becoming. I could listen to you talk like this on and on without ever losing interest. Ivan shrugged off the compliment. For too long, I've fancied living in the light, but not to oppress humankind. I dream of a day when we might live openly amongst them, foolish as it may seem. I dream of a day when being a vampire will mean no more to them than being labelled as a goth, a lesbian, or an atheist. Vampirism simply is. We are what we are, who we are, and mortals should get used to it. Philip smirked. You mean deal with it, of course, because unlike any young goth or lesbian, we are killers. We're the hunters in this game, and they are the prey. He paused. I'm sorry to bring some sense into your beautiful fantasy, but you are a dreamer. You fancy yourself human, mortal like them, don't you? The warmth in his words conveyed great fondness. Was that a gleam of admiration in Philip's eyes? I never said it would be easy, Ivan sighed. Still, you must agree, my dreams are far more appealing than Jiao's silly plan to take over the world. It's utopian, Ivan, Philip smiled. But yes, I would follow you no matter what. And so would the other covens, Ivan mused. But I digress. You mustn't worry about Jiao's plans. They will not follow through. Philip got on his feet and stopped by the hearth, lost in his thoughts. Perhaps they will, he said, turning towards Ivan, I've been meaning to tell you. It was Jiao Long who cursed Cassandra. He has the source." Ivan's hands numbed. A freezing wave chilled his preternatural body. "What are you saying? What makes you so sure? Whatever that fiend told you, he cannot be trusted." "I wish that were the case, but I saw the flask. He carries it with him around his neck." Philip pursed his lips, and for a second he seemed unsure whether to carry on with the rest of the story. "He summoned me tonight to make me an offer, the chance to join his coven. Of course I refused." "That vampire fool!" Ivan sprung to his feet, clenching his fists. The library doors blasted open. Behind them stood Antoine, pale face, trembling hands. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Ivan, Philip!" Antoine paused, catching his breath. "You must come upstairs quickly. Cassandra woke up from the curse." Chapter 40. Marianne. "This is really heavy," Michael said, leaving the platinum record on the coffee table. Marianne slipped off her heels and gathered her hair in a quick bun. "You should stop winning then." She teased him with an enticing smile. "Are you kidding? I want you with me on every award show from now on, babe." He wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulling her close, he kissed her lips. "You're my lucky star." Michael tightened his embrace, his wandering hands beckoning her for more than a passionate kiss. Marianne surrendered to his whims. "No, wait. You swore you would end it tonight, and that's what you're going to do. It would be a clean, honest break. Well, maybe not that honest." He slipped his tongue into her mouth, making her tremble inside, longing to have him once more. As he led her to the sofa, Marianne slipped her hands beneath his shirt, knowing full well how little control she had over the drive of her desire. His racing breath warmed her neck as his lips worked their way down. "I want you, Marianne," he whispered, with a deep voice, smoothing his hand up her thigh, gliding up her skirt. "This ends tonight, Michael Reese." She thought of the words she wanted to say them. "I'll ride you hard, Michael." What? What was she saying? Oh, to hell with it. One last night together would make the perfect farewell. "Not this time," he said in a sultry voice. "It's my turn now." Michael's hands landed on her waist and back, sliding her on the sofa. Impatient, he pushed her skirt up, and entering her quickly, he moaned. An electrifying wave spread through her limbs, escalating in pulse after pulse of ecstasy. Marianne whimpered, and in this rapture, the hunger stirred inside her. Compelled by her lethal instinct, she grabbed the nape of his neck and pulled him close. Her mouth widened enough to measure the size of her bite, and drawing even closer, her sharp fangs grazed Michael's skin. "Go on! Go for it, Marianne!" Michael thrust inside her once more, thrilling every nerve in her body. Marianne cried in delirium, and imprisoned by his strong arms, she went for that dark drink that would satisfy her completely. Her vampire fangs tore Michael's skin, then sank into his neck without mercy. "Whoa," he said, parting from her. His hand reached for the wound on his neck. "What was that?" I'm sorry." Marianne curled on the sofa. Michael smirked. "Don't be," leaning towards her. "Just a little heads up would be nice, that's all." He smoothed his hands on her jawline and kissed her neck, lowering his body on top of her as if nothing had happened. "Wait, aren't you the least freaked out?" she asked with her hand on his chest, slightly pushing him away. "Babe, I'm the lead singer of a famous rock band," he sniggered. "I've seen things. Well, you don't want to know what I've seen, but believe me, this is nothing." Michael paused, examining Marianne's expression of disbelief. "All right, listen, if you're into this sort of thing, I dig it. This is not some weird sex game, Michael." Lowering her dress, she got on her feet. Was she really going to do this? He lay sideways on the sofa, leaning on his elbow with his hand on the side of his face. "Oh? Then what is it?" Marianne knelt before him. "Well, I'm a vampire." "Then I'll be the vampire hunter that falls for his prey." He chuckled. "Come on, babe. Whatever gets you back here, I'm all in." He was in denial. That had to be it. Otherwise, she couldn't explain it. Michael rose from the sofa. "Don't get me wrong, babe. I respect the whole I'm a vampire thing. Removing his shirt, the sight of his bare chiseled chest enticing her even more. Take a shower with me. I'm afraid this party's over, a voice said. Marianne scanned the living room and found no one. Michael. She turned to him, and that's when she saw the tall blonde vampire standing behind him. Liam, she whispered, getting into a fighting stance without even thinking about it. Marianne had known him for years. He was one of the Coven's vampires who stalked her. Liam, don't. True fear chilled the blood in her veins. The corner of Liam's lips curled in a malicious smile, and in a flash, his fangs sank into Michael's neck. No! Marianne roared, but it was too late. Blood dripping down his chest, Michael was already unconscious. Let him go, she said, lunging towards him when that demon fled from her with Michael still in his grip. I don't think so, he taunted, with blood-tinged lips and teeth. Damn you and your coven! Marianne's heart broke into 1,000 pieces. I can bring him back, I just need his body. She stopped to analyze Liam's next move and fooled him with an attack to surprise him. She was ready to charge against the fiend once more, when 2 other vampires appeared in the room. They came from the sides. The one to her right was young and foolish enough to attack first. Marianne seized him by the shirt's collar, pulled him close, and ripped his throat open with a quick gash of her fangs. The bastard bled out in seconds. Marianne tossed the vamp's body aside, preparing to take on the other vampire as she moved closer to Michael. A few inches more, and she could almost reach him. 2 more blood drinkers appeared, and with devilish speed they seized her arms and pushed her down on her knees. Liam clucked his tongue. This is why you should never break the rules, he said slowly. Say goodbye to your lover boy, Marianne. He plunged his fangs deep into his neck, this time straight into the carotid artery, draining him dry within seconds, killing him instantly. Liam dropped Michael's body as if it were now worthless. A loud growling echoed in the room. It came from Marianne, desperate to save Michael, but aware that it was too damn late. No, this can't be the end of him. Summoning a strength that defied her vampiric limits, she set free from the vampire's hold. As she reached Michael on the floor, Marianne slashed her wrist with her fingernails and went to press the wound against his mouth. But a strong pull parted her from him, before the blood even touched Michael's lips. You're finished now, Marianne, Liam said, kneeling before her. She should have fought, she had the strength, but Michael's loss hurt her too deeply. Despair broke through her soul, eating away all desire to live. Welcome death, the sweetest release. With eyes full of tears, Marianne lowered her head, waiting for the final blow. Run, Marianne! What the hell? It was Michael's voice. She turned to him quickly. No signs of life pulsed in his body. Run! The voice said again. Widening her eyes, she turned to find herself trapped inside Jane Ensor's intrigue. Grotesque, grimacing members of the Coven surrounded her, mocking her pain. She scrambled arms and legs on the floor, setting loose from the vampires once more. But this time, she followed Michael's bidding, and as soon as she got on her feet, she rushed to the terrace and leapt off the balustrade. A jump that would have meant certain death to anyone, save a member of the Undid. Her feet touched the ground, her legs shaking. The Harley stood a few feet away. The keys were in the ignition. How on earth? There was no time to lose. She jumped on the bike, started the engine, and drove away fast. Marianne's tears smeared on her cheeks against the roaring wind. The Golden Gate Bridge loomed ahead. One quick look at the side mirror sufficed to let her know that Liam and the others were following her, riding motorcycles as well. Damn it, she said, as they gained up on her. I've got to lose them. Marianne zigzagged through the bridge's evening traffic, daring her immortal nature. But it worked. 2 of them crashed against a bus, leaving 2 more to handle. The bikes closed in on her, one on each side. Liam and another vampire, who suddenly leapt off the vehicle and jumped on the back of hers. The sudden tug on her hair made her turn. The devious creature hissed in her ear, both sharp fangs ready to give her the bite of death. Oh no, you don't! Marianne reached back, and pulling him by the shirt, she yanked him over and in front of her. Revealing her vampire fangs in a vicious grin, she pulled him close and ripped the vamp's neck wide open with a single gash. Rivulets of blood poured down the wound. Shock filled the vampire's widened eyes. Marianne then tossed his body over the bridge, straight into the ocean. Belvedere Island drew on the horizon. Almost there, she mused. Ivan Lockhart's lair was the only place she could think of right now. Oh, Michael! Michael! Those thoughts returned, and for a second Marianne felt weak and weary. Wait a minute. Where was Liam? He'd disappeared in the middle of the traffic. Why would he suddenly stop chasing her? Had he figured out where she was heading and was afraid of Lockhart? Better safe than sorry. Marianne turned back just to make sure. No trace of him. She sighed. Looking ahead, a black mass of clothing and light blonde hair flashed before her eyes. A strong blow hit her full front. Grazing metal screeched against the pavement as the bike tilted over, sliding on the street with demonic speed. Marianne clenched the handgrips tightly. Everything went black. She was out. Chapter 41. Cassandra. A curse? Cassandra said, catching her breath. I was cursed? Antoine knelt by Cassie's side, his hands trembling as he clasped hers. What's wrong, Denise? His touch was icy against her skin. How come she doesn't remember? Remember, Cassie echoed. What's there to remember? Confusion swirled in her mind, a fog that refused to lift. It's perfectly normal, Mom said, moving towards her. The soothing tone of her voice calmed her rising anxiety. It's a side effect of the curse. What? The word tumbled from her lips. Cassandra. Mom perched on the edge of the bed, her eyes brimming with worry. You were asleep for a very long time. Everything will become clear in a moment. She handed her a steaming teacup from the nightstand. Drink your tea, Mapuce. Cradling the cup in her hands, Cassandra turned to Antoine for solace. But his dark eyes held a different intensity now, something that sent a chill down her spine. She couldn't pinpoint what it was. Mum, she said, turning to her. Why am I here? Wait, why are you here? How far back do you remember, Cassie? Mum asked, almost too calm. This must be serious. Am I dying? Fear gripped her heart, an icy hand that squeezed the breath from her lungs. Summoning her last memories gave her a splitting headache. Nothing came to mind. Rien de rien. Oh, but look at him. Her handsome Antoine stood by the window. What few beams of light penetrated the room landed on his face. Cassandra studied him with her painter's eye, every colour in the room entwined in the darkness of his brown iris. His flushed skin did not fool her because she knew those eyes better than anyone. She had lost herself in their profound obscurity more than once. His eyes had changed. Antoine had changed. Not human. I can't remember, she mused. Aware of her clever stare, Antoine pursed his lips and looked away. His slender hands trembled as they instinctively covered his mouth, a slight quake betraying his nerves. Cassandra's heart shattered in silence. Antoine's irreversible plunge into the abyss of eternity was now a reality. No amount of disapproval would undo his transformation. Have another drink, darling, Mom insisted. As she sipped her tea, her eyes darted around the room, taking in the familiar faces of Lockhart and Philip. But her gaze lingered on the grimoire resting on the night table, the very same book that had caused this madness. Suddenly, a realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Mona Mai, she gasped. She did this to me! That vixen, Denise hissed. She's a witch, I knew it. Cassandra brought the delicate teacup to her lips and drank some more. The tea worked wonders. It soothed her anxiety, and even eased the heartache of losing her Antoine forever. She could taste hints of apple and cinnamon, but she was sure there was more to it than that. Hold on, she suddenly exclaimed, a realization dawning on her. Mona was not in it alone. There was a cute-looking guy with her, a blood drinker. Jiaolong, Ivan murmured. That's the name, yes. Cassandra breathed out. Mum, did you do something to this tea? A sly smirk spread across Mum's lips as she simply winked in response. I have to see him. I need to see the change in him with my own eyes. With a quick tug, Cassie peeled back the comforter, ready to run to Antoine's arms. But as she attempted to rise from the bed, her legs betrayed her. Mum, what's wrong with my legs? I can't feel my legs. Mom knelt before her. Her tranquil green eyes calmed her better than any spell ever could. With gentle strokes of affection, she caressed Cassie's hair. Everything's going to be all right, ma puce, she whispered tenderly. Your legs are weak because of Mona's curse, but they'll regain their strength within a few minutes. Give it time. Time, Cassie echoed. That's it. Again, she tried to move her legs. Hopeless. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread through her thighs and knees, a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Merde! She cursed, slamming her fist against the mattress. Mum shot her a disapproving look, but remained silent. The clock, Ivan. The spell. The invocation. It worked. It worked. Ivan moved closer and sat at the foot of the bed. What clock? What invocation? Mom asked, unpleasantly surprised. It didn't work at first, Cassandra said, eyes darting around the room. But Granny came for what she did. Mum's eyes flew open. You summoned my mother. Cassandra took another sip of Mum's special tea. She came back as a 2-year-old, skipping her way downstairs. Annette led me to the clock. Catherine's clock, Ivan asked. Bingo! Cassie grinned, triumphant. Ivan, I found the necklace. Annette hid it inside the Mora clock. Ivan winced. He buried his face in his hands. And now, Jiao Long has it and the source. He sighed. There's no other way. I must face him. You don't understand. Cassie leaned forward. Jiao Long doesn't have the source. But I've seen it, Philip intervened. He showed me the flask tonight. He wears it around his neck. Ah, he only thinks he has it. Cassandra narrowed her eyes, her lips tracing a mischievous smile. When Jiao Long showed up at my doorstep demanding the source and threatening to kill me, I had little time to think of a way out. She paused. I saw the potion on the chimney's mantle, and that's how I got the idea. I told him that was the source, and he fell for it. Widening her eyes, Cassandra smiled with a gaping mouth. Cool, huh? I duped a vampire. She would have said it, but there were too many vampires in the room. And what potion did the vampire take instead? Mum's sharp tone cut through the tense silence. Cassandra nervously nibbled on her lip, already regretting mentioning it. But it was too late. It was Catherine's siren song potion, she mumbled, avoiding eye contact with anyone in the room. But why would you make that? That potion attracts vampires, Mum questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Cassie blushed. Lowering her chin, she gave Antoine a sideways look. It didn't take a genius to figure out you were a step away from becoming a vampire, she admitted. My plan was to use Catherine's potion so that you wouldn't forget about me when it happened. Antoine's impassive facade crumbled to pieces. He unfolded his arms, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Ma belle, his husky voice murmured as he pressed her hand against his lips in adoration. I could never forget you, or stop loving you. Cassandra's heart fluttered at his words. She traced her fingers along his chiseled jawline, feeling the cold, hard texture of his skin that reminded her of polished marble. Ivan rose to his feet, a stern look on his face. That's all very sweet, he said sharply, but where is the necklace? It's in my bag, Cassie pouted. At Devereux Hall. Antoine's fingers grazed the smooth leather surface of the messenger satchel on the floor, his dark eyes filled with curiosity. Is this the bag? He asked. Oh, Antoine, she said, overcome with joy and relief. You brought it with you. Cassie turned to her mother, hoping she would notice how amazing her boyfriend was. Antoine simply shrugged. "I thought you might need it when you woke up," he said nonchalantly, offering her the bag with a charming smile. Eyes glittering with elation, Cassandra eagerly unzipped the bag. "All this time," she said, "the box was inside the clock, in a secret compartment. Who would have thought?" With a sly smile, she presented Ivan with the ornate wooden chest nestled in her palms. Ivan stared at the chest for a minute or so without saying a word. "Annette did," he said with half a smile. "She knew I'd never go near that wretched clock." Philip's breath hitched as he stumbled backwards. He collapsed onto the chair in the dimly lit corner of the room, his mind reeling with disbelief. "You called upon her spirit," he whispered, his voice trembling. "And she came." "Find her, Ivan," Cassandra said, determined. "But before you go, take this with you." She removed the black tourmaline pendant and placed it in his hand. "It will shield you from the darkest magic." Ivan smirked. "Cassandra, I don't need—" "Please," she insisted. "Do this for me." Her foot moved. "All right." Ivan took the talisman and fastened it around his neck. With bated breath, Cassandra watched as her foot began to move, the familiar tingling sensation dissipating. "Look, Mom," she said, bending her knees. Summoning all her strength, she managed to slide to the edge of the bed and dangle her legs over the side. "That was quick," Mom exclaimed, her eyes shining with relief. "I'm glad. We should go home, Cassie, to Devereux Hall." Antoine's concerned gaze turned to Cassandra's mum. "Is she strong enough? She can stay here for a couple of nights if needed." But Cassandra shook her head, determination in her eyes as she rose from the bed with her mother's help. "Mum's right, Antoine," she said. "I should go home. I feel much better now." Antoine shifted uncomfortably, his hands finding their way into his pockets. With a hesitant nod, he gave her some space. Locking stairs with him, Cassandra sent him an unspoken message. "I need time." "Come on, ma puce," Mum said with a gentle smile. "We have a birthday party to plan." Chapter 42. Ivan. Sitting on the parlour's floor, in the sanctity of his bedroom, Ivan held the wooden chest on his lap. He leaned against the wall. His gaze drifted towards Alisa's portrait as he gently smoothed a finger on her face. An hour had passed since the box had found its way into his hands, after nearly a century of estrangement. Ivan couldn't help but reminisce upon the many moments this chest had witnessed throughout his years in the blood. He opened it and extracted the black velvet purse. Pouring the reticule's contents in his hand, the pearl choker with its sapphire brooch appeared. In silence, Ivan read the inscription on the back of the brooch. "Love is too young to know what conscience is. A. Lockhart, 1671. Dinner in candlelight on the rooftop of their Parisian lodgings. The memory flashed before his eyes with pristine clarity. He had given her the necklace that night, and she'd promised to wear it on every social occasion. She was so happy, but it was not the jewellery that had brought her to tears. The brooch's inscription resonated deeply in Alisa's heart. Who could have foreseen that Shakespeare's words would, later on, haunt him forever? "I thought you'd be here." Ivan swept him with a quick glance. Brown suede Oxfords, dark jeans, dark olive pullover sweater, and a brown aviator jacket. "Philip, I'm just—" Philip leaned against the wall and slipped down until he was sitting beside him. "It's a beautiful necklace," he said. It is," Ivan mused, "and it's finally back in my hands." Ivan's fledgling furrowed his brow with an air of innocence, turning into the most enticing creature ever to have roamed the earth. "Why so sad, then?" "This box is full of memories," Ivan said, looking down. "Good ones, I hope." "And bad ones, too," Ivan added, his voice rough with emotion. Philip pursed his lips. "I'm sorry to hear that." Ivan cherished his offspring's company. It certainly calmed his racing mind. He could have remained silent and still given him comfort. But then, that was Philip Blackwell. Slipping his fingernail beneath the brooch's metallic plaque, Ivan flicked it open, Inside the sapphire's mounting lay a small silver vial. Philip drew closer. Is that the source? Ivan said. It is. He raised the flask to eye level, studying it. This small flask was given to me by my maker the day he released me to the world as a vampire. He was a powerful millenary from what you've told me. Philip tilted his head, observing the flask. He must have been wise. Was he? Ivan raised his brow. I don't think so. He trusted me, enough to charge me with guarding his most valuable possession, and I failed him. Failed him? Philip asked. What do you mean? So far, Alisa has shared with you her part of the story, Ivan said. But here's what you don't know. He paused. She and I travelled Europe on the Grand Tour. Venice was our final destination. Upon our arrival in the Serenissima, I met my maker. A vacant stare took over him as he spoke. He made me what I am, gave me this gift of immortality. Alisa showed me her heartbreak and disillusion, Philip added cautiously. Of course, becoming a vampire kept me away from her for a while, and I'll even admit to breaking her heart with Juliet Devereux. The witch? She was a Devereux? Philip's eyes widened. There's more to this story than meets the eye, Philip, Ivan said, heaving a sigh. The point is, I revealed to Alisa my dark secret, and she had coveted it ever since. She wanted to become a vampire, Philip mused. And so you gave her the blood, and she became your first fledgling. Confusion creased his brow. I still don't see how you failed your maker. Alisa and I built a life of our own. We settled in London, and Paris later on. Decades later, the day came when she wanted to return to Venice. She claimed it would rekindle our love. She asked to meet my maker, the source of our happiness. God help me. I loved her so much that I conceded to her every whim. We installed in the palazzo that had once witnessed my awakening. Weeks passed, and then Dristan, my preternatural father, returned. Seeing him again quickened the blood in my veins. He embraced me as a father would, proud and warming, but regret filled his eyes the minute he saw her. Ivan tapped Alisa's portrait with his finger. He reminded me how unwise it had been of me to make a vampire, being so young myself. Alisa resented his words, and hatred built up in her wicked heart from that point forward. Philip pressed his arm. But surely, no harm could have come from it, he said with a velvety voice. Perhaps if you met Dristan once more. That's just it, Philip. I can never see him again, Ivan said. She killed him. Philip flinched. What? Snapping out of the trance, Ivan turned to his fledgling. Alisa plotted Dristan's end in silence. She patiently waited until the day arrived when I was called away to Rome on business. On my return, I was greeted with my maker's lifeless body. A knot built in his throat, the warmth of upcoming tears gathered in his eyes. She drained him to the last drop of his millenary blood. This necklace was all she left behind. I found it in Dristan's bloodied fist. Philip remained silent, unable to process Ivan's account. Having trouble believing it? Ivan asked, cynical as ever. It's been 300 years and I still find it hard to believe myself. He pursed his lips. Not only did she destroy my maker, but she shattered my heart. She walked out of my life without so much as saying goodbye. Philip frowned. He then turned to Ivan. Have you seen her since? Ivan shook his head. I can see now how this entire ordeal has meant nothing but torture to you. His fledgling mused, appalled. I want nothing more than to leave her to her own devices, Ivan said, but I cannot find it in my heart to ignore her calling, no matter how much she's wronged me in the past. He opened the flask's cap. Ivan, wait! Philip held his wrist. Do you even know what this will do to you, to drink the blood of the first vampire bloodline? Its effects could be devastating. I won't risk losing you. Ivan smirked. Then I'll do it for you, he said, pouring the sauce inside his mouth. Sour and stale, the thick liquid bathed his palate. He swallowed it as a child takes down that dreaded spoonful of medicine that enfolds its hideous taste with the promise of restoration. Nothing happened. Are you all right? Philip leaned closer, his blue eyes filled with concern. I think so. Ivan checked into his preternatural body. He sensed no difference. The legend of the source might have been a myth after all. He winced. A sudden blow of pain pierced his stomach. The pain spread to his body in shocking pulses that throbbed inside his every limb. "Ah!" he groaned. Lying on the floor, Ivan bent his knees over his chest. "What's wrong?" Desperate, Philip knelt beside him. "Ivan, stay with me." But his fledgling's woeful cries turned into a muffled sound that soon faded. Ivan closed his eyes. Terebrant pain ripped every fibre in his preternatural being. What had he done? What was he thinking? Drinking from a mysterious elixir. It could have been poison for all he knew. Bright crimson blood filled the screen of his mind's eye. Swirling in a hypnotic dance, the blood entwined with shades of green, revealing the dense foliage of a jungle. Beyond the jungle lay a vast garden. Cascading fountains with shimmering waters caught the sun's warming rays. Voices whispered in the trees. They grew louder and meshed into one unbearable cacophony that echoed in his brain. This is the blood of the king. It is forbidden. Drink, and you shall live forever. A hideous screech ripped into the voices, tearing his mind and hindering his ability to think. Ivan covered his ears with his hands. He screamed loud enough to silence the voices and that noise, that harrowing noise. Somehow it worked. Ivan stopped screaming. The noise was gone, the voices fell back into fading whispers, and the pain lessened enough that it became tolerable. Ivan opened his eyes. "Dear God, Ivan, are you all right?" Philip's eyes loomed in his visual field. Ivan sat on the floor. I don't know," he said, checking his arms and legs. Nothing was amiss. Everything looked fine. No scales or pointy horns. What the hell had happened to him? How could he do this to me? Becoming a vampire. I don't know that I can ever forgive him. "What did you say?" Ivan asked. Philip furrowed his brow. "I didn't say a thing." No wonder he left her. She had no clue this was happening. The woman's clueless. What the hell was going on? More voices piled onto the first, and then some, until they were too many to distinguish from one another. Pandemonium stirred in his brain. Ivan took his hands to his ears and growled. "What is it, Ivan?" "Don't you hear them?" he yelled, trying to block the voices with his own. "I cannot stand it, Philip. It's driving me mad." "Oh, solitude, my sweetest choice." "That voice," Ivan said, getting on his feet. "What voice? Ivan, I don't hear a thing." But he did hear it, and its vibrancy was one deeply engraved within his heart. Places devoted to the night, remote from tumult and from noise, how you my restless thoughts delight. Ivan knew that song. It was one of her favourites in her youth, and how it still echoed in the labyrinths of her mind. "It's her," he said. "It's Alisa." "What are you saying, Ivan? Can you hear her?" Philip asked, noticeably worried. "You must take this slowly. We don't know the effects of that thing," pointing at the flask. "I've wasted enough time." Ivan tapped into her thoughts, shunning all other voices from his preternatural hearing. The image flashed before his mind's eye. White sandy shores, a cobblestone footpath swallowed by a jungle, and an imposing security compound on top of a cliff. "I know where she is." Philip held his arm. "Ivan, please." "I must go to her," he said. "This cannot wait a minute longer." Ivan turned to the doorway, willing to flee the room when his body lifted in the air and banged hard against the ceiling. "Ow! What the hell?" Ivan's body seemed to be stuck on the ceiling. He waved his arms, struggling to come down, but it was useless. "Are you flying?" Philip said in disbelief. "I don't know. Am I?" His heart pounded hard and fast. "Breathe, Ivan. What if he flew out the window and kept rising to the stratosphere like a lost balloon? I must take control of this." Closing his eyes, Ivan took a deep breath. Slowly, he relaxed, centering his thoughts on returning to the ground. It worked. Following the same method, he lowered his body enough for his feet to touch the floor. I think I'm getting the hang of this, he laughed off, returning to midair. Unbelievable, Philip said in awe, his gaze turning upwards. Ivan flew to the bedroom window. Don't wait up for me, he turned to say. And flashing a smile, he flew outside, into San Francisco's evening sky. Chapter 43. Marianne and Jiaolong. Darkness. The damp soil transferred its coolness to her bare feet. A putrid scent oozed from the stone walls and penetrated her nostrils with violence. Sickening. Marianne's every limb hurt. A pulsing headache would not go away. How did I get here? She smoothed her hands over the muggy wall and got on her feet. I have to get out of here. Everything fell into place when Michael's charming smile flashed in her mind. His understanding and acceptance of Marianne's vampiric condition had left her speechless. If you're into that sort of thing, I dig it, he'd said. The haunting image of Liam standing behind Michael, ready to sink his fangs into him, suddenly brushed the cherished smile away. Marianne's knees buckled. She ran out of breath and her heart raced in panic as she remembered. He's dead. Michael is dead. And she was here, trapped in a dark cellar. It never ends well in the movies for the character that's locked in the basement. She shuddered. Her racing breath resonated within those 4 disgusting walls. Guided by her hand, she found a metal door. Locked. Panic pierced her stomach like a sharpened blade, but then anger took its place. This was all Liam's doing, and she hated him for it. Get me out of here, she screamed, pounding the door hard, furious to have to resort to such helpless means. No answer came. Regardless, Marianne's fist pounded on that door as if her life depended on it. Because it did. Enough minutes passed before she realized all efforts were useless. Desperate to be free, Marianne leaned against the door and slipped down until she was sitting on the floor again. Reality hit her once more. Michael is dead, she whispered, warming her arms with her hands, weeping in the darkness. Jiaolong closed the door behind him. He marched through the room and stood behind the desk, both hands landing on its surface. It took him a few minutes to take control of his rapid breathing. His lips tightened in a grimace of frustration. You had one job, Liam. He swept both hands, throwing everything from his desk in a bout of fury. This is not the first task I lay on your hands. Why didn't you kill her? Liam stood by the door like a stone guardian, both hands clasped before him. He blinked, and that made him look alive. Answer me. Given the circumstances, I had to improvise, he said in the lowest of voices. So where is she? He asked, finally sitting on the chair. She's in the cellar, Liam said. Listen, it's not what you think. I lost Tyler and Mark in the chase. She finished Lou with a single bite. You should be ashamed, Jiao mused. One vampire did all that. I've never had a single complaint about you, Liam, but them, pointing outside. They are useless, all of them. No wonder the skull splitter no longer supports our brethren. I killed her mortal lover, Michael Reese. Liam took a step forward. Well, at least someone's dead, Jiao said. But now I'm stuck with Lockhart's protege under my roof. Why would I want that, narrowing his eyes. Why isn't she dead yet? Liam stood before the desk. His fierce blue eyes gleamed for a second, and the corner of his lips curled in a malicious smile. She's bait, he said. We make it known to Lockhart that we have her, along with his sister, and that we'll finish both of them, unless he's willing to show up. That ought to bring him out of his lair and straight into the devil's mouth. And then, Jiaolong added, we'll destroy them all. Oh, I like the sound of that. Liam slipped into the chair. The Coven needs purpose, he said. Purpose will provide a sense of unity to our brethren. And what is the one wish we all have in common? Ending Lockhart's bloodline. Jiao smiled. I misjudged you, Liam. You've served me well, Destroy the Lockharts. Gain the Coven's allegiance, Liam completed. Send the word, he said, rising from the chair. I want every vampire to know of my brilliant plan. Liam smirked, and bowing his head, he left the room. Chapter 44. Elizabeth and Philip. Elizabeth turned off the car's ignition. Lowering the window, she looked at the imposing iron gate that led to the villa's gardens. A big house like that. She didn't feel comfortable knocking on the front door. Getting a hold of the address had been an ordeal. She'd even sneaked into the dealership's office and checked the files, but the registry showed a Foundation's address, not a personal one. It wasn't until Elizabeth bumped into Brian at the Devil's Coven that she succeeded. He was an old friend of Philip's and told her where to find him. Looking down, she sighed. I'm officially a vampire stalker. She then softly pressed her brow against the steering wheel. Was it the right thing to do? Maybe it wasn't the best moment to meddle in Philip's affairs. Another time, maybe, but not today. Why not today, Elizabeth? A familiar voice echoed. Jesus! Startled, she jolted upright and accidentally hit her head on the sun visor. Jesus? Philip sniggered, peering through the car's window. Have you forgotten my name so soon? I gotta say, I'm a little heartbroken. Elizabeth hit his arm, her heart racing uncontrollably. You scared the hell out of me! I'm sorry. He smiled, raising his hands in surrender, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I saw you parked back here and I couldn't resist sneaking up on you. It figures, she muttered under her breath. Philip flung open the car door, sliding into the leather seat with a suave ease. His gaze softened as he turned to Elizabeth, his hand caressing her jawline in a tender gesture. Their eyes met in a heartfelt stare, and he murmured, I'm happy to see you, Elizabeth. You are such a tease, Philip Blackwell. Why are you so damn irresistible? Her cheeks flushed as she whispered back, Me too. It's been a while, he said, sinking into the seat with contentment. Elizabeth avoided his stare. Has it? Oh, I don't know. But she did know how to forget their last meeting at the Devil's Coven when they had that horrible argument. She wanted the blood and he wouldn't do it. It doesn't matter, he said smoothly. You're here now. You wanted to see me? His velvety voice sent shivers down her spine. Yeah, about that. Elizabeth sighed, her fingers nervously tapping the car keys. We need to talk. Very well, he said, reaching for the seatbelt. I know just the place for a quiet conversation. A satisfied smile played on his lips as he heard the familiar click of the lock. She couldn't help but frown. Philip was a blood drinker, an immortal being. He'd survived a deadly car crash, for crying out loud. Why would he even care to wear a seatbelt? You should wear yours too, he added, amused. It's your turn to drive. Why here? She asked, making her way through the jostling crowd. Philip shrugged. I like it here. A simple answer, and one she couldn't dispute. Elizabeth's book cafe was packed. Once an old house, she had transformed each room into a cozy haven, with plush sofas and quaint coffee tables adorned with vintage trinkets. Amidst the chaos, she found solace in the familiar sights and smells. Philip trailed closely behind her as they stepped through the entrance into a dimly lit hallway. I keep this spot for myself, she confessed, turning back. Elizabeth pushed the door, and the mesmerizing sight of the inner courtyard greeted them. A tall oak tree stood in the center, entwined with gleaming amber string lights around its many branches. A single table lay before them, illuminated by candles. Philip's gaze wandered into the courtyard, absorbing every detail of its cozy environment. Your customers are sure missing out on this, he mused. He moved towards the table. Pulling back the chair, he waited for her to sit. These charming gestures of his were enough to drive her head over heels for him. Elizabeth sat and waited for him to do the same. So, how have you been? He asked, following the compulsory social protocol. I don't know how to say this, she said, avoiding his stare. Was it too late for a thunderstorm to fall or for some cataclysm that would end this conversation? How can I tell him that I met an irresistible immortal, so attractive that she compelled me to seduce her and drink her blood, and that only then I realized she was his fledgling. Ah, he mused, raising his brow. You've met Marianne. Philip had read every thought in her mind, and she was fine with it because it spared her the awkwardness of putting that obscenely delicious encounter into words. She's in danger, Elizabeth said. Philip's entire demeanour changed, and though he tried to conceal his distress, the tightened muscles of his jaw and neck betrayed him. What makes you say that? He asked, trying hard not to lose control. There's talk at the Devil's Coven, she said, gaining a quick scolding glare from him. They plan to destroy your family. Philip pursed his lips. Those loathsome blood drinkers, he muttered. But this is nothing new, Elizabeth. They've always resented our family. They despise anything that shows the slightest grace amongst our brethren. That's not all, she said. Elizabeth took a deep breath. A few nights ago, Marianne ventured into the Devil's Coven with your sibling, Antoine. It rubbed them the wrong way. She paused. Liam's group tracked her down. They killed her mortal lover, Michael Reese. Philip swallowed hard. Didn't he know about Marianne's affair? And why should that concern me? He asked, folding his arms over his chest and leaning back in the chair. Because, she said, they have her. Philip's wounded pride lost its shine. His lips parted, eyes widened as he suddenly lost his breath. It took a moment for him to regain composure and find his voice. Tell me everything you know about this, he said, leaning forward. Who's the devil behind this madness? Liam's not so stupid as to undertake this on his own. Who else? Elizabeth said. The Coven's new leader, Jiao Long. That bastard, he growled, slamming both hands on the table. Philip got on his feet. His eyes gleamed a feral blue fire. Where are they holding her? Philip! Elizabeth recoiled from him in the chair. She hardly recognized him. I'll tell you everything I know. Just please, stay calm. Forgive me, he said, returning to his usual serenity. He sat on the chair. Please go on. They locked her in the Coven's dungeons. Those fiends! Anger such as Elizabeth had never seen brewed inside Philip, and though he seemed calm and collected, there was rage in his racing breath, flaring nostrils, and tightened lips. The evening air grew heavy with tension as Elizabeth delivered her ominous message. There was an assembly. Jiao Long wanted his announcement to be public to vampires and mid-bloods alike, she said, her voice trembling with fear. Philip, he's declared war against you, and he will not rest until he's destroyed every single member of your family. Philip's face contorted into a dark smirk. Let him try. Elizabeth took a deep breath before continuing. There was talk of Eirik Bjorn's involvement, she revealed. The skull splitter, he asked, voice laced with caution. She nodded solemnly in confirmation. Philip pushed and shoved mortals out of his way. Overwhelmed by the warmth in the room, he stopped in the corner of the coffee shop to get some air. He couldn't breathe. He needed a cigarette. He needed to get out of here. He needed her alive and well. To hell with everything else. Damn it! What the hell am I going to do? With Eirik Bjorn involved, all attempts to rescue her are practically useless. Philip couldn't take him down, not by himself, and there was no telling when Ivan would return, if he ever intended to come back. Eirik Bjorn had led the Devil's Coven for centuries. Vampires hadn't seen much of him in recent years, but being a millenary blood drinker, he could afford this distance. He was known as the Skull Splitter, and the reason for this nickname, well, it was pretty obvious. Eirik adhered religiously to the Black Veil, if and when it suited his interests. He was well known for inflicting harsh penalties upon those who dared oppose his authority. Ruthless, merciless, and without regrets, this vampire was one to be avoided at all costs. Not at all a suitable enemy. Marianne at the Coven's mercy. The thought made his stomach turn. Philip, are you all right? Elizabeth held his arm. You stormed out of the courtyard without saying a word. You look terribly pale. I haven't fed, he mumbled, his thoughts wandering away. I wish I could help you with that, but that's all right. He sniggered in spite of his present frame of mind. Elizabeth, please be careful. The Coven cannot be trusted. If Eirik or any of those blood drinkers so much as suspect your disloyalty, it would be the end of you. No one would be able to protect you, not even me. It would be best for you to leave the city for a while. Stay off their radar. Things might get messy around here. Don't worry about me, she said, holding his hand. I fear for you, Philip. I've heard the rumours. I know Eirik Bjorn is a powerful and vicious millinery vampire. He pressed her warm hand against his lips. Dear, dear Elizabeth, he mused, giving the hint of a smile. You must leave. Do it soon. And releasing her hand, Philip disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 45. Ivan. Ivan's feet landed on the sand. Behind him, waves crashed into land in a slow, hypnotic beat. To the naked eye, a luxurious manor lay ahead on top of a cliff. But this lavish home kept a secret. It was a prison, the place where Zhao Long had confined Alisa for whatever perverse reasons. The thought sunk in his mind right then. Alisa was here. He didn't know how he felt about that. Something stirred in his stomach as it churned. It made him nauseous, but there was no time to analyze his feelings. He had to move. Taking advantage of the shadows, Ivan soon reached the manor's entrance. Security cameras were installed on every wall. Armed guards made their evening rounds. Gaining access to that house without being noticed would be impossible. But remember those preternatural powers. He could fly now. Skulking in the dense jungle, Ivan waited for a guard to walk away. And as soon as he got the chance, he moved and reached the wall. Taking a leap in mid-air, he flew, then clawed at the wall, gaining enough momentum to make his way to the rooftop. Crouched like a gargoyle, Ivan swept the grounds with a glance. Within a few feet, he found a desolate courtyard. He made the leap and stopped before a set of crystal sliding doors, pushed them open, and stepped into an extravagant round office decorated in Shanghai Art Deco style. The desk was pure Macassar wood. A Macassar screen featured wilted lotuses and a pond heron hunted by a Chinese dragon, all engraved in gold. Ivan moved around the office, prying about the room. A few papers lay over the desk. The stationery heading was a winged dragon. Too many dragons, he mused, moving the papers aside. He stopped to scan the premises for Zhao Long's presence. He was nowhere near the island. Good. Ivan moved to the fireplace, looking for any clues that would reveal Alisa's location. The mantelpiece was Macassar as well, carved with exquisite oriental motifs. You sure love your Macassar, Ivan mused, sweeping the chimney's mantle with his finger. Oh, and look what else we have here. Yet another dragon. His hand landed on the heavy iron sculpture. Something clicked. The sound came from the wall. Ivan stepped back. A narrow crevice between the chimney and the wall bled light into the room. He pushed the panel on the wall, and there it was, a secret room. He crossed to the other side. A dark, narrow corridor led to an elevator. There was a single button on the panel. Ivan pressed it and stepped inside. Memories are all I have left. What good are they now? Alisa's voice grew stronger. The doors opened to the ruddy face of a security guard. The man's eyes went wild with shock the minute Ivan stepped out of the elevator. The guard's quivering hands reached for the gun fastened on his right hip. But Ivan's devilish speed outwitted his foolish intent. In a flash, Ivan moved behind him, wrapped one arm around his neck and pressed enough for the guard to pass out. He then lay his body on the floor without making a sound. As he stepped around the guard, Ivan stopped. The man's face had turned blue. Hey, buddy. Buddy, are you okay? He asked, kicking the man's leg. The guard didn't respond. Damn it! He hadn't meant to kill him. It looked like his vampiric strength exceeded his expectations. It wouldn't take long for someone to notice his absence. Ivan had to move fast. He followed the stone tunnel and reached a stainless steel security door. Next to it was a digital control panel with a small keyboard attached. Ivan turned. There was no way to move but forward. Is this it? Have I reached the end of my search? Will I find her on the other side of this door? No thought filled his heart with more grief. He leaned against the control panel and sighed. As he touched the panel, a series of images flashed in his mind. Jiaolong stood before the door. A woman joined him. He flicked open the panel's case and entered this password on the keyboard. Smart 8526307. Here goes nothing, Ivan said, pressing the keys. A metallic roar echoed in the tunnel as several inner gears unhinged. Seconds later, the rumbling stopped. Ivan tried the door's handle. It moved. He pulled it open, revealing the other side of the tunnel. The drastic difference between both ends unsettled him. Behind him was a raw, decadent bunker, but before him, crystal chandeliers pended from a white stuccoed ceiling, and old tapestries hung on the walls. This was no longer a tunnel, but a hallway that resembled his childhood home in Winterbourne. Moving through this corridor was like leaping back to the 17th century. It felt wrong and made him shudder. Ivan couldn't shake the feeling of having an imminent encounter with his father or his brother, Victor, which would have been worse. Ironic that he should find his sister here. Ivan followed the carpeted hallway with slow and pensive steps. There was a room at the end of this corridor. That's where she was. A few feet away from the doorway, he stopped. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms, trying to release the tension. Over the course of 300 years, Ivan had often thought about this moment, but nothing could have prepared him for it. On the other side of that door, his fate awaited. He leaned against the door's jamb. Oblivious to his presence, Alisa stood by an electric fireplace, so lavish that it looked like the real thing. She wore a wine-coloured sari sewn with myriad multicoloured sequins. Her long black hair rippled across her shoulders. Her kohl-rimmed blue eyes shimmered as their stare fixed on the flames. Ivan took in every detail of this moment. He would hold it in his heart for centuries to come. The unfathomable heartache and the pain of her betrayal instantly withered. An overwhelming need to embrace her and tell her just how much he loved her disarmed him completely. Jiaolong's taste is too old-fashioned, he said. Alisa turned to discover him standing by the door. Astonished, her lips parted, and she blushed. As her eyes shimmered with oncoming tears, she hugged her arms, leaning against the wall. How come she didn't run to his arms? 300 years of estrangement stood between them, waiting to be crushed, and she did not move an inch. It reminded me of home, she said with a hint of a smile. I care little for those memories. Ivan's eyes fixed on her and her alone. It reminded me of you, she added. Well, that shut him up. Finally, Alisa moved towards him. Surrounded by antiques, Ivan couldn't help but reminisce of their years together. Brother and sister, confidants and kindred souls, then lovers, and later on, maker and fledgling. But it was all an illusion. This was not their home. This was a prison, and they had to get out of there. Fast. Care to come out? He said. Alisa exhaled. I'd love to, but I can't. What do you mean? She stopped by the door, and mirroring Ivan's posture, she leaned against the jamb. With eyes full of longing, her hand drew closer. She reached to touch Ivan's face when a spark flashed around her fingers. Alisa winced. What's causing this? Ivan stepped back, scanning the doorframe for any electrical devices. It's charmed, she said, heaving a sigh. I can't get out. You can't get out. Ivan smoothed his hands over the doorframe. He then slipped his hand through the doorway. But I can get in. Stepping into the room, he smiled. Oh, Ivan! Dear Ivan! She ran to embrace him and buried her face in his chest. I thought you were dead. Ivan wrapped his arms around her. What? He frowned. Cheating death is what I do, dearest. Remember that. His fingers gently raised her chin. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Let's get out of here, shall we? He whispered. Alisa nodded, clearing the tears from her face. Ivan felt the wall, looking for a weak spot where he could pound it and possibly tear it down. The walls are lined with steel, she said. Oh, you're right, he said under his breath. There must be several layers of steel and concrete behind it. He paused. I don't think I can get through it fast enough. Alisa smirked at his last remark. That wretched witch, Mona Mai, she's the one who cursed this prison cell. She paused. I've always hated witches, but dark magic is beyond contemptible. Dark magic, Ivan mused, stopping in the middle of the room. What if... He reached the black tourmaline pending from his neck. She said it would protect me against dark magic. What is it? Ivan removed the pendant from his neck. This talisman might be your ticket out of here. Let's find out, shall we? Offering her the necklace. No, she said, stepping back. I hate magic. You know that. Be that as it may. Ivan fastened the talisman around Alisa's neck. Rolling back her eyes, Alisa reached her hand through the doorway, certain that another spark would blast, but nothing happened. Again she crossed her hand up to her wrist without receiving any damage. Astonished, she turned. It's working, Alisa said. The power went off. Red lights flashed along the hallway along with the deafening siren of the prison ward's alarm. I must have triggered the alarm, Alisa said. No, I did. Ivan ran to the door. They found him. Found who? The guard I killed, he replied. We must hurry. Together they ran through the tunnel, leaving the lavish corridor several feet behind. Ivan stopped short by the elevator. Someone had called it, and that someone could only be the dragon, but for reasons that eluded his understanding, he couldn't sense Jiaolong's presence. He's coming, Alisa said. Let him come, he muttered. I'll make him pay, once and for all. No, she said. What? Ivan winced. That devil kept you prisoner, Alisa. Would you intercede for him now? This is not how it ends for him, she said, holding his arm, urging him to move. Come on, this way. Where are we going? Ivan asked. This is a bunker, she said. I can think of only one way out, turning upwards. On the tunnel ceiling, red, yellow and blue pipelines marked the ventilation route. The main air vent? Ivan said with a scowl. You've got to be kidding me. Let's go, she said. Alisa took the lead, following the pipelines to the other end of the tunnel. Within minutes, they found a maintenance door. Alisa opened it. Before them lay a long corridor. A blast door at the end was the only way forward. A stampede echoed in the tunnel, the noise growing louder by the second. Those aren't guards, Ivan mused, tuning into his newly acquired abilities. They're vampires. We have to move, she urged, taking his hand. Stop, right, there, a voice said. Ivan turned. At least 24 vampires filled the corridor behind them. Nothing could prevent their attack, and source or not, they were more than he could take. It's the end of the line for you two, another blood drinker said. Crouched like threatening ghouls ready to devour their very souls, the blood drinkers closed in on them, bearing sharp fangs and claws. Fearing the worst, Ivan grabbed Alisa's wrist and pulled her behind him. Stop, he commanded, flashing his palm at the menacing horde. The vampires closest to him cringed, their faces contorted into a grimace of pain. Cries of agony rose between the blood drinkers as their skin flushed a scarlet glow. Some fell to their knees, others collapsed completely, but each and every one of them burst into flames. The flaming bodies twisted in unnatural forms, screeching and howling as they burned. Alisa stepped forward, contemplating the harrowing scene with widened eyes. How did you... What have I done? We have to move, Ivan said, unable to spare another minute, in spite of the horror that crawled beneath his skin. Reaching the steel door, Ivan turned the 5-spoke handle and opened it. Alisa hurried inside, and Ivan locked the heavy door behind them. Heavy machinery churned and whirred in the room. A long concrete duct stretched above them with an ominous fan spinning at the end. But beyond that, Ivan caught a glimpse of the starry sky. That's our way out, I assume? He said. turning to Alisa. Fine, I'll go first. No matter how much his preternatural powers had increased, Ivan needed something to stop the fan's movement. A quick glance about the room sufficed for him to find the perfect tool for his plan, a large copper pipe. Ivan picked up the pipe and fastened it against his back with his belt, ready to make the climb. "Be careful," Alisa said. Wearing half a smile, Ivan turned. "Believe me, I have no intention of being reduced into vampire chunks," he laughed off. "Wait for my signal." Ivan made the climb up a rusty old ladder, stopping a few feet away from the threatening fan. He firmly gripped the pipe with one hand and then launched it into the revolving propeller. The pipe struck against one of its blades, generating a hideous screech, and bounced back straight to his face. Thanks to his quick wit and vampiric reflexes, Ivan caught the pipe inches away from smashing his jaw. He pulled it close to his chest as he regained his balance. "All right, Ivan, concentrate." He took a deep breath. This time, he would use his vampiric abilities. As his eyes focused on the revolving fan, time froze and split into frames. He chose the frame that would allow him to launch the pipe between the blades. The copper tube reached its destination, crippling the engine's movement until it stopped. "You can come up now," he said, slipping through the fan's large blades. He punched the steel mesh behind it and removed a large metal grid, finally revealing his beloved evening sky. Ivan jumped out of the air duct and waited for Alisa. He reached for her waist and lifted her out of the duct. Freeing from his hold, Alisa tried to run. "Wait!" He grabbed Alisa's waist and pulled her close. Alisa's black wavy locks danced in the breeze as she realized they were standing on the edge of the cliff. Before them was nothing but ocean, and miles below them, a nest of the most threatening rocks waited for their fall. She curled against his chest. "There's no escape!" she howled into the roaring wind. "Yes, there is," he spoke into her ear. "I better be right about this." "Hold on!" Ivan tightened Alisa in his arms and leaped mid-air. His preternatural body soared in the freezing wind. As Ivan looked back, the island became but a speck of light in the darkness. Alisa snuggled under the heavy wool blanket that wrapped her shoulders. She stood before the panoramic window. Myriad pine trees dusted with snow created a beautiful winter postcard. Why had he brought her here, to this cabin in the mountain? It was a place remote enough from the city, a decent refuge for them to rest in comfort and perhaps even speak the words that remained untold between them. Ivan stood by the quarried stone fireplace. He'd started the hearth minutes ago, not because of the freezing weather, but because the fireplace's warmth gave his mind some ease. Now and then, Ivan turned and studied her from afar. This was no dream. 3 centuries had passed since their last meeting, and that had been a day full of sorrows. Ivan had hoped time would have washed away those memories, but casting them off his mind would have meant losing her to oblivion, and this he could not abide. No words had been said between them since their arrival at the cabin. Alisa stood by the window. Motionless, she avoided him as she gathered her thoughts, which Ivan dared not read. He pulled a chair close to the hearth, and there he sat. Who knows for how long? "Your fledgling, Philip," she whispered. He listened. "No," Ivan said. "I listened." "You?" She turned, her gaze piercing him through and through. "And what about what you did back there? You burned them, Ivan. You flew." Ivan thought of a dozen answers, but chose silence. With the innate stealth of a cat, Alisa moved closer. "You drank from the source?" she said. "I had to do it to find you." Alisa's hands were ice cold as they landed on his. "I'm glad you did," she said, kneeling beside him. "Jiaolong wanted the source. He used me to get it from you." He clenched his fists. "That fiend," he muttered. "I've missed you, Ivan," she said, her widening pupils fixed on him. The sound of his name on her lips aroused him. "Have you?" he whispered. She uttered. "I've dreamt of this moment for centuries." Alisa's hands cupped the sides of his face. Her kohl-rimmed eyes gleamed with desire. Her lips landed on his lips in one slow kiss. Trapped by her spell, Ivan moaned. He slipped his tongue into her mouth. Digging his fingers in her silky black hair, he pulled her closer, demanding more than the soft touch of her hands beneath his shirt. A voice echoed in the back of his mind like an incessant bell, disrupting his train of thought. The bell was a warning, and even though the memory of this forbidden kiss had stuck with him throughout centuries of loneliness and despair, tonight it awakened more than his undying desire for her. It awakened fear. Beware, Ivan. He moved away from the chair, becoming free from her enticing embrace. And what was worse, she even had the nerve to look surprised by his reaction. "You left me, Alisa," he said in the lowest of voices. "You killed him?" Her mouth agape and her brows furrowed, Alisa stood. "Dristan?" she asked. "Is that what this is all about?" She paused. "I had to kill him, Ivan. He would have killed me had I given him the chance." A spark of indignation gleamed in her eyes. "Nonsense!" He turned to the hearth. "After all this time, can't you see it still? Dristan couldn't bear knowing you shared the blood with me. He couldn't bear sharing you." She held her breath, holding back the passion in her voice. "I did it for us." "You did it for yourself. You coveted Dristan's millinery blood," he mused, his gaze lost in the flames. "You are a true master of deception, Alisa. I'll grant you that." "Don't say that," she whispered with a hurting voice. "But it must be said." Ivan turned. "You fooled me. Returning to Venice, meeting my maker, you planned it all from the very beginning, and drinking to the last drop of Dristan's millinery blood, you disappeared into the ether." "That's a lie," she cried. "The thing is, had I known your heart's true desire, I would have done everything to please you." Ivan sniggered, surprised to hear himself say it. "Had I known how much you craved this power, I would have shared the source with you. You didn't have to kill him." "So this is what you think of me?" she asked, moving closer. "The look in your eyes when you found Dristan's body spoke silently to my heart. It said, 'He will never forgive you.' I had to leave." "You were there?" Her words cast a beam of hope on his pain. "It's true. Your cunning scheme horrified me as much as the coldness of your kill, but I would have stood by your side in spite of it all. I thought you knew that." "Now I do," she mused. Alisa pursed her lips. "Tell me, how can I gain your forgiveness? I want us to be free from this hatred." Ivan looked away. He dared not face her for what he was about to say. "I don't hate you. I could never hate you, Alisa." He paused. "I've spent centuries not hating you, my love." "I want your heart back," she whispered inches away from him. As Ivan turned, every shred of pain and resentment vanished in her tearful blue eyes. "I have no heart, Alisa," Ivan said. "It disappeared the day you left me, and you've had it every day since." A heartfelt smile bloomed on her lips, and as Alisa closed her eyes, savouring the moment, the tears fell and rolled down her cheeks. Ivan wrapped her in his arms, allowing his heart to beat once more, only for her. And in this warm embrace, he kissed her tears away, kissed her brow and chiselled nose, and finally, he kissed her lips with a passion that evoked their days under the sun, days of the Venetian carnival, when for the first time their mortal hearts locked in one powerful instant. "This is what eternity's made of," he whispered in her ear. Ivan tightened his arms around her waist and carried her to the bedroom. Their clothes were shed quickly. Ivan lay on the bed, a prisoner of her every whim as she climbed onto his lap, straddling him firmly. His hands smoothed up her thighs and closed around the small of her back. His body responded to her nearness. Ivan closed his eyes, intoxicated by the scent of her skin, roses and bergamot, an all-too-familiar fragrance that stirred his senses into a frenzy. Alisa leaned close enough to nip the tip of his earlobe with her teeth. She then smoothed down a pathway of kisses that stopped halfway on his neck. Her sharp fangs grazed his skin. The pressure above his carotid artery aroused him beyond reason. Her willingness to take the drink of ecstasy she'd been deprived of for so long, drove him mad with desire, mad enough to let her get away with it. No. Ivan rolled away from her with panting breath. He fixed his gaze on the ceiling. What is it? She asked with a frown and an enticing air of naivete. You can't. Ivan took a deep breath and then sighed. Whatever poison flows in my blood, it could kill me tomorrow for all I know. Alisa snuggled next to him. Well, she whispered with a sultry voice, then I'll die with you. A flash of her mischievous smile, and she sank her fangs into his chest. And as the blood filled her mouth, Ivan thought he would faint, drunk in the immeasurable excitement of this dark bliss. Chapter 46. Philip. His body was found in his penthouse. Authorities have yet to determine the cause of death. Michael Reese's career had recently spiked after a successful national tour. Look at that, Antoine said, flipping channels. It's all over the news. Will you please turn off that television? Philip took a deep drag off his cigarette, nervous as hell as he paced in the kitchen. Antoine clicked the remote control, and the screen went black. I'm coming with you, he said, tossing the control aside. Why would you? Philip asked, furrowing his brow. Did he not care enough for his new life? Why would Antoine throw the dice in a gamble which by all means was fixed to be lost? Have you forgotten it already? He said, standing before him. You and I, we're family, Philip. Blood brothers. Oddly enough, the words didn't make Philip cringe with fright, as they once did. My plan requires no one else. Philip mused, putting out the cigarette. But what plan? There was no plan. Burst into the devil's coven, kill them all, and then rescue Marianne. That was no plan, that was suicide. Philip smoothed his hand on the panelled walls. Such a long time had passed since they'd had any need of weaponry. Where was that rotten safe? At last, he got lucky. A panel clicked as he pressed it. He pressed it once more and unhinged the secret door, which then opened to reveal the safe. Entering the combination on the digital panel, the metal door opened. Dozens of transparent cases lay inside. You keep an arsenal in the kitchen? Antoine asked, astonished. We had to use the room for something. He shrugged. He then took out a case and opened it. In his hands, he examined the circular blade. I've never seen anything like it, Antoine said. What is it? Philip smirked. It's a ring sword. Do you like it? He asked, offering him the weapon. Antoine took it with no hesitation, and as he examined it, the blade's metal glimmered against his widened eyes. I like it very much, he said. Well, I don't. Philip took the ring sword off his hands and set it inside the case. It's Ivan's. He pulled another case out of the vault. A sword no longer than 20 inches came out of the case. Now this one, I like. Philip held the sword against the room's lighting, testing its sharpness with his fingers. This is a Khopesh sword, Antoine, he said in his teacherly voice. It's conveniently small and light, and its blade is sharp enough to sever a head in one quick thrust. Comes in handy when dealing with enemies at short range. Sounds lethal, Antoine mused. But is that all you're taking with you? I mean, you'll need more than that if you're taking on the entire coven. Philip smiled. Antoine's concept of a vampire executioner was far from Van Helsing's cliché. The old hammer and stake through the heart. He must have expected something more in the likes of the Terminator. It should be enough, if willed properly, Philip said, slipping the cases inside the secret compartment. He closed the safe and then the panel, and it was as if nothing had ever been disturbed in the otherwise ordinary kitchen. Antoine seemed reluctant to believe him, cocking his head and raising one eyebrow. I'm coming with you, no matter what you say. 2 vampires are better than 1. Philip swept his hand in the air. Please don't take this the wrong way, Antoine, he said. But this is not your fight, or Ivan's for that matter. And where is Ivan? Antoine asked. We haven't seen him in days. And I don't expect we'll see him any time soon. Philip cinched the sword to his hip and turned to the doorway. Philip, stop, Antoine urged. You're not thinking straight. You can't possibly go there alone. Go where? Ivan asked, entering through the back door. He was not alone. Alisa, Philip said, relieved to see her in the flesh at last. She wore skinny dark jeans with tall black leather boots. Her pale blue cashmere sweater enhanced the blue shade of her eyes. Long, wavy black hair rippled below her shoulders as she leaned towards him with a welcoming smile. Philip Blackwell, she said, and her voice was smooth and sensual. Well, that only leaves him. Ivan gestured, referring to Antoine. This is Antoine Somerset, the most recent member of our dark family. He paused. Antoine, meet Alisa Lockhart, my fledgling, and your sibling in the blood. Alisa's fierce beauty left him speechless. Now that the pleasantries are done with, I'm almost afraid to ask this, but what's new? Ivan said, slipping into a chair. It's Marianne, Antoine blurted. The Coven took her prisoner. Philip intends to face those vampires alone. Will you talk some sense into him? It's nothing like that, Philip said dismissively, covering the Kopesh sword with his jacket. I'm just heading over there to discuss the terms of Marianne's release. That sword says otherwise, Alisa taunted, pointing at the Kopesh's hilt. Exposed beyond rebuttal, Philip couldn't help but smile. You are one shady lady, he told her in silence. Alisa curled the corner of her lips in reply. Philip, are you mad? Ivan burst into outrage. You are not leaving this house, and that is final. Well said, Ivan. Antoine crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. Not until I've spoken with Eirik Bjorn, Ivan added. You're going to talk to the Skull Splitter, Philip said with a cynical look. Ivan, he's the one behind all of this. He cannot be trusted. The Skull Splitter? Alisa frowned, drawing closer to Ivan. I don't like the sound of that. You mustn't worry, Alisa. Ivan held her hand and pressed it against his lips. They seemed to be on very good terms. I'm sure everything can be sorted out with a simple conversation. Then by no means should you go by yourself, she said. Ivan hinted a mischievous smile. And yet, I will go alone, he said, amused. No power on earth could change his maker's mind now. You should at least go armed, Philip suggested. Take my sword. I need no weapons, Ivan interrupted. But if I were to choose a weapon to meet the Viking lord, I would most definitely not take the Kopesh sword. I'd take the ring sword any time over the Kopesh, he mocked. Don't get me started about that, Ivan. Philip laughed. Remember last time? How that wretched ring sword got stuck in that vamp's belly? You were beyond disgusted with the grease on the blade. Then he wouldn't die, and I ended up solving that matter. How could I forget? Ivan said. You've reminded me of that story for the last 20 years. Fine, Philip muttered. Go unarmed. I guess if things go south, you could always fly away. Ivan gave him a mirthless laugh in reply. Alisa sniggered and turned to him. Their eyes met in the most intimate gaze. What exactly had happened between those two? Am I to understand that you can actually fly? Antoine asked, skeptic as he narrowed his eyes. As it turns out, Antoine, I can. Ivan rose from the seat. I'll let Philip fill you in with the details. He's so good at telling stories, he said, patting Philip's shoulder. I should change. I'm meeting a Viking lord. This cannot wait another minute. Before Philip could say another word to dissuade his maker, Ivan rushed to the stairway, stubborn as a child. He's kidding, right? Antoine asked Alisa. He can't fly. Alisa leaned against the kitchen table and smiled. The twinkle of mischief in her blue eyes explained everything without words. This woman was worth overlooking anything and everything. Even 300 years of pain. Looks like I've missed out on a lot recently, Antoine mused. Philip smirked. That's what happens when you hang out too much with witches. Chapter 47. Ivan. It struck him as odd that the seagull's squawking would simply not fade away in spite of the late hour. And as Ivan strolled on Sausalito's bridgeway, He realized a long time had passed since he'd last come to this place. There was a stillness to this fishing town tonight, what with the winter winds rushing harshly, that made him like it even more. How bold of him to summon an ancient one. Perhaps his newly acquired talents granted him enough courage to undertake such a daunting mission. Though, in truth, Ivan had never considered himself the prudent sort of fellow. He had been wise enough to send Eirik a clear message, saying that he meant no harm and wished to speak with him. He had not answered, which Ivan had taken as a good sign since it meant his audacity had not wakened Eirik's legendary wrath. And even though Bjorn had remained under the vampire radar for almost half a century, Ivan knew he lived. He sensed his presence quite near him, actually. Ivan had suggested meeting him in the small coffee shop that stood before him. The place for their reunion mattered very little, for if Eirik intended to turn Ivan into dust, he could do it anywhere he pleased. Bjorn could have done it sooner, but he hadn't, and this granted Ivan a sense of ease as he walked into the shop. It was a reasonable spot, far from the city yet within the mundane reach. It granted Bjorn the opportunity to study him before deciding whether he would enter this quaint establishment after following Ivan's footsteps for almost an hour. Oh yes, he knew Eirik was following him. Curious, was he? He sat at the table in the shop's corner and ordered a double espresso. Ivan would not drink it, but he enjoyed its filling warmth and delicious fragrance, especially on a cold evening like this. The chiming of the doorbell announced his entrance. His presence, however, was far stronger than that ridiculous sound. He wore light blue jeans and a navy blue Armani pullover that accentuated his fierce blue eyes. As he entered the shop, Eirik invariably drew the gaze of what few men prowled the room at this hour, including Ivan's. He had to admit there was something terribly compelling about this immortal one. He was a little over 6 feet tall, with the golden hair of a god. His slightly tanned skin eased his heart, making him disregard the fact that Eirik was a harsh killer and slayer of his own kin, the Skull Splitter. Eirik walked to his table and sat in front of him. "It's been a long time, Ivan." "It has." Ivan set his hands on the table, a finger playing with the mug's handle. "This must be important, then," Eirik suggested, as he fixed his eyes on him. There was a definite air of superiority as he spoke. But of course, he was entitled to it after almost 2 millennia of living in the blood, and not only because of his age, but because of the history and legacy he had built for their brethren. "It's very important," Ivan sighed. "Or at least to me, it is." "Very well, speak then. What is so urgent to summon me away from my retirement so out of the blue, as they now say?" Eirik had been lying low. For once, he wished to remain detached from all matters vampire-related. He would roam through San Francisco now and then, only to return to his wanderlust and enjoy the views of the world. He conveyed to Ivan such things in silence. "I've flown all the way from Venice for this meeting," he added to those thoughts. "I just want you to know how much Marianne means to my family. I know she can be dauntless and impulsive, and sometimes she disregards the rules that bind our brethren, but she's young. And besides, who hasn't done it amongst us? If you ask me, the Dark Veil is in desperate need of some reviewing. Times have changed too much since its creation. I can understand why she would be persecuted for her involvement with a mortal, not to mention a rock star. Yes, it could put our kin in the spotlight, and yes, she should be warned against it. But isn't locking her up to destroy her going a little too far?" he finally said. Eirik did little to conceal his surprise and alarm as he heard those last words. "Destroying her, you say?" he inquired, leaning closer to Ivan over the table. He wanted to read Ivan's mind. Had it not been cloaked from him, he would have done it hours ago. The Skull Splitter's reaction intrigued Ivan. Did Eirik actually not know a thing about the Coven's plot to destroy Marianne? And also, how much did he know about her to even care for her fate? "Members of the Coven tried to kill her a week ago," he said. "They killed her mortal lover and have kept her locked up in the Coven's dungeons since." "Don't you know this?" he wanted to add, but refrained. Eirik's demeanour changed. Ivan could almost see the anger slowly brewing within his entrails, hot and effervescent, building up and receding as the core of an active volcano about to pour his fury upon an entire population of ignorant fools. Eirik allowed Ivan to pry into his thoughts. He revealed Jiao had approached him for counsel a few months earlier, and Bjorn had allowed this audience out of the goodness of his immortal heart. He had opened the doors of his lair and listened to Jiao's worries, and later on, he had told him it would be unwise to pursue such a vicious plot, that the punishment exceeded its crime, and that he, Eirik Bjorn, was adamantly against it. "The dragon has defied me for the last time," Eirik mused. Ivan remained silent. If Jiao had truly been the sole mastermind behind this plot, then he had two accounts to answer for. Not only had he imprisoned Alisa in the hopes of getting his claws on the source, but he also intended to destroy Ivan's vampiric family. Jiao has it coming. He's not getting out of this one alive. Eirik started as he learned Ivan's ruthless intention, and he picked up on Alisa's abduction too. "The source? Is it in your possession?" Eirik asked silently. Ivan responded in the same way. "Oh, it is. I drank from it." "I can see the matter serves both our interests," Eirik said. "Both of our interests? What interest could you have in my family?" Ivan kept this thought to himself. The skull splitter steepled his fingers and closed his eyes for a moment, pondering the words that would follow his silence. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes. "Jiao Long will be punished. You have my word." Chapter 48. Eirik Bjorn. It rained an electrical rainstorm so loud that the very walls of the room trembled upon its rumbling thunder. The gods must have been watching. He stalked into the room as if he were Thor himself, ready to pass judgment and unleash his fury over those who had dared wrong him. His gaze drifted from one face to another of the hundreds gathered in the assembly. They glared at him with terror and astonishment, ignoring the reason for his sudden appearance amidst them. Eirik reached the end of the hall. He climbed the 3 sacred steps and headed to the red armchair. It annoyed him to discover a marked difference on his throne. Yggdrasil, his sigil, was gone, replaced with a winged dragon sewn in golden thread. The House of the Dragon, Jiao Long's sigil. His blood boiled at the sight of it. Smoothing his hand over the velvet-lined armchair, Eirik claimed his throne once more. And before the mesmerized eyes of the Coven, he sat. He scanned the minds of the blood drinkers gathered in the room, easily identifying those who remained loyal to his ruling from the ones foolish enough to have betrayed him. Eirik covered his lips and nose with the back of his hand. Lowering his chin, his feral eyes fixed on the traitors, he would signal out of the crowd. But first, he spoke into their minds. "I am here because you have wronged me, you have betrayed me, and by doing so, you have betrayed our brethren. I am one who will show mercy before penance, but I find no contrivance in your hearts. I see only ambitious fools, blinded by the voice of he who first spoke against me, Jiao Long. And for this, you shall pay in blood. There is no escape. I am Eirik Bjorn, the Skull Splitter, the undefeated Scandinavian warlord, and you have wronged me for the first and last time of your pitiful existence. Be assured, there will be no mercy for you." Jiao Long's allies stood out from the crowd instantly by their restlessness and fear. A couple of blood drinkers stirred within the mob, trying to escape. Realizing this, Eirik pointed them out with a single glance. The vampires surrounding them seized the traitors and brought them before their king. The Skull Splitter stood with a sinister smile on his face. He stepped down and approached the miserable vamps. He studied them as if sketching their figures with his piercing ice-blue eyes. "Forgive me, please," one of them muttered. Eirik turned towards him, amazed by his choice of words. "I do forgive you," he said, placing his hands over the vampire's shoulders and then gliding them to his temples. "This is why you will go quickly." He then pressed his hands until the skull crushed and split into 2 halves, oozing blood and a crystalline liquid. The vampire's face turned into a disheveled mass of meat. His body twisted like a dying insect. Eirik then held the back of his neck and pulled until it snapped. The blood drinker stopped moving. Eirik pulled harder, tearing his head apart, and held it by the hair for the entire coven to see. He then settled it on the floor, next to the blood-drenched body. The other traitor shuddered at the sight of his cruelty. Had he not bore in mind Eirik's merciless heart when he pledged his loyalty to Jiaolong? This was not the time to flee from his convictions. His fate lay before him, but Eirik would not become executioner to this foul blood drinker. In a magnanimous gesture, with open arms, he addressed the assembly. "Feast yourselves, brothers!" At once a multicolored cloud of garments engulfed the sinner, this traitor to their kin. They pierced and tore away his skin. They drank his treacherous blood until his body shriveled and became a white carcass of flesh and bones. One of the vampires took the body through a stone-paved tunnel and locked him in a cell. Oh, he was not dead, no. He had only been deprived of all vital liquid, but his consciousness was not lost. He would bear witness to the upcoming years, locked within this cell, and perhaps then, Eirik would destroy him. I call upon those who would serve their better judgment to heed my advice. He paused. Jiaolong's brief rebellion has reached its end. Bring him to me tonight, and perhaps then I will spare the rest of you. He then slowly walked past the headless vampire's corpse and left the room. Chapter 49. Philip. No security guard at the back door, no crowd in line waiting to be cleared. The Devil's Coven was absolutely deserted, its doors closed. "I have a bad feeling about this," Philip said, scanning the premises with his vampire eyes for any signs of their enemies. Not a damned soul in sight. "I don't think Eirik Bjorn should be trusted." "He would have destroyed us already if it satisfied his whims, Philip," Ivan whispered, opening the back door. "We have no other choice." "Be at ease. This will be over before you know it," Alisa said, pressing Philip's arm. She then followed Ivan into the Devil's Mouth. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of," Philip mused, giving a quick look behind him. Across the street, Antoine stood by the car, talking on the cell phone, presumably with Cassandra. What the hell does he think he's doing? Waving his hand, Philip urged him to hang up and join them. Antoine raised his hand in reply and ended the conversation. He then jogged to meet Philip by the door. "Sorry about that," Antoine said, his breath vaporizing in the cold air. He slipped his hands inside his jacket's pockets and followed Philip into the Devil's Coven. "There should be a hidden passageway somewhere," Ivan murmured, smoothing his hand over the walls as he moved around the main room. "We should make as little noise as possible," Philip whispered. "This place is crawling with coven vampires." "Hey guys, look what I found!" Antoine's voice echoed in the hall. Philip rolled back his eyes. "Really?" he said, both hands on his hips. "Whose idea was it to bring along the vampire rookie?" Alisa gave him a smile of complicity. She needn't say a thing. It had been Ivan's idea all along. He thought of this outing as Antoine's perfect crash course in vampire survival. Together they followed Antoine's voice and arrived at the end of a corridor. Antoine drew back a heavy velvet curtain, revealing a narrow stone-walled tunnel with a stairway that extended several feet underground. "This must be it," Ivan said. "The gates of hell," Philip mused, looming into the steep tunnel. Ivan took the first step down the narrow stairway. Philip and the rest followed. As they descended, the temperature shifted, quickly becoming cooler and moist. A few feet ahead, flickering torchlight bathed the walls, while behind them, pitch darkness swallowed the tunnel. They reached a vast circular room at the end of the stairs. Intricately ornamented pillars prolonged into high arches that stretched into a rib-vaulted ceiling. Two other tunnels, like the one that had led them to this ancient hall, were carved into the stone, running deep. Beyond what seemed like a ceremonial antechamber lay another room. Inside, Philip discovered a dais that led to an empty chair, carved in mahogany, lined with red velvet and embroidered in gold. The chair stood beneath a red velvet baldachin. This was no ordinary chair. Philip had heard the stories, but he never imagined one day he'd be standing before the Red Throne. "I don't like this at all," Philip said. "There's no one here." "I wouldn't say that." Ivan sniggered, pointing at a headless corpse on the ground, its head carefully placed on the dais' first step. Revolting. Dozens of red velvet banners hung from the ceiling. Embroidered in them was the same sigil he'd found on the throne. "The dragon," Philip murmured. "Don't get too used to it." The voice echoed in the room. "The dragon will soon fall, and Yggdrasil will take its place, as it should be." The voice drew closer, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Ivan Lockhart, you're here," he said, "and I see you've brought your fledglings with you." "A little company couldn't hurt," Ivan said, sweeping the room with a quick glance. "You do trust me, don't you?" the voice said. The millinery vampire stood behind the red throne, clasping the back with one hand, the other resting on his waist. "Could you blame me if I didn't?" Ivan said with charming audacity. Eirik Bjorn smirked when his piercing blue eyes landed on Philip's weapon. "You've come armed." The skull splitter vanished into thin air and reappeared inches away from Philip. "Why would you need such devices?" he said, pacing around him like a tiger hunting its meal for the day. Philip stood motionless, unresponsive to the skull splitter's taunting games. "Ah, yes, he's young, and your other fledgling is but a child in darkness." Eirik paused. "But she's not." His gaze landed on Alisa. They held each other's stare for a minute or so. Whatever words were silently exchanged between them remained a mystery. "Fear not." The skull splitter stopped to glance at the headless corpse lying on the floor. "Those who betray me always meet their end." There was something alluring and truly soothing about Eirik Bjorn. His entire demeanor was inviting, from the slight tan of his skin to the resonance of his velvety voice. Everything about him appealed to Philip. The more compelling they are, the more dangerous, he reminded himself. A man's growling and hissing accompanied loud footsteps drawing closer. "Let me go. Release me this instant." Ivan, Alisa, and Philip pulled back into the room's shadows, concealing their presence. Philip tugged at Antoine's jacket, driving him back to where his presence would go unnoticed by unwanted eyes. The Coven horde dragged a male vampire into the throne room. Red-haired, awakened into darkness in his mid-40s, fresh blood dripping on the corner of his lips. "Get away from me," the vampire roared. "The dragon will hear about your treachery. You'll pay dearly for this." Eirik Bjorn stood next to the red throne, his arm casually leaning against the back. His analytic blue eyes narrowed as he studied the blood drinker brought before him, slightly raising his chin. "Where is the dragon?" Eirik demanded. "I want him, not this." "He was with Jiaolong when we found him," a young vampire replied. "Kneel, you fool. You're in the presence of the king of our brethren." Grabbing the prisoner by the nape of his neck, he pushed him down, forcing him onto his knees. The tumult of another crowd headed towards the room. Wicked laughter echoed in the main vault as they drew closer. The roaring horde of blood drinkers dragged a large black felt bag fastened with a heavy chain and lock, like the one magicians use during their escapism feats. Toss that bag into the ocean, and wait 5 minutes to find out if the illusionist comes out of it alive. They left the bag next to the red-haired vampire, tossing and turning. Deep growls and roars of fury were heard from within the bag. Eirik curled the corner of his lips in a malicious smile. This entire horror show amused him greatly by the looks of it. The Coven vampires gathered in the room in silence, waiting for the skull splitter's judgment. Tilting his head to one side, Eirik Bjorn's gaze landed on the red-haired vampire. He moved a few steps closer until he stood before the blood drinker, never descending a single step. "I don't need you," Eirik whispered with widening pupils, his eyes gleaming a fierce, icy shade of blue. The vampire growled and winced, falling to the floor in a sudden convulsion. His skin glowed in bright red. His body gave one last violent shake before it stopped. And as the blood drinker lay there, motionless, blood oozed from his nose, his eyes and mouth, in slow rivulets that spread on the marble floor. What the hell was that? Philip had never witnessed anything like it. His blood boiled at my command. The words pierced Philip's thoughts. Eirik had sent them to clear the doubts off his mind, but never once turned to face him. The skull splitter stepped down the dais and now stood before the black felt bag. A loud chime resonated in the throne room, when the padlock opened by itself and hit the cold floor. A figure emerged slowly from the bag, tousled dark hair, pursed lips, and angular eyes full of hatred. "Jiao Long," Philip hissed, stepping out of the shadows, willing to finish that bastard with one quick swing of his sword when someone pulled him back. With his firm hand pressing his chest tight, Ivan stood beside him, his vigilant eyes scanning the awestruck faces of the Coven assembly. "Philip," Ivan said in the lowest of voices, "don't." In spite of his dire situation, Jiao Long grinned at the sight of Philip. The despicable, sneering bastard dared to mock him. "Ivan, let me go." Philip struggled to escape his maker's strong grip, useless as it was. "Did you give the order, Jiao?" he growled. "Answer me. Did you order Marianne's imprisonment? Because if you did, I promise you, the last thing your damned eyes will ever see will be my face smeared in your filthy blood." Jiao Long laughed, and his laughter echoed in the vaulted room. "Dear naive Philip, you still doubt it," he said in all cynicism. "Your heart still holds a shred of hope that I might be innocent of your fledgling's punishment." "Why did you do it?" Philip hissed. "It's called greed, young one," Eirik said. "The foolish assumption of being worthy enough to claim dominion over my coven." He paced around Jiao Long. "You wanted it all. You thought you could rule the Devil's Coven and bring the Lockhart's bloodline to its end. Jiao Long, you coveted more than you could bite, and now you will pay for your sin." "You're making a huge mistake, Bjorn," Jiao said. "You think the Lockharts are your allies? Well, they're not. For half a century you've slighted our brethren, renegades of nature in your eyes, creatures unworthy of bearing the name of vampire." Jiao Long slipped his hand under his shirt, pulling the chain around his neck. "This ends tonight, Bjorn." Holding the crystal flask that pended from the necklace, he opened the flask and poured its red contents into his mouth. "Dear naive Jiao Long," Philip whispered. The dragon frowned, confusion building up in his expression. "I'm afraid that won't cut it, kid," Ivan smirked, freeing Philip from his hold. "What the hell are you saying?" Jiao Long took a step back. "You see, the source is in my possession. In fact, I drank it," Ivan said, raising his brow. "What you've just drunk was a decoy, a simple witching potion that unfortunately won't spare you from this awkward situation." Jiao Long's widening eyes filled with horror. He looked at the flask and tossed it away. "You may think this ends with me, but you are wrong," he said with a defiant stare. "The time for an uprising draws near. The millenaria's era will come to its end." Turning to Eirik, "Kill me if you will, but others will come, I assure you. This is only the beginning." "Interesting last words," Eirik said with a contemptuous snigger. All amusement faded from his face and an ominous grimace loomed in its stead. "Jiao Long of the House of the Dragon, these are your crimes. By arrogance and greed, you have broken several of the Dark Veil's rules. You have wronged me with your defiance and treachery. You have wronged Ivan Lockhart by orchestrating Alisa Lockhart's abduction, and you have wronged Philip Blackwell by threatening to take the life of his offspring. But the gravest of your crimes has been committing high treason, and the penance for this treason to your king and brethren is death." Eirik plunged his fist into the dragon's chest. Turning his arm clockwise, he pulled out his hand, grasping Jiao Long's beating heart. "This heart is rightfully yours to crush or feed on," he said, turning to Philip. "Do whatever you wish with it." And losing all interest in the pulsing organ, Eirik Bjorn left the heart in Philip's hands, blood dripping between his fingers, pooling on the white marble floor. "This is how it ends for you, dearest." Alisa stepped out of the shadows, her indolent gaze cast over him. "Alisa, how did you—" The blood drained from Jiao Long's face. "It didn't have to end like this, Jiao," Philip whispered. "I should have killed you in that car crash, Philip Blackwell, and your mortal lover too," Jiao spat. Philip flinched. Jiao Long had caused the accident. What else had he done to harm him and his family? Why would he do these things? Why go to such terrible lengths? It didn't matter anymore. "Then you deserve nothing less." Philip crushed the dragon's heart in his fist. He unsheathed the Kopesh sword, and with one quick strike, he severed Jiao Long's head. "Merciful child," Eirik told him in silence. "You gave him a quick and painless death, a death he did not deserve." Philip threw the sword away, his heart filled with grief and disappointment. The adrenaline pumped hard in his arteries. A stale taste built up on the back of his tongue. His knees buckled and hit the floor, and there he stayed for a little while, with a vacant stare, his faith in his brethren shattering to pieces. "Come on, Philip," Alisa whispered in his ear, raising him by the shoulders. "It's all over now." But it wasn't over. Not yet. Eirik sat on the red throne, his lips stretched in a victorious smile. He smoothed his hands over the throne's velvet arms, savouring his victory. "Where's Marianne?" Ivan demanded to the vampire horde. Her name stirred a breath of life into his soul once more, but he couldn't shake off Jiao Long's last words. "Others will come. This is only the beginning." "Let them come, child." Eirik tapped into his mind once more. "I long for a confrontation worth my time." Philip turned to the skull splitter and nodded. "I said," Ivan insisted, "where's Marianne?" The Coven vampires remained silent, waiting for their king's approval. But Eirik Bjorn was too lost in his memories of battle. Images of bloody combat under heavy rainstorms poured from him into Philip's mind. Whether the skull splitter did this intentionally, he did not know. At last, Eirik raised a few fingers off the throne's arm and gave the Coven a quick nod. "The dungeon," a young vampire said. He must have been made in his teenage years. The news brought Eirik some discontent. The muscles in his neck stiffened, and his fingernails sank into the throne's velvet lining. "Bring her to me," he said in a low voice barely audible. His bidding was done quickly. Within minutes, the teenage vampire returned carrying Marianne in his arms. He laid her on the dais and stepped back with reverence. Eirik Bjorn sprung off the red throne. Philip could have sworn Eirik was about to run to Marianne's side when he knelt beside her. Antoine joined him. "I'm here, sweetheart," Philip whispered in her ear. "You're going to be fine. We're getting out of here right now." "You bastards!" Antoine said, turning to the assembly. "What have you done? Just look at her." Recent bruises marked Marianne's skin, not to mention the several bite marks on her arms and legs. The paleness of her skin alarmed Philip the most. Those wretched fiends had bled her dry. No wonder she was unconscious. "Which one of you did this?" Eirik asked with such serenity that it chilled the blood in Philip's veins. Such calm could only announce the worst of storms. "Was it you, Alva?" turning to the teenaged vampire. No, Your Majesty. It wasn't my doing," he said with a quivering voice. "It was Liam's." "And where is this Liam?" Bjorn asked, clasping his hands behind his back. "He's gone, Your Majesty, off the radar." The skull splitter's gaze drifted away from Alvar and landed on Marianne. "For now," he said, "Liam's crime shall not go unpunished." But Philip cared little for the skull splitter's assurances. He gently laid Marianne in his arms and carried her off the dais, taking one hard look at the assembly before joining his family. "Come on, Philip," Ivan pressed his arm. "Let's get out of here." Philip held his tongue, but his mind knitted thoughts of vengeance. "Will she be all right, Ivan?" Antoine asked the minute they stepped out of the Devil's Coven. But Ivan gave no answer. These were perilous grounds, and no matter how complacent to their demands, the Coven's hatred towards Philip's family remained as ruthless and unforgiving as it had ever been. Tonight's assembly had been nothing more than an act, inspired by the blood drinkers' fear for their miserable lives. As they crossed the street, Philip sensed a keen stare cast over them. Behind the nightclub's window stood Alvar, the teenage vampire. What the hell does he want with us? Philip neither knew nor cared anymore. An overwhelming desolation took over his heart, making it impossible for him to detain upon such frivolous matters. Antoine got in the car's back seat. Marianne's head rested on his lap. "Don't worry, Philip," he said. "I've got her." A few feet away from them, Alisa and Ivan were locked in a private conversation. Philip had no mind to pay attention to anything they said, but he noticed Alisa's delicate gestures, like holding Ivan's hand and looking straight into his eyes as they spoke, as if the rest of the world mattered very little. He'd shared that kind of intimacy with Marianne. He longed for those moments to return. Philip pursed his lips. He couldn't wait to get out of these damned Coven grounds, but he suddenly found himself staring into the parking lot, where amidst the rising fog, a figure emerged. Strolling with his hands in his jeans pockets, the man approached them. As the fog cleared, Philip realized this was no man, but the skull splitter himself. "How is she, Ivan?" he asked rather anxiously. Ivan shook his head. "It doesn't look good." His words froze Philip's heart. Losing her was not an option. "You can make sure she recovers, if needed." It was the strangest thing. Eirik made it sound like a suggestion, when in fact, it could have been a direct order, a plea even. "She'll get through this. She's stronger than she seems." "I'm afraid your help will raise much turmoil amongst the Coven's brethren," Ivan said. Philip couldn't give a damn about how the Coven felt. Eirik inhaled sharply. "I would destroy them all if left with no other choice." He shrugged. "Take care of her, Ivan. I'll take care of them." Philip still found it hard to believe. Betrayed by our own brethren. Our world doesn't feel safe anymore. Everything he'd once believed in had been a lie. "Do not be disheartened, child," Eirik said. "There's hope for our kin yet." Philip couldn't help but smirk. He would have laughed in spite of his present frame of mind, but out of respect for the skull splitter, he'd refrained from it. "If there is hope for our kin, then I do not see it," he said. She resembled Canova's sleeping nymph, lying on the black tufted sofa, her delicate hands clasped beneath her chin, but unlike the artist's magistral work, Marianne's eyes were open, though their empty stare mimicked the qualities of chiseled marble. Philip knelt beside her, his heart shattering. "Don't do this to yourself, Marianne," he whispered. "Don't shun the world and lock your mind away." Marianne's tearful eyes fixed on him. She did not speak a word. Ever since reaching a full recovery, Marianne grieved night and day. She grieved his mortal companion's death. She grieved losing control when her body became an instrument of torture to the Coven fiends, and she grieved losing the woman that she was before this ever happened. Philip pursed his lips, holding back his own tears. "Try to get some sleep, sweetheart," he said, cupping the side of her face. No answer came. Her gaze became vacant once more as she looked away. "I'll be outside if you need me," he said. He then kissed her forehead and got on his feet. As he stepped out of the room, Philip had to ask himself if Marianne still needed him, if only a little. He wished she did. He walked into the living room and leaned against the sliding crystal doors, searching his shirt's pocket for the pack of cigarettes. A light rain poured, which freshened the wind and soothed his anxiety. He took a deep drag off the cigarette, relaxing even more as he exhaled the poisonous vapours into the cool evening air. "How is she doing?" Ivan stood behind him. "You tell me," Philip said without looking back. "You're the one with the superpowers." His maker gave him a mirthless laugh in reply. "She hasn't said a word since it happened," Philip added. "Yes, she hunts and feeds. She comes and goes from this lair, but always in silence." He paused. "If there was a way to know what burdens her mind." "What?" Ivan flinched, surprised at Philip's implied suggestion. "Have I suddenly turned into a vampire spy simply because of my newest abilities?" Furrowing his brow. "Oh, I see how it is. Very well. Exactly what do you want to know?" "Her thoughts," Philip said, wasting no time with feigned apologies. "What have you seen in them?" "I've seen nothing," Ivan dismissed. "Please don't lie to me." "It's the truth," Ivan blurted out. "Too many images flood her mind. I can barely thread them to make sense." Tilting his head, Philip read his maker's expression. He knew him enough to see the uneasiness behind his stoic demeanour. "What aren't you telling me?" Ivan bit his lower lip. "No good can come out of this," he mused. "That's for me to decide." Philip urged him to speak, crooking his fingers at him. "If you must know," Ivan said, heaving a heavy sigh. It's the same image, over and over again. Marianne being tortured by Liam. There's no more to tell. Liam, that cowardly fiend! Nothing hurt him more than knowing the bastard out of his reach. There was absolutely no trace or sign of his whereabouts. Forget about him. He's gone, Ivan said, pressing his shoulder. But she's here, and we must help her get back on her feet. We're her only shot at recovery. Recovery? Philip raised his brow. He didn't mean to be cynical. Ivan did a better job at it than him. But how could anyone overcome what she had suffered? Ever since that wretched evening, darkness had embraced her tight. Philip feared that the pain mirrored in her eyes would never go away. She will never be the same, he whispered, putting out the cigarette. Chapter 50. Ivan. Streaks of blood red tinged the darkened sky. Bright purple cotton clouds spread on the horizon where the sea met the setting sun. The constant squawk of seagulls merged with the roaring waves crashing behind them in a soothing cycle. Strolling on their way back from the beach, Ivan held her hand, smooth and warm. The minute they reached the pavement, he stopped. "You're not coming with me. Are you sure?" she said. Alisa raised her brow, a glimmer of hope sparkling in her blue eyes. Ivan kissed the back of her hand, and holding it still, he pressed it against his chest. "No thought fills my heart with greater joy than that of sharing another lifetime with you." His gaze drifted to the ocean. "However," she said, knowing that a reason not to join her would follow. "However," he sighed, "I'm afraid I'm not ready to say goodbye to this lifetime. Not yet." The corner of her lips curled in a forgiving smile. "Our time will come. I can wait." "I wouldn't miss it for the world," Ivan said. They crossed the street and stopped before the station. "That's my ride." Alisa shrugged with an endearing smile, clasping her hands with such sweetness that it made her lovelier still. "The train?" Ivan knitted his brow. Strange that an immortal would choose public transportation. "You could always fly," he suggested. Alisa wrinkled her nose and shook her head. "I've never been fond of flying." She paused. "And this seems like the proper way to say goodbye." Ivan failed to suppress a snicker. Hopelessly romantic, as always. He smoothed his hand beneath her cheek. "Where will you go?" Alisa gave him a knowing look. "You could find me without asking, what with your new vampiric abilities," she teased. "I would never." "I keep a small lair in Kerala," she said, amused by Ivan's reaction to her game. "It's my retreat from the world, if you will. You're welcome to visit any time." "I've always wanted to visit India," he replied. "Perhaps later on I will." She pursed her lips, and in her eyes shone the imminent gleam of longing. "I'll miss you dearly, Ivan," she said. Ivan slipped his hand into his jacket's pocket. He then placed the black velvet purse in Alisa's hand. "I believe this belongs to you." Opening the bag, Alisa poured its contents into her hand. And there she stood, her stare fixed on the pearl necklace, its sapphire brooch shining brightly as if it were brand new. "Is love too young to know what conscience is?" she asked. Ivan gave her the hint of a smile. "Our love will always be young." Holding her hands, he leaned closer until his lips met hers in the sweetest farewell kiss. Chapter 51. Cassandra. "Ready, Cassie?" Mom asked. The old Nikon camera swung around her neck. She was determined to make of this birthday party a complete success, in spite of the last-minute change of venue. Cassandra wasn't pleased at all as she pulled in the driveway. "You mean," she began, "am I ready to celebrate my birthday in my stepmother's house, who, by the way, cursed me 2 weeks ago?" Cassie stepped out of the car. "I'm sorry it had to be this way, Ma Puce, but your father insisted. And it's your father's house too." Mum pursed her lips. With a kick of her heel, she closed the car's door, as her arms were loaded with a large cardboard box containing dozens of presents, a fistful of strings tied to multicolored balloons, and almost every trinket she'd thought would make a pleasant memory out of this infernal day. "Of course," Dad insisted, Mom. He knows nothing of the curse, or the fact that he's married to a nasty evil witch, Cassandra muttered, opening the gate. We have to warn him. Not today, Cassie, Mum said. Today I want you to enjoy an unforgettable birthday celebration. Your sisters are already here. C'est magnifique, n'est-ce pas? Raising her brow. Nothing will spoil this day. But Mom, Cassandra stood at the front porch. Nothing will spoil it. Mum grinned. Remember what I told you, Cassie? Mona will think you're still suffering amnesia from the curse. We're really going to pretend that nothing happened, Cassie mused as she rang the doorbell. Just for today, my precious bonbon. It's your birthday. We can hex her tomorrow if you're still up for it. I promise. Mum winked. Party today? Hex tomorrow, huh? Cassandra said. You're quite a devil, Denise. Mum smiled. I am infinitely better, my child, she replied. I'm a Devereux. Cassandra stood in the foyer, unnerved by the gigantic portrait hanging above the chimney. That hideous wedding picture. Something felt wrong about it, and it wasn't the photoshopped beach backdrop. Whatever it was, she would figure it out. Cassie! Cassie! Little Josie ran downstairs and straight into her arms. She's here! She screamed, her voice echoing in the hall. Mom! Matilda rushed downstairs and quickly wrapped her arms around Denise, who seemed surprised by her impulse. Aren't you going to hug your sister, Matilda? Mom said with a knowing look. Tilly scowled. That's all right, Cassandra shrugged. You don't have to if you don't feel like it. It's not that, Matilda mused. Tilly is angry because you left us, Josie chanted with the slushy voice that comes from missing a tooth. So adorable. I'm sorry about that, Cassie said. I love your rainbow hair, stroking it with fondness. I've missed you, Tilly. Matilda's ruddy cheeks burned, her eyes shimmering with tears. I've missed you so much, she said, hugging her tightly. Is that the birthday girl I hear? Andre stepped out of the kitchen. A huge gift box in his arms blocked his face from view. However did he manage to move towards them without falling? Dad, I can barely see you, Cassie said. Andre left the box on the coffee table. How about now? He said, holding Cassie in a warm embrace. Happy birthday, baby. Look who's coming with the cake. Mona, wearing a short, tight-fitted black dress and pointy high heels, with an impeccable salon hairdo and ravishing makeup, Mona entered the room carrying a 3-tier white cake decorated with pink sugar roses. Mona was in mourning. She wore black daily since the loss of that evil-spawned grandfather of hers, Zhao Long. Happy birthday, Cassandra, she said with a sullen voice, leaving the cake on the coffee table. She stabbed candles into the white fondant frosting 21 times. 21! You're a grown woman. She feigned a smile. Cassandra clenched her fists and marched towards Mona. I'm a grown witch, and I'll make you pay for what you did, she wanted to say, but Mom held her hand and gently pulled her back. Sit by the cake so I can take a picture, please, Mom said, ushering her away from Mona. Ah, and don't forget to make a wish, Cassie. This is a very special birthday. Cassie moved to the sofa and sat before the splendid cake. Heaving a heavy sigh, she leaned forward, closed her eyes, and made her wish. I wish Mona Mai disappeared from our lives. I wish Mom and Dad got together again, and that we could be a family as before. Too many wishes, maybe. Cassandra opened her eyes and stared into the camera lens with a weary look. Mom took the picture. She could blow the candles now. Cassie inhaled deeply because blowing out 21 candles. Wait, what was happening? A sharp electrical buzz sounded in the entire house. Every light bulb shone an incandescent amber gleam and then snapped into darkness. If not for the candles' swirling flames, the house would have been swallowed by pitch darkness. I'll check the fuse box, Dad said. Cassandra narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on the flames. For a second, she thought she saw... No, it was impossible. Yet again, she focused on the flames. They twirled into shapes. The shapes were letters. No, She was not imagining things. This was real. Cassie leaned closer and read the message quickly. Broken frame. End the game. Does this mean what I think it means? Cassie mused. Are you all right, sweetie pie? Mona said with an air of suspicion. But could it be as simple as that? No higher charm or spell, but the easiest task. The simplest solution often is the right solution. It's worth a shot, Cassandra whispered. Quick and agile as a fox, Cassandra grabbed the cake's knife, jumped on the sofa and leaped onto the chimney's mantel. Cassandra, Mum said, her mouth agape with incredulity. What are you doing, child? Josie rose from the sofa with widened eyes, marvelling at Cassandra's acrobatics. She's gone mad, she said in awe, pressing her small hands against her blushing cheeks. Get away from that portrait, Mona growled, rising from the chair. Brace yourself, Mona, Cassie said, turning back only to give her a wicked look. This might sting a little. She plunged the knife deep into the middle of the portrait, holding the handle with both hands. She drove the keen knife down, splitting in half Mona and Dad's wedding photograph. Broken frame. End the game, she mused, satisfied. Cassandra jumped back on the sofa, then onto the rug. She left the knife on the coffee table and dusted her hands clean, wearing the most confident of smiles. Mona roared, You'll pay for this, witch! In a flash, Mona lunged at her, tackling Cassie to the floor. They wrestled on the carpet, rolling and grunting like two ultimate fighters in the ring. Get her, Cassie! Matilda cheered, climbing on the sofa next to them. I'm trying, Cassandra muttered, one hand gripping Mona's wrist, driving the vixen's pointy black fingernails away from her face. Enough! Stop this at once, both of you. Denise got on the floor, willing to separate them. In the struggle, the camera's flash went off several times. Ugh! I can't see! Mona cried, covering her eyes with both hands. Cassandra seized the moment, and in one quick move, she rolled on top of Mona. She sat on her shoulders, pinning her to the floor. The lights came back. Well, it wasn't a fuse, Andre said, stepping out of the kitchen. Anyway, how about a nice slice of, hey, what is going on here? Dad stopped halfway through the living room. Cassie, why are you sitting on top of that young lady? Unable to move from Cassandra's lock, Mona growled. Andre, no, she muttered. Dad moved closer. I'm sorry, he said, tilting his head as he addressed Mona. Do I know you, miss? He paused. Cassandra, where are your manners? Please, let go of the young lady. Is this really happening? Cassandra got on her feet and moved away from Mona. The vixen rushed to Dad's arms. Andre, please try to remember, Mona cried. I'm your wife. Dad flinched. My wife, he said, and loosening from Mona's embrace, he stepped back. You're old enough to be my daughter. I could never marry you. I love Denise, wrapping his arm around Mom's waist. I've loved her since we were kids. With quivering lips and bloodshot eyes, Mona moved closer. No, Andre, I'm your wife. That's our wedding picture, pointing at the ripped portrait above the chimney. Andre knitted his brow. Is that a joke? He laughed, heading towards the chimney. Look at that thing. It's a blank canvas and it's damaged. We should throw it away. Cassandra looked at the portrait. The photograph had completely disappeared. She turned to her mother, and when their eyes met, Cassie noticed her amazement. Little Josie's mouth was agape, holding her doll tight. Matilda slipped her hand over Josie's chin and pushed it up, closing her mouth. I'm terribly sorry, miss, but this is a family celebration. It's our daughter's birthday. Andre opened the front door. Run along now. I'm sure your parents must be worried sick about you. Mona snatched her clutch purse off the sofa. But Andre... Not another word, young lady. Dad escorted her out of the house. Defeated, with the heel of her hand, Mona cleared the smeared mascara from her face. She picked up her Jimmy Choos from the floor and walked out the door. Dad closed the door. When he turned, he took his hands to his hips and sighed. That girl needs some serious help, he said. I wonder if I should have called 911 instead. He pursed his lips. I think you did enough, Mom said. Oh well. Andre smiled and held Mom's hand. Where were we? Honey, Mum whispered. We should talk. Sure, darling Dee, Dad said. But first, let's have some cake. He picked up Josie and carried her over his shoulders. Josie laughed and led them back to the living room, pointing the way with her finger. The three of them moved out of the foyer while Matilda stayed behind. Cassie, Matilda asked, what exactly did you wish for? Cassandra smiled with a hint of mischief. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, she said, wrapping one arm over Matilda's shoulders, both sniggering as they headed to the living room. Chapter 52. Marianne. Months had passed since she'd last seen her preternatural family. Marianne dared not return to Villa Belvedere, not after the Coven affair. She couldn't face Ivan. Surely he resented her for putting the whole family at risk of annihilation. And she couldn't think of laying eyes on Philip again. Her betrayal must have shattered his heart. She never should have broken the rules. Had she stayed away from Michael, he'd probably be alive today. The sole thought tortured her endlessly. More than ever, Marianne wished she believed that death was a sweet release from this world, as Eirik had once suggested. Unfortunately, she didn't. The warm summer breeze tousled her long hair. From her lair's rooftop in Pacific Heights, Marianne's gaze lost itself in the bay's serene landscape. She enjoyed spending time in this part of the house, though she hardly ever slept there. How is your heart? A voice asked, breaking her train of thought. Marianne turned. He stood there, in brown leather sandals, casual blue jeans, and an Armani white shirt with sleeves folded below his elbows. His golden hair was gathered in a low coil, and his piercing blue eyes were warm and caring as their gaze landed on her. A minute passed before he sat beside her. He asked, raising his brow most endearingly. It made her smile. It's seen better days, she said, lowering her gaze. It will heal, he whispered. It takes time. I've missed you, Eirik, Marianne confessed, an immediate warmth rushing to her face. Was she actually blushing? She hadn't seen him in so long. He seemed pleasantly surprised. I've missed you too, Marianne. Eirik looked away, stretching his lips in a timid smile, one hand rubbing the nape of his neck. I've often thought about what happened. Marianne bit her lower lip. I know I have you to thank for my release. And my life. Eirik dismissed the entire thread of conversation with a swift hand gesture, shaking his head. I have also learned of your terrible fame. She teased him, raising her brow. Oh? He uttered. Have you? There was a hint of restlessness in his velvety voice. She nodded. Eirik Bjorn, the skull splitter, the millinery blood drinker that shows no mercy. He conceded to her game with a quick nod. You've forgotten the undefeated Scandinavian warlord. He sniggered, in spite of himself. But that sounds about right. Your name stirs both dread and devotion amidst our brethren. She paused. Which makes me even more grateful for the role you played in my rescue. Eirik turned. Marianne discovered a deep sense of longing in his blue eyes. You are safe, and that's all that matters, he said, finalizing the subject. I wish I could return the gleam of joy to your eyes. I'm sure you will, she said. Her hand landed on his, smooth and firm as marble. Eirik glided his hand away. Was something wrong? The corner of his lips curled in a gentle smile. His strong arms wrapped her in a long embrace. In this nearness, he leaned close to her ear. Come away with me, he whispered, his serene eyes fixed on hers. I have travelled the world only to find it dull without your company. He paused. I want you by my side, Marianne. Perhaps I need you by my side would have rung better to her ears. But the words had been spoken and now lingered in mid-air, and Marianne held each one in her heart. For months without end, she had thought about this precise moment. In the back of her mind, she had always known the time would come to ask herself the question. Would she remain here, in her hometown, dying a little more each day, as the tormenting memories ate away her soul. Or maybe, just maybe, for the first time in her life, she would take the plunge into the world. Would she risk it all for the promise of true love? The answer was one she discovered in Eirik's bright blue eyes. "Yes," she said, "I will." Chapter 53. Cassandra and Ivan. Twilight set in. The magnolia trees stirred a citrus fragrance as the warm wind rustled their leaves. Cassandra opened her eyes. The movers placed the last box inside the van. They locked the doors and drove off. Life moves on. That old cliché, she mused. A soft whirlwind twirled before her, carrying pink and white petals and green leaves. It felt like the end of an era, closing those doors behind her. Perhaps a long time would pass before she ever walked through Devereux Hall's threshold again. It was a wish come true. Her parents had solved their differences. They were a family again. Then, why did a trace of bitterness tarnish her joy? Cassandra's life had changed so much over the past few months. She had changed. On the night of her 21st birthday, a dozen lawyers had paraded into Devereux Hall requesting to speak with her. She had been designated the sole heiress to the Devereux fortune. Annette's Mora clock and Grimoire had been tokens of Granny's affection, but this was far from a birthday gift. Taking on the Devereux's legacy was a huge responsibility. Was she even ready for such a thing? She had to be now. Her phone's ringer went off. "Hello?" she said. It was her cousin, Jeanette, calling from Paris. "Oui, bien sûr," she said, stepping off the porch. "I'll see you at the airport. Bien. Bisous." The black Mercedes pulled into the driveway. The chauffeur opened the door and waited for her to step inside. "To the airport, miss?" he asked, looking at her through the rearview mirror. "Not yet," she said. "We'll stop by a friend's house first." Cassandra put on her sunglasses and relaxed into the comfortable seat. She slipped on the AirPods and pressed play on her favorite playlist. Ivan noticed a familiar face on his front porch as he stepped out of his car. Fortunately, he'd just dined out. He was in the mood for social interaction. "This is unexpected." He removed his sunglasses and smiled. "I thought I'd show up at your house for a change." She shrugged. Cassandra looked positively preppy in her white short skirt and black and white striped cashmere sweater, but something else was different. "You cut your hair," he said, amazed. The short, dark mane just below her jawline suited her quite well and even gave her an air of maturity. She sniggered. "No more bangs," she said with a shy smile. "Come inside," he said, opening the villa's front door. "It's only fair after all the times I've broken into your home." He laughed under his breath. "I would offer you some tea or coffee, but since I have neither—" "Don't worry, Ivan." Cassandra shook her head. "I'm good." They sat on the parlour's sofa. Antoine would be happy to see her. They hadn't seen each other in weeks. It was all he ever talked about. Ivan was actually looking forward to their meeting. Now accustomed to his newest vampiric abilities, Ivan sharpened his preternatural senses, detecting Antoine quickly. He was on his way home, minutes away from walking through those doors. He should have picked up Cassandra's presence by now. Cassandra tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "I came to say goodbye." "What?" He certainly had not expected to hear that. "You're leaving?" She nodded. "I'm moving back to Paris with my family," she said. "Mum's going to teach me the family trade," widening her eyes. "So, Denise and Andre are really back together," he mused. "Well, I suppose that's good news." Ivan tilted his head, weighing the possibilities. "They are," she said. "Everything changed after the Mona Mai incident." "Don't underestimate your skills, Cassandra." He sniggered. "What you did was bloody brilliant. I would have killed to see the look on Mona's face when your father kicked her out." Cassandra repressed a smile. "It was rather funny." Whatever became of her? Ivan was beginning to enjoy this chit-chat. He could get used to it, but Cassandra wouldn't be around anymore. Too bad. Last I heard, she moved to LA. Cassandra read the time on her wristwatch with a quick glance. She hasn't bothered us since. Sounds like one of Denise's protection spells. He sighed. Anyway, good luck in Paris. What memories it evoked in his preternatural mind. He'd invested too many mortal lifetimes in La Ville Lumière. Ivan. Cassandra pursed her lips. Thank you for believing in me. The words moved her to tears, but she held her poise. Oh, come on, Ivan shrugged. None of that. It's true. You believed in me more than I ever believed in myself, she said, fiddling her fingers. You made me remember who I am. You're a Devereux, Cassandra, he said. Never forget your powerful lineage again. So, when is your flight? It leaves tonight, she half smiled. I'd like to say goodbye to Antoine. Is he around? Not anymore, he wanted to say. Antoine's presence had vanished minutes ago, right about the time when Cassie had mentioned she was moving to Paris. You know, I don't think he's here, he uttered. Maybe I could... You don't have to cover for him, she shrugged. I know of your vampiric superpowers. He slumped in his seat. I'm sorry, Cassie. That's okay. A bitter smile getting on her feet. Say goodbye to him for me. Ivan nodded. They remained silent as they walked to the door. Cassandra went ahead. She reached the porch's steps and suddenly, she stopped. When she turned, her tearful eyes locked on his. Biting her lower lip, Cassandra ran to his arms. He never expected it, but her embrace warmed his heart. Ivan wrapped his arms around her. This was nice. Cassandra had worked her most powerful spell yet. In that moment, Ivan turned into more than the Devereux's preternatural guardian. He became part of her family. Goodbye, Ivan. Cassie gave him half a smile. This isn't goodbye, he whispered. I'll be seeing you. Chapter 54. Philip. Raindrops tapped against the cool windowpane. An impressionist panorama lay before his eyes. Blotches of green, white, and pink, disarrayed by the copious rain. Philip placed the magazine over his lap. The hazy weather had allowed him to leave home early. He loved this kind of evening. An electrical chimney crackled, spreading warmth into the small office. The room's cosy atmosphere took him back to the wondrous days of his youth. Sally Porter, his first mortal love, came to his mind unexpectedly, along with the memory of the first of their many kisses. Sally Porter. She had been a dream. A pretty girl of 17 with long golden brown hair, enchanting hazel eyes and porcelain skin, crimson lips and ruddy cheeks. The year was 1916, a year before his father had been called to the war. Tall and well-built, Philip looked older than 16 years of age, which gave him a tremendous advantage in his love pursuits. Their first night together had been a glimpse of heaven. He could almost listen to their song playing in the distance, Harry MacDonough's I Love You Best of All. He returned the magazine to the desk. The different car models would have to wait, and so would Sally Porter's memory, for someone else demanded his attention. She had stepped into the office minutes ago. Disregarding all matters was easy in her presence. His eyes captured every detail of her curvaceous figure without an ounce of discretion. She blushed, noticing Philip's scrutinizing stare. What do you see in me? A handsome man? A potential client? A one-night stand? I have, he said, but I would like to see them before making a commitment. Love, she blushed. I mean, I'd love to show you the latest imports. I would like that very much. He stood from the chair and followed her out of the office. They reached the garage. The rolling curtain was closed. She took the key from her pocket and removed the padlock. Please, he said, stepping in. Allow me. These doors get jammed from time to time. Chapter 55. Ivan. He wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be hunting in the nastiest boroughs, seeking his drink for the evening. Ivan turned off the car's ignition and opened the door. He leaned against his red Ferrari Spider, staring into the place through its window. The lights were off, but she was there. What on earth am I doing here? The question popped into his immortal mind, but why would it matter where he was, where he had chosen to be at this moment? It wasn't important, really, why he roamed inside the little bookshop. The fact that he had decided to pursue her. Now that was a more interesting subject for his vampiric grey matter to analyse. But he wouldn't give it another moment's thought. The fact of the matter was that he had invariably driven into her street. He had found it impossible not to stop by and wander in this quaint and lovely spot of Little Italy. It had been too long since he'd seen her last. Ivan had tried to maintain a prudential distance from her, though why, he could not tell. He knew of Elizabeth's passion for his kind. Perhaps his presence would lure her even more into his vicious brethren's circle. Who knew why he did what he did? The thing was, he was here now, to hell with prudence and measure. Ivan moved further inside through a narrow corridor. A wooden door lay at the end, slightly opened. A small beam of light poured through the gap. He slowly pushed the door and stepped onto the small terrace. Beautiful white string lights pended from the branches of a tree in the centre, creating a delightful atmosphere, almost magical. He found her sitting before a round table, scribbling away into some journal. Elizabeth had been so engulfed in this activity that she hadn't noticed Ivan's presence, even though he concealed it no more. "Dreaming away in your writing," he playfully said. Her shoulders jumped a little as she heard his velvety voice interrupting the silence of this sacred garden, her refuge from the world. "It's been a while, Ivan." She smiled. "I've missed you." The words went shining through into his brain. He sat on the chair beside her. "Am I interrupting?" What was it that she was writing with such intense commitment? He wanted to know, but he figured it would be rude to ask the blunt question, so he didn't. "Look at me, concerned about propriety and social conventions. That's a first." She closed the notebook and slid it aside. For a moment, even fancied clasping that diary and prying upon its content with selfish elation. It would only take him a couple of minutes to learn its secrets. "You're not interrupting," she said, as she poured herself a glass of red wine. "I'm guessing you'll pass?" Elizabeth gestured a swift offer with the bottle in her hand. Ivan nodded. "What brings you here?" "For too long I've lingered upon the thought of offering you the dark blood," he wanted to say. He craved the company, what with everything in his world reaching the brim of collapse, Antoine's detachment, Marianne's independence, and most important of all, Philip's own troubles of the mundane, pulling him each time farther away from his maker. "You," he said simply, "is a vampire not allowed to make social calls now and then?" A brief smile. "It's something else, isn't it? I can see you're troubled. What worries you?" Elizabeth knew nothing of tiptoeing around issues. She went straight to the point. Ivan liked that about her, and she could tell he did. "What is this? Some talk show expose of an immortal's deepest concerns?" He smiled. "But yes, you're right. I am troubled. I do not wish to dwell upon the reasons for my unsteadiness at this time, however. I come here, seeking the exact opposite, a deliverance from those issues that torment my preternatural mind, and you, my dear, are the perfect remedy to draw my attention elsewhere. Somewhere prettier, if I may say." Elizabeth granted him half a smile. "I'll take that compliment." She reached over the wooden table and pressed his hand. She must have noticed it was terribly cold. "You know, I've often thought about that night at the hospital," he said. "Do you remember? I will never forget it for as long as I live. How frail you seemed to me as you lay on that bed, your injured body on the verge of death," he mused. "When I saw you, I have to say, the thought of turning you crossed my unnatural mind. And I didn't even know you." A brief gasp of amazement. "And why didn't you?" "I honestly don't know." He shrugged. He was being completely truthful. "I've often wondered about it myself. What stopped me from doing it? What redirected my thoughts into healing you with my ancestral blood instead? I'm sorry I cannot give you a better answer at this moment." She dismissed his worries with a slight shake of her head. I'll tell you another thing. He leaned over the little table and spoke into her ear, a deliciously intimate gesture that sent a rush of excitement through her every limb. I realize you've had a taste of my blood, more than a taste, in fact. However, I have not been that lucky regarding yours, and I cannot help but wonder. He slid further and brushed his silken lips against her earlobe. Ivan's appetite for her was undeniable. For too long, he'd refrained his desire for a brief drink of her blood. Just a simple drink, nothing more. Philip wouldn't mind, would he? Ivan was, after all, her rescuer from death. That would account for something, wouldn't it? So, what do you say? He whispered beckoningly. Another first for him. Normally he would take what he wanted. No questions asked. But then something happened that struck him even more. It was her answer to his mischievous proposal. Who's stopping you? She said. Ivan smiled and uttered a short, quiet laugh. She was quite the little devil. He liked her for it. He then slid his hand behind her neck, gently. His lips brushed once more her warm, enticing skin, and then his sharp fangs slowly pierced it through. Elizabeth cried a low moan. Swiftly, he tore open the pulsing artery and took that obscene drink of bliss that would deliver him from all his worries. It had been just a taste, even though he'd wanted to pursue this delicious drink. But he had kept true to his promise and restrained his voracious appetite for once. He bit his tongue as he parted from this wondrous spot of glory in her neck, and once his blood poured, he sealed her wound with it while licking her precious skin. Elizabeth trembled with pleasure. Ivan smiled. This was exactly what he had wanted, unparalleled satisfaction on both ends. And now, we're even, he mused, as he caressed her gorgeous auburn hair and parted from her. Yes, we are. She must have been a bit dizzy after experiencing such ecstasy. Elizabeth relaxed in the chair, her hazel eyes closed, and she drifted into a profound sleep. Chapter 56. Antoine and Cassandra. A loud ongoing murmur dulled his senses as Antoine moved through the jostling crowd, making his way to the screens. The flashing sign of departures caught his eye. Flight AF, 35-8 to Paris, boarding. Pushing people aside, Antoine made his way to the security checkpoint. He stopped before an imposing female officer, tall and broad-shouldered, with the unfriendliest expression on the planet. "Excuse me, sir," the woman said, knitting her brow. "Do you have a ticket?" "Vampire skills. Do your thing." He'd seen Ivan do it 1,000,000 times. It should be easy enough. "I do not need a ticket. You will let me pass." He spoke the words, confident in his persuasion ability. The security officer furrowed her brow even more. Yeah, you do need a ticket, sir. And no, I will not let you through without one." She all but snapped at him. "I don't understand," he mused. "Why didn't it work?" "You heard me," she said with a scowl. "Now you either show me a ticket or step aside, sir." "Ugh, fine," Antoine muttered. "I'll get you a ticket. And I'll get a bite off your carotid artery later." Minutes away from boarding, Cassandra turned the cell phone in her hand. She checked the screen. No messages, no calls. "Are you expecting a call, Cassie?" Dad said, standing in the boarding line. A nervous titter escaped her. "No, Dad." "You can't wait to get home, can you?" Dad gave her a candid smile. "I bet you'll love the new house." "Yeah, about that," she said, biting her lower lip. "I probably should have said something earlier, but Jeanette is picking me up at the airport. I promised her we'd spend the weekend at the house in Saint-Tropez." "Le Jardin du Paradis," Dad said with a pensive tone. All right. You deserve a getaway for helping me with the moving boxes." Cassandra sniggered. "Excuse me, sir," a man said, patting Dad's shoulder. "Aren't you André Lefebvre, the famous architect?" Here we go. Another fan of Dad's. He loved the attention. He especially loved talking about his work. The boarding line moved forward, and so did Dad along with his new friend and chit-chat companion for the entire flight. She took a deep breath, A new life lay before her, and all she could think about was him, Antoine Somerset. Everything had changed between them. They had changed. Antoine had turned into an immortal being that drank human blood to survive, and Cassandra had been pushed into a new reality as heiress of the Devereux's legacy. They couldn't pick up where they'd left off. It was impossible for them to be together. Witches and vampires were a bad mix, everybody knew that. Oh, but no matter how unsuitable their match, Cassie loved him. With all her heart, she wished to see him once more. Next, please. The woman behind the counter waved her hand. Cassandra stared at the boarding pass with eyes full of longing. This is it, she said, heaving a sigh. She took a step forward when a tug at her arm pulled her out of the boarding line. Hey, she growled, but her anger soon faded. Large dark eyes, rosy lips stretching in a pleasant smile. He was the most handsome blood drinker she'd ever laid eyes on. Antoine? He wrapped her in his arms. I had to see you, he whispered in her ear, cupping the sides of her face as he parted from her. She blushed. I stopped by your place. I wanted to tell you that I love you, that I've missed you, that I know somehow we can make this work. The power of speech eluded her. The corner of his lips curled in an enticing smile. I know, chérie, he whispered. Antoine's eyes gleamed with excitement. I don't care where you go or how long it takes to see you again. My feelings will never change. With every beat of my immortal heart, I love you. I love you too. Cassandra squirmed. Pulling a lock of hair behind her ear, Antoine drew closer. His warm lips landed on hers in a tender kiss. He slipped his tongue into her mouth, pressing his body against hers, and parted from her fast. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach. I'll call you, she said with a bashful smile. Her hands glided away from his. She stepped back towards the empty gate, ticket in hand, and her heart raced with excitement because this was better than picking up where they'd left off. This was their new beginning. The gate's jetway closed. Antoine slipped his hands into his jeans pockets. Heading back to the parking lot, his mind whirred every step of the way. The bittersweetness of their farewell clung to his heart. Of course, he was glad to have caught her before she boarded that plane. But seeing her go... Oh, I'm so sorry! Antoine bumped into someone. He was so distraught. Are you all right? He asked, pressing the man's shoulder. No harm done, the man replied. Within the shade of his flat cap gleamed light hazel eyes. About 6'2", he wore an Oxford grey wool sweater and dark denim pants. Are you sure about that? Antoine insisted. The man must have been in his late 30s, youthful and strong. I bumped pretty hard against you. Let me make it up to you. The man smirked, narrowing his eyes. All right, how about a drink? Funny you'd say that. Antoine sniggered. I happen to own the best nightclub in town. I could take you there right now. Are you up for it? God knew he could use the company. Sounds like a good offer, the man said, pleased. Let me help you with that. Antoine picked up the man's briefcase. My car's this way. Nice automobile. The stranger smoothed his hand over Antoine's new silver Porsche. Thanks. He dropped the briefcase on the back seat and jumped behind the wheel. Come on, let's get out of here. Meeting this man had been truly serendipitous. It took his mind off the torture of knowing the love of his life thousands of miles away. Antoine owed his peace of mind to a complete stranger. Buying him a drink or two was nowhere near showing his appreciation. Was he here on holiday? Was he visiting family? Perhaps this was a business trip. He carried no luggage after all. Antoine sped down the interstate on their way to the Dungeon's lounge. The man had kept silent since they'd left the airport. The bay's flickering lights held him in a trance. Ever been to the city before? Antoine asked. The man shook his head. I'm new in town. Business or pleasure? An unavoidable question. He took his time to answer. A bit of both, I suppose. Both is good, Antoine said, driving into the Bay Bridge. He couldn't help but smile. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. My name is Dristan, he replied, amused. I bet you'll love it here, Dristan, Antoine said. As the heart of San Francisco loomed on the horizon, Dristan's eyes filled with wonder, and turning to Antoine, he flashed him a smile. I'm sure I will. And that is the end of Call of Blood. Welcome back, my dearest darkling. Bet you didn't see that one coming, did you? Oh yes, Dristan is back and he's very much alive. You'd think my world has been rattled enough with Alisa's return and departure, the rupture of my dark family, and the loss of my beloved Devereux witch. Make no mistake, this story is about to get wilder when the unexpected takes the Devereux lineage by storm, and shifters and vampires, including yours truly, are dragged into the chaos of their Parisian estate. Join me, if you dare, in Cast in Blood, the third act of our macabre play. Together, we shall dance through the shadows and brave the crimson tempests that await us. The night is young, and the tales yet untold promise to be the most thrilling yet. Oh, I have one more delightful tidbit to share with you. It would seem that many of you have expressed a fervent desire to join our illustrious fan club. Well, my dears, your wishes have been heard, and the gates to our exclusive society are now open. Yes, memberships are now available for our beloved Dark Channel, granting you access to a treasure trove of tantalizing extras. Delve deeper into the shadows with exclusive content, including custom emojis that will allow you to express your dark side in style. But that's not all. Prepare to peek behind the veil and witness the making of your favorite novels, with bloopers and deleted scenes that will leave you craving more. Don't let this opportunity slip through your fingers, my darlings. Join the fan club today and immerse yourself in a world of privileged access and delightful surprises. After all, the night is always darkest before the dawn, and we have so much more to explore together. Until next time, my dearest darklings, don't forget to like and subscribe.